The story begins with a crowded group as the time has finally come, and because of that, everyone needs to count down when there are 5 seconds left. The countdown begins, and the MC, who is in the middle of the crowd, starts to get a little restless. Looking at his trembling hands, he notices that he came back just before being caught by that damn game. And even though he reached the end of the 20th round, it was still frustrating. He can only imagine that if he had the power to stop time, he would stop right there. The system had warned that the use of the temporal reversal rune had reached its maximum limit of 100 uses out of a maximum of 100. He becomes alert since this is his last attempt, and this time, he will make sure he sees the end of the game, remembering that he will need to bring 4 people into his team for the final round, and will need to think carefully about which people will be best to fill those spots. A few minutes ago, a group of people was celebrating that they would finally become adults. One of them is relieved that they no longer need to fake their IDs. Another asks what he could do after graduating, maybe becoming a delivery driver. While still unsure, he asks Young Min what he plans to do. He answers that, as he had already said, he will become a gangster. All his colleagues say that it's crazy since he could die soon with that kind of job, and they could swear it was a joke. However, he doesn't care because you only live once, and that's why he will live the way he wants. Everyone lets out a light, disguised laugh, but inside, they can't wait to cut ties with a crazy person who wants to join a gang. Peter takes the opportunity to ask what will happen to the task boy when he graduates. Referring to the MC, Youngmin answers that he can't just let him go free just because he's graduating. Everyone starts making fun of him since they knew this would be the outcome. He still makes it clear that he decides when he wants to stop playing with Ryu. At this moment, one of his friends looks to the side and asks if the person who was right in front of them isn't the task boy. Youngmin replies that yes, but as he looks at the MC, he notices a strange aura and becomes confused if he saw it right. At this moment, the MC takes off his hood and starts staring back, leaving the gangster confused as he's noticing something strange. And because of the stare, he asks if Ryu has a screw loose. All his friends make fun of him, telling him to take it easy since it's New Year's, and that there will be many more chances to bother him. He takes a deep breath and agrees, saying he will let it slide that day. At this moment, the new year arrives, and everyone celebrates since they are now adults. A voice is heard by all, saying that humans are really funny since they are celebrating the new year without knowing the difficult situation they are in. Young Min doesn't realize where the voice came from and asks what they said. His friends tell him that it wasn't them who said that. Once again, the voice appears, enjoying seeing everyone in shock, until a huge creature in the shape of an angel appears, saying that it's like watching monkeys in cages. People can't believe what they're seeing since it really looks like an angel, even though it's so beautiful. Ryu, looking up, thinks that the creature finally appeared and still finds this encounter unpleasant, even after 99 times. The angel smiles and calls all the humans trash since they are fascinated by her beauty, but warns them not to misunderstand, as she has no intention of getting involved with worms. And upon realizing that everyone is reacting as she speaks, she concludes that they are able to hear her voice. At this moment, a man yells, asking what the hell kind of costume that is, also wanting to know how she dares to call them worms. The MC just stays quiet listening to this, as he knows the result that will come. The angel, who had been smiling, now has a terrifying expression as she found that irritating, and immediately the man's head explodes, spraying blood everywhere, even onto other people who begin to tremble and scream desperately. Young Min cannot believe what he just witnessed and asks what the hell that was. And it gets worse as the angel is furious, asking how a mere inferior human dares to speak to a superior being in that manner, making it clear to everyone that they have no right to question her and should not act as if they are on the same level unless they want to die with their head exploded. She starts flying over everyone, knowing they are confused by the current situation, as mere humans cannot understand what is happening, and warns that she will explain it simply. The MC laments the situation, as he will have to listen to this explanation for the 100th time. She warns that a new game will start on the first day of each month, lasting for 20 rounds, and all humans will be spiritually transported to a new dimension to play this game, and she warns them that there will be things to do there. Everyone is in disbelief, as the angel says they need to complete the missions that will appear, and if they manage to do so, they can return to reality as a reward. A man whispers that he doesn't understand what the hell is going on, and another explains that from what he understood, that Angel will let them all live if they complete some missions. Burial continues, saying that everyone present must be thinking that they will live just by completing these missions, but she makes it clear that not everyone will live just because they completed the missions, as only half, in order of completion, will be spared. This information shocks everyone, as they not only have to complete the missions, but they also have to finish them faster than the others. To make things worse, she warns that she will not take everyone, leaving the population even more shocked. She concludes that only humans aged between 15 and 29 from all over the planet can participate. The MC, hearing these instructions again, imagines that it's a drag being dragged into this game for the 100th time. A man is happy since he is above that age, so he won't be pulled into this game world. Another notices this and grabs his shirt, asking why he's so happy and if it's a provocation. Young Min interrupts the fight, asking if they still don't understand the situation since they just saw a man's head explode. The angel analyzes the number of participants, concluding there will be 1,801,029 participants. And since she has given all the necessary explanations, she announces that it's time for the game to begin. The MC suddenly appears out of nowhere, still hearing the explanations, which are now in a space they cannot see. She gives an important warning. It is necessary to create a body before the spiritual transfer, and they can consider it a type of customization. And since they will only have this chance, she asks them to choose carefully. Ryu is relaxed, thinking that he will just follow as he always has. And after choosing his appearance, he also decides what his nickname will be, which, as always, will be Black Reaper. With everything settled, the scene shifts to an open landscape. The MC begins to appear in this new place until he finally shows up with his new appearance, making it his 100th time there. He tests his movements while thinking that he's been using this appearance since the 12th attempt, and that's why it feels like his real body. Immediately, all the other people are teleported as well, confused about where they are, since it looks like a plane. Others are surprised since their bodies really changed. Ryu observes that everyone focused only on looking good, and thinks that if they had even a minimum of IQ, they wouldn't have done that, since they were teleported to a survival world, and being too attractive increases the chances of being targeted. Also, if they die there, they die in the real world too. He looks to the side and sees that Tong Min is also there, thinking it's pathetic, since this guy made a muscular body again. Suddenly, Burial appears, asking if everyone is happy with their new appearance, and notices that all 1.8 million participants are there and are probably all from Seoul. A guy looking at her asks if there are really 1.8 million people since it doesn't look like that many people are there. The angel laments, as humans are too dumb, and warns that obviously this is not the only space that exists. That's why people are scattered across various planes with other angels, focused solely on the mission, as they should be. She informs that she will give a brief explanation about the attribute window, and the MC, already knowing how it works, summons his system, which displays his information such as name, nickname, rank, attributes, among others. Burial observes that everyone has already seen their own attribute windows, and, along with that, they noticed how terrible everyone is, then asking them to get stronger until they survive and complete round 20. Furthermore, they will also have one wish granted by her. They start gossiping about this wish, as it seems they can ask for anything. She then asks everyone to access the inventory option, as she left a present for each of them. Young Min thinks about the inventory and realizes there is a random rune fragment. She explains that this fragment is a one-time use item and can only be used while they are at level 1, and it's the only item given at the beginning. The gangster gives the command to use it, and the fragment disappears into his hand, leaving him surprised by the result. Burial finds it interesting how each person's luck is divided, judging by their expressions, and warns that regardless of what they received, they must be content. She says it's time for the show to really begin and snaps her fingers, causing a system screen to appear for everyone present. The first round will begin, and the mission is to defeat 100 goblins per person. The total number of participants is 1.8 million people, and none have completed it so far. Suddenly, a goblin appears, surprising everyone as to whether it's really a goblin, since it feels like being in a game, as the angel said, and they speculate that they have been kidnapped for a virtual reality game test. At this moment, Burial asks them not to get too excited too quickly, as not all the goblins have been summoned yet. She says this, and several goblins begin to appear, leaving everyone scared as the number is too large. She warns that it's 10,000 humans against 50,000 goblins to fight to the death. The monsters roar and charge at the people, frightening them since it happened so suddenly. At this moment, someone starts walking. It was Ryu heading toward the army. People start asking what's wrong with the guy walking toward the monsters, until the MC shifts his gaze and begins the battle by landing a solid kick on one of the goblins. Everyone is shocked to see this, and that was the real intention of the MC, as he knows first impressions are crucial, and that's why he needs to imprint this on everyone's minds. The kick lands directly, sending the goblin flying and dropping his knife. He picks up the dagger from the ground, as he needs to show his strength there so that the troublesome flies don't bother him. And after looking up, he sees Burial, since his goal is also to impress that angel. At this moment, two goblins charge to attack, but he finishes them off with a single blow each, once again leaving everyone surprised, as they don't know who the boy is, but already think he's amazing, and the name Black Reaper is also cool. The goblins approach the crowd, and they begin wondering if goblins aren't the weakest monsters in all games. Just as he says this, a monster leaps onto one of them, stabbing its dagger into his chest as it falls to the ground. Seeing this makes the people around them so scared that they start running and screaming. Ryu looks back and sees a complete massacre of goblins over the people. He knows that in this situation, people will misunderstand the game, as there's only one thing they will think about, which is their own survival. Like the terrified woman seeing someone being stabbed, the survival instincts will always speak louder, to the point where everyone starts running. He understands this well, as it was also his first choice in his first attempt. Watching the woman run, he comments that only after his second attempt did he realize that running in that open field is useless, as there's a barrier that the woman even bumped into, leaving her confused about what the hell that is. There is also the problem that, for an ordinary person who has never killed a small animal before, it will be difficult to kill, even if it is just a goblin. A man thinks twice since the monster was trembling in fear, until he changes his expression and pulls out another dagger, attacking the guy for that slip-up. At this point, several people have already been massacred, and Burial bursts into laughter, finding the fight between humans and goblins amusing. She finds it funny seeing everyone lost, even while holding a dagger, hesitating to kill the monsters. But she looks to the side and comments that the MC is different, asking which human that is. She checks the system and sees that the Black Reaper has already finished 70 goblins, which makes her angry since for some reason the system is hiding all of the player's information except his mission progress. However, she returns to what matters, saying that it wounds her pride to guide so many inferior worms. But since there are some special humans, it's still worth watching them. The MC continued defeating the goblins, gaining experience and gold for each kill, also leveling up. He has currently killed 75, with only 25 left to complete the mission. He dodges a thrown dagger and watches as several monsters attack at once. However, it doesn't matter, since with extreme speed, he begins slicing them one by one, spinning his dagger afterward, as now there is only one left, who is also brutally finished with a precise blow to the head. With a frightening look, he asks if any more monsters will dare face him, but they are trembling in fear after witnessing the extermination of their species. Ryu notices their fear and, because of this, invokes the attribute window to check how things are. He notices that he reached level 4 very quickly, and since he's aware that you gain 2 attribute points per level, he decides to allocate all of the points he's gained into dexterity, as he's aware of the increase in evasion chances. agility, movement speed, and attack speed, since these are the main attributes at the start. The MC imagines that with this progress, he may have already caught the angel's attention, so he decides to finish the job quickly, throwing his dagger into the head of a goblin and urging them to attack. The monsters are paralyzed with fear, and because of this, he takes a deep breath and runs at high speed, appearing almost instantaneously in front of the goblin with the dagger he threw. The monsters can't process that speed, and only later look back, but it is too late, as they are sliced in half with a single spinning strike. With this, he gains more experience, more gold, and levels up, thus completing the mission of defeating 100 goblins, also being the first player in that world to finish the first round mission. A glow surrounds his body, and he thinks he did well in the first round, but there was a good reason for killing the monsters like a maniac, and it wasn't just to grab the angel's attention. A notification congratulates him for finishing in first place in the current region, and also for finishing in first place in all regions, thus bringing up a panel showing the name Reaper in first place in all regions for the first round. He is happy to see this, as the rewards for the top 3 are great. As a reward for first place in the current region, he receives a rare weapon ticket of lower rank. Now, as a reward for first place in all regions, he receives a special reward selection chest. Ryu decides to use the weapon ticket first, and 3 options appear to choose from. Among them are the threatening longsword, the stiletto, and the dart. He realizes it's not much, but for a start, it's good, and chooses one of the options, obtaining the stiletto. It is a rare weapon that increases attack by 15 and dexterity by 1. It is also the best weapon among the daggers that a beginner can use. Therefore, he discards the goblin's improvised dagger and closes the system, as he will wait to use the reward chest he received for the region. While the people are still battling, he decides to check something in the attribute window and finds something specific that catches his attention, since he managed to get the title The Last Time Traveler, which he had never obtained before in any of his 99 attempts. Putting that aside, he decides to use his random rune fragment, and after using it, a notification congratulates him for obtaining the temporal reversal rune. The rune obtained is automatically engraved into the player's body, but since there are already traces of the selected rune present in his soul, the engraving failed. He is not surprised by this, as if he could engrave it again, he could return to that infinite. However, a different message saying that due to the traces of the rune engraved in his soul, he has been identified as a time traveler who has made 100 trips. For this reason, he obtained the title Player of the Last Journey. The MC is surprised since he is aware that titles are concepts above runes. The condition to unlock this title is to obtain 100 temporal reversal rune. Its effect is that after death, he will remain in the same spot for 1 minute in spiritual form. When desired, he can resurrect with full health recovered. It is a one-time use ability, and the title will disappear after resurrection. He is surprised since the concept of resurrection is an ability exclusive to priests, and even then, it still has a limit of 30% health recovery after resurrection. The fact that this title allows him to return with full health catches him off guard to the point of being pleased, as he has obtained something incredible. Knowing how overpowered this title is, he decides to set it to private, so the title will not be displayed below his ID, but the effects will still apply normally. He stretches a little, imagining that more people must be finishing the mission at this point, such as Young Min, who might be doing well. No sooner has he said this than he notices this guy is nearby, all signs indicating he will survive. Time passes, and more people complete the mission, with auras appearing around them. Burial comments that it's getting more and more boring since many humans are pathetic for dying slowly to the goblins, but apologizes, intending to make it more fun. A woman panics, asking what making it more fun means. Suddenly, the body of a wounded guy begins to disappear in front of her, just like the other dead on the battlefield, until everyone on the ground has vanished. More monsters appear right after, scaring everyone since they had already taken out most of them. Burial announces that he has given them a 50,000 recharge, so now he is sure there is more than enough for everyone to kill. Thus, the battle between humans and monsters begins, and both sides fall into a fierce fight for survival. Meanwhile, the MC is resting, waiting for the others to finish, while those who have already completed the mission worry about the others since they are forced to watch the goblins kill their own kind and can do nothing because of the completion barrier. The death toll keeps rising, and the angel is excited watching this slaughter. The MC, on the other hand, just watches her until the death toll finally reaches 5,143, completing the first round. All the goblins disappear, leaving everyone confused since they vanish suddenly. Burial announces that only half can complete the mission, and because of that, the others will need to die. As those are the rules of the game, the remaining ones are in shock since their bodies are indeed disappearing little by little. One of them still pleads, as he was only one kill away from completing the mission, but it is pointless to beg. Meanwhile, the people who completed the mission are horrified to see that this game is truly no joke. The angel tells those who finish not to look with dark eyes, as they should be happy to be alive. But regardless, she announces that they will now be able to return. She also congratulates them for completing the first round and wishes for them to try harder in the next round. The scoreboard in this first round ended with the Black Reaper, or originally Black Scythe, finishing the mission in 10 minutes and 21 seconds. In second place, the Stupid Idiots, in 16 minutes and 15 seconds. In third place, the Celestial Demon, in 17 minutes and 7 seconds. In the current region, the MC was in first place, Life is a Documentary was in second, and the Black Dragon in my right hand was in third. Another notification warns that the Black Reaper is ranked first in the entire region and in the local region. Because of that, the 2 items have already been received by him, in addition to another 1,000 gold that he hasn't collected yet. The MC looks at the system screen informing him about the 1,000 gold that can be used in the item shop, but this function will only be unlocked at level 10. People begin to look at him, and just from that, it's clear that everyone already knows who number 1 is there. Burial is surprised that the number 1 player in the entire region is in her area, and because of that, asks the Reaper to answer a question. He asks her to speak, and she begins by asking how strong he is, and if, by any chance, he has obtained any special rune or something like that. In the middle of this sentence, she realizes that she made a mistake by asking that, but it's too late since the MC asks back if she, by any chance, can't see his attribute window. Burial, embarrassed, replies that she can indeed see it, since it's impossible for an angel not to see that information, and, in reality, she was just testing him. Ryu just smiles and calls out to her, asking if he can make a request. She finds this unexpected and, looking back at the MC, asks what request that is. He answers that, apparently, the reward for being number 1 is missing a little. People around them are surprised to see him questioning the angel until she completely changes her expression, asking him to dare repeat what he said. He, not letting himself be intimidated, says that he was expecting to receive something better. She simply doesn't believe that a human is saying this and asks him to say it again. The MC repeats, since he didn't like the rewards and wants something better. They both remain silent for a moment, and she, completely enraged, imagines how a piece of trash dares to ask for something, and that she had even planned to keep an eye on him because he had been interesting at first. But the guy is really treating her like this just because he killed a few goblins and, for that reason, raises her hand, since someone so ridiculous deserves to have their head exploded. However, she hesitates, as she has already used her unique ability to kill someone and will have to wait for another opportunity to kill again. She thinks about it, and an idea forms in her mind, since she knows exactly what she could give the MC. She looks at the MC and approaches, saying that she usually ignores this kind of request, but she will think about it, with them discussing it privately, and asks, please, for everyone else to wait a moment. Ryu steps out of his barrier, disbelieving that she is actually going to give another reward, and while passing between the people, he looks to the side toward Youngmin, who becomes confused by being stared at out of nowhere. The MC just smiles and continues walking toward the forest with the angel. She asks why he is so distant, since she doesn't want to keep looking back every time she wants to talk. She says this angrily, since humans only seem to hear when she raises her voice, and for a race that doesn't even know how to listen, they're too greedy. Additionally, she wonders how on earth she is supposed to alter something that the system has already designated for him, since she would never do such a thing for a human. Then, she changes her expression since she is about to show what happens to greedy insects. Since when they pass the stone right ahead, they will die instantly. They continue walking while Burial reflects that there's a big chance things will go wrong, since killing a player for personal reasons without using the unique ability is a problem, and if the players rebel for justice, it could completely ruin her control over the game. For this reason, she needs there to be no witnesses. She thinks about it and gives a wide, evil smile since it's time to put an end to him, and for that, she turns, asking if he really wants an extra wish. However, by doing this, he doesn't notice the punch coming towards him, and it hits her square in the face, throwing her towards the stone, leaving him confused about what the hell just happened. She falls to the ground after receiving the blow and can't believe that a human dared to hit her. Immediately, she gets up, calling MC a bastard, but can't see where he is, wondering if he simply disappeared until he appears behind her and grabs her wings, scaring her to the point of asking what the hell he thinks he's going to do. MC, with a serious expression, pulls her wings, making the angel scream in agony while he shows no reaction, only calling her a crybaby. He continues pulling the other wing, making Burial scream louder with each pull, making him more confident, knowing now that she can't run, and asks if it hurts. She responds that it's obvious it hurts, but he doesn't care, since 5 minutes ago, she was the one who would have asked an obvious question, followed by a shitty laugh. She asks if he's crazy, as she has no idea what he's talking about, but Ryu shows the dagger he had hidden in his wing. Since she tried to kill him, she pretends to not understand, saying she never planned such a thing, but MC already knew everything, as it was clear from her face, also calling her by name, Burial. She simply can't believe it, asking how the hell a mere human knows her name. He draws his sword from his inventory, making her scared, asking what he plans to do with that dagger, and points his finger, threatening to explode his head with just a snap of his fingers. Ryu simply smiles, saying she doesn't have the ability to do that. Burial gets worried, as she's getting more and more cornered, and asks if he truly believes he'll get away with it, as her friends won't just stand by if something happens. He mocks her, knowing that all angels are selfish and don't care about others' problems, so whether she lives or dies makes no difference to them. She tries one last thing, saying he'll regret it if he kills her, as there's no benefit in doing so. MC tells her to shut up already, knowing he'll leave anyway once the system returns him automatically when the population finishes. Once again, she can't believe it, asking how he knows all of this, and begging for just one more chance, as she could give him any information. However, he says he doesn't need it, and looking at her scared face, he says that if he needed any information, he would already be torturing her, as he knows she's just a pawn in this game, merely a guide, and nothing more. Saying this, he charges, stabbing his dagger into her chest, making blood spurt everywhere, and knocking her lifeless to the ground. The system announces that an angel has been defeated and confirms that he was the first player to defeat an angel. Therefore, the title the First Angel Slayer was awarded. Because of this, he was rewarded with her angel's blood for killing the first angel. He gets excited seeing these rewards, as expected, being the first to earn these rewards. Like the Massacre rune, the rune acquired is automatically imprinted onto the player's body. Now, about the title First Angel Slayer. The condition is basically being the first player to kill an angel. The effect is that, when facing sacred beings, his attributes are doubled. As for the effect of the Massacre rune, every time an enemy is killed, all attributes increase by 1% up to a maximum of 100%, maintained until the current round ends. MC is happy, as the rewards are amazing, and if the other angels find out he already has this rune, they'll be shocked. Then he looks at the real reason for killing an angel. This is the angel's blood. It's a consumable type, and its rarity is unique. It allows one to change their class to Reaper and can only be used from level 10. Only the first player to kill an angel has the right to transfer their class to their natural enemy, a Reaper. All players can obtain a class starting at level 10, and there are a total of 30 different classes. Additionally, changing classes is something quite simple. It is only necessary to obtain a class change item, which is usually acquired through hunting or by meeting simple conditions. However, as always, there are exceptions, such as in the case of a change to a unique class granted only to one player, who obtains it under special circumstances. Furthermore, as expected, unique classes are on a completely different level from the other classes, since the bonus attributes, progress runes, skill compositions, and other things are extremely insane. Ryu notices that he came back without even finishing the first round, so he will use the reward for being first in all regions. The system asks him to choose one of the following special rewards. The first option is a bonus of 3 times the experience gained, which lasts throughout the second round. The second option is 2,000 gold, and the third option is exclusive information about how the second round will be. The MC is aware that the most important thing right now is to reach level 10 quickly so he can change classes. So he chooses the bonus of 3 times the experience gained. The buff is applied and will have an automatic effect in the second round. He looks at the angel's body disappearing and imagines that this is his last attempt, so there is nowhere else to go afterward, and because of that, he needs to get stronger no matter the cost. Combining all the regions, there was a total of 900,000 survivors, and in the current server, there was an average of 5,000. Additionally, it is announced that he will soon be transferred to the body in the existing dimension. After that, Young Min wakes up, startled, trying to understand if the noise he hears is the New Year's bell. He starts sweating cold, not having any idea of what happened, as apparently everyone is on the ground, as if they had fallen with him, not to mention the strange dream he had. He picks up his phone and notices that it is 5:20 in the morning, which means that the time spent in his dream was the same as in real life. His friends begin to wake up too, with sore heads, in addition to their bodies. One of the boys asks Young Min if he passed out. He answers yes, and that everyone present also passed out. They can't believe such an absurd thing, since, in addition to everyone passing out at the same time, they also had the same bizarre dream in another world. The gangster replies that he also had this bizarre dream, but confesses that apparently it wasn't a dream, as everyone is celebrating for having gotten out of that hellish world, also commenting on the goblins. Young Min comments that this must mean they will be sent to the next round every first day of the month, and notices that one of his friends is still lying down. He asks why the hell Taishik hasn't woken up yet, and they try to wake him up until they notice their friend with a purple face, becoming worried to the point of checking his body temperature and realizing it is completely cold. They panic, as Taishik, in addition to not breathing, also has no pulse. Young Min, worried, asks if this means he really died because of the game. James becomes terrified, asking if Taishik really died because he couldn't survive in the game. They come to the conclusion that all those still lying down must not be waking up because they are dead. Young Min begins to tremble, wondering what the hell kind of madness is happening, since it doesn't matter whether they were born rich or poor, because everyone is being treated the same. So there's no longer any reason to cry over an unfair life. He thinks about it and tells his friends not to worry, as now they just need to find a way to survive. James, terrified, says that life is unfair because they will die without ever having enjoyed life. Young Min looks at his 2 friends and warns them that they are not the only ones in this situation, and because of that, he asks what is unfair since everyone is in the same situation. Lu Yu finds this funny, as he always thought the gangster there had been a bully his whole life and doesn't feel like he will have any loss if he dies there, until he notices the handsome guy looking around and asking if he's by chance looking for the messenger boy. He replies that he can't find the bastard anywhere and starts wondering where the MC went, since he's absolutely sure he saw where he was before they passed out, and wonders if perhaps he didn't manage to make it past the first round, coming to the conclusion that it makes sense, since he was a weakling. At this moment, he looks to the side and sees a boy walking, which makes him question why the hell there's someone in strange clothes there, and starts to get worried, since this can only mean one thing. With this in mind, he tries to activate the attribute window, and immediately the system screen appears in front of him, showing his information from the other world, such as his nickname, that he's level 5, and some of his stats. Seeing this shocks him, as the attribute window really appeared even here. His friends decide to test it and are also shocked, as something like this shouldn't be possible. They wonder what they're doing, since apparently the system screen is only visible to the person themselves, and wonder how the hell this became reality outside of the dream world, and ask if it's possible to use the attributes and items outside too. Young Min picks up a stone from the ground to test it, and when he squeezes it, it explodes in his hand. He realizes that his strength is the same as in the dream world, and gets excited about this, as it's fucking awesome. That night, a report airs on TV, informing that in front of a block in the city, a bell was heard right after the new year, which immediately caused 10,000 civilians to lose consciousness simultaneously. It also reports that an unidentified woman dressed as an angel appeared in the sky, talking to these civilians. Not long after, a mysterious explosion happened after a civilian pointed at the woman and said something. Then the civilian died instantly. After this woman extended her hand, all 10,000 civilians passed out. It's reported that according to the police, most of the civilians who collapsed were between 15 and 29 years old, and it was confirmed that similar events occurred in other countries around the world. The MC begins to watch on his phone as people try to understand what happened and imagines that this is just the beginning. He observes that the articles about the deaths keep growing, while the real problem is somewhere else, as the fact that the player's abilities are transferred to reality is a mess. Although no one has a very high attribute yet, so nothing serious should happen. But he knows that as the levels increase, the story will be different. After all, these people have become transcendent entities, since no matter what modern weapons are used, or even the whole army, it won't be enough to suppress the players from the sheer power they will gain. Ryu starts to walk, imagining that he doesn't want to sit back and watch his world fall into chaos. And if he leaves things as they are, the Earth will collapse before the 20th round. So there is only one solution, which is to control all the players with overwhelming power. He is aware that to open the boss room, he'll need at least 5 players, who fortunately, he already has a sense of which ones have this potential and has even thought of a method to recruit them, although the time to act hasn't come yet, as there are more important things to do. After returning home, he opens the door and quickly looks to the side, noticing that his dear younger brother decided to eat ramen for dinner again. He goes to the room and notices that Ryuwan is already asleep, feeling happy that he has a brother who can fall asleep so quickly. He stops to think that his brother is already going into his 3rd year of high school and that, in fact, his family was normal. But after his parents died in a car accident, everything changed. One of the most drastic changes was that he became the guardian of one. He thinks about this while seeing his brother's injury. At this moment, he turns on the light, waking up the boy, who gets up asking if it's his brother there. He looks at his phone after waking up, realizing it's already 6 in the morning, but gets startled when the MC pulls off his blanket, telling him he doesn't have time to sleep and just asking him to get dressed since they'll need to leave. One asks where they're going, since if he says something like, they're going to see the sunrise, he prefers to sleep. He says this but changes his expression since he sees his older brother serious. The MC warns him that it's not the time to sleep or relax since the world is in chaos, and asks once again for him to get ready since he will explain what's going on the way. They start walking through the city, and one keeps looking at his brother since he's worried about what might have happened because he's being very serious. Ryumin confirms if his brother has no idea what's going on in the world. The boy asks what the hell he's talking about since he's scaring him, wondering if something happened while he was sleeping. The MC asks to see what the current topic is on his phone, and he immediately grabs it and asks what all of this means, since they're talking about an angel appearing and kidnapping civilians to another world. Ryumin explains that in fact, only the souls were taken, leaving the boy startled by this information, since it's clear his brother was one of those people, and asks if he's hurt or anything. He asks him not to worry, but one answers that it's not that simple, since his family is gone, and now he only has his older brother, remembering that all he could do was cry, since now all he has is Ryumin to fill the void left by the loss of his parents. And he's surprised to see him as the mentally strongest person he's ever seen, even though Having a brilliant mind and going around killing monsters are completely different things. The MC smiles and tells him he has an idea of what his brother is thinking, saying that inside that world, there's a system called attributes, like the ones in games. So his physical ability wasn't that important there. Besides that, he'll show him some things later so he won't be worried. And if he wants to know more about it, he should follow him. However, one stops in the middle of the street and says he doesn't want to wait, and if he wants him to follow, he should explain it right there. Otherwise, he won't move anymore. Asking once again, please, for him to tell, the MC notices the injury on his brother's hand, growing more furious about it. And that's when he says the name, Taegyu. He tells him they're going to Taegyu's hideout, the leader of the delinquents from his brother's class. He says this because he knows this is the guy making the threats. One, surprised by this, asks how he knew all of this, since he wasn't supposed to know. He gets worried since he didn't want his brother to be even more worried in such a difficult moment. The MC, thinking to himself, apologizes to one since, being honest with himself, he didn't know the truth, as he learned it a few hours after returning from his first time in the first round. On that day, one had told him he was going out for a bit, and a while later, the MC's phone rang. When he answered, the person asked if he was one's guardian and, if so, asked him to come to the hospital immediately. This left Ryumin so scared that he threw on any clothes and ran to the hospital. His brother came back blind after being beaten by Taegyu, which made the MC furious since, because of his weakness, he couldn't protect his younger brother. For this reason, still thinking to himself, he deeply apologizes and promises that no one will ever touch him again. Absolutely no one. Meanwhile, at the hideout, a man gets kicked in the stomach and is thrown away. The leader of the gang asks if he's trying to die since he had warned him to bring $200,000. He asks if he's really not going to answer and prepares to kick again while the rest of the gang bursts out laughing, saying they expected nothing less from the leader since he's ruthless even with his allies. They begin to get worried about this since the same might happen to them if they step out of line. Taegyu returns furious, since he was going to use that money to buy a new bike, but curses everyone as useless and asks one of the guys if he knows a place to get money. They think about where they could get some cash until one of the guys gets an idea and says, there's a certain guy in transportation, a tall person with black hair, not remembering exactly what his name is. Taegyu asks if by any chance they're talking about the little jerk one, since he was actually thinking of calling him to beat him up a little more in celebration of the new year. The henchmen are happy since they managed to point out someone, but the leader tells them not to get too excited since, as far as he knows, one is practically a beggar, revealing that no matter how much they beat him, he still wouldn't have any money to give since the boy's own house is in ruins. The three get discouraged as they just remembered that one doesn't have parents, and they say it's a drag. At that moment, the leader notices someone's presence and tells everyone to look. It was the MC, accompanied by his brother. Taegyu smiles since he wasn't expecting that visit and says that speaking of the devil, two little jerks showed up. He says this and shouts, calling one a bastard. The MC doesn't change his expression, unlike his brother, who is completely scared. The gang leader doesn't understand who is with one, but the boy's expression is making him nervous. So, he asks one who the little jerk next to him is, and asks if he brought a friend because he was feeling lonely. Ryumin interrupts, smiling, saying he's one's older brother. Taegyu starts laughing, saying he didn't give any permission to talk, besides warning them both that they're going to die. Then, he gives the order to the henchmen, and they go after the two. As one of them approaches, he starts making fun of the MC's height and asks if he wants to try throwing the first punch. He barely says this, and takes a punch straight to the face, knocking him out instantly. The second henchman is in shock seeing this, but goes after the MC anyway, missing his punch and taking another one to the face, which throws him away in the middle of the mess in the place. With that, there are two left, who are more confident, guaranteeing that there will be a death today. But Ryumin instantly strikes both of them, causing all of them to fall to the ground, trembling in pain. The chubby guy gets excited, thinking that one's brother really learned to fight somewhere, although it doesn't make a difference. So he approaches and asks if he thinks he's someone just because he learned a little boxing somewhere, and after getting close, asks what he's going to do. Since physique matters a lot in boxing, the MC smiles excitedly and asks if, by any chance, he hasn't been watching the news. Taegyu doesn't understand what one thing has to do with the other, so he calls him a bastard once again, rushing toward him and missing his first punch. Then, he tries to throw several punches and kicks, but doesn't manage to land a single one until his vision starts to get blurry from exhaustion. He's furious since he doesn't understand why the hell he can't land a single blow. Ryumin, with his hand overflowing with power, lands a punch right to the chubby guy's face, warning him that if he had listened to the news, he would never dream of fighting against a player. Taegyu steps back after taking the punch, but furious. He regains his composure and charges at him again, but throws a punch into thin air, not understanding where his target went, until he decides to turn around and takes another punch right to the face. The chubby guy starts shaking until he realizes one of his teeth fell out because of the punch he took. This makes him extremely furious, to the point of saying that he's going to kill the MC, and so he charges at him with everything, missing another punch. This time, Ryumin grabs his hand and lands several punches on his face. Meanwhile, the others inside the warehouse remain hidden, scared by the fight. The chubby guy starts to realize that the focus of the attacks is his face on purpose, and all he wants is to land a punch at least once. He charges forward and tries to land another hit, even pleading for the punch to land, but the MC, besides dodging, lands a solid kick to his stomach, sending him crashing into the wall, making the fat guy fall to his knees, trembling in pain. Ryumin asks if it's hurting, recalling the horrible feeling of seeing his brother in that state, and never forgetting that day. That's why he gets closer while the gang leader begs him not to come near. The MC crouches down, grabs his hand, and warns him that all of this is because he messed with his beloved younger brother. Taegyu can't believe it when he looks at his hand and starts screaming in desperation as all of his fingers were broken. Then Ryumin grabs the other hand and does the same, while the fat guy desperately screams in pain. At that moment, the rest of the gang takes the chance to run, as they can't believe what they're seeing. One also can't look, as the screams are scaring him. The MC gives a final warning, asking if he now knows what will happen if he messes with one again. Taegyu, dying in pain and crying, says he already knows and will never touch the kid again. Ryumin smiles, as the fat guy understood, but then grabs his hand again, wanting to finish the job properly to make sure he won't change his mind. The gang leader starts begging him not to say that, but it's useless since, outside the warehouse, you could hear the deafening screams of pain he was giving. After that, the MC leaves with his brother, but one, curious, asks how he managed to do all that, and if, by any chance, he learned martial arts. He answers that it's not that, as he talked about the players earlier and how it's possible to use those skills in real life. His brother is still confused by this, until the MC decides to show what he means, causing a glow in his hand, and a dagger appears shortly after. His brother is amazed since the dagger is beautiful and doesn't understand how it appeared out of nowhere. The MC tries to explain a little about how he acquired the game's abilities, and things start to make more sense to one, as now, it makes sense why he was so fast to the point of dodging all of Taegyu's punches. Ryumin explains that he has 11 points in dexterity, which is one of the game's attributes, and that, for comparison, a normal human has 3 points and a professional athlete has 10 points. They continue walking, with one asking what happens if the level increases. The MC answers that he doesn't know, as he has never reached that point. However, inside, he imagines that this is clearly a lie. After all, he doesn't plan to reveal that he's a regressor, since when he first revealed everything in his 11th regression, there was an incident where one was kidnapped by a player. He still thinks that, even though he got his revenge, he doesn't want something so humiliating to happen again because of him. After all, now all he has to do is be ready to protect him from the players in the future. He thinks about this and asks him to grab a coffee. They enter the cafe and the MC goes to the ATM. He puts in his card, thinking about how he has saved so much until now. He makes a transaction of 100,000, leaving 33,000 behind. His brother is surprised by how much money he sees, but the MC just asks what they should pick that day. One doesn't like this at all since everything there is expensive, but his brother tells him to relax, as he wants him to eat whatever he wants. He warns that he doesn't want to see him eating just ramen. One understands this, but asks if they'll survive if they start eating like this. The MC says it'll be fine. Then he picks a spicy pork belly, as he's really craving it, and his eyes shine, as he definitely wants to eat that. Ryuman warns that any time now, they'll order a Korean steak at the restaurant, but his brother asks what he's talking about, as the food he's holding is more than perfect. The MC is happy to see his brother so happy and imagines that in a few days, he'll give him so much meat that he'll even get sick of it. They prepare the food right there, and one tries it, saying it's really good. Suddenly, Ryuman gets up and asks them to wait, walking to another place. He comes back, tapping a pen on the table, and also shows up with several lottery tickets. One is shocked, asking why the hell he bought 20 lottery tickets, as that adds up to 100,000, and there's no way of knowing if he will win. To make it worse, he sees the MC filling out the tickets, and is even more shocked, wanting to know why the hell he chose the same numbers on all the tickets. He answers that the reason is simple, since those are the winning numbers. The two sit down at the table while the lottery runs on one's phone, announcing that it's the 1049th lottery, and they will start drawing the numbers. He gets impatient, as they just threw 100,000 away, making a bet on a lottery where the chances are less than 1%. He feels depressed, as with that much money, they could have bought a lot of food. The numbers begin to be called, starting with 3, the second is 18, the third is 9, and the fourth number is 38. As the numbers are drawn, one can't believe what he's seeing, as in the end, it's announced that the winning numbers are 3, 18, 9, 38, 21, and 1. And lastly, the bonus number is 5, exactly the same numbers the MC picked on all the tickets. He simply can't believe what he's seeing, as it's insane to have guessed all the numbers, and he starts crying, asking if he can pinch himself to see if it's not a dream, and asking if it's really not a dream. The MC smiles and asks if he would prefer it to be a dream. He replies that he wouldn't, but still doesn't understand how this is possible, then celebrates, as they came in first place. Then, Ryuman asks him not to shout about it, as the neighbors might hear. He then asks if he really liked it. His brother replies that he's so happy and asks if he's not feeling the same. He answers that he is, imagining that he felt the same way the first time since he himself shouted a lot, remembering one of his regressions when the result came out, and he got rich. However, after several regressions, it became an annual common event that he always does, as he needs the maximum amount of money possible each time. He also remembers that there were 900 million deaths, and the economy will be in chaos. There's also the issue of item trading between players, which will become much more active in the future, as it is done with money. One, still in disbelief, admits that he can't process that the 100 tickets came in first place, and, therefore, asks when it will turn into money. Ryuman answers that he has no idea but is aware it will be a huge amount, enough to shake the world. The next day, the MC goes to the Manhwa Bank, and, while walking among the people, he thinks that he's collected this prize so many times that he no longer gets nervous. After entering, he goes straight to speak with the person in charge, saying he's there to collect the first place lottery prize. The employee congratulates him on the reward and wonders if he really won first place, as he looks like just an ordinary student. He then asks where he bought the tickets. He answers that it was at QS24 at the Yeonhui branch. Hearing this shocks the attendant, as he remembers the conversation with someone who said that 115 winning tickets were all from the Yeonhui branch. The man also mentioned that the biggest surprise was that 100 of those tickets were from the same person. He stresses that if the winner of those 100 tickets shows up to claim the reward, they should immediately call the bank's president, as the person is a VIP guest. After all of this, he apologizes for being spaced out and asks for a moment. A few moments later, the bank president appears and greets the MC, saying his name is Junho. He then asks if he is the person who won first place in the lottery, offering his sincerest congratulations for this achievement and invites him to a more private place as they're talking about a very large sum. After they arrive at the new location, they enter the room, and an employee immediately greets him, wondering if the person next to the president is his son or something like that. July then informs that this is a VIP client who is there to collect the prize, and for that reason asks please to let him feel comfortable. Only then does she realize that perhaps the boy who is looking at her is the person who won with the 100 tickets and, still nervous, tries to remain calm since he is such a valuable client. For that reason, she asks him to sit down, also welcoming him and asking if he would like any drink, such as coffee, juice, or tea. He replies that he's fine, and that the most important thing at that moment is that he wants to receive the reward directly. She says that it's fine, that first she just needs to confirm the tickets. He hands over the tickets, leaving the woman unable to believe that a student bought so many tickets, all with the same number, wondering if perhaps the MC can see the future or something like that. After checking, she informs that they are indeed all winning tickets, and, unable to believe what she's about to say, says that his reward is 22.5 billion won. After tax deductions, the prize became 15 billion. The first thing the MC did was look for a place to live. Then he opened a stock account since Bitcoin was expected to rise 500% the following month. So he planned to invest in stocks after increasing his money with Bitcoin. After that, they move into the new house, and Ryumin asks his brother if he liked it. He replies that he liked it a lot, since he'd never seen such a big house up close, but admits that he didn't understand why his brother chose to pay rent when, with the money they earned, they could have bought the house. The MC responds that he kept just 1 billion with him and invested all the other 14 billion in Bitcoin. One simply can't believe what he just heard, but the MC reassures him right away, as he can already imagine what he will say about this madness, but he informs that he can get more through the lottery at any moment since he saw the next 4 results in his dreams. His brother's eyes shine since he has never heard of people who dream about lottery numbers, and he immediately begs the MC not to forget any of these numbers under any circumstances. He imagines there's no way to forget, since he's done it countless times, and invites one to go eat something outside since they'll be moving again that day. In another place, someone punches the wall so hard that it breaks. It was Young Min testing his strength. He's excited since he was sure it was a good idea to put all his points into strength, and so he prepares another punch, throwing several punches at the wall, excited because he also gained the strength rune that doubles the player's strength. He stands admiring the impact of his punches on the wall since it's something even Mike Tyson would envy, and decides that now is the time to test it in a real fight. With this thought, he goes straight to Ryumin's house and starts knocking on the door, calling for him. He finds the lack of response strange, but doesn't imagine that the boy might have died, even though he doesn't answer the calls either. Then, he starts remembering the look he received before the game started and gets furious since no one has ever looked at him so arrogantly. And that's why his will now is to kill him. He keeps knocking on the door frantically, aware that both are players with attributes. But a loser will always be a loser until he decides to stop knocking on the door since it's clear that Ryumin is hiding inside. Because of this, he keeps his hands still and tries to listen for even a single breath from inside, saying that he's leaving since there's no one there. However, he says this trying to fool the MC, because if he hears anything from inside, he will destroy the door. At this moment, an old man appears, asking what he's doing in front of someone's door. Young Min is intrigued and asks if that old man is the building manager or something like that. The old man replies that he is, and asks if he's there to meet a friend. Young Min changes his expression, replying that it's exactly that, and asks if he could open the door since he lost contact with that friend. However, the old man interrupts, saying it's a shame since apparently that friend left him behind. This leaves the gangster confused. The old man says that the room is now empty since the student who lived there moved somewhere else, but unfortunately, he doesn't know exactly where. Young Min clenches his fist, furious, imagining that he let his errand boy escape like that. Meanwhile, in front of a giant building, one is amazed at how tall it is, and also comments that there's a revolving door at the entrance. At the reception, he notices that there are also entry cards, and the security is very tight since identity confirmation is required. He can't hide his surprise as he finds the place way too incredible. The MC asks him to follow until they finally arrive at the place, which is extremely large. After arriving, he informs that the place is about 330 square meters, leaving one shocked since it's way too big for an apartment. And he asks if by any chance it's not too big for just the two of them to live in. He also asks how much the contract was. The MC replies that the size had to be at least that since he has the money for it, and that the contract was $550 million as a deposit and then $22 million per month. His brother is in shock, unable to believe that just the monthly rent will be $22 million, since not long ago he had to think twice before spending a mere $5,000 on a snack as it was too much. So he asks if it's not too expensive since they could look for something cheaper. Ryuman replies that no, they need to spend as much as possible, thinking only about security. He imagines that on the first day of each month, all players will suffer from narcolepsy, and this is the most vulnerable period for everyone since they will be susceptible to disasters like fires and earthquakes, as well as assassins hired by other players. In other words, when the time comes, all players need to prepare to go to the other world and still keep their bodies safe in real life. He is aware that no matter how incredible a person may be in the other world, all of that ends if they die in real life. After imagining all this, he asks his brother if he liked the house, and one obviously says he did, but looks thoughtful about something, which makes him a little down, until suddenly he apologizes to Ryuman, saying that his brother will soon be dragged to the other world while he himself is here enjoying things and hadn't thought much about it, which is why he's apologizing. The MC grabs his shoulder and asks why he's so down since he will return in the next round. Then, he calls him to go to a Korean restaurant on the second floor until he notices his phone ringing and finds it funny that Youngmin finally realized he moved, but he considers just ignoring it since it's not like they will meet again in real life. Even though, in the other world, things will be different. Think about it and put the phone in your pocket without answering. After the change, a day passes, and the MC wakes up and notices that his brother is getting ready, so he asks if he is going somewhere. One replies that he ordered some rice cakes, and therefore will go pick them up. The MC doesn't understand since, out of nowhere, he is talking about rice cakes, which makes him believe this is too strange, as he doesn't remember something like this happening, even though he is aware that all regressions to the past are not a guarantee that everything will happen the same way. But this rice cake story is the first time he is hearing about it. Since he is racking his brain over this, he decides to ask why he bought these rice cakes. His brother replies that he will distribute them to the neighbors since it is good manners. The MC finds this interesting since indeed it is good manners, but he asks him to wait since he will greet them together. They start by intercom calling the first apartment, and a voice comes out asking who it is. One replies that they just moved in next door and therefore would like to say hi. A young woman opens the door, greeting them, and also asks if they are brothers since they look very similar. One, with a huge smile on his face, replies that they are, and lets her know they are there to give a rice cake, asking her to eat it while it's still warm. She is surprised by the beautiful cake and thanks them since she can't wait to eat it. One thanks her, and they continue their journey, delivering to all the residents they encountered and thus getting to know the people in the building. After that, they finally go to the last apartment, as it took them quite a while to attend to everyone. As they walk, the MC mentions that this floor is the penthouse, since floors 44 and 45 are used. One is surprised to hear this since the people who live there are probably super rich. The MC explains that he doesn't actually know the details, but it is probably a wealthy family or maybe a celebrity. They ring the doorbell, but no one answers. He rings it again, but no one appears. One assumes that no one is in the apartment, so maybe they will have to leave, until he turns around and is startled, as there was someone there after all. But he can't believe what he is seeing since it was the actress Erin Seo. One cannot hide his embarrassment since she is so beautiful that she looks more like an angel. Suddenly, someone steps in front and asks if they are fans. The MC apologizes since that is not the case, as they are just the neighbors from the floor below. One then shows the cake and asks if they want some. The man says he doesn't want any, and besides, Aaron doesn't eat that kind of thing. He goes to the elevator, calls for it, and asks the girl to follow him. She walks past, but before that, she looks back. The MC admits that he doesn't know who the guy is, but he was really rude and asks his brother not to pay too much attention to it. He replies that he is fine and is amazed, asking if the MC saw it. Ryumin asks, saw what? He replies that he saw the actress. After all, they were right in front of them, and it was like seeing a mermaid. Meanwhile, several news reports are coming out about celebrities not waking up after the Great New Year's event. The one watching these reports is Erin, not understanding how the hell the world is still functioning, until she gets a notification on her phone asking if she has seen the news, telling her that Solon died. She continues the conversation, but in her thoughts, she can only imagine that someone more famous than her ended up dying in the first round of the game, and she is scared since the same could have happened to her if she hadn't gotten a good rune, and she is glad she managed to grow at least a little. She also imagines that she wouldn't have made it this far without the company's sponsorship. At this moment, Hoan approaches and asks why she is lost in thought, then asks her to relax since she can speak honestly with him. She explains that she has no idea how the world ended up like that and doesn't know if they will survive the next round. He tells her not to worry ahead of time since it makes no sense to torture herself for nothing, so she can just trust and relax. Erin just smiles since there is no one else to trust. She says that, but deep down, she knows he has become cautious because they assigned her a manager and a security guard. At first, she imagined it was just to observe her, but one thing she admits is that if it weren't for him, she definitely would have died right away in the first round. Hoan warns that he will protect her no matter what happens, and that's why she can't give up or get discouraged. She gets excited and thanks him for the support. Then, she comments about earlier since the neighbors apparently just moved in, and the cake looked delicious. He warns that she will gain weight if she eats that, but her point is that they took the trouble to come and greet them and must have felt hurt. Hoan asks her not to think about it since they probably just wanted something from her, but Erin imagines she didn't get that impression because they seemed like two good people. Besides, she considers that they looked over 15 years old, so they probably killed the 100 goblins to survive, and finds it incredible since she noticed that the two didn't seem scared or anything like that, even after going through all of that. The security guard finds it funny that she says that since only an idiot would fail that mission. She finds it funny too, since the ability he gained is extremely useful in the other world, and yet it wasn't as incredible as the Black Reaper, whom she saw killing goblins as if they were nothing. He was so powerful that she almost felt sorry for the goblins. Besides trying to imagine what that boy's job would be in real life, as it would be amazing to work with someone like him in the second round. She gets more and more scared since she survived the first round purely by luck, but she is unsure how the second round will be. Time passes, and it is already January 31st at 11 o'clock in the morning. One is vacuuming, cleaning the house, until he notices that his brother has returned and asks if he made any profit. The MC replies that he did, although it wasn't much since it was around 15 billion, and he decides to tell how it went at the bank since the president of the place was shocked to see who was the lucky client this time. So he decided to ask what the secret was to winning so many times. The MC explains that he received a divine message in his dreams, but Junho just jokes that having a dream like that would be wonderful. One finds the story funny and asks if he will put everything into Bitcoin. He replies that he will, as it has now risen to 150 billion. However, his brother asks if they shouldn't start withdrawing since he is terrified of losing everything. The MC turns around and replies that it's not time yet, but asks him not to worry too much since everything is under control, also inviting him to lunch. They have lunch and walk around the city. After all that, he goes to bed, and One stays by his side. While holding his hand tightly, the boy pleads for him to return safely. Ryumin, with a broad smile on his face, asks him not to worry since what he did to Tegyu is a glimpse of the power he possesses, and tells his brother to go to sleep and not to worry too much about it, since he will wake up before he even realizes it. He says that, and the time arrives as his spirit starts being teleported, just like the spirits of all the other players who survived the first round. People can't believe they were teleported so quickly, and apparently, it's still the same place as before. A girl looks to the side and asks if that isn't the same person from before, the famous Black Reaper, who ranked first in the previous round. The MC notices that people are distancing themselves, probably because they recognized him, and he also notices Young Min's presence. Suddenly, an angel appears, asking if everyone is already there. Everyone is surprised since this time, a different angel appeared. Estrid introduces herself, explaining that the angel responsible for the first round had an accident and therefore won't be able to attend. But she asks everyone not to worry, since she will now be responsible for the second round. He says this with a wicked smile, in addition to spreading his wings in an imposing manner, as he is about to announce the objective of the second round. Immediately, the system opens to everyone, announcing round 2. It also shows the number of final participants from all regions and their current region. Everyone is puzzled, as the panel isn't saying anything about killing monsters, even though there's a number of conclusions, and it might mean that everyone will survive this time. Estrid notes that she sees the confusion of everyone, and, because of that, decides to explain. She says that, as everyone noticed, the current round has nothing to do with battles, and will end once they choose a representative from their region. This representative can use their authority to forcefully command other humans and will crawl or even die if ordered. She warns that in 3 hours, everyone will receive voting tickets and will be able to select the person they want to be the representative. One of the players asks if it will really end with just that. She replies that yes, as after the vote, the mission will end and everyone will be able to return home, considering it a rest round if they prefer. Everyone gets excited as, in addition to not needing to fight, they'll return home without doing anything more. The angel asks them to discuss among themselves for the next 3 hours to decide who will be the representative of the region. With that, the voting time begins. Everyone celebrates, as the mission seems very easy, unlike Young Min, who is furious because he really wanted to fight. His friend asks him to relax, as coming back alive is a good thing. He responds that he put all his points into strength, and not being able to show all that power is frustrating. The MC just watches, as it seems that Young Min got a strength rune once again, and everything is going as before. He starts walking toward the forest, as he knows that finding a representative is the least of the problems, because if there's a main mission, there will also be optional missions. He grabs his dagger, as the optional mission there is about promotion to get a class. He firmly holds his dagger, as a goblin is just ahead, and that's why he needs to reach level 10 as quickly as possible. The hobgoblin immediately charges at him due to the provocation, and Ryumin does the same, defeating the monster with just one attack. A notification announces that the hobgoblin was defeated, and the kill count increases by 1 of 100. The triple experience bonus has also been applied, so he gained 9% experience and an additional 15 gold. All attributes will increase by 1% due to the effects of the rune of the kill. Ryumin believes he should go deeper into the forest to hunt them, as where there's one goblin, there are hundreds. He barely says this when he sees several approaching. Seeing this makes him happy, as now he can put his plan into action. He begins his extermination, slicing them one by one, reaching 50 in the kill count. All attributes are increased by 50% due to the effects of the rune of the kill, and his level also increases. The countdown until the vote is 2 hours, 29 minutes, and 24 seconds. He is surprised, as only 30 minutes have passed, and he decides to check his status window and notices that his level is already 9. With the 8 available attribute points, he decides to put them all into dexterity, as that's the most important at the start, unlike if he had gotten the strength rune, because then he would need to put all points into strength, even though surviving with just that attribute is difficult. After all, one may have infinite strength, but if struck by a fatal blow, he will die whether he wants to or not. He sees his current attributes: 4 points in strength, 4 in intelligence, 30 in dexterity, and 4 in luck. Strength increases physical damage, health, and defense. Intelligence increases magical damage, willpower, and thinking capacity. Dexterity increases attack speed, movement speed, and evasion chance. Lastly, luck increases critical hit chance, item drop chance, and additional gold chance. He is aware that it's not possible to be completely dependent on any of them, especially for the Reaper class, which uses both magical and physical damage, so it's ideal to have all attributes maximized. Suddenly, something catches his attention, and he is surprised, as apparently someone followed him, and, due to focusing on hunting, he didn't notice it. He finds this strange, as in, none of his regressions has anyone done this. Therefore, he raises his dagger and asks the person to appear, and if they don't, they should start praying. Suddenly, the person steps out, and he quickly realizes who it is, being surprised by her appearance to the point of considering that she might be the actress Arin Seo. She apologizes for following him as another person approaches, apologizing as well and warning that they don't have bad intentions. So they ask him not to get angry. Ryumin wonders if that guy is Sangchul and can't believe it, because if it really is, he's Gyeonglok's right-hand man. Gyeonglok is the eldest son of one of the largest companies in the country and is the player nicknamed Celestial Demon, as well as being one of his targets. Having this player by his side would greatly improve his growth in many aspects. But the one who should recruit him is the priestess who was with this guy during the 20th round. He admits inwardly to being surprised to encounter this guy so soon and doesn't understand why he is with Aaron until he remembers the head of security who was protecting her and wonders if they are the same person. This makes him recall a story about Gyeonglok sponsoring a celebrity. However, after thinking about all this, he asks why they are following him, not liking any of it, as the future has changed once again. She, frightened, tells him she saw him leaving the others and followed him as soon as he entered the forest, apologizing in case this made him angry and explaining that they are only there to make an offer. He asks what this offer is. She is happy that he at least wants to listen and tells him she's been thinking about them cooperating with each other. Ryumin finds this funny, as the word cooperate means both sides need each other, and asks how they would be useful, since he's already doing quite well on his own. Therefore, he asks them not to waste his time. He says this and walks away, as he has no intention of forming a team with them. While the MC walks away, the man asks what's wrong with that guy, as it's impossible for someone to have such a big ego. He says this and sees Aaron fall to the ground for no reason. She says that the MC isn't the first in rank for nothing, as she felt an overwhelming pressure coming from him. Sangchul doesn't understand what kind of pressure that is, but he understands that it's natural to feel nervous when a blade is pointed in your direction. She gets up and admits that she really wanted to form a team with him, but apparently it didn't happen. Her bodyguard says he expected this, as people who are too proud are difficult to deal with, and asks them not to waste time chasing after someone who doesn't want anything to do with anyone. Aaron answers that it's fine and is surprised, as she never imagined there would be goblins in the forest, so she asks if they should hunt for a while. She says this, and the two leave to hunt. Meanwhile, in the forest, a goblin is rummaging through the area until the MC appears behind him and finishes him off with a single strike, as his focus is to level up as much as possible. His kill count is already at 60, and all his attributes have been increased by 60%. Suddenly, a different enemy approaches, exciting the MC, as the Nulls have decided to appear this time, thinking it's his lucky day. The wolf monsters immediately rush to attack and leap toward Ryumin, who just tightens his grip on his dagger, and, with one single strike, takes them all out at once, defeating a new enemy. His kill count rises to 65, and his level also increases, finally reaching level 10. With this, all the conditions for class advancement have been met. Now that he's fulfilled the requirements, it's announced that he can access the shop, in addition to the existence of a hidden extra mission. He looks at his system screen and reads the information about this secondary mission. It's necessary to advance before the devotion time. He needs to acquire the advancement item and thus obtain the class. If successful, the tickets will have a 50% discount on daily items. He stops to think that the people who will be seeing this side mission will probably be confused since they have no idea what he is talking about. After all, everyone knows that gaining a class is great, But the problem is that no one knows how to obtain the progress item, which can usually be obtained after meeting special conditions. For example, only warriors need to increase their strength to at least 10 and kill 30 monsters within the same horde to obtain the item. Berserkers need to hunt for a period of time while bleeding. Assassins need to successfully stab monsters multiple times. He imagines that, at first, he also hunted monsters repeatedly, and this unlocked the Hunter class for him. But after discovering the Reaper of Death class, he only kept that one throughout all the regressions. After all this, he uses the progress item, and a notification appears saying that the class cannot be changed, so he needs to choose carefully. That's why the system asks if he wants to advance to the Reaper class. The MC immediately clicks yes since there's no need to think about it, and a strong light bursts all over his body with a notification announcing his progress to the Reaper class. As a reward, he also obtained the Reaper rune. Its effect is that when used during the day, weapon attacks are doubled, and when used at night, attack speed is also increased by 50%. While motionless at night, the chance of being detected by an enemy is greatly reduced. The rune is automatically imprinted on the player's body. Additionally, as a reward, he also obtained the Reaper's Scythe. Seeing this leaves Ryumin surprised, since he obtained both the rune and the weapon from his progress. His rank also increased from beginner to apprentice. He opens his attribute window, checking his new class, his attribute points, and other information. The MC imagines that players in that world are divided into 6 ranks: Grandmaster at level 99, Master at level 60, Specialist at level 40, Regular at level 20, Apprentice at level 10, and Beginner at level 1. Moreover, a notification appears saying he learned a skill from the Reaper class. He obtained the Death Insignia. It creates an insignia that only the target and the caster can see. The remaining health of the target becomes visible. An additional 100% damage will be dealt to the target every time the caster attacks, and only one target can be affected at a time. In addition, he also equipped the Reaper's Scythe, which is of rare rank and increases his attack by 25. It adds 1 additional attack per strike, up to 5. Its durability is 225 uses, and the restriction is apprentice or higher. Its description says it's an enormous scythe, said to be used by the Reaper, and difficult to handle for a beginner. With all this progress, the MC was identified as the first player to advance, and as a reward for being the first to progress, he obtained the random gold pouch. Because of this, he learned the track skill. Its effect is that it tracks the location of the desired target. However, the face and nickname must match for the target to be considered valid. The price is 20,000 gold coins. The MC admits he is happy. After all, he gained a skill that costs 20,000 gold, and because of that, he decides to test it, searching for the target Yang Min in his mind. Since the nickname and face matched, the skill began tracking the target, locating him 190 meters away. If he wants the exact location, he just has to follow the skill's arrow. Ryumin finds it strange that he's 190 meters away, since that means Yang Min entered the forest, unlike the last time when he was 2 kilometers away, so he believes he should go take a look. Meanwhile, Sangchul and Arin are walking through the forest when she falls to the ground, saying she can't run anymore since her leg can't take it. He asks her to try, since they need to keep going at all costs, because if they're caught, it will be a problem. The girl apologizes since the spot where the arrow hit her is burning. Sangchul explains that, although it's a theory, he believes that even if he hurts himself here, it won't affect his body in the real world, so he should just find a way to survive until they return home. She says she understands and will endure. However, she gets scared when she sees someone talking to them. It's Yang Min and his gang, saying that apparently she's not hurt enough. Sangchul starts to worry, calling Aaron a damn bitch in his thoughts, since they were caught because of her. He prepares to fight since he has no other choice but to do so. Yang Min gets happy seeing this, and asks if he really wants to fight, asking to see how many guys they have. The bodyguard tries to negotiate, asking why they are doing this when they haven't done anything to them. But he replies that he's aware they didn't do anything and makes it clear that they only want one thing. He says this while pointing at Aaron, since he only wants her. revealing that they don't want anything to do with a bodyguard, as they're only eyeing Aaron. His allies ask if it's really Aaron, since, although her face and name are the same, it could just be a fan pretending to be her, but they don't care about that since, on the outside, they look the same. Hearing this, the girl becomes terrified. Youngmin makes it clear that if they leave Aaron there, they'll allow an old man to escape. Sangchul starts reflecting that he should have known Aaron would be the target from the start, and in reality, he could have just abandoned her without a second thought. And honestly, he doesn't intend to die for a woman. However, he knows he has a problem, since if he doesn't protect her, he'll disappoint the director of Gyeonglok, and that's why he takes a battle stance. Youngmin finds this funny, asking if an old man really wants to fight. The bodyguard asks if he's aware that he's about to commit a crime. The big guy laughs out loud, finding this funny since there are no laws there, and asks if he's going to report him when he returns to the real world. He also asks him to show the proof, since they don't even use their real faces there. Sangchul grows more and more withdrawn from these provocations and also realizes that just words won't solve this, so he'll have to fight with his injured body. At that moment, he notices someone beside him asking if it's really the Black Reaper there. Young Min becomes worried since he didn't see anyone approaching. The MC steps forward and asks what they're doing there. Young Min tries to tell him to go away, but Ryumin tells him to shut up, as he's not talking to him, but to Sangchul. Wanting to know the situation, he yells, explaining that those guys are after Aaron and ambush them for that, and warns that if he helps, he'll be in debt to the famous Black Reaper. The MC then looks to the side and asks if that's true. Young Min answers that he doesn't care if it's true or not, telling the MC to go his way. However, he starts walking, radiating a terrifying aura, and warns that those two are known to him. The gang gets scared, asking what that means, but Ryumin just appears with his bloody scythe, warning that he won't ignore a wounded person. Young Min doesn't like what he is seeing at all, while the girl and her bodyguard thank the MC for this help. Ryumin is aware that this situation is not so good for him, although on one hand, he is helping the bodyguard, so he will make a good impression on Gyeonglok. If a rich kid like this person owes him a favor and it snowballs, in the end, the rewards will be much better, not to mention that he doesn't like any of those bastards. The whole gang is cornered, and Youngmin warns them not to come closer or they will die. The MC remains silent, watching this, and asks what the problem is since, apparently, they don't want to fight. He is cornered because he doesn't understand what he is saying. After all, they clearly remember the famous Black Reaper tearing goblins apart in an instant, besides ranking at the top last time, so obviously, no one would want to face this kind of monster in that world. Suddenly, he is startled to see the MC placing his scythe on the ground and also asking him to be honest if he doesn't want to fight. Youngmin finds this strange and asks if he will really let him go if he tells the truth. Ryumin says he will consider it if he gets on his knees and sincerely begs for his life. This makes him start sweating cold since he is clearly asking him to humiliate himself in front of his friends, and even in front of Aaron. He starts getting furious about this because he would like to avoid a fight, but this anger is overflowing in his veins until he stops for a moment to reflect, remembering the punches he was able to land on a wall. If he is strong enough to do that, then, if he gets lucky, he might even be able to send the famous Black Reaper flying with a single punch. Thinking about this gives him a sliver of hope, so he asks if he is not going too far, talking nonsense. He says this and starts walking, asking if he really thinks he would humiliate himself by kneeling. Still sweating cold, he judges it necessary to close the distance by walking naturally, since this will create an opening to land a clean punch that not even someone strong could survive. After all, he can't imagine a human enduring something that can break a brick wall. Suddenly, the MC drops his scythe, and it starts disappearing, leaving Youngmin confused and asking what the hell he is doing. Ryumin responds that it's a bit unfair to use a weapon while his opponent is unarmed, since winning like that would be quite boring. Youngmin gets extremely irritated hearing this, and retorts that he is being completely ridiculous. But the MC doesn't waste time and starts running, leaving him startled since, all of a sudden, his opponent got so close. He gets excited seeing this, thinking that the famous Black Reaper is a complete idiot, since, Besides dropping his scythe, he also exposed his head so easily, so he throws a punch, telling him to die. However, the MC calmly dodges and lands a full force kick to his stomach, sending him flying far away. Young-min starts trembling on the ground because of this kick and begins murmuring until Ryumin tells him to stop cursing and lands another kick to his head, sending him even farther. Then, he grabs his opponent's shirt and starts delivering multiple blows to his head, leaving Young-min dazed, unable to understand how a fist can be so strong to the point that it feels like his head is being hammered. He doesn't understand how someone there is as strong as he is in terms of strength, since he should be the only one with the physical strength rune. He reflects on all this until he takes the final punch before blacking out. At this moment, his underlings start calling for their leader, and one of them raises his bow and fires an arrow. Eren panics, telling the Black Reaper to dodge, but he, already aware of it, dodges. The underling doesn't let himself be intimidated and prepares another arrow, but Ryumin, already aware of it, gets ready and starts running at high speed, dodging everything coming his way until he gets close enough to ask if he really thinks he was lucky to get a mere bow while hunting monsters. With a smile, he summons his scythe and sarcastically says it's truly a shame they met. With just one move, he cuts off the henchman's arm, making the archer fall to the ground immediately, screaming in pain. The two remaining start cursing, asking if he really thinks he can mess with them and get away unscathed. They charge at him right after, warning that he won't leave there alive. But the MC asks if they really believe that, activating his death insignia on the opponent. Additionally, he grips his scythe tightly and attacks with full force, striking the opponent's legs, making him fall to the ground, also screaming in pain, causing the last one to become completely terrified. Ryumin keeps advancing toward this last one who, as he approaches, asks if he really has the courage to point a knife like that. That's why he grabs it and cuts the man's arm as well, leaving another one terrified since he lost a limb. The MC analyzes the situation and didn't expect anything less from the death insignia since it doubles the damage dealt, allowing him to cut through even armor in a single strike. He watches everyone trembling in fear on the ground and thinks he can't end things like this since he needs to instill fear so they will never dare to cause trouble again. Thinking that, he goes after the last guy who attacked. Now everyone is even more injured, besides begging him to stop, feeling like they are going to die. Ryumin tells them to stop whining since they can't die just from that, until he realizes they are already done for. He looks to the side, noticing there's still one left, ordering Young-min to come out from behind the tree, since there's no point in hiding because there are no exceptions here. Then, with a swing of his scythe, he delivers a powerful slash that cuts off his arm, making him scream in agony. He tells the crybaby once again not to cry since it doesn't hurt that much. He says that while recalling when he was mistreated by that gang and realizes nothing compares to that pain. Thinking about it, he delivers another attack, cutting off the other arm while Aren and Sangchul just watch. He is shocked watching this fight, since he never imagined that the Black Reaper was capable of mercilessly cutting off both arms of an opponent who had already lost the will to fight. And even though he sees that massacre as something terrible, he actually likes the composure the MC is showing. Thinking about this makes him certain that the Black Reaper is someone who can rival the president. At this moment, Ryumin approaches, asking if the two are okay. Sangchul replies that they are, thanks to that help. Then, the MC tells them not to worry about being attacked by those guys anymore, since they won't be able to move, and therefore, they can go ahead and do the voting. The two bow down, thanking him once again for his help, until Eren asks if, at this rate, those guys won't end up dying. He asks what the problem would be if they died, since even animals are more civilized than them. He says that, and realizes the girl is really soft, since it makes no sense to care about the lives of scumbags as if she were some saint. He suspects she is only doing this to maintain a saintly image because she is a celebrity. At this moment, Sangchul calls his attention, asking if he can say something. He asks why spare the lives of those guys, since there wouldn't be any problem in that world even if he killed them all. Hearing this makes Young-min nervous, Ryuman smiles at that question, since he is increasingly realizing that this guy really acts as Gyenglok's right-hand man. So he responds that the reason is simple. He gains no benefit from killing them. Sangchul worries about that answer, wanting to know if that gang couldn't cause trouble in the future or something like that. He looks once more at all of them injured on the ground and asks if he really believes those guys could be a problem for him, also explaining that it's not good to have a decline in the population since the number of participants would also decrease because of that. The bodyguard realizes that's true since, as he said, the number of spots for those who finish the round would also decrease. He finds this very interesting since the Black Reaper thought so far ahead, having a completely different understanding of the game compared to the other players. After reflecting, they say they understood and therefore will no longer pay attention to the trash on the ground. With everything settled, the MC says he will leave, but he asks him to wait a moment, at least giving him his account in the real world so they can offer some compensation for that help. However, Ryuman says it is not necessary and leaves. The two are surprised since the Reaper helped without even expecting a reward, and for that reason, they are aware that they must immediately report it to the president when they return to the real world. At this moment, Young Min is groaning on the ground as if trying to say something, and Sangchul just stares, holding back his urge to kill. However, he cannot do that since, as the Reaper said, it would bring no benefit, so he simply calls Aaron to leave. Meanwhile, all the players are still deciding who to vote for, even getting into fights since many want to be the representative. The other players ask them to stay calm, because the key there is to unite forces and not fight if they want to move forward. For this reason, one person volunteers, saying they cannot have a representative who loses his head so easily. Another one then says that his father is a member of Congress, so for that reason, he would be more than ideal for the position of player's representative. However, the others do not believe that story and ask how he could prove it. At that moment, someone grabs their attention. It's a guy nicknamed Chocolate Mint Boy, saying there are only 2 hours left until the end of the vote, so they cannot waste time in such a foolish way. The others ask how they could solve this situation if that's the case. He replies that he has a good solution for that. Everyone falls silent since they want to hear what the boy has to say. This excites him because everyone is following his words, and he expected nothing less from his persuasive rune. He remembers when he got this rune and was pissed because the persuasion rune increases the chances of persuading the target, provided the target is capable of conversation. This effect does not apply to targets of a higher level than the caster. His frustration came immediately after, since there was no way for that rune to incapacitate monsters, as they cannot even talk. Until, at one point, he looked to the side and noticed some people fighting well, so he decided to test it, shouting to the group that a woman was in a dangerous situation and they needed to leave the goblins to help her. The crowd immediately agrees, since helping must come first, and so he took advantage of that moment to finish off the goblins that were already near death on the ground. He imagines that if things keep going like this, he will easily become the representative of that region. So he continues talking with his rune activated, saying that they first need to decide on the candidates, reducing the options to a maximum of 5 people, and holding a vote among them. Everyone starts agreeing, saying it's not a bad idea since it makes sense, as the way they were going, they wouldn't get anywhere. Joni then asks them to begin and requests that those who want to participate raise their hands. The chubby guy immediately does so, but he warns that one cannot recommend oneself, since that would be the same situation as before. This frustrates him. Chocolate Boy finds it amusing because it's too easy to persuade losers. In this situation, everyone starts racking their brains, as they are unsure who they should recommend as a candidate. And Joni just waits contentedly since everyone is very quiet. And if it stays that way, they will vote for him. Then one of the players says he will recommend Chocolate Boy as the representative, stating that he is the best representative there since he seems to have leadership skills and logical thinking. Joni asks if he is sure about that. The boy responds that he is since he handled the situation well. The blue-haired guy finds it amazing because the idiots are falling for his tricks, so he thanks him for the vote of confidence and asks if anyone else would like to say something. At that moment, another person raises their hand, saying they would like to recommend the Black Reaper. He remains smiling, as it makes sense for the person who came in first place in the first round to be recommended. Then, 2 other people raise their hands, recommending the person who came in second place and the person who came in third place. One has the nickname Life is a Documentary, and the other is the Black Dragon. Joni speaks up, announcing that there are already 4 candidates, and there is one more spot if anyone wants to take it. Since no one responds, he claps his hands, announcing that they will close with 4 candidates. And before they start the voting, he asks all the candidates to make a speech, stating that it will begin as he knows it will be too easy. However, as he starts to speak, someone tells him to shut up because he's just talking nonsense. He turns around, not understanding who said that, and realizes that the guy is Jung-sik, whose nickname is Life is a Documentary. The guy approaches, irritated, as he can't stand hearing so much nonsense. And as he gets closer, he catches Joni's attention, asking if he really believes life is that easy, thinking people will just do whatever he says because of a few words. Hearing this leaves him scared, wondering if they've discovered his ability, but since he doesn't think that's possible, he just believes Jung-sik is talking nonsense. Jung-sik continues, asking who he thinks he is to decide who will be the representative of the region. The chocolate boy, still using the power of his persuasion rune, says he's crossing the line, as there's a saying that goes, "A person's words are their face and personality," and asks if he really believes that hostile words will convince anyone. With those words, he thinks the rune should take effect. But that only makes Jung-sik angrier, wanting to know if he's trying to give a lecture, because if that's the case, he'll die right there. The Sky Hare is scared, as his ability isn't working, which can only mean that the guy is on a higher level than him. The brute starts shouting at everyone, saying they should vote for him, and if they don't, he'll start killing them all. At this point, Joni calls his attention, asking if he really thinks anyone will listen to him if he keeps yelling like that. Jung-sik stays silent for a moment, and then makes an attack with his dagger, striking the chocolate boy's neck, who starts desperately trying to speak but loses strength and falls lifeless to the ground. At this moment, the brute gives another warning, saying he will kill everyone just like he did with the idiot on the floor. The players panic, realizing a crazy killer is among them. With the dagger covered in blood, Jung-sik lifts it and tells them to come at him if they have a problem with it. The crowd simply starts shouting that there's a crazy killer there, but he just smiles, as if they're not going to fight against him. He'll fight against them all. And with extreme speed, he starts slicing through them one by one. With his maniac killer look, he finds it all amazing, as there's no police, no reporters, and no cameras, so he can kill as many people as he wants without any problem. Once again, he points his dagger and warns that if they don't vote for him, he'll kill everyone in the next round. The players freeze in fear, while Jung-sik continues with his killer stare, thinking that now everyone will vote out of fear, and when he becomes the region's representative, he'll be able to eliminate the Black Reaper with just an order, as if he can kill him, he'll be number 1 on the ranking. Meanwhile, elsewhere, scythe strikes are dealt at every moment, and notifications of the Null elimination keep coming in. The kill count is already at 265 out of 100, and all attributes have increased by 100%. Plus, the triple experience buff is active. He notices he's already level 16, but is puzzled, as he thought he would be at a higher level, and also notices that the frequency of level ups is slower as he progresses, as even though he killed more than 200 monsters in the last 2 hours, he only managed to level up 6 times. He also realizes the only good side is that hunting is getting easier, plus the obvious help from the Reaper's rune and the Killing rune, as one causes double damage and the other doubles the attributes. At this moment, he lets go of his scythe, which disappears shortly afterward since the time has reached 0 and the voting hour has come. With that, all the players are summoned to the starting point, appearing one by one. The players are frightened since there are numerous corpses of players in that location, and they don't understand what the hell happened there. Aaron asks if the player covered in blood really killed everyone there. The MC just watches since, apparently, Jung-sik came out on top this time, as he knows that this guy is the leader of the Jung-sik gang and the second best fighter in his district. Even though, unfortunately, he has a shitty personality. He keeps observing how despicable this guy is, and knows it's better to remove a ticking bomb before it explodes. But he decides not to do it, since it's not the right time yet. At that moment, Jung-sik walks toward the MC, asking where he's been since he's been waiting there for a while, and says that he just wanted to give a suggestion, which, to get to the point, is that he wants the famous Black Reaper to become his servant. The MC asks what he means by servant. He, spinning his dagger, says it's exactly as he said, if he wants to have his life spared. Ryumin asks if he really wants to pick a fight right now, and therefore orders him to kneel, making it clear that it's the only way to let him leave intact. The gangster, covered in blood, tries to intimidate, saying that apparently the fool didn't understand the situation, as things will be different if he becomes a regional representative. However, he raises his hand and summons his dark scythe, asking if he'll be satisfied dying right here at this exact moment. Jung-sik is horrified since he has no idea where such a powerful scythe came from, and he concludes that he messed with the wrong guy. Ryumin intimidates again, asking if, by any chance, the cat ate his tongue. He feels increasingly intimidated and warns that he's Jung-sik in real life as well, the famous leader of the gang with the same name, and for that reason, he would never kneel to a nobody. He then decides to provoke, telling him to attack first with his pretty little weapon. The MC finds all of this amusing since that guy still has such a short fuse as always, but he knows things would get complicated if he showed his true power and received forced votes, as he's aware that he needs to make Jung-sik the representative in order to use him in the third round, besides also knowing that it's time for the angel to appear. He barely thinks about this, and Olivia appears, asking if all the humans are there. With this appearance, Ryumin tells the thug that he's lucky, making it clear that next time he should confirm twice before challenging someone if he doesn't want to die too soon. Jung-sik stays silent, knowing he almost had a heart attack, but he'll find a way to pay back for this humiliation when he becomes the representative. The angel asks if they managed to choose the representative and, upon seeing the corpses on the ground, comments that it seems they did more than just talk for 3 hours, although it's of no interest to her which human lives or dies, since they're all just trash. She announces that the voting will begin, and the voting system appears for everyone, informing that each one has 1 vote, and the player with the most votes will be elected the representative. Then, they just need to look at who they want, think, and vote. In addition, the notification warns that those who fail to vote in the next 5 minutes will be eliminated from the round, and consequently, will die. That's why the voting time begins. Everyone starts looking at Jung-sik since they're intimidated by the threat they received, and that's also the way the voting works. At that moment, he notices something and shouts at a woman who isn't looking at him, ordering her to look if she doesn't want to die. He continues doing this in all directions, always warning that she can consider herself dead if she doesn't look at him as a sign of vote. Time passes until the voting time ends. Olivia announces that time is up and that they were smart since no one left their vote blank, as they would have died. She claps her hands to start the vote count, and a huge system screen displays that in first place is the player with the nickname Life is a Documentary with 2,412 votes. In second place, the MC with 2,077 votes. In third, the Black Dragon with 200 votes, and so on. Jung-sik, who took first place, can't believe he won by just 2,412 votes. And to make things worse, the Black Reaper came in second. This makes him irritated, accusing the idiots on his side of all voting for the Black Reaper. Olivia announces that this was the final result, and, as shown, the player whose nickname is Life is a Documentary is the regional representative, and, for this reason, she informs that she will grant the power Command Authority, which allows commanding the people around. Jung-sik is pleased to see in his system that he actually received this authority, imagining that he can now make the Black Reaper regret not killing him, since he only needs to give the order. However, he is startled when he sees some rules in his system. This is a temporary ability. With it, it is possible to issue commands to players and forcibly control them. Applicable players cannot disobey the command under any circumstances. The usage limit for this command is 10 times and can command only 1 player at a time. Lastly, this ability does not work on players with a class. He is shocked since this temporary ability can only be used 10 times and does not work on players with a class, meaning that any player with a class can disobey him at will. The angel suddenly starts laughing, asking if everyone really thought it was over after the vote, and she informs them that there is still a hidden mission in that round, leaving everyone confused since they do not understand what that means. Then, information about the extra mission appears. It was necessary to advance in class before the vote by obtaining a class advancement item. Doing so would grant a 50% discount voucher for the item that succeeds. Aaron is confused about this class advancement item. Olivia says that the mission window was set to appear as soon as they reached level 10, but apparently, the players did not achieve that. One of them asks how the hell they were supposed to reach level 10 if there are no monsters there. She asks what he means by that, since the forest is full of monsters. And she tells them not to feel bad, as there are only 80,000 people in the entire region who were able to advance to a class in that round. She also mentions that in their region, there was one person who accomplished this feat. They are surprised, asking who that person was. She snaps her fingers, telling them to look at the round's results to check for themselves. Among all regions, the Black Reaper ranked first at level 16, obtaining the class in 39 minutes. In second place, the Celestial Demon reached level 10 and obtained the class in 2 hours and 36 minutes. And in third place, Stupid Idiots reached level 10 and did it in 2 hours and 37 minutes. Everyone is surprised to see that the Black Reaper took first place, and they all look at him since he was the only one in the region who advanced. And above all, he also obtained the Reaper class, just like his own nickname. All the players in the area wonder what kind of class the Reaper is, and based on the name, it must be a powerful class, which makes sense since they saw him with a giant scythe. Jungsik thinks this is all bullshit since he was going to use the command authority to make the Black Reaper kill himself, but now it is useless to try that. Olivia explains that in the second round, the ranks were earned in order of who completed the extra mission first, until she realizes that the person who changed class in their region was the Black Reaper. She turns around, surprised, telling the MC that not only did he secure first place in the current region, but also in all regions. And she further explains that this class is unique, in addition to matching very well with his nickname, and she asks him to please explain how he thought of such a nickname, also asking if he already knew in advance that he would obtain the Reaper class. Ryuman responds that he did not know he would get the class that matched his nickname. She comments that maybe it was fate, saying this while people watch the two of them talk. The MC is pleased since he is aware that not even the angels know how to obtain the Reaper class, only that it is a unique class. Olivia is excited since she never imagined that there would be someone in her region who would change class. And she reveals that apparently that is the guy who will not be affected by her command authority. The players are confused upon hearing this, asking what it means for the Black Reaper not to be affected by the command authority. She smiles and explains that it is quite simple, since the command authority she granted does not apply to humans with a class. Therefore, the region's representative cannot command the Black Reaper as he pleases. Moreover, there are only 10 chances to use the ability she granted, so just because he is the representative does not mean he has unlimited power over others. They feel relieved since they did not know that this authority worked this way. Jungsik is furious about this since the damn angel revealed the secret of the command authority ability, which until now had only appeared for him. The angel announces that it is time to give a proper reward to the Black Reaper for being the first to obtain a class among all regions, and, for that reason, snaps her fingers. A notification appears for the MC, congratulating him for ranking first in the current region and also for ranking first among all regions. As a reward for reaching rank 1 in the current region, he received a low-level rare armor choice. And as a reward for ranking first among all regions, he received a special reward choice. Then she asks him to choose one of the following armors. The armor reward choices are Metal Armor of the Medieval Knight, Leather Armor of the Expert Hunter, and Ventilated Robe of the Mage. The MC knows he does not even need to think much since the first option is heavy, and the third has almost no defense, so he chooses the second option, the Leather Armor of the Expert Hunter. Now, he needs to choose the special reward. The first option is a 3x experience buff that will only last in the third round. The second option is 3,000 gold, and the last one is information about the third round. He is aware that the third round has many monsters, so he obviously chooses the tripled experience buff. After choosing the rewards, the angel informs them that it is time to return, making them all enveloped in the glow of teleportation until they are asked to return safely for the third round. Regarding the results of the second round, there was a total of 873,000 survivors, and in the MC's region, there were almost 5,000. She also announces that the next round will begin on March 1st, congratulating everyone who survived. Suddenly, someone wakes up and raises his hands. It was Yongmin, frightened, sweating cold. He looks at his hand and sees that it is intact and is surprised since apparently, as long as he does not die, it will be possible to return to the real world with his body whole. But the second round left him deep in thought, since he now never wants to mess with the Black Reaper again, as he never imagined that someone so powerful could be so ruthless. Elsewhere, Sang-chul congratulates Aren for working hard. She asks what he did since, in reality, he was the one who worked hard, and thanks him for protecting her in that round. He feels a bit embarrassed and says that it was the least expected from him as her manager and bodyguard. She admits that she really wanted to thank the Black Reaper for what he did and asks if there is a way to do so. Her bodyguard responds that unfortunately, they do not know his appearance, so it is impossible to track him, in addition to it seeming like this person does not want his identity revealed, mentioning that during the game, he asked for his account number to compensate him, and, by the way he refused, it is already clear that it is possible to track him using the account number and thus end up discovering who this person is. Eren is upset about all this, but he soon asks her to give him an item in the next round, since that is also a way to show gratitude. Hearing this makes her thoughtful since it is a good idea, and she will think a little about how she can reward him. The two then say their goodbyes, and the bodyguard goes to the elevator. Then his phone rings, and he realizes it is President Ma, so he asks if he has not gone to sleep yet. His superior responds that he was drinking whiskey as soon as he returned, and while descending the elevator, he congratulates the president on his evolution. Congratulating him for becoming a Black Knight, he replies that it was nothing and asks how things went in his region. Sang-chul explains that he and Eren were able to reach level 8, but along the way, due to their injuries, they couldn't hunt as well. The president interrupts him, asking what he means by injuries. He mentions that he was about to report this incident and asks if it's a good time, revealing that it has to do with the Black Reaper. The president listens to this and asks him to go to the hotel immediately, as he wants to hear the details in person. Because of this, the bodyguard gets into the car and heads to the hotel. Meanwhile, someone is observing secretly. It was the MC, imagining that he had expected Sang-chul to go to President Gyeonglok right away. This is because 10 minutes earlier, Ryumin had been checking his system and decided to use his tracking ability, needing only the person's name and face. Knowing both, the target is located, and the system informs that Sang-chul is 9 meters away. This makes him think that he is very close and probably in the penthouse with Eren. However, shortly after, the distance begins to increase, going to 23 meters, then 56, and finally to 87, making the MC realize that due to the speed, Sang-chul must have taken the elevator, and therefore, he speculates that he is going to visit Gyeonglok. Because of this, the MC put on his jacket and went to the parking lot, feeling pleased that it was a good idea to use the tracking ability right when he returned from the second round. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Gyeonglok is looking at the moon from the penthouse, imagining that the night is perfect to follow someone, but he decides to just wait for the report first. He sits down, thinking about the name Black Reaper, as he can't imagine who would know something about this person, since he was a player who ranked first in both rounds. Thinking about it makes him uneasy, as he has a bad feeling about it, and he wonders if someone so powerful has picked a fight with his subordinate. He is determined that, if that is the case, he can't just sit and wait, as messing with his right-hand man is the same as challenging him, and therefore, no matter who it is, he can't ignore someone blocking his path, even if it's the rank one. At this moment, he hears something. Sang-chul announces that he is at the door and asks if anyone is there. The president asks him to enter and greets him, saying that it's good to see him again. The bodyguard reveals that it's all thanks to the president, but he says he did nothing, as they are not even in the same region. Sang-chul says he is motivated by the president's existence, but the president asks him not to flatter him like that, as it's unnecessary. He responds that it's not flattery, and quickly changes the subject, congratulating him on his survival. Gyeonglok asks what he means by survival, as the second round was quite easy. The bodyguard also congratulates him on the class advancement, but the president says it was pure luck. He says that luck is also a skill, as ranking second and third in all regions is not an easy task, and for that reason, he believes there is no greater honor for him than serving someone like the president. Gyeonglok is pleased to hear such words, but places his whiskey on the table, saying that apparently something must be going on for him to be flattering so much, and therefore he wants to know what he would like to ask. Sangchul, embarrassed, gets straight to the point and asks how he could obtain a class advancement item. He replies that it's nothing special, as this item just appeared while he was killing monsters. However, inside, he imagines that in reality, it was thanks to the Black Knight rune that he obtained this item, reminding him that during the match, the angel asked them to look inside the inventory at the gift she gave everyone, and upon activating his inventory, he saw that there was a Black Knight rune that boosts all attributes and envelops the weapon with a dark aura that deals damage to enemies. It can automatically advance to Black Knight, a unique class, as soon as he reaches level 10. At that moment, he was looking closely at his rune, also noticing that once he reached level 10, he could move to this class called Black Knight. He keeps thinking he was really lucky to get such a strong rune in the first round, and unfortunately, he's aware that he can't reveal all his information, not even to an employee he considers family, since a person can change at any moment, as that's human nature. So, he gets straight to the point and asks his subordinate who hurt them, and, with a dark look, asks if it was, by any chance, the Black Reaper. Immediately, Sangchul responds that it wasn't, since in fact, it was the person who saved their lives. Gyeonglok is surprised by this answer, and therefore asks for more details. After telling everything, the president asks if it's true that he and Aaron almost died from some bullies who were after the actress. He responds that yes, and even emphasizes that if the Black Reaper hadn't appeared, they could have been dead right then. He also mentions that Aaron survived but suffered a psychological trauma so severe it made her stop working in the entertainment industry. Gyeonglok reflects on this, as he almost lost his subordinate, and his work was almost wasted, and so he asks if the bullies are dead now. Sangchul answers no, since even though the Black Reaper caused them immense pain, he didn't kill them, and he explains that the MC's words were, nothing good would come from killing them, since reducing the total population would also reduce the number of survivors. The president reveals that he agrees with that thought, but points out that it's concerning to leave problematic people alive. Then, he reflects that, thanks to the Black Reaper, his subordinate and Aaron remained intact, so he owes him one and says he will reward him. However, Sangchul quickly mentions that he brought it up, but the player in question said it wasn't necessary and left immediately from where they were. He thinks about how someone could refuse a reward so quickly, but knows it must be because they're afraid of having their identity exposed. So he asks that, in the next round, his bodyguard give the proper thanks, as he is truly grateful for what the Reaper did, and he also asks to keep an eye on this person in case an opportunity arises to help him, since he doesn't like being in debt to anyone. Then, still with his dark look, he asks what the nicknames of the bullies who caused harm to them were. Meanwhile, outside, the MC is hiding, thinking that Sangchul is really loyal to Gyeonglok, since he went straight to him as soon as they returned from the second round. He decides to leave since he only wanted to confirm the outcome, and, for that, calls a car. Still, he imagines that he never thought about the possibility that a celebrity sponsored by Gyeonglok lives in the same building as him and definitely owes his brother thanks, since if he hadn't gone out to distribute the cakes, they would have never met, and he would never have discovered that Sangchul and Aaron are connected. He knows he needs to develop a relationship with these people to earn Gyeonglok's trust later, even though he's not sure if he should take them to round 20. But one thing he's sure of is that Gyeonglok's Black Knight rune is so good it could be considered cheating, even though there are also negative points, like being forced to become a Black Knight, and there's even a worse negative effect, which is the Dark Aura. The power of Black Knights is to carry dark mana, and this mana cannot be acquired through common means. It's a skill that fits someone with a psychopathic tendency, like Gyeonglok himself. The MC is worried, since it's definitely dangerous to have someone like that as a companion. Already inside the car, he thinks that he will maintain relations with him as a candidate if necessary, since there are several talented individuals besides him, and so he decides to work on this as soon as the sun rises. The next day, in a small shop, the vendor is at the counter lamenting, as if things continue this way, his revenue will fall by half. At that moment, he notices someone entering and sees that it's his daughter. She approaches and asks why he is sighing so loudly. He explains that the sale of lottery tickets was suspended because the government gave a reasonable excuse. But apparently, the blame lies with the players, since they don't know what kind of abilities they have. She is surprised to hear all of this, as it is indeed true. Her father continues, saying that things are difficult due to the cost of work until she, smiling, announces that she will graduate soon and will be able to start helping at the store. Also considering that maybe it's better to get a part-time job for now. He asks her not to worry, as he will take care of the money while she focuses on her studies. And looking at his daughter, he asks if she isn't going to college, as she has good grades and the dream of becoming a doctor. Julie replies that she has given up on that dream since school doesn't matter in this situation. He becomes depressed, as money isn't the biggest problem right now, since she could even die in the next round of the game. And for that reason, he apologizes, saying his mind is a mess with everything going on. She sees how her father is and grabs his hands, asking him not to worry, as not only did she survive the second round, but she was also one of the few who managed to get a class. He is confused, as he doesn't know what that means, but she extends her hand, and a green light starts to overflow right after. He is surprised, as his body starts to glow, but she explains that it is a skill called blessing, that she obtained after getting a class. It's an effect that applies a small improvement to attributes, as well as having a reviving effect on normal people. Her father is pleased, as he indeed feels his body much better, so it is truly an amazing skill. She warns him that she will apply this skill to him frequently, so she asks him to cheer up a bit. He laughs, as his daughter is always so caring, until someone enters the store, and he immediately turns around. He is surprised as he recognizes who it is. Julie whispers, asking if he knows that guy, and he responds that he is the lottery winner who got several prizes, coming in first place. The MC, approaching the counter, asks if he remembers him, telling him he spent $100,000 on lottery tickets. The vendor says that he remembers him, yes, and asks why he is there. Immediately, Ryumin lowers himself, saying he would like to apologize. Jorge is surprised by this and asks why he is apologizing out of the blue. He tells him that he saw on the news that because he came in first place so many times, it caused the sales of tickets to end. And because of that, he is apologizing in case he caused any financial damage to the store. Julie just watches, saying nothing. The vendor tells him not to worry about it, as he is not to blame, saying he won't starve because of the ticket sales ban. Ryumin explains that he still doesn't think it's right, as he is sure that in some way it affected the store. So he hands over an envelope, as he would like to offer some compensation, even if it's small. The man asks what it is, and he tells him it's 10 million wons. Hearing this leaves Jorge shocked, as he doesn't need all of this. But the MC just turns around, asking him, please, to keep the money, and walks away. The man is at a loss for what to do, as he has no idea how to accept so much money. Julie takes the envelope and says she will run to return it. She immediately runs off, asking the MC to wait a moment. He turns around, and she asks if his name is really Ryumin. The MC responds that it is, and asks who she is. This makes Julie feel awkward, as she can't believe he doesn't know her since they are in the same class. He looks confused, as he doesn't know what she's talking about, and she asks if he really doesn't know they're in the same class. Ryumin apologizes, saying he's not very good with faces. However, he knows exactly who she is, as the girl is Julie Min, the daughter of the convenience store owner, and she has the unique class buffer he discovered right after returning and seeing that they are in the same class, leaving him surprised, as this kind of destiny really exists, since the reason for meeting her with that pretext was mere coincidence to bring her to his side. She asks if they could talk somewhere else, and he replies that it's fine. After they go to a little square, Julie tries to return the envelope with money once again, warning that they couldn't accept so much money, and, therefore, is asking him, please, to take it back. Ryumin understands that 10 million won is indeed a large amount for most people, and he even gave this amount knowing they wouldn't accept it. Since no matter the difficulty they are going through, she is not the type of person who likes to be in debt. Julie asks to take it back quickly, since her hand is starting to hurt from holding the envelope, but the MC refuses, explaining that, as he said in the store, the money is for the owner as an apology for the damage he caused, and it's the least he can do to not have a burden on his conscience. She gets worried, trying to say that the amount is too much, but he replies that it doesn't matter, as he truly wants them to accept it, since otherwise, he would feel bad. The girl keeps insisting that it's too much money, and he can only imagine that it's exactly because of this that he is giving it. He asks her to talk to the owner, since it's not much money for someone who won the lottery, so it's for him to accept without feeling guilty. Then, he stands up as they finish the conversation, and he needs to leave. She is startled by him leaving suddenly, and says that she will only accept 1 million if it's not a problem for him. The MC asks if she can decide this, as she should ask the store owner. She says that her father would definitely not feel comfortable receiving this amount out of nowhere. The MC, pretending to be surprised, asks if the store owner is really her father, since, if that's the case, he will come there more often, as he didn't expect this. Julie says she was also surprised, since she never imagined that a classmate would win first place in the lottery, and, upset, asks if he really didn't know they were classmates, as she recognized him the moment he entered the store. The MC apologizes, saying that, unfortunately, he's bad at remembering faces, and asks if this is the first time they are talking. She replies that yes, considering that it may be the first time he's hearing her name. Once again, Ryumin apologizes, saying that, unfortunately, it is. She tries to hide her face, embarrassed, while the MC, in his thoughts, admits that he feels bad for pretending not to know her, but unfortunately, it's necessary for her to become interested in him. Julie stands up and once again says her name and that they are in the same class, getting very close, asking him to remember her face well. He smiles and says he will definitely remember. Only then does the girl realize she is too close and feels depressed, as she had a reality shock, since she is having to introduce herself to a classmate right before graduation. He says that this is not a problem, as it's not like they can't continue talking after graduation, and, therefore, asks if she could give him her phone number. She, embarrassed, asks if he really wants her number. He says yes, and asks if there's something wrong with it, as it's not strange for a classmate to give their number to another. Julie agrees, and after giving the number, returns his phone. The MC says that maybe it's fate that made them meet to talk frequently, but warns that, unfortunately, he has to leave, as he has something urgent to do. She says it's fine, and only then realizes she didn't manage to return the envelope, as Ryumin didn't accept it back no matter what. She can't hide how embarrassed she is, as he asked for her number out of nowhere, and this made her heart beat faster, full of happiness, no matter that he asked for her number just to be friends, as deep down she admits that she's always liked him. Julie starts to recall when they met, as she saw some bullies hitting him, and immediately upon seeing it, she called the police. She had felt sorry for him, and therefore decided to follow him to see if he would arrive home safely. On the way, she saw Ryumin working hard with a smile on his face despite everything that had happened, and learned that her classmate was much stronger than he seemed. From that point on, she started to develop an interest in him. However, she never managed to gather the courage to talk to him, and as time passed, this feeling only grew, but she could never get close. That is why, this time, she wants to be brave, as such an opportunity was given by the heavens. And now, she cannot pretend not to know him since she just received 10 million won from him. Confident, she wonders if she should invite him to dinner. After all this, the MC is in his bed talking to Julie, with the two of them making dinner plans. He imagines that his plan is going very well since the girl now thinks she owes him something, as she is even offering him lunch. And this is a good sign, since it will make her a future ally more naturally. Because of this, he is determined to help her reach the 20th round. One watches his brother leaving and asks where he is going. Ryumin says he is going to meet a friend. He finds this very strange and asks if it is not a date with a girl, but the MC tells him to stop the nonsense, saying he is going out for lunch. His brother, realizing that it is about a girl, is shocked since everything indicates that Ryumin is going on a date. The MC goes to a steakhouse to meet Julie. He asks if the steak is good, and she replies that it is, still unable to believe that she is actually having lunch alone with Ryumin. Definitely, the day will only get better. They remain silent for a moment until she starts thinking, as the atmosphere is a bit awkward, so she needs to say something. She then decides to bring up the lottery topic, asking how it is possible for someone to win 4 times in a row. The MC responds that he saw the results in his dreams. She is surprised but still curious, asks how much he has won so far thanks to these dreams. Ryumin, smiling, replies that he has won enough for the rest of his life, although at the moment he is more worried about his own life. She realizes this since there is indeed the matter of the games and comments on how his first round was and whether he found it difficult to kill the goblins. He replies that he did, although it took him ages to manage. Julie, still curious, asks which region he is in, and the MC replies that he is not sure, only that the number ends in 5. The girl regrets this since hers ends in 7, so unfortunately, they will not be able to meet there. The MC, in his thoughts, asks her not to be disappointed about it since they will obviously meet. As the number of players decreases, the regions will merge. They continue their conversation, now asking each other what level they are at, with both responding that they are at level 10. She gets excited, saying she got a really cool class called Buffer. He pretends to be surprised, asking if that name means she can grant buffs to others. And inside, he feels happy since she got the same class as in the other regressions. She, all excited, asks if he would like to see the power and explains that it is called Blessing, which slightly increases the player's attribute. She says this and uses her ability on the MC, who observes in the system that his attributes have increased by 50% for a duration of 3 hours. He feels pleased and says it is truly an amazing ability, while thinking that he expected nothing less from a unique class, as he is aware that the ability's effectiveness will still increase until it reaches 100%. Besides, he is glad to have been buffed since that was precisely what he wanted. After all, the reward he received from the class change was a random gold pouch, with the reward being based on the luck attribute. In short, the higher the luck attribute, the more gold he will earn. He makes her happy by saying that, indeed, it is an incredible ability. She, smiling, says that she will buff him whenever he needs, and he just has to ask. With that said, the MC asks if, by any chance, she wasn't trying to say something else. Julie gets embarrassed since it's true, and thanks him for the 10 million won he gave, mentioning that her father also asked her to thank him. She makes it clear that one day she will pay him back, though she doesn't know how. Ryumin asks if that's what she meant, since she previously said he didn't need to worry about it. She, smiling, says that if he doesn't want money, then maybe she can offer something else. And for that reason, she asks him to take an item that is in her hand. She says she dropped it during one of her hunts, and since he doesn't want to accept money, he could at least accept that, as she is giving it from the heart. After that, both leave the restaurant, commenting that it was a great lunch and agreeing to meet again soon. The MC continues on his way and decides to open his inventory to analyze the item more closely. It is the low-grade purple magic crystal. It is just a beautiful purple stone from which a subtle mana can be felt emanating. He is intrigued that he got something like this from her, and holding the item in his hand, he admits that he is not sure what it does, but he will find out as soon as he reaches level 20, since he still doesn't know if it is a valuable item or not. The combination function is unlocked when a player reaches level 20, and by using it, a player can fuse a weapon with a magic crystal. Additional options can also be added, and there are 7 colors of magic crystals: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Red is for damage, orange for strength, yellow increases luck, green increases speed, blue increases intelligence, indigo reduces received damage, and finally, the purple crystal, which is the rarest of them all, as it has the lowest chance of appearing and increases all attributes. He still cannot believe that he got such a valuable item without doing anything, and wonders if his luck attribute in real life is really that high for something like this to happen. After thinking about all of this, he notices that the buff he received from Julie will soon expire, and therefore, he should open the gold pouch within this time. He takes something out of his pocket since he needs to start increasing his attributes with the Slaughter rune, thinking that he needs the 100 small worms. He is aware that the Slaughter rune increases his stats by 1% every time he kills a target, and this also counts for insects, as it only needs to be a living being. Since there are no insects in the other world, he has no choice but to kill monsters. However, fortunately, in real life, the case is different. He lifts his leg and kills the insects in the bag. His kill count goes to 100 out of 100. Now, all of his attributes have increased by 100%, thanks to the effect of the Slaughter rune. Ryumin opens his attribute window and notices that his luck, which was at 15, has risen to 45, so he is confident that he will get good results. Because of this, he opens his inventory and summons the gold pouch into his hand. This is the Rare Rarity Random Gold Pouch. It grants a random amount of gold between 1 and 9,999. It must be used before the next round, and the user must be at the beginner level. A limited time item given to the first to change class. This item disappears automatically at the start of the next round and is influenced by the luck attribute. The MC then uses the item, as his luck attribute is at the highest possible point it can be right now. Still curious, he is aware that the amount can vary significantly depending on how lucky he is. Based on his regressions, estimating it to be somewhere between 3,000 and 6,000 until the result arrives, leaving him confused by what he sees. His surprised expression is not without reason, as he received an incredible 9,999 gold from the random gold pouch. He simply cannot believe that he got the maximum possible amount and realizes that it was worth receiving Julie's buff. Now, his gold stands at 16,249, and with that, he imagines that he should already be able to obtain an epic item. He closes his system, as he is aware that the item he needs will be released in 2 weeks, so he will just keep it stored. After returning to his building, Ryumin enters the apartment and tells his brother that he is back. One immediately runs up to him, asking how the meeting went, and if, by any chance, he was with his little girlfriend. He asks him to stop talking nonsense and asks if he at least had lunch. One also sits down and says he ordered black bean noodles, and even though it's nothing special, he had been wanting to eat that for a long time. The MC becomes thoughtful about this since in fact, it hasn't even been a month since they were in a difficult situation until everything changed. He is also aware that his Bitcoin investments have increased to 105 million, and just like in previous attempts, they might drop significantly within 2 weeks. So it will be interesting to cash out before that happens. Besides that, he also thinks that maybe he should get a driver's license. Because of that, he goes to take the written test for the license and gets lost in thought, as he has taken this test dozens of times in his regressions, and for that reason, he will just do it casually and leave. The examiner notices the MC getting up so early and asks what's wrong for him to be leaving out of nowhere, until he gets startled when checking the system and seeing that this person scored 95 points despite spending so little time there. 4 days later, he already has his license in hand, boasting to his brother, lost in thought, since if he counts his regressions, he must be many years old. Then, he also buys a Lamborghini Aventador and has no trouble choosing it, since it was the same choice in his other regressions. Every time, he had to negotiate with the seller regarding the car's import, and in all cases, it would take at least a month for the car to arrive. Every time, the seller was also super happy. After all, he would get a great commission from this purchase. 2 weeks later, Ryumin decides it's time to cash out his bitcoins, and his brother, seeing the malicious look on his face, asks what happened. He replies that he just sold all his bitcoins and, in total, made 300 million. His brother simply cannot believe it, saying that he had won 60 million in the lottery, and now it turned into 300 million. He also remembers that he had tried to stop Ryumin from investing so much in bitcoins and never imagined it would have such a high return. The MC admits that he also didn't know he would make that much. After all, in his past regressions, The most he had made was 280 million, and he says that this time he will stop with what he has. One is happy with this decision, since now they won't risk losing everything, until he hears the MC say that he will start investing in stocks, making him spit out all the tea he was drinking. He asks what his older brother knows about stock investments, but the MC tells him not to worry since he saw it all in a dream. One asks if he really had another prophetic dream telling him which stocks to buy, and he replies that he did, which is why he will hit the mark. The MC fully understands his brother's concerns about this, but he believes there is nothing to worry about since he more or less knows what the future holds. The company he should invest in is ranked 85 in Kodak's rankings, valued at approximately 900 million, a corporation called Heavenly Demon Consulting. He is also aware that this company is under Gyeonglok's control, and although it has not yet reached its peak, it will develop a special system around the 4th round and grow immensely. He believes there is no reason not to invest, knowing how much it will grow, and if he manages to get significantly involved with Gyeonglok, he will gain a huge advantage by being one of the main investors. That's why he decides to invest 280 million, thus obtaining 31% ownership. Suddenly, he hears a whisper begging, "Please." And when he turns around, he sees his brother praying that this dream is correct, or else they will go back to square one. The MC finds it funny to see this, and after completing the investment, he thinks that this part of life is settled, and now he just needs to buy the items. Then, in the middle of the night on that same day, he opens the item shop, which has equipment, materials, consumables, and common skills. The MC, lying in his bed, thinks that he saved so much gold just for this day, so he starts by checking the equipment. He is also aware that they are all of common rank, but it's not like there's no possibility of buying rare and epic items. So he goes to the system's Item of the Day option. It's a feature where the player buys a random item that changes daily. Generally, it's hard to get the item he wants since he doesn't know which item will be available, but he is aware that, after so many regressions, knowing which item will come won't be a problem. So he clicks on the option, knowing which rare item will appear. The item of the day is the skeletal necklace of epic rarity. It increases 3 intelligence points, 1% attack speed per defeated enemy, up to a maximum of 25% by the end of the round, and its restriction is from apprentice level and above. It costs 4,600 and will be available for purchase for 24 hours. He is happy because this is an item that increases intelligence and attack speed, and it's very cheap considering the effects it has. And since the item he wants is right there, he will use something else. He opens the inventory and goes to the 50% discount coupon he earned by completing the progress mission. This coupon reduces the price of the item of the day by 50% and is valid until the next round, expiring automatically if not used. So he decides to buy the item using this coupon since it will be even cheaper with the discount. And after the purchase, he notices that he still has 13,949 gold. Seeing this scares him, since he didn't expect to have that much gold left, and he was planning to buy a set of normal items with the remaining gold at first. But if he can gather another 6,000 gold, he could buy another common skill, and those skills surpass even equipment. Ryuman decides he must get the 6,000 gold as soon as possible, and luckily, round 3 has many monsters. After that, the day passed, and the first day of March arrived, and all the players were teleported once again. Everyone begins to feel strange since this time they are not in a forest and are not sure where they are. They start to notice that the place has destroyed houses, and it might be some sort of village or ruin until they realize that this village is surrounded by walls, and in the middle, there is a glowing crystal. They become increasingly uncertain about what will happen in this third round. The MC continues observing from afar, everyone anxious, even though the place doesn't seem familiar, and the only one who looks relatively normal is Jung-sik. At this point, people begin to gossip if the regional representative is not over there, and rumors start to spread that this guy with the nickname Life is a Documentary is the leader of a gang, and that the Black Reaper should definitely be the regional representative. At this moment, a guy approaches, asking them to keep it down, or else Jung-sik will use his command authority to kill him. But the player isn't worried about that, since he knows that this skill can only be used 10 times. so it can't be used recklessly. At this point, the gangster yells that, telling the idiots to shut up, and notices that the people are not getting intimidated anymore because they keep gossiping. So he yells again, making everyone cover up their gossip better. The representative gets more and more furious since he knew this would happen, all because of the angel who revealed everything about the command authority skill. And if she had stayed quiet, things would have been different. At this point, someone approaches and greets him. The players realize it's Tong Min, and so they ask what he's doing. He lifts his head toward Young Sik, since he is the leader of the gang of the same name, and that's why he's here to greet him. The representative asks if he's from the family or something like that, but he answers no, as he's just a 20-year-old guy who wants to become a gangster. Young Sik asks if this is serious, wondering what kind of insane idiot wants to become a gangster on his own. Young Min explains that the Jungsik gang is the gang he has always wanted to join, and immediately lowers himself, saying he will serve him for the rest of his life, and for that reason, asks him to please accept him. Jungsik thinks to himself that he has seen all kinds of lunatics in his life, but this type is a first, even though he liked the enthusiasm. So he ordered him to stand up, but then asked if he was perhaps not seeing correctly, since, as the representative, his reputation had been ruined, and for that reason, he wants to know if he still has the desire to serve him. He promptly answers that he doesn't care about that, as he respects him, and as long as he accepts him as a member of the gang, he won't care what others think. The gangster remains silent for a moment, but then, excited, admits that he liked the answer and will take the responsibility of teaching him everything about the criminal world. Hyung Min admits that it is a great honor and, for that reason, is grateful. The players begin gossiping, not believing that Young Min has allied with the representative and wondering if he's insane, even though they always thought the phrase, "birds of a feather flock together," made perfect sense. Ryumin, however, just watches from a distance, pleased that the two have formed an alliance. At that moment, the angel appears, asking if all the humans are gathered there. She looks around and comments that there are fewer than 90 people. The players are confused, asking how such a thing is possible, until they look at the system, which informs them that the objective is to protect the relic for 3 hours. And in their current region, there are a total of 4,900 participants, with 1,225 eligible to finish the round. Everyone starts scratching their heads, not understanding how the number of participants has been reduced without even playing yet. And Olivia starts reflecting, commenting that humans are quite petty, so they probably fought each other in the real world. One player starts shouting in desperation about the number of participants who can finish the round, as it's only a little over 1,000, and asks the angel if it's some kind of error or something like that, since it's being reduced to almost a quarter. She bursts out laughing, calling them all frantic, since it seems they've forgotten something. She explains that only half can survive each round, and since everyone survived the last round, it's only fair that only a quarter should survive this time. Everyone panics, as the situation is not looking good, while she, with an evil look, explains that it's more than fair, since it's just a matter of everyone trying to stay in the top 25%. She then explains that monsters from her army will appear at the castle gates every 30 minutes, and their target is the relic at the center of the village. She also mentions that there will be a total of 4 waves of attacks, and everyone needs to work together to protect the relic. Additional points will be awarded for protecting the relic for 3 hours, and if they fail to protect it, they will receive a massive penalty. In the end, regardless of whether they've successfully protected or not, all players will be evaluated based on the number of monsters they defeat. She continues revealing that many more monsters will appear depending on the nature of the round, but they will have about a quarter of their usual strength to make things easier for everyone, though in return, the gold and experience gained will also be reduced accordingly. Jung-sik gets excited, since it will just be a matter of going out and killing as many monsters as possible, and it will be even easier with the command authority he holds. However, the angel claps her hands, almost forgetting to tell them something. She asks if the player, Life is a Documentary, is the chosen representative, and explains that he can now use that ability from this round onward, making an extra comment, thinking that everyone must be curious about what happens if this representative dies. She explains that if this person is killed by a monster or from natural causes, his seat will become available. However, things are different if he is killed by another player, as in that case, the murderer will immediately become the regional representative and will receive all 10 uses of command authority. Hearing this makes everyone start glaring at Jung-sik with a murderous look. With all the explanations given, Olivia warns that the monsters will appear in 10 minutes and, for this reason, asks everyone to work together to survive for 3 hours. After giving a wicked smile, she simply disappears before everyone. Jung-sik gets furious and yells that this is bullshit until he looks back and notices some people with daggers pointed at him. He prepares himself and tells everyone to charge since he will take care of them all before the first wave of monsters even appears. The players try to intimidate him, saying that if they take the position of regional representative, they will gain authority 10 times over, and for this reason, they believe they will be better representatives than a gangster. However, everyone looks to the side and sees the MC heading toward Jung-sik. The representative gets scared and asks what the famous Black Reaper is doing approaching. He asks not to worry, as he just wants to talk. Jung-sik, despite being terrified, says he isn't worried about anything and warns that if he's there to threaten him, it won't matter because he has no intention of backing down. However, the MC interrupts, saying that he has a suggestion since it's clear the regional representative is in a difficult position at that moment and asks if he could protect him. The gangster is confused by this, and Ryumin explains that he will protect him so other players won't target him, meaning he will just escort him the entire time. People are in disbelief since the famous Black Reaper is talking about protecting the representative, and this means they will have to fight him too. Therefore, they are terrified, not knowing what to do anymore. Jung-sik watches this, as someone like the Reaper is truly feared, because just by looking at the reactions of the people, it's clear the offer is tempting. But he's aware that something like this always comes with a price, so he asks what he wants in return. The MC explains that it's nothing much, and that he will only need to follow the orders he gives, and that's the only condition. The gangster is surprised by this, since it's basically asking to become a subordinate, and therefore asks why he's making this offer and what kind of commands he will give throughout the round. Ryumin says he can't reveal either of the two reasons, but just asks him to follow the orders unconditionally. Jung-sik finds himself cornered, since he's being asked to follow blindly and doesn't know what he will hear. He's even more worried about being killed in broad daylight if he refuses. With this, the MC asks him to decide once and for all, as the people are waiting for his answer, and he, terrified, responds that he will have to reject the offer. Ryumin keeps staring, while in his head, he was already expecting this to happen. After all, a gangster would never give up his pride so easily. One of the players nearby asks if he really refused and speculates that it must be because his pride was hurt at the thought of following someone else's orders. A girl gets her sword ready, calling the leader an idiot for thinking pride matters more than life itself. Another guy agrees, revealing that maybe he's underestimating everyone there. The MC just observes, as things are progressing exactly as they did in his past life, and so he tells Jung-sik that if he's going to refuse, there's nothing he can do, so he'll stop caring about it. He turns around and says that whether the representative lives or dies, it doesn't matter anymore. This gets the players excited since the powerful Black Reaper doesn't care anymore about what happens from now on, so they can attack without problems. Jung-sik starts sweating cold, since it's clear he should have accepted the offer right away. At that moment, a notification appears saying that the first wave will begin soon and asks everyone to be prepared for the appearance and disappearance of monsters. In 30 minutes, regardless of how many monsters are defeated, the second wave will begin. Everyone stays alert as they need to protect the relic at all costs, and the time until the end of the round is 3 hours. The gangster starts to get worried since he won't be able to fight well against the monsters, knowing that the players could go after his head, and because of this, he considers that he'll need to act alone since it's a personal mission. At this moment, he notices something strange since he sees the MC walking alone, and, observing him walking through the houses, wonders if the powerful Black Reaper is also planning to fight alone, and if that is the entrance. He stays on alert since the notification for the first wave has arrived, and the gate starts to open. There are 4,900 players against 9,800 weakened goblins. Jung-sik is horrified when he sees that there are almost 10,000 monsters at once. A notification appears, informing that due to the nature of the round, the goblins are at 1/3 of their original strength, and the system wishes for everyone's success. The representative starts to run, thinking this is all madness, and begins climbing the stairs, trying to understand why he saw the Black Reaper not moving, and if that means he's planning to fight all the goblins alone. From what he observed, the entrance is large enough for at least 10 people to pass, and when the door opens, he wonders if the MC is so confident to want to deal with everything alone. He watches from the top of the house, and is more than certain that it's just a bluff since he will fight a little and then run away. The goblins immediately charge into the attack, and the MC prepares his scythe, cutting them in half. Then, he looks up and sees several monsters trying to attack him from the air, but he also jumps, and with the swing of his scythe, slices them all at once with extreme ease. Jung-sik watches the fight, not understanding how the Death Reaper is so strong, and wonders if, when he reaches level 16, he'll become that strong too. Amidst all these thoughts, he decides that it's not the time to be thoughtful, since he needs to find a way to level up quickly. And when he looks to the side, he sees all the players protecting the relic the best way they can. He goes back to the ground, since he also needs to secure some kills. At this moment, a goblin looks at him, but before it has time to do anything, it's attacked. Jung-sik, still on alert, knows there's an enemy behind him and immediately turns, landing a blow. He's pleased since, thanks to his detection rune, he can see the path they'll take, and because of that, it's easy. Barely thinking about this, something passes by his head, grazing his ear to the point of tearing off a piece. He gets startled, looking around until he realizes it was an arrow, but he had never seen a goblin shoot arrows before, and starts to realize that it came from a player, so he needs to find the person's location quickly. Amidst all these thoughts, he doesn't notice a player approaching and takes a spear thrust to his stomach. This makes him furious to the point of gripping the spear tightly and preparing his dagger, aiming for the chest, hoping it dies once and for all. In the middle of his attacks, another arrow passes close to his head, but this time he's able to see who was responsible for the attack. Immediately, he grabs the arrow and aims carefully at the archer, throwing it with all his strength at his head. Jung-sik starts to worry since it's a pain to deal with both monsters and players at the same time, and none of this would have happened if he hadn't become the representative of the region. In his mind, he would have passed that job to someone else immediately if it was possible, and because of that, he reflects on whether it's time to accept the Black Reaper's help, but he changes his mind quickly, believing that a man must maintain his pride and, therefore, cannot become a servant until he notices a player who seems strong, finishing off the monsters, and realizes it's the Black Dragon, who's in 3rd place in the region. Knowing this excites him, and because of that, he approaches and, using his authority power, orders the player Black Dragon in my right hand to protect him from that moment onward. Meanwhile, on the MC's side, his necklace continues to take effect, increasing his attack speed by 25%, and because of that, he starts slicing the monsters as if they were cake. The monsters fall one by one, and his kill count is already at 502. The triple experience buff is active along with the killing rune, which is increasing his attributes by 100%. He decides to open his attribute window and notices that he already has almost 20,000 gold, and this makes him happy since, if he continues like this, he will get the 20,000 during the second wave. While being attacked by other monsters, he reflects that he will save more money to buy the skills since, if he manages to do that, he will obtain the rune of the Heart of True Reflection. He turns around and immediately cuts in half all the monsters that were approaching, making all the others so scared that they think twice before attacking. The MC, out of patience, charges forward since the enemies are not moving and resumes his slaughter. After all this, near the crystal, everyone starts hearing a very loud sound, making them afraid since they do not know what it means. At that moment, the monsters simply start disappearing, both the living and the dead ones on the ground, as a message appears stating that the blockade of the first wave was a success. Everyone feels relieved for having made it, while a notification informs them that 3,933 players survived and 967 died, and that those who survived will receive 500 gold each. Human is surprised since, Even with the goblins weakened, almost 1,000 players still died. He starts looking for Jung-sik until he finally finds him, as he expected him to survive the first round, but he is also aware that surviving the second will be difficult. Meanwhile, the gangster is lamenting the wound he received and becomes even angrier upon realizing that many players are not even worried about killing the goblins, focusing only on trying to kill him. At that moment, another player approaches and jumps to attack him, but gets hit head-on by the Black Dragon and Young-min. Seeing this makes him happy since he has someone powerful protecting him, and the command authority is truly incredible. Besides that, he is also liking Young-min since he is a player who is helping without even needing to use the authority. At that moment, he feels intense pain in his stomach and realizes that his wound is getting worse as he is bleeding a lot, and he starts wondering if he will really be able to survive for the remaining time. He starts thinking this whole situation is a mess, but tries to fill himself with confidence because he needs to survive no matter what. At that moment, everyone notices something as it is announced that the second wave is about to begin, and it will be 3,933 players against 7,866 weakened goblins and hobgoblins. The goblins once again go after the MC, but he continues finishing them off with his scythe, slicing back and forth, causing an extreme massacre against the monsters. Because of this, a notification pops up informing him that he reached level 20 and has now moved from the apprentice rank to regular, and the combine function has been unlocked. He is happy as he finally reached level 20 and can now use the combination function to create unique items that can't be obtained in the shop. The system informs him that to celebrate the new rank, the death insignia has been strengthened. Its additional damage increased from 100% to 120%. Moreover, the exclusive Reaper skill, Knight of Death, has also been learned. This skill has a radius of 500 meters. Dark energy is released, creating an artificial night. The caster can remove the skill at will. Now, the next skill learned will only be available at level 40. He looks at his Reaper rune, which, when used during the day, doubles the weapon's damage, and, when used at night, increases the attack speed by 50%, while drastically reducing the chance for enemies to notice his presence. He can only imagine that his new skill, Mortal Night, will combo very well with this rune. At that moment, more monsters appear, and he welcomes them as he was eager to test his new skill. He activates his Mortal Night, leaving the goblins confused as to why it's getting dark until they are completely in the dark, and the MC begins reaping them one by one, giving them no chance to react, as only eternal rest awaits them in the midst of that dark night. He watches the pile of monsters he just finished off until a notification informs him that the second wave has been successfully unlocked and that 3,343 survived, while 590 died during the mission. As a reward, everyone received 500 gold. He breathes a sigh of relief and wonders if he should buy some common skills and rest. When opening the system shop, he goes straight to the first skill he needs, which is presence detection. Ryumin is aware that with this skill, he will be able to identify all targets within a 30-meter radius, and testing his new skill, he notices there are only goblin corpses around, so his new goal is to gather another 20,000 gold. The third wave begins with 3,343 players against 6,686 weakened hobgoblins. The battle begins and soon ends, starting the fourth wave with 3,000 survivors against 6,000 hobgoblins. After all the players successfully protect the crystal, it's announced that the fourth wave has been completed successfully. Jung-sik starts to imagine that he needs to hold out for another hour, and if he succeeds, he will survive. He is also aware that he has already used all 10 command authorities, but as long as these people protect him, everything will be fine. The fifth wave is announced, and this time it will be 2,700 players against 10,800 weakened gnolls. He panics at the absurd number of monsters he will face this time, especially since they are gnolls instead of goblins. The battle begins, and the representative tries to stay calm, as it's also an opportunity to break the record. He begins to worry, knowing he needs to become stronger at all costs, to face anyone who underestimates him. However, he hears some strange noises and notices some of his subordinates being finished off, while some players point at him as they want his head in order to become the new representative. Young-sik pulls the targets from his command to use them as human shields, but it's pointless since they are quickly finished off. Now, only a few players under the effect of his ability remain, and seeing himself surrounded, he decides to start running since hunting is no longer possible. The players begin to chase him, and all the gangster wants is to survive just one more wave until he notices the Black Reaper in front of him. In desperation, he informs the MC that he will accept his proposal and will do anything he asks as long as he protects him. He continues pleading for protection, but Ryumin, with a dark look, warns that he refuses to do so since he already said he no longer cares what happens to him. Therefore, whether he lives or dies, it's none of his business. Young-sik becomes desperate, as it was the Reaper himself who made this offer, and he doesn't understand why he's rejecting it. The MC explains that he doesn't need a servant who doesn't even have any command authority. The gangster panics, realizing that this means he is useless, and if he had known this, he would have accepted the offer earlier. At this moment, he hears a scream because the players have noticed that the Reaper rejected the offer. Everyone feels relieved since they didn't know what to do against the Reaper, but now they can satisfy the desires in their hearts because the gangster is injured. Young-sik draws his dagger, warning that if he's going to die, at least he'll take as many down with him as possible. At this moment, Young-min appears, asking if he's tired since he's here to help. The gangster feels relieved to see his partner there and tells him that if they survive this, he'll take very good care of him. However, as soon as he finishes his sentence, he receives a punch square in the mouth from Young-min, who throws him to the ground. The gangster groans in pain until Young-min approaches and warns that he will kill him so he won't have to endure so much pain. For that reason, he grabs the representative's clothes and starts punching him, landing blow after blow. Young-sik can't believe this, as he's being betrayed by a piece of trash. However, it's too late for regrets because Young-min just raises his foot and finishes off the representative, even receiving a notification that the region's representative has been finished and the command authority has been transferred to the one responsible for it. Soon, player Young-min is the new representative of the region. He receives the notice that he's the new representative and that he has money to use the command authority ability. Seeing this makes him happy because he can use this power on Eren as he pleases, until he looks down and sees Young-sik's lifeless body. He turns away, finding it shameful, and tells the other players that he took care of the former representative and that he had told them they did indeed have a chance of getting a new leader. Everyone is a bit uneasy but notices the ketchup in Young-min's hand, finding it bizarre to see him killing a player with his own hands. However, some people start asking if Young-min wasn't the gangster's sycophant and apparently planned this betrayal from the very beginning. They find this frightening, as they cannot accept a region's representative who behaves like this. Young-min realizes that now everyone will come after him, but he's already thought of a way to get out of this situation. He thinks about it and runs off, shouting for the MC. He approaches and asks if he saw the message, since he's become the new representative of the region and has the command authority. He then informs him that he will accept the offer he made to Young-sik. In other words, he will do whatever he wants in exchange for his protection. He's excited because the reason the gangster was abandoned was because he had no command authority, so he believes the Reaper will accept him since he has all 10 commands. However, the MC warns that he did not like his attitude and orders him to kneel if he wants him to consider that possibility. The big guy asks if he didn't hear correctly, as he now has the 10 command authorities. Ryumin informs him that he doesn't care about that, since if anyone has something to lose here, it's him, and so he repeats that if he wants this protection, he will have to beg on his knees. Young-min sees himself with few options, as he is being cornered by the players, and so he kneels, saying that he will do whatever he wants so he can use him as a servant. The MC stares at the ground and thinks that he's seen this so many times that he's tired of it. Although, unlike Young-sik, Young-min is useful, at least for now. For this reason, he says he will accept the offer, making the big guy extremely happy, thanking him for it. Ryumin tells him to stop doing that and starts walking, standing before the other players. They are in disbelief that the powerful Black Reaper will really protect the representative and wonder if there would be any result if they all attacked at once. However, one guy asks if they're crazy as they witness that scythe killing countless opponents at once, so obviously they have no chance of winning. At that moment, the MC draws their attention, giving them two options. The first is that they give up hunting the region's representative and, with that, go back to hunting some monsters. Or they can die at his hands. He adds that, if possible, he recommends they choose the first option, although the second is not a problem either, as not having swords pointed at them by humans is a good thing. They are intimidated and immediately start to leave. Young Min is surprised, as everyone just retreated with only a few words from the Black Reaper, and admits that having him as an enemy is scary, but having him as an ally, there's really no one more reliable. Meanwhile, the MC realizes that the situation is slowly coming to an end, as the fifth wave will be safely completed, although there is still one thing to do. After all, if things end like this, he won't find it pleasant. For this reason, he tells Young Min that, as promised, he must do everything he says. He replies that he will, and asks what he should do with the command authority. Ryumin orders him to use all 10 command authorities to break the relic they are protecting. The big guy apologizes, as he doesn't know if he heard correctly, remembering that the angel said that if they are unable to protect the relic, they will receive a massive penalty. He is frustrated, as the order was to use the 10 commands, and if he does that, there will be none left to make Eren his slave. For this reason, he asks why this, and if he could use only 9 instead of 10. The MC tells him to shut up, as he just needs to obey, and if he has to ask again, he will just kill him. Young Min apologizes and says he will do as he wishes, but before, Ryumin informs him that the people will be the targets of the command authority, thus informing the nicknames of the 10 players. He is surprised after hearing the 10 names, as all his friends are included, and wonders if this was intentional. For this reason, he apologizes to his friends, as it was the Black Reaper's order, and, therefore, he couldn't refuse. That said, he begins to use his power on all the names the MC gave and issues the order to break the relic. Immediately, a notification appears saying the relic is being attacked, and this catches the attention of the players, who, upon looking back, notice 10 people attacking the relic they should be protecting. They start yelling, asking them to stop, and asking what they are doing, as everyone will suffer a penalty. However, as they are under the effect of the command authority, they just keep attacking, and even though some players try to stop them, it's of no use, as after several hits, the relic was broken. It's announced that the main mission was a failure, and as a penalty, the Herald of Divine Retribution will be summoned for 30 minutes. They fall into despair, as they don't know what this means, especially with the warning that they must survive until the time runs out. Otherwise, the round won't be completed. The MC is pleased with this, as the secret mission has appeared. Round 3 begins, which is to survive against the Herald of Divine Retribution. The reward for success will be 3,000 gold, and the remaining time is 30 minutes. All the players are thoughtful, as they see they will win 3,000 gold if they survive, and the reward for protecting the relic was 2,000, so this scenario seems more profitable. The MC watches everyone, wondering if indeed the reward is greater than the 5th wave, and that's why he ordered Yang Min to break the relic. And, obviously, there's a reason he didn't do it with his own hands. The system alerts that it has been confirmed that the relic was attacked by players, and the 10 players who did so will receive a penalty. This penalty is a permanent 50% reduction in attributes. They are outraged seeing this, as they just did what they were told, and thus, they become furious with the representative, who tries to defend himself by saying he couldn't have known that something like this would happen. However, a notification also arrives for the representative, notifying him that he failed to protect the crystal, and, therefore, he too will be penalized, with all his attributes being permanently reduced by 50%. This makes him so furious that he kicks the wall and curses everyone. Ryumin just watches, as he's aware that the permanent attribute drops are directly linked to survival and are fatal. So, he decides to prepare for the secret mission, opening the store and going after normal items, like the hood, which increases defense by 20 and dexterity by 3. He also decides to buy the agile long boots, which increase defense by 15, dexterity by 2, and movement speed by 5%. Then, he opens the combination session and places one of his items inside, as well as the Mana Stone. The combination is successful, and one of every attribute is added to the necklace. He knows he can add the Mana Stone to each piece of equipment, so he does this with all of them, always increasing the base attributes of the items. He reflects that the lower grade Mana Stone isn't very useful, but it's still better than nothing. At this moment, a strong tremor is felt throughout the area, and everyone is told to prepare, as despite being nervous, they only need to hold out for 30 minutes. The MC laments, as it won't be so easy to run from this boss because, in his last life, around 500 out of 2,700 survive. After all, just trying to survive is extremely difficult, as this is usually a boss that can hardly be defeated, even with 5 level 40 players against it. A rift opens in the sky, as he says he plans to receive a huge reward for killing this boss. Ryumin is confident this time, as he has the title for having killed the angel Burial, because the title doubles the attributes of the possessor when fighting against deities. And as he knows well, the Herald of Divine Retribution is of the divine type. People see the boss of the secret mission and murmur if it's just about dodging the angel to complete the mission, as if so, it'll be very easy. Yongmin is confident as well, thinking he was scared for no reason, until the Herald raises his scepter and strikes the ground, creating an energy wave that grows until it covers a huge area. A notification alerts that the Herald has cast the restriction field. The players start asking what the hell that is, and to make things worse, they are notified that it's impossible to leave the effect area unless the spellcaster disarms it. Additionally, players inside the field will have their attributes reduced by 50%. The players inside the field panic, begging those outside to get them out of there. Ryumin simply watches, noticing that about 300 people were caught, and unfortunately, thinks it's a shame since there's no way to save them. The Divine Herald spreads his wings and shoots hundreds of light arrows. The MC just turns his face, knowing the massacre will begin, as the attacks will finish one by one with incredible speed. People panic to the point of asking how the hell they are supposed to dodge that, since it's almost impossible to follow with the eyes, especially with the restriction field. The boss keeps firing his attacks non-stop, and the MC begins to reflect on the situation, knowing that the restriction field is heavy because once inside, it's nearly impossible to dodge the light arrows. However, looking at it another way, it also means that if he manages to dodge them, he won't have trouble surviving. So he takes advantage of this moment and runs to the other side of the city. As expected, the Herald isn't paying attention to his back while hunting the players. The barrier begins to dissipate since it has wiped out all the humans inside the area, and he just watches the boss vulnerable, as he's never looking behind. That's why he leaps with all his might, holding his scythe, and immediately activates his death seal, since he needs to land a fatal blow first. At that moment, the Herald looks back, but it's too late. As the attack hits dead on, the MC pulls his scythe out and realizes it was perfect, as he hit one of the eyes perfectly. He then lands back on the ground and starts running to gain distance, as, due to the death seal, the boss only has 60% stamina left, so a single attack took almost half of his health. He keeps running at full speed, knowing that the boss will cast the restriction field to catch him, and indeed the boss does so. But because of the distance, he can't catch anything. The MC jumps again, knowing that the boss will dismantle the field to try and catch him again, and he prepares himself, as his target is the other eye, and so he lands another full hit, once again on the Herald's face. The boss screams in pain but immediately raises the barrier, thus reducing the player's attributes by 50% if they are inside. At this point, the MC no longer cares since the Herald, without eyes, won't pose much of a threat, and realizes that his final move will be to launch light arrows in all possible directions to try and hit him, since he can't see anything. At that moment, he activates his Night of Death, and the darkness begins to swallow the light arrows, leaving the Herald confused, as he doesn't understand what's happening. The MC takes advantage of this opening, knowing that light cannot overcome darkness, as the system of that world is designed this way, and with his scythe in hand, he says he will finish this once and for all, landing a full hit on one of his wings, causing it to fall to the ground. The boss turns and tries to strike him with his scepter, but the MC jumps and dodges with a somersault in the air, landing another hit dead on the remaining wing, making it fall to the ground as well. Ryuman starts running and notices that the Herald's health has dropped to 10%, so he decides to distance himself as he needs to avoid killing him. The boss positions himself with a notification stating that the conditions have been met and the passive Last Radiant Shine will be activated. Now, the Herald is invincible. The MC simply watches from afar as he was waiting for this 10% phase to arrive, because if he had decapitated the boss earlier, he wouldn't have been able to kill him later. The Herald begins to create several black portals that fire multiple electric shocks at Ryuman. The attack lasts for 50 seconds, decreasing to 30 and then to 10, until finally ending, making the MC happy, since now the Herald's invincibility is over and he is vulnerable. Because of this, he charges forward, raises his scythe, and finishes the boss with his final strike, which makes the head fly off. A notification alerts that the boss has been defeated, and the MC has leveled up 3 times, in addition to earning 8,200 gold, plus an additional 4,100. Next to the dead boss, there is also a notification that Ryuman was the first player to defeat the Herald of Divine Retribution and, therefore, earned the title Challenger of Divine Retribution. This title's condition is to be the first player to defeat a Herald of Divine Retribution. Its effect is to reduce damage taken from holy beings by 80%. Additionally, he also received the Condensed Ether for the first kill of a Herald. He then also receives a Radiance rune for the first kill of a Herald. As a result, the rune obtained was automatically engraved on the player's body. He analyzes the ether he received, as it was the main reason he wanted to kill that boss. He places the item in his combination slot, as he knows this item is necessary to make a rank God item. He is also happy with the Radiance rune, which increases intelligence by 1 and the effectiveness of fear skills by 1%. He is aware that since he is level 30, both his intelligence and skills will increase by 30 and 30% respectively, and, thanks to this, he won't need to invest in intelligence for a while. A notification arrives for everyone announcing that the secret mission has been completed and 3,000 gold has been distributed to everyone. The players are forming a huge circle around the MC, shouting that they can't believe the powerful Divine Reaper managed to solo a boss. At this moment, a voice catches everyone's attention as they look up and witness Olivia, surprised, because it's the first time she's seen someone defeat the Herald of Divine Retribution alone, and therefore, she recognizes him, even though he is human. She asks if she could quickly ask a few questions, wanting to know why the player Black Reaper wanted to kill this boss. The MC thinks these questions are a drag, but simply answers, just because. She approaches, thinking this is strange, since they would only receive rewards for surviving, but he risked everything just because of a just because. Ryuman says that he couldn't let that boss kill everyone present. People begin to admire him even more, since he faced the monster just to save them. Olivia comments that humans are strange creatures, as it's foolishness to risk one's life for strangers, and she admits it's hard to understand. Ryuman imagines that angels really are selfish, so they would never understand anyway. The angel turns to everyone and congratulates them for their performance, but warns them not to relax, as the overall performance will be based on kills, and therefore, she warns that she will show the results. From all regions, the first place was the Black Reaper, who is level 30 and defeated 3,631 monsters. In second place was the Stupid Idiots, a level 13 shaman with 982 kills. In third place was the Heavenly Demon, a level 13 knight with 963 kills. As for the MC's region, he came in first. Sangchul, a warrior, came in second with 680 kills, and Arin and Summoner came in third with 500 kills. Everyone couldn't believe that the Black Reaper had single-handedly killed almost 4,000 monsters and was already level 30, as that was just too crazy. The MC, in his thoughts, admits that this was thanks to the experience bonuses. But it's a privilege only for those who place first in every region, so it's not something easy. The system congratulates him for ranking first in all regions, and also first in the current region. As a reward, he will receive a reward selection chest and a rare ring ticket. He decides to start with these rings, and the system asks him to choose between the Agile Winds ring, the Blue Magic ring, and the Resistance ring. He doesn't think twice and chooses the Resistance ring, knowing that the name suggests it's not a big deal, but it's an item that increases luck by 4% and resistance by 35%. Ryumin is aware that no matter how strong a player is, if they are affected by any debuff, it's practically a death sentence, and resistance is not something that can be increased with attributes, so it's better to keep something like this, even if it won't be used immediately. Then, he moves on to the next reward, where he must choose between 3 options: a 50% increase in attributes during the 4th round, 4,000 gold, or information about the 4th round. He isn't surprised that the triple experience bonus is no longer available, as the objective of the 4th round isn't to kill monsters. And, knowing that, he chooses the 4,000 gold. With everything settled, the angel announces that the cutoff will be made starting from rank 1,225. Players who killed few monsters begin to panic, but she warns that those who didn't even reach the mentioned rank will be eliminated. That said, all the players with few kills start disappearing, being finished off one by one. With that, the 3rd round ends, leaving 1,225 survivors in the current region. After returning to the real world, Erin wakes up and feels relieved, as she managed to survive 3 rounds. She gets out of bed happy for having obtained the Summoner class, and decides to test by summoning a fairy in the real world. She's excited because she managed to finish the 3rd round safely thanks to her fairy's barrier, and her bodyguard had attracted the attention of the enemies. She also realized that, in addition to all that, she ended up in the top 3 of the region, so she grabs an item from her inventory, wondering if the Black Reaper would like to receive the magic crystal she got as a reward. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a guy grabs a lamp and throws it against the wall. It was Yong Min, furious with the MC, as due to the penalty he received, all his attributes were halved. He can't accept this because if he had known about the penalty, he would never have ordered people to attack the crystal. At that moment, something catches his attention, as his phone is ringing, and when he picks it up, he realizes he's really screwed. He sees it's his friend Seung-han, and decides to answer, but his friend immediately accuses him of being crazy, asking what the hell that was, since everyone's screwed because of him, as he used his command authority on his own friends. Yong Min tries to justify himself, saying he had no other choice because the Black Reaper would have killed him if he hadn't done it. But Seung-han warns him that he should have died. After all, he could have died instead of hurting his own friends. The big guy asks if he's crazy, since he himself was also harmed, as the region's representative had his attributes halved as well. However, his friend starts yelling even more, accusing him of being a traitor since he thought they were friends, and that nothing would have happened if he hadn't finished off the region's representative. He makes it clear that he is no longer to be seen as a friend, whether in the real world or in the game world, since he might end up killing him if he sees him again. He says this and hangs up on Yong Min, who is furious about it, as he too is a victim in this story. He decides to call his other friends, but realizes that his number has been blocked, so he throws the phone on the bed, getting more and more irritated with the situation he's gotten himself into. He decides not to call anyone else, as he'll live his life alone until he remembers that his former friend threatened to kill him if he saw him next time, and, nervous about the situation, makes it clear that he will kill all of them. After that, in a hotel, Sang-chul goes to visit his boss, surprised that he survived once again by luck. Gyeonglak confesses that the 3rd round was indeed much harder and asks if he is really okay. He replies that yes, and that maybe it was because the monsters were weaker, so they didn't have many problems. The leader asks if he has already obtained a class and what level he is at. He replies that he is at level 11 and obtained the Knight class. He also mentions that Erin is at the same level but obtained the Summoner class, which is different from his. Gyeonglak is surprised by this and admits he didn't expect such a class. Maybe it's not very common. Sang-chul agrees, since he was also surprised, and thanks to a fairy that she summoned, they were able to hunt peacefully with a protective shield. The leader thinks this is great and asks him to maintain a good relationship with her, and even says that if he likes her, he's free to start a relationship. He gets confused by this, but Gyeonglak explains that if he wants to have a relationship with her, it's fine, since that way he can discover people's weaknesses. His subordinate feels a little awkward about this, making the leader burst out laughing since he's never seen him so frustrated, but asks him not to do anything problematic. Sangchul says he understands, but replies that Aaron doesn't have such feelings for him. Gyeonglak laughs, but asks them to get to the main subject, as his subordinate said he had something urgent to report. He says that first of all, he wanted to apologize, admitting that he failed to follow the orders to assist the Black Reaper and also failed to deliver the message. And the two start talking since Sangchul had many things to say about what happened in his region involving the Black Reaper. After all this conversation, Gyeonglak is intrigued by this divine herald who appeared, as everything suggests it was extremely powerful. His subordinate confesses that the Black Reaper is extremely powerful, as he used some insane abilities as if he already knew he was going to win, and therefore says that unfortunately, he is a player who doesn't need their help. This leaves the leader thinking, as he didn't expect a player to have attributes so far beyond the others, and even feels embarrassed for having the Black Knight rune and not being able to face this person. However, his desire to meet the Black Reaper in person only grows stronger, but he asks to leave this subject aside for now and changes the subject, asking what the result was of their hunt for the player who gave Aaron trouble in the second round. Sangchul says the person's name is Yong Min, but if it's his real name, there are many people across the country with the same name. But assuming he's around 20 years old and lives in Seoul, this number is reduced to about 5 people. He also mentions that even though he's being searched by detectives, this person's location would take at least a month to be found. The leader laments, since if it really takes all this, they won't find him before the 4th round. Sangchul fills his boss's glass and says he agrees since they are not in a hurry, so they can relax a bit. Gyeonglak then asks how much gold he managed to obtain. He replies that 10,000, leaving his boss surprised since he is halfway there, mentioning that the shop has a skill called analysis, and asks him to learn it as soon as he gathers 20,000 gold. The bodyguard responds that he will do it until he remembers that he needed to mention that a shareholder bought several shares of his boss's company, further explaining that he is referring to the Celestial Demon Company, which recently opened. Gyeonglak finds this interesting and then asks what percentage of shares this person bought. Sangchul asks him not to be surprised since it was 31%. He cannot hide his surprised expression since 31% is too much, imagining that the Celestial Demon Consultations Company has a value of 900 billion, and if this person bought 31%, then he invested 280 billion and does not know if a person really has that much money. He tries to remember if there really is someone that rich he knows, or maybe it was one of his brothers. With this thought, he picks up his phone and decides to dig deeper, since if someone invested 31%, it is because they want to take part in the management directly, and for that reason, he asks the department head for this shareholder's contact information. Elsewhere, the MC is holding his phone since he is aware that it is almost time for them to contact him, as it cannot be the other way around because he needs to maintain the dignity of a great investor. At that moment, his brother bursts through the door, making him so startled that he drops the phone on his head. One wants to know his level, but Ryumin asks why the hell he is asking that out of nowhere. He explains that some guy is acting too full of himself, saying that his older brother has a ridiculously high level, mentioning that they are mocking him because this person is already at level 11 and even has a class. The MC finds this funny and tells his brother not to worry since he himself is at a higher level than that. One, still curious, asks what level his brother is. He thinks about whether he should tell the truth or not since this is problematic in various ways, and for that reason, he decides to lie, saying that he is at level 12. One is surprised by this since if he is at level 12, then he has a class, and with his eyes shining, he asks the MC what class he obtained. However, the MC just goes back to lying down, saying that it is a secret that unfortunately he cannot share, not even between brothers. His brother is upset about this, since there is nothing he can do and just leaves the room. After closing the door, Ryumin's phone rings. He answers since he was expecting Gyeonglak's call. The leader greets him, stating that he is the CEO of the Celestial Demon Consultations Company. Ryumin keeps listening, smiling, since he needs to start by seeming naive, because the more he appears to be just an ordinary person, the easier it will be to catch him off guard. The leader tells Ryumin that he heard he invested a fortune in the company and says that, with that, he became the largest shareholder of this company and for that reason, he would like the two of them to meet in person, possibly over a meal. The businessman asks if it could be on Friday of that week, but the MC reflects that Friday is an important day to obtain the rune of inner thoughts. So he informs that he already has plans on Friday and would therefore like to schedule it for Saturday. With that settled, the lunch was scheduled for Saturday, and Ryuman reflects that he was already aware he would receive that call. After all, Gyeonglok created the Celestial Demon Consultations Company to gain his own father's approval, so there is no way he can treat such a major shareholder poorly. He decides that before meeting with the company's leader, he needs to obtain the runes he requires. Since he is aware that there are various ways to obtain a rune, they can be found in certain locations in each round or as special rewards, in addition to being obtained by defeating bosses and, in extremely rare cases, from common monsters. Lastly, one thing he is aware of but few people know is that they can also be obtained in real life. He begins to climb the stairs of a building, aware that the conditions for the rune to manifest are quite complicated, but soon, Seok-hyun will appear there. He stays hidden, thinking that this Seok-hyun is both the in-game nickname and the real name of the person, and he does not forget this name because it is a criminal who kidnapped his brother, even clearly remembering the voice of this person. At the time, Seok-hyun had won as a hostage, warning that to keep him alive, it was necessary to pay a price by revealing secret information that no one knew. The MC asks what the hell is going on since there is no way he could know anything like that. The criminal bursts into laughter and immediately turns serious, ordering him not to lie since he is aware that he is a regressor. Ryuman is shocked, not understanding how that person knows this. He sees the look of surprise on the MC's face and explains that he possesses the rune of inner thoughts and used it to probe one, and at that very moment, he also knows what the MC is thinking. After rescuing his brother, the MC reflects that since that incident, he has been seeking revenge against Seok-hyun from his 10th regression onward, and because of that, he no longer had emotions. Only the goal of being the first to obtain that rune of thoughts before this criminal. He barely finishes that thought when Seok-hyun appears carrying someone. It is a girl whom he throws to the ground. He warns that he will remove the tape from her mouth, but orders her not to scream. She begins to beg for mercy, but he tells her to shut up, asking her to try something different, since he does not care at all about talk of having children or anything like that. She starts apologizing, but the criminal asks why she is apologizing. The woman, with a trembling voice, asks if he is doing this because she stared at him the other day, and if so, she is very sorry. Seok-hyun responds that it is exactly because of that, and questions why do such a thing if she was going to regret it later, saying he felt like shit that day. 2 days ago, the criminal was walking through the city, wondering which woman he should try to get since he needed one to forget all his problems. He comes across a woman with a beautiful body and, seeing which direction she is going, decides to simply follow her as she ends up entering an alley. He keeps following until he jumps in front of her, emitting a bright glow with his player ability, which leaves the girl terrified since she cannot see anything. The criminal takes advantage of the situation to commit atrocities against the girl and then simply leaves, leaving her terrified on the ground. He reflects that he loves situations where he can do whatever he wants, since his life was so boring that he would not even care if he died, until he obtained the rune of luminescence, which allows his body to shine and blind his opponent. He finds this rune extremely fun until he enters the store and sees the receptionist, becoming enchanted by her since she is very beautiful. He states that he wants an iced Americano, and she replies that it will cost 5,000 won. Seok-hyun hands over the money and asks if she is new there, as he is a regular customer at the store and does not recall seeing her there. The woman apologizes, saying she did not know he was a loyal customer, and explains that all part-time employees quit since the world is going through recent changes, adding that she is the owner of that store. He is surprised to hear that and asks her age since she looks quite young. She replies that she is 32 years old. Hearing this excites him since, at that age, there is no way she could be a player, so he asks for her number since he likes her. The girl turns, confused by his advances, but the criminal does not like the expression she made, so he asks if she hated his face that much, feeling disgusted or something. She cannot even explain herself before Seok-hyun, slams his fist on the table, furious, and demands that she return the money for the coffee. Trembling all over, she returns the money, and he snatches it from her hand, leaving the store irritated, thinking that the woman was judging his appearance just because she was beautiful. He already thinks about revenge. Back in the present, she continues apologizing while he says that she shouldn't judge people by their appearance, in addition to not believing that she's being sincere enough with those apologies. Because of this, the criminal throws her to the ground and, grabbing her arms, says he needs to find out if she's not just pretending to escape the situation. He, with a bizarre look on his face, asks if she really feels sorry, since, if that's the case, she needs to pay a price for it. At this moment, the MC approaches and tells the criminal to stay still, giving him a fright since he didn't know there was someone else there and wonders if it's some kind of detective. So, he gets up, running, and asks who it is. Ryumin, holding his scythe, tells him to shut up, saying that he will scream soon when he's on the ground. Seok-hyun is confused seeing a guy holding a huge scythe and wearing a white mask, and that's why he asks if he's out of his mind, since that place is not for jokes. The MC then raises his scythe, asking if he really thinks that it's a toy, and strikes the air, making a sharp blade sound. The guy panics since the weapon is clearly real and asks if he's a player. Ryumin turns around and tells the girl to leave, but the criminal starts shouting, telling her not to do that. Because of this, the MC starts running at high speed and lands a blow to the guy's crotch, making him fall to his knees immediately. He tells him that he warned him not to scream, or he would end up on the ground, and asks once again for the woman to leave since he will handle everything there. She thanks him for helping her and runs off. Ryumin tells the criminal that now it's just the two of them, and the games are about to begin for real. Seok-hyun screams angrily, saying that he will kill him, and also kill his whole family. The MC says that this is better since it wouldn't be fun if he just beat him up there. Immediately, the thug charges at him and starts attacking with his dagger but doesn't land a single blow. Seeing this leaves him confused since his opponent is dodging with ease. Ryumin mocks him since he's seeing a player using the goblin's daggers, and, with a surgical strike, hits a part of his arm, cutting it off and leaving the criminal in despair. Ryumin asks if it hurts a lot, but he answers that the fun hasn't even started yet, and that losing his hand is nothing. He barely finishes saying that when he starts seeing some shadows, as the MC is now running at high speed, calling him a baby. Seok-hyun starts panicking since if it continues like this, he'll end up dying and needs to get out alive at any cost. But he knows that to do that, he needs to find a way to blind his opponent first. Thinking that he has an opening, he activates his light ability, telling him to die at once. But he notices that his light has no effect at all. This leaves him desperate since he doesn't understand what happened or why it didn't work. Ryumin imagines that he could keep trying to use that ability as much as he wants, since light can't pass through the night of death, having used this ability from the start. Without wasting time, he charges at him with his scythe and cuts the thug's legs, making him fall to the ground, screaming in pain and asking why the hell he's doing this to him. Ryumin raises his scythe and strikes his leg, asking if he needs a reason to kill a mere insect, and while continuing to attack, says that he can't let someone who will cause trouble in the future live. Seok-hyun, furious, starts calling the MC a fucking psychopath, but after receiving several blows, he just lies on the ground, wondering why someone with a scythe is doing this to him since he doesn't understand the reason behind it. Crying a lot, he wonders how much it hurts, and if he should just finish himself off to end it all, coming to the conclusion that it's the best choice to make. However, the scythe reaches his neck, leaving him confused seeing that. Ryumin asks if he's trying to finish himself off since he wouldn't let something like that happen so easily. He says this and strikes another blow to his back, as he will continue doing this until he begs for him to finish it once and for all. After having his body struck several times, he can only imagine how much his body hurts and begs for him to finish it once and for all. The MC asks if he is sure about this, seeing the man terrified on the ground. He admits that he is aware that from the bandit's perspective, he doesn't know the reason for doing this, since it's their first encounter, but things change for him because he can't say the same, revealing that they've met before and even knows his name. The man, terrified, asks if, by chance, he has any connection with the girl from earlier. He says that he honestly has no idea who that girl is, and In fact, the bandit there kidnapped his younger brother and used that to reveal some secrets he knows. Seok-hyun replies that he never did that, but he tries to explain that he hasn't yet, as it's something that will happen in the future. But for him, it's also something he did in the past. And if he hadn't gotten there, the little bandit would have likely obtained the rune of inner thoughts. Hearing this leaves the criminal confused about what rune this is. Ryumin reveals that there's a rune inside him somewhere, and the secret to obtaining it is to listen to the voice of truth from someone. In other words, you need to hear someone speak the truth from the bottom of their heart. He reveals that if he hadn't done anything, the criminal there would have tortured that woman, and in the process, she would have begged to be let go, and unintentionally, she would have obtained the rune of inner thoughts, which would have been used to commit several crimes. Seok-hyun just stays silent since he doesn't know anything about this, but the MC tells him he's confirmed this several times, and even if he doesn't consider what he did, he still thinks he's a piece of shit who deserves to die for the latest crimes he committed. The criminal asks him to finish it once and for all, as he deserves to die, but is surprised when the MC responds that he won't do anything. Moreover, he grabs the handle of the sickle and places it in the man's mouth, warning him that he's just waiting for him to finish it on his own. The man starts trembling in despair as his body hurts too much, and reflects that the MC wants the rune of inner thoughts, so he needs to make him speak something true from the bottom of his heart. But desperate, doesn't understand why he isn't letting him speak to finally obtain this rune. At this moment, Ryumin asks if he's trying to understand why he isn't letting him speak. That's because he's already testing the rune. The man, crying heavily, becomes confused by this. He says he's already obtained the rune, asking him to remember from earlier when he begged him to kill him, and by doing that, the rune reacted. A notification appeared warning that he extracted the voice of truth from someone, fulfilling a hidden condition. Because of this, he discovered the rune of true thoughts of the heart, a secret rune placed in a predetermined location. It stated that the rune has already been automatically recorded in his body. This is the rune of true thoughts of the heart. It reads the thoughts of a visible target in front of him. If he observes it carefully, he can see even deeper into their heart, and it has a range of 30 meters. Because of this, the MC says he just tested it and saw that it works very well, but makes it clear that he won't let him die so easily because it wouldn't be fair to the victims. Seok-hyun uses his last strength to imagine how much of a bastard the guy is until his heart stops beating. The MC gets up and feels relieved, as there are no witnesses there, and all he needs to do is clean things up with the common skill he learned. This is the skill Erase Traces, which erases traces like bodies, ketchup, fingerprints, and footprints from the area. A green flame starts appearing in the place and erases any evidence of what happened there. He thinks it's a very effective skill, since a good cleaning always does good. And with everything resolved, he decides to leave since he still has his meeting with Gyeonglak the next day. Back at his building on Saturday, the MC puts on his fancy suit, and his brother admires how well dressed he is, asking if he's, by any chance, going on a date. He asks why it would be a meeting since he only put on a suit, because it's an important occasion about business. His brother asks if he's really investing at this time, and feels awkward, as he first saw him invest in stocks, and now he's in parallel investments, worrying that he might fail and have his psychological state affected by it. Ryumin, being able to hear his brother's thoughts, since they come from the heart, is surprised as he's more worried about him than about becoming poor again. To try to reassure him, the MC tells him he'll explain the details later and asks him not to worry as he prepares to leave, telling him to wait there since the other players have started acting and the outside is dangerous. One confirms that he's really seen it since people are using their abilities for evil, and he even saw in some reports criminals escaping from prisons due to the powers they gained. Ryumin confirms it, as even criminals were given the chance to become players as long as they meet the age requirement. He reflects that the players are getting stronger and the population is getting smaller, and soon, even regular people will be hunted and treated as slaves. That will happen when the players reach their peaks. Because of that, he knows he needs to become as strong as possible, as well as further increase the reputation of the Black Reaper in the process. After thinking all this, he says he will leave, but his brother asks when he will know about this job, feeling frustrated right after, as the MC said it's a secret, but promises to reveal it soon, and asks him to stay there quietly, eating something more expensive than instant noodles. With that, he heads to the meeting place, already imagining where it would be since the logic is similar to the home team having an advantage in football. That is the place Gyeonglak chose for them to eat, and it's known as the Oshun Group's hotel. But in reality, it's one of Gyeonglak's own hotels, although that's confidential information. He walks to the reception, aware that before appearing important, he needs to appear as naive as possible. With that in mind, he makes an insecure face and says he's there for a meeting, but doesn't know exactly where to go. The woman asks if, by any chance, it's a meeting with the president of Celestial Demon Consultations, and points to a sofa, saying the president will arrive soon, and asks him to wait there. He thanks her and sits down, thinking everything is perfect since he's pretending to be insecure and makes a dumb face while looking at the beautiful place. At that moment, someone approaches, asking if he is Mr. Ryuman. The MC stands up and is surprised, just like Sang-chul, who asks if they haven't met before at another hotel. He replies that they have, commenting that it was when they were handing out rice cakes after they moved, and also mentions seeing him with the actress Erin. The bodyguard immediately bows, apologizing for the lack of courtesy that day. He starts to sweat coldly since he's seeing a kid who can't be even 20 years old, and yet is the largest shareholder in the company, investing 280 billion won. The MC quickly notices this distrust, but understands that it's a natural reaction, as it's unbelievable for someone so young to have so much money. He continues with his plan to appear naive and says that it's no problem and that he never expected the president of the company he invested in to live right in front of them. Sang-chul asks him not to misunderstand, since he's not the president of the company, and, apologizing once again, formally introduces himself, saying that he's only the head of the department and that the president will arrive soon, asking them to go in while they wait. Sang-chul leads him to the meeting room and asks him to please wait for a moment. After stepping away a little and taking his phone in hand, he sends a message to the president saying that he met face-to-face with the person who invested and doesn't believe the kid invested alone, speculating that there's another person involved and, because of that, asks him to be cautious. The MC is happy seeing this, as it was expected that Gyeonglak would send Sang-chul to analyze who the investor is, since it's impossible for the president to be accidentally late for such an important meeting. At this moment, he looks to the side and notices that they have already arrived. Gyeonglak introduces himself, says he is the president of the Celestial Demon Consultations Company, and extends his hand for them to shake. He then asks them to sit down again, saying the head of the department will accompany the meeting. Ryuman notices that the president is including Sang-chul in the meeting without even consulting him, implying that he is trying to take the initiative. Gyeonglak then informs them that they will eat before talking about business, and that's why he asked for Korean food to be prepared, hoping it will be to everyone's liking. The table fills with food, and the MC immediately starts eating, saying it's delicious. The president is happy with this, and reflects that the head of the department might be right, since the boy in front of him is too young to have invested 280 billion, and even if he had the money, he doesn't seem to have the mentality for it. For this reason, he also believes there's someone else working behind the scenes. This makes him even more thoughtful, as he isn't sure who sent him and wonders if it was one of his relatives, needing to find out, starting by saying that he is surprised to see that the company's largest shareholder is someone so young, and then asks his age. The MC replies that he is 20 years old, which surprises the president, who says he is 29 and is glad to meet someone in the same decade. He then asks how he got so much money being so young, and if, by any chance, he is the child of some great family. Ryuman begins to reflect that the CEO is being very direct with his questions, and therefore plays along, saying that he is not, as he was just an ordinary student until recently. Gyeonglak is confused by the recently, but the MC asks if he has seen the article about someone who won the lottery 4 times in a row, revealing that he is the one who won those 4 consecutive times. The president is surprised by this, as he never imagined meeting this person, and says that from what he saw in the article, the lottery winner had won 60 billion from the 4 games combined. Therefore, he asks how he managed to get 280 billion. The MC explains that he invested a bit in Bitcoin. Gyeonglok admits that he finds this incredible, as investing 60 billion in Bitcoin is not something just anyone would have the courage to do. Sang-chul comments that Ryumin apparently had a lot of luck and says that if he remembers correctly, the report mentioned that the lottery winner saw the winning numbers in a dream, but the MC interrupts, saying that it wasn't through a dream. He then looks at the president, as there is only one thing he can do to gain Gyeonglok's acceptance to become allies. So he starts by saying that this is the first time he will reveal this to anyone, telling them that he possesses the rune of future sight. Both listen attentively to this. He summarizes that basically, he is a prophet able to see the future. They both remain silent for a moment, until the president starts to wonder if he really heard correctly about seeing the future. Sang-chul doesn't understand what kind of crazy thing the boy in front of them is talking about either. With these thoughts, Gyeonglok asks if he is really telling the truth, and if the reason for winning so much in the lottery was because of this rune of future sight. The MC replies that this is exactly it, in addition to the investment in Bitcoin, which ended up increasing his fortune. All of this was possible thanks to this rune. The president asks if he could prove it, if it's not a problem, by predicting something that will happen in a few moments. Ryumin starts to reflect that, since he can read their thoughts, predicting the next actions wouldn't be a problem. But just to be safe, he needs to make up a restriction for this ability to avoid any issues. Therefore, he apologizes, explaining that he can't use the ability freely since it only activates in unexpected moments without a specific trigger. Gyeonglok reflects that this is understandable, as a rune that sees the future without restrictions would be surreal. Only then does something come to his mind, and he asks if the reason he invested so much money in his company is what he's thinking. The MC says yes, since he saw the consultations of the celestial demon growing exponentially in the future, and, for that reason, invested so much money, revealing that it will be listed on Kospi in half a year without much difficulty. He feels happy hearing all this, and reflects on how great it will be if it really turns out to be true, since, besides being recognized by his father, he will also secure the position of director. But he tries to stay calm, since he cannot smile at information that he does not even know is true. However, Ryumin comments that for the company to succeed, they will have to completely change the business model. Immediately, Sang-chul stands up, slamming the table and saying that it is an unreasonable request since, if that is the case, it would be easier to change the name altogether. He comments that, eventually, they will indeed have to change the name naturally, and makes it clear that he is not joking. After all, since everyone there is a player, they should already know this because revealing the rune to others is a huge loss. He also says that he took this into account when revealing the rune to them, and, as they are major investors and business partners who will work together in the future, he did it to see the company grow. Then, he questions why on earth he would have invested 280 billion in that company if it was not to see it succeed. Sang-chul asks the president not to trust these words so easily, but the MC takes a deep breath since they are not trusting this ability. The department head responds that, honestly, he is not trusting it. He then asks Sang-chul if he has thought about the fact that they moved into the apartment in that penthouse where they were, and does not want to say it is just a coincidence. The bodyguard is surprised by this, as is the president, who asks what that means. He explains that about 2 months ago, Ryumin moved just below Aaron's penthouse. Gyeonglok asks why on earth he is only finding out now, but he responds that he had no idea it would be relevant until that moment. The CEO becomes thoughtful since the dates are matching because he moved to the neighborhood where the company was, and that would be impossible without the future vision rune, but he soon changes his mind since Ryumin might just know that he himself is a sponsor of Aaron. The MC realizes that it is not enough to convince them, and therefore reveals the truth, saying that the hotel they are in belongs to the president himself, besides revealing that Gyeonglok is the eldest son of the Osung Group, and that the company, Consultation of the Celestial Demon, is also a secret business created to earn his father's validation. Immediately, Sang-chul stands up, shouting wanting to know who sent him there since it is impossible to have so much confidential information unless he is close to the president. But Gyeonglok just asks him to calm down. The department head apologizes for getting carried away. The president then clasps his fingers together and confesses that all of it is true. However, it is difficult to confirm that the discovery was through future vision since, as Sang-chul said, it is information that could be obtained through his acquaintances. And he honestly admits that he still has suspicions, since there could be someone behind the scenes trying to trap him, and that is why he cannot simply change his business completely. He confesses that he really wants this future vision story to be true, but he cannot simply believe it, thanking him for investing in his company, and saying that to make that proposal, he will have to hold a meeting with the other investors, besides convincing them why the proposal is good. Then, he stands up, apologizing for being unable to help with what he said, and announcing that he will leave first. At that moment, the MC asks him to please wait a moment, wondering if there really is no other way. He decides to make a proposal that he will provide information about the 4th round. Gyeonglok is surprised by this, asking if he really knows the information about the next round. He replies that yes, since he saw everything with the future vision rune and even knows the tragedies that will happen, and asks if something like this would be enough to prove that he has this ability. After that, he leaves, and Sang-chul apologizes to the president for being overcome by emotions and ending up altering his voice during an important meeting. The CEO tells him not to worry about it and remembers that his friend wanted to say something, so he asks him to speak. The department head confesses that he found Ryumin quite suspicious, since if someone really had such a powerful rune, they could have kept it to themselves. So he doesn't understand why he would want to help them. The president responds that apparently the boy wants to grow with the company, since if this happens, he will make a lot more money. He wonders even more if that is really the case, since the MC had 280 billion, and such an incredible amount would be more than enough to never need to work again in life. Therefore, he admits that he still finds it dangerous, since the existence of this rune is still a mystery. Gyeonglok says he understands, but also thinks from another perspective, since if Ryumin is really able to see the future, they definitely need him on their side, and asks the president to think about it, since they would have information about all the rounds of the game, and would always be able to prepare beforehand, in addition to the company also growing exponentially in the process. The department head understands, but still says they don't know if the boy is really a prophet or not. But the CEO responds that this is the least of their problems, since they will soon find out when the 4th round begins. Meanwhile, the MC is walking down the street, reflecting that after the 4th round, both of them will definitely believe in him, since even though he didn't say information like the secret missions or how to reach the highest ranks, he explained during the meeting that the 4th round won't be about killing monsters, since in reality, a massacre between players will take place. And for that reason, he asked them not to lower their guard for anything. He imagines that these clues must have been more than enough to make them believe he is a prophet, and believes that after this, their attitude towards him will change, even to the point of treating him differently and wanting to protect him. After all, it is always better to have a prophet by your side than anyone else. He imagines that he has officially assumed the position of prophet, but he doesn't know if he should continue with this in the future, and all he knows is that he needs to get in touch with a certain someone. Elsewhere in the city, Julie is walking fast, since she is going to be late, until she sees the pedestrian light is red and hopes it will turn green soon. At that moment, she notices a car continuing to stop in front of the store, and wonders why some idiot is parked like a fool there. At that moment, the car window starts to roll down, and she notices that it's the MC. The light turns green, and she runs to cross the street until she gets closer and asks if the car is his. Ryumin replies that yes, and apologizes for parking there in front, asking her to get in since he will take her for a ride. She, embarrassed, says it's fine, and the two of them drive off at high speed. Julie admits she is surprised, since it's her first time riding in such a car, and the MC says the same since it's his first time too. as he arrived recently. She then asks how much the car cost. He replies that it wasn't that expensive, around 900 million won. The girl is in disbelief at this absurdity, asking how he has the nerve to buy something so expensive, since with that amount, he could buy several convenience stores. He tells her that he understands her surprise, but reminds her that he won the lottery, so compared to that, the price isn't that high. Julie reflects that it's true, since as far as she knows, her classmate won 60 billion won in the lottery, and now it seems like the two of them live in completely different worlds. Embarrassed, she starts to wonder if this might be some kind of date, until, out of nowhere, Ryumin says he needs to confess something. She turns red, mortified, and, with a trembling voice, asks what exactly he wants to confess. The MC asks her not to worry, since it's nothing strange, and hearing this makes her feel awkward, as her confession went down the drain. But still, she asks what the confession is. As they continue their journey, he reveals that the story he told about having some dreams about winning the lottery was all a lie, and explains that, in fact, the source of this information came from the Rune of Future Sight. As the name suggests, it allows one to see the future, and he believes this is why his class is Prophet. Julie admits she's surprised, asking if this class is also a unique one, since it seems so powerful, and thanks him for being honest, adding that she thinks it must have been really hard to reveal this to others, even if they are friends. He tells her he thought it was only fair since she revealed the class she got. Julie isn't satisfied with that, as she also wants to talk about the rune she got, and begins explaining, saying that in the first round, she got the Rune of Protection, which creates a barrier around herself for every person within a 10-meter radius. So since there were 5 people, she created 5 layers of protection, and admits she's happy to be able to share this with someone else. Then, she asks why he brought up the rune out of the blue. The MC says it would just be a burden to keep it to himself, since he doesn't think she would believe what he's about to say if he hadn't said it first. She's confused by what that means. And, as they continue their journey, the MC reveals how the 4th round of the game will be. Julie panics, asking if it will really be like he said. He responds that it will, which is why he's asking her to be careful and stay alert with the other players around. The girl feels happy to know this information, especially since he contacted her first, and, embarrassed, begins to wonder if he might have a place for her in his heart. After all of this, Ryumin returns to his apartment and starts reflecting on Julie liking him, since he heard it in her thoughts, and admits he never knew that. He even admits he had been thinking about why she treats him so well, and actually thinks this situation is better. After all, this way, he could get an ally much more easily. He arranges his bed and lies down, thinking about resting a bit, since there isn't much more to think about this month. Time passes quickly, and it's already the 30th of April at 11:55 at night. The MC is making his final preparations in the system. He's keeping an eye on the Shadow of Darkness gloves, which are epic rank and increase strength by 5 and dexterity by 4, making the weapon translucent at night. He notices the attributes are excellent, and it's also a great combo with the skill Knight of Death. At that moment, someone knocks on the door and enters. It's his brother, letting him know that it's time, and asks if he's confident he'll manage to complete the 4th round too. He says he'll only know when he gets there. One, insecure, asks if it wasn't supposed to be easier, since he's a prophet and knows what will happen. But Ryumin explains that unfortunately, it's not quite like that, since knowing and doing are 2 different things. His brother gets scared and tells the MC to survive no matter what. He asks him not to worry and starts to fall asleep, remembering that the 4th round is the round where many will ascend to heaven. With that, everyone is teleported to the game world, just like Young Min, who is tense about it, especially since he sees his active penalty reducing all his attributes by half permanently. He starts to think this is all a mess, since this is what he got for betraying Jung-sik, who was a role model to him, and now he no longer has any authority to command, so he doesn't know how he will finish the 4th round. He starts looking around, worried that the other players might attack him in order to get the position of regional representative. And to make things worse, he also has his friends wanting his head. But at the moment, his concern is different since, when looking ahead, he doesn't understand what kind of place this is, as it is completely different from all the other places he has been. He continues to look around frantically until he spots the Black Reaper, getting pissed off since he is in this situation because of him. He also reflects that the MC used people to destroy the relic and finds it suspicious how he was able to kill the Divine Herald so easily without even hesitating, as if he already knew how. His anger is so intense that he wishes he could crush his head right there if he still had the strength he once had, but he feels cornered, unable to do anything about it due to his reduced attributes. And that is why he needs to do everything to survive. He starts walking towards the Black Reaper and, as he approaches, asks if the contract from the previous round is still valid, where he made one of his servants in exchange for protecting him. Ryumin tells him that he no longer needs a subordinate like him, explaining that his supposed subordinate no longer has the authority to command, so it makes no sense to have a representative without this power, besides the fact that most players have already advanced to some class, while he hasn't even managed that, calling him useless, and finishing by saying that he is nothing more than a useless walking target. Youngmin is terrified by these words, especially by being a walking target. He keeps looking around in fear until the MC tells him to calm down, as even though he is a walking target, that's just in name, since not that many people are probably after him. Youngmin asks if it's true that people won't come after him, and the MC answers that, at this point, he should understand the position of the regional representative, and definitely the others have also understood, as having this position isn't exactly a good thing. He also explains that, as people gain classes, the number of people a regional representative can control decreases, so it's not worth the risk of having it. The gangster reflects that it's true since it makes sense. At this moment, Erin and her bodyguards start approaching, making Youngmin embarrassed, wondering why they are there. She approaches and greets the Black Reaper. Sangchul also greets him and asks if he remembers them. The MC answers yes and asks if they want something. The bodyguard says that he saved him from that big guy standing next to them, so they would like to thank him once again. Youngmin doesn't like this indirect comment and asks who the tough guy is, but he is interrupted by the MC, who raises his hand, telling him to shut up, and then says that just a thank you is enough, and they don't need to keep following him. Sangchul responds that he understands, but says that the president of their company asked them to give their thanks anyway, and starts talking about the president. But Ryumin interrupts him, telling him to stop right there. At this moment, Erin pulls the conversation, embarrassed, asking the MC to accept the crystal in her hands as gratitude for saving them. He is surprised, seeing that it is a low-level purple magic crystal, and once again, this is unexpected. She starts to say that she doesn't have enough words to thank him, but he immediately takes the crystal, saying that he liked the gesture and is grateful for the gift. He says this thinking that there's no reason to refuse such a good item, since he will try to make good use of it another time. Erin wonders if the Black Reaper liked the gift, and worried, she wonders if she will anger him for giving him such a worthless stone. The MC, reading her thoughts, confirms that he was right, since the girl doesn't know how valuable the item is. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given it to him. At the same time, Youngmin starts thinking that he also got something like that, and upon thinking more about it, he remembers that it was a black and gold strength stone. Ryumin can't believe it since he is also reading his thoughts, knowing that this black and gold strength stone is an item with an extremely low chance of being obtained by killing an enemy, and it's harder to get than a magic crystal, and definitely would have been impossible to obtain on purpose. He is pleased to know that Youngmin has something so valuable and doesn't know whether this is good or bad luck. At this moment, Erin asks the MC if he would like a barrier, revealing that she obtained the summoner class, and, because of that, can summon a fairy that raises a barrier around him. He thanks her for the offer, but refuses, as he doesn't believe he needs one. She, embarrassed, says she understands and bids him farewell since they need to prepare for the round. At this moment, he sees Youngmin leaving and tells him to wait, warning that if he keeps going like this, he will regret it since he mentioned earlier that the representative is a walking target. Young Min doesn't understand this, as he was told earlier that no one would go after him. The MC warns that he said not many would go after him, not that no one would, since the benefits of the region's representative don't just disappear. He explains further that many players still haven't reached level 10, meaning there are still many targets for the command authority, and asks him to think about it, questioning if he really believes that none of the thousands of players will go after him. Young Min becomes worried about all this and asks what he should do. He replies that he will help so that he isn't such an easy target, but says he won't do it for free since he wants something similar to what he saw Aaron give him as payment, and if he has something like that, he will accept. The gangster becomes happy since he has something like that, and immediately opens the system and hands over the stone. This is the Stone of Black Gold Strength, a black, resilient stone. It has a smooth surface with a shine. Ryumin stores the precious stone in his inventory and asks if there are any other items. He replies that there are not, since he gave the only thing he had, and asks, please not to take his equipment. The MC tells him not to worry, as he was just joking, since he wouldn't take it even if more items were offered, and walks away, warning that he will keep his promise to help protect him. Suddenly, the angel appears laughing, since several humans showed up without failing, and also comments that the number has dropped significantly. They are intrigued by this, and ask if, by any chance, more battles occurred in the real world. The MC isn't surprised by this anymore, since it's almost impossible for players not to get involved in trouble. Olivia asks if she should start announcing the mission for the 4th round, and a system screen appears for everyone, announcing that the goal is to kill each other within 3 hours. The total number of participants across all regions is 181,000. In the current region, there are 1,042, and only 521 will be able to complete the round. Everyone starts murmuring indignantly about the 4th round mission, while Olivia says that humans get confused too easily since it's just doing what the mission asks, and makes it clear that it's just about killing the players next to them. She decides to explain further, saying that the goal of the round is to reduce the number of players, making them kill each other, unlike the other rounds, where it's the monsters who do it. People get worried since without monsters, it means they won't level up. A man calls out to the angel and asks if it's just to kill one person each since only half will survive. She asks for silence, as this is a secret, because if she told them everything, it wouldn't be fun. The MC, watching this, finds it amusing since that angel is just following orders from the higher-ups. In summary, the angels only bring the game information, but the true master is someone else. And the fact that she is hiding the rules means she is receiving that order from the master. She explains that the mission doesn't end just by killing players, but truly only 521 can survive, though it's a secret how the rank will be formed. Finally, she decides to give a hint, warning that the player won't come in first just because they're the first to kill someone, and tells them to start right away, since she won't be giving any more explanations. Therefore, they can begin killing each other. The round's time begins, lasting 3 hours. The players are left not knowing what to do since they need to kill people and don't understand what kind of sick round this is. Yang Min is happy since the mission is to kill other players, and he was even wanting to kill some assholes. Ryumin watches from a distance, since he knew that guy was going to start with thoughts of killing his friends. He stays excited since he is sure the players are hesitating to kill each other until someone approaches his back, startling him when he sees it's the Black Reaper, and he didn't notice how close he was. Then, he asks if something is wrong. The MC explains that, as he said before, he would help him not become a target and is there to fulfill that promise. Therefore, he summons his scythe into his hand and prepares an attack in his direction, finishing him off with a single, precise strike to the head. Then a notification appears saying that the secret mission has been unlocked. The task was to eliminate the representative of the region within the allotted time, and the reward would be a low-ranked magic crystal ticket. With that, the mission was completed and he received the reward. This is the low-ranked magic crystal ticket. It randomly grants from 1 to 5 low-ranked magic crystals and is valid until the next round. He is happy since he got the reward he wanted and finished off Young Min to get this secret reward. Although that wasn't the only reason, people begin to panic, announcing that someone has kicked the bucket and that it was the Black Reaper who was responsible. He watches these people since they were trying to kill the representative until the last round, and now they're acting like good Samaritans. People start judging him, saying he can't just kill people as he pleases, and accuse him of being a murderer. He imagines that, in fact, the term doesn't sound bad to him. After all, he had already finished off Seok-hyun, and moreover, he will finish off many more people by round 20, but he's certain he never kills someone without a good reason, especially in the current round, where the goal is exactly to finish off each other. And even though people know this, they're criticizing him. People begin to think they might use this opportunity to try to kill the Black Reaper, or at least tarnish his image. He smiles, reading everyone's thoughts, finding it a big joke. The players get furious seeing him laugh and ask if he thinks this is a joke. At this moment, a notification appears saying that the Black Reaper has become the new representative of the region, and most of the players are intimidated since, in addition to being the strongest, now he has the power of a representative. He finds this funny, wanting to understand why they're getting scared, and asks if they haven't leveled up yet and are afraid of being hit by the command authority. Suddenly someone screams, asking everyone to look at the MC's head since they're seeing that the color of the nickname Black Reaper is different. Everyone is confused about why this changed, especially since it's only happening to him. Ryuman reflects that probably people are seeing his name in neon red, since in rounds like this, the name turns red when someone is finished off, and the more people he finishes off, the darker the color gets. He is also aware that the color in the names is just to distinguish those who have killed someone from those who haven't. This makes the players start to target the murderers instead of the innocent players, since it's better for their conscience. However, one thing is certain, someone who kills a murderer is also a murderer. This makes other players encourage themselves to kill other players. He imagines that people may be hesitating a bit at the moment, but this will be the reason for many kills soon. With this in mind, he taunts the crowd, asking if they're going to keep wasting time. The players tell him to stay still since he's a murderer, but he retorts, saying that they're making it seem like he's the only one who was after the representative of the region, and then he asks where the people who were after Jung-sik in the last round are. In a serious voice, he says, it's kill or be killed, since that's the basic rule of survival. He also tells them all to stop the hypocrisy and face reality since, if they were in his shoes and a knife was pointed at them, threatening their life, they would have to act. He still warns that it's not the time to stand still, since if it bothers them so much, they can have a debate like the last time they voted. He says this, but imagines that people won't stay still anyway, but by then, it will be too late for everyone. He also reflects that if he didn't say this, they would only waste time, and if that happens, it's possible that the number of people passing won't be 521, even if it means fighting each other. It's necessary to encourage them to do the mission. A player comments that they should do something, since, as the Black Reaper said, it's not interesting to stand still. A guy asks what she's suggesting, if it's just talking and everything will be solved. She doesn't like this sarcastic tone, since she's just trying to discuss it. He then suggests a duel between the two, but another player asks where the justice is in killing each other and still doing a one-on-one duel, thinking it's a video game. The guy with the scar gets angry about this, and they start to argue. From a distance, Aaron keeps watching and asks his bodyguard what they will do and if they really have to kill the people, as the Black Reaper said. He answers that, unfortunately, yes, since if they don't do it, they'll be killed, also asking her not to care about the lives of strangers. He also says he totally agrees with what the MC said, and because of that, asks her to decide, as he's aware that the extermination of players is not a pleasant experience. She comments that he's talking as if he's done this before, but he responds that he's just theorizing the situation there, and says that, regarding who they should kill, it's just leaving humor to decide. Meanwhile, the players keep arguing about who the targets will be and suggest exterminators first, since they just need to focus on those who have the red color in their name. At this point, a guy asks if she's implying that they should kill the Black Reaper. Another responds that this is crazy, asking how they would kill a player who's already level 30. Alfred comments that he's sure that even if they all attacked him at the same time, they still wouldn't be able to do anything until a scared player asks them to be quiet, or else the Black Reaper will hear them. The MC is bored since he's able to hear everyone with his rune of thoughts. Seung-han asks what the hell they're saying, since life is precious, and they shouldn't kill anyone, even assassins. Another responds that he's right, since killing someone would also make them an assassin. A guy, fed up, asks what they're suggesting, since, in this round, for one person to live, another has to die. And because of that, he asks them to stop arguing and agree to finish off the criminals already. At this point, a woman approaches, asking how they will identify the criminals and if they'll go around asking for each one's records. A guy gets furious, asking who the hell that woman is since they didn't ask for her opinion, and she gets angry at this insult, saying she'll kill him. He responds that she should just go ahead and solve it. A guy watching tells them to stop the nonsense and just fight already. This makes both of them furious, since the people who instigate others to fight are the worst. And with that, they draw their swords, since they're fed up with each other. Ryumin, who is just watching from a distance, thinks all of this is boring, since they keep talking, but in the end, they can't do anything. But he's aware that he won't need to worry, since they'll start the finalization soon anyway. At this moment, a guy asks them to calm down, since they need to be realistic, until he gets startled by something, since Young Min, who was finished off on the ground, just sat up and is yawning. The MC, seeing this, is aware that this is the secret rule of the round, since after 10 minutes, the players will return from the dead. Young Min finds it strange that everyone is looking at him, since they're not just looking, but reacting as if they were seeing a zombie. And when he stands up, he admits that it feels strange, because one moment, he was talking to the Black Reaper, and after that, he doesn't remember anything. A guy screams, since he just witnessed someone coming back to life, and it seems that the system has this power. With that, they start pondering whether, in this round, everyone will come back to life, and if that's the case, there will be no problem starting an extermination. The players begin to prepare. As if this is the case, everything will be fine. At that moment, a girl approaches, asking them to calm down, commenting that she is still not sure if everyone will truly revive when they die. She says this, and takes an attack from behind, and the guy who dealt the attack tells her to die quickly so they can test it. The players are in shock as they are looking at the lifeless body on the ground. They are worried because she is not coming back to life and wonder if they need to wait longer. A man suggests they wait more, as from what they saw, Young Min revived after 10 minutes, so everyone decides to wait. After 10 minutes, a light appears from the body on the ground, and the wounds slowly start healing until she begins to get up and stretch. At that moment, she realizes what happened and starts screaming, asking who the bastard was who attacked her from behind. She barely says that when the guy approaches once again, asking her to die. But this time, he is attacked by another player before he could finish her off. The guy who did this warns that it won't be a problem to start a massacre since the people will come back to life 10 minutes later. Everyone is horrified by this. Meanwhile, the MC watches from afar, thinking that even if the resurrection ability exists in this round, people still find murder to be a heinous act, and he notices that the players are being swept up by the atmosphere and revealing their true faces. After all, now, everyone starts massacring each other without caring whether there will be any penalties or not, since it is the goal of the round. Two guys begin to talk but quickly attack each other, with one asking the other not to resist and just die already. And thus, the massacre begins, with Ryumin just watching from a distance, seeing that hundreds of players are fighting each other like dogs, as it has essentially become a battlefield. He then summons his scythe and wonders if he should get involved. He approaches a few players and, with a single precise strike, finishes off several at once. At that moment, two guys notice that the Black Reaper has his back turned, and therefore call a third guy to try to kill him. The three of them rush to attack, as it is their golden opportunity, but they are finished off before they could try anything, as there is no way to ambush the MC, who has presence detection. He notices there is a guy who is enjoying the massacre and admits that it's no exaggeration to say that the fourth round is perfect for this player, as he possesses the absorption rune. So that scenario is practically a feast for him, and considering the tone of the player's color, he imagines that he must have already finished off around 10 players. This player bursts out laughing, not believing that his attributes are rising so much just by finishing off players. And seeing how the rune works, he admits that he didn't know that attributes also rose by finishing off players and not just monsters. Then he goes back to attacking the players. He feels excited, demanding that everyone die at once. As time passes, his absorption rune keeps increasing, making him even more excited since he has gained many quick stacks. He assumes it's because of the players' levels and is tempted to finish off the Black Reaper, as he has no idea how many stacks he would get from defeating someone of such a high level. However, he quickly changes his mind since he has no clue what could happen if he recklessly decided to face someone so powerful, so he decides to settle for the ants around him. He thinks about this and immediately strikes his axe into a player's back, making him collapse to the ground while he imagines that finishing off players really does relieve stress. He also thinks that he wasn't able to hunt properly because of Yang Min, but feeling excited, he admits that this round was made exclusively for him. While he's deep in thought, a player tries to sneak up on him and launches an attack but misses the target since the big guy is alert. With a single strike, he finishes off another one, further increasing his absorption rune's progress bar. People keep coming back to life one after another, making the Black Dragon excited, as he is unsure if there will ever be a better opportunity than this for him. That's why he continues with his executions. He pauses for a moment, trying to remember how many executions he has already achieved since he wants to stay on top at all costs. At this moment, he is startled to see someone approaching and realizes it's the Black Reaper. The MC immediately activates his Death Knight, and the entire environment begins to darken, leaving Brock and the other players confused, trying to understand what is happening. The Black Dragon finds it strange that the Black Reaper's scythe has turned transparent, and the only thing he knows is that he must be careful. But it's useless as, with just one strike, Ryumin spins his scythe and the brute's head flies off his body. While still in the air, he realizes that he should have been careful, at least avoiding the Black Reaper. Meanwhile, the battles continue to rage, with everyone killing each other since, according to the mission, they need to achieve as many kills as possible. Meanwhile, Yang Min just observes the situation until he sees a woman getting up right after being executed. He finds it incredible to witness this, as she actually revived after 10 minutes. Seeing this excites him, since it's his golden chance to stab the traitors in the back. With this thought, he moves through the crowd, searching for his friend, until he finally spots something. He has found Seung-han with his bow raised at someone else. Because of this, he approaches in a charismatic manner to avoid suspicion, and then lands a solid punch, telling him to die already. The punch sends his friend flying, making him tremble in pain on the ground. Young Min approaches, grabs his shirt, and asks if he didn't say over the phone that he would kill him. With a terrifying expression, he dares him to try it right now. Saying this, he mercilessly beats his former friend until finally leaving him unconscious. After doing so, he lets go and asks where his other targets are. Eren watches the massacre and wonders if, assuming hell existed, it would be exactly like this, with people killing each other non-stop, a battlefield of pure murderous intent. This terrifies her to the point that her bodyguard asks if she is tired by any chance. She replies that actually, she is fine, but her mental state is worse than her physical condition. Sangchul reflects that he understands the situation she is in, but thinks it's terrible for her to be like this because if she can't progress, he won't be able to face the president. He barely has time to think about this before something startles him. Someone has approached stealthily and grabbed Eren's hair. This player wastes no time and moves to finish her off, but her bodyguard is faster and steps in, disarming the player with a single strike. Then he raises his sword and drives it into the player's chest, leaving him kneeling on the ground, trembling. Sangchul asks if she is okay, but Eren, trembling all over, just sees her dagger covered in blood and, inconsolable with the situation, starts to fall, dropping to her knees and vomiting. Sangchul notices that she is actually holding up quite well since she is doing everything that is asked. She gets up once again and asks how much longer she will have to keep doing all that. He replies that there is probably still another hour to go. Erin becomes worried about that since just watching that massacre is already terrible, and she confesses that she doesn't understand why people are so excited about doing it. Her bodyguard starts to feel concerned, seeing how weak she is, acting like a delicate flower in the middle of a war, and asks if she would like to rest since, if he is not mistaken, she has already finished about 50 times. He says this and turns away, as that number should be more than enough to place her in the necessary rank to be approved. She thanks him for his words, but Sangchul, in his thoughts, thanks her back since her staying quiet means he won't have to carry anyone else. That's why he goes off to the slaughter, as now he can focus on his own score. After that, the time until the end of the round is already down to 10 minutes, and Ryumin continues making his victims. He notices that the time is about to run out, and that this round is always exhausting. At that moment, a man tries to attack him from behind, but he immediately turns around, finishing off the poor player with a single attack, since he is focused on receiving absolutely all the first place rewards across all regions. Because of that, he starts running through the arena, analyzing that he needs to do everything he can to reach the 20th round in good shape, no matter what happens, since he has no idea how strong the final boss is. He chases 2 players, finishing the first one with ease, and moves on to his next target with a terrifying aura, leaving the guy completely petrified. However, Ryumin simply dodges the player and keeps running straight, leaving the lunatic confused, trying to understand why he is still alive and unharmed. The MC is aware that he doesn't need to kill someone he has already killed once, since, in the 4th round, the ranking is not determined based on the number of people he has killed, because it is not possible to finish off players who have done it before. A variety of people is required, since even if he finishes someone off 50 times, it will only count as one elimination. With this in mind, he looks to the side and sees Yongmin always taking down the same victims. He observes this guy delivering several blows to take down opponents with his own hands, and admits that he can't believe Yongmin is finishing off his 3 former friends in the same corner of the arena, also admitting that he doesn't really think he will survive the round. The brute notices that his friend has resurrected and immediately goes on the attack, ordering him to start resurrecting faster so he can do it more times. Now, only 1 minute remains, and the MC starts acting in this final stretch, since he needs to gather as many points as possible. He looks at one and already knows he secured a kill there. The next one, hugging the girl, as well, until he sees a blonde guy and can't remember whether he has already finished him off once or not, so just to be sure, he goes on the attack, securing another elimination with a single blow. Then a yellow aura begins to emerge around him, just as it does around all the players. At that moment, Olivia appears, asking if they had fun with the slaughter. They become furious upon hearing that, as there is nothing fun about doing this to their own kind. The angel is surprised by how red the ground has become, but praises everyone for their excellent work and informs them that she will bring them all back so they can observe the ranking. The MC, seeing this, finds it amusing since the angel makes it seem like she is saving everyone when, in reality, the one responsible for it is the system. The bodies of those who lost a limb simply return to normal, just as the ones who were finished come back to life. Shonghan is one of them, and as soon as he wakes up, he starts cursing Yongmin, calling him a son of a bitch, and warning that he will finish him off no matter what it takes. He laughs, calling his former friends idiots, until the angel shouts, ordering them to shut up and warning that she will blow up the heads of those who keep talking. Immediately, everyone falls silent, making her pleased since she is eager to show the round's results. But before that, she warns that she will reveal what the secret mission for the round was, and, with a snap of her fingers, makes the system show that the submission was to eliminate the representative of the region within the designated time, and the reward would be the lowest class magical crystal ticket. They are surprised to see that the secret mission was precisely to eliminate the region's representative, and she informs them that the person who completed the mission was the Black Reaper. Everyone is in disbelief, even though they remember that the Reaper did indeed finish off the region's representative right when the round started. The Black Dragon is furious about this, as he had no idea about that secret mission and imagines that if he had known, he would have completed that mission from the start. Meanwhile, Young Min is terrified, wondering if he really was killed by the Black Reaper, as he didn't know this, and notices in his system that the temporary ability Command Authority is no longer in his system. This makes him recall the MC's words, which were, "I'll help you avoid being shot." And only now he understands that, in fact, this action ensured that he would no longer be shot, as he took the representative title for himself. After this, with a malicious look, Olivia asks if they're curious to know how the rankings turned out, and reveals to everyone that they would be ranked according to the unique kills of each. So, if they killed the same person multiple times, it would count as only one. They ask if this means that it wasn't just about killing as many as possible. The angel asks if they're really that stupid, since they wouldn't do something so simple. And with a snap of her fingers, she shows the rankings to everyone. Among all the regions, the Black Reaper took first place with 722 kills. In second place were the Stupid Idiots, with 521 kills. In third place was the Celestial Demon, with 433 kills. In their own region, the Black Reaper came in first. The Cute Little Bird came second, with 211 kills, and Sangchul came third, with 209 kills. The angel is impressed as she sees the Black Reaper in first place again. The players can't believe someone there killed 700 people, since there are about 1,000 players, meaning the Black Reaper alone killed 70% of the players. Olivia also admits she's surprised by the amount of kills, and says he deserves a good reward for it. Then, the system congratulates him for first place in his region, as well as for first place among all regions. For taking first place in his current region, his reward was a rare armor ticket of medium classification. For taking first place among all regions, the reward was a special reward selection chest. He notes that he will finally get a rare armor, as it's time to replace the one he currently has. The system asks him to choose between 3 rare armors. The first is the Shining Bronze Armor. The second is the Bloody Assassin's outfit. The third is the Cloak of Darkness. Without hesitation, he chooses the second option. This is the Bloody Assassin's outfit, a rare rank. It increases defense by 60, dexterity by 4, attack speed by 5%, and movement speed by 5%. Now, it's his turn to choose the special reward. His options are attributes increased by 50% during the 5th round, 5,000 gold, or information about the 5th round. He is aware that the secret mission of the 5th round is extremely good, but also very difficult. So he chooses the buff to increase 50% of his attributes during the 5th round. With that, the angel asks if everyone is ready, as she said earlier, the minimum rank to be approved was rank 521, and so she warns that she will start eliminating those who didn't make the rank. Immediately, the people who didn't meet the minimum requirement begin to disappear, panicking and begging the angel not to do this. The MC's friends also begin to disappear since they spent more time finalized than alive, and this scares him, but he gets excited shortly after, knowing that he survived by a very narrow margin, having spent too much time finalizing them. Erin also becomes terrified since she isn't sure whether she will disappear or not, while Sangchul remains calm because he knows they both got enough kills. Ryumin takes a deep breath and looks ahead, seeing the announcement that there are now 521 survivors, and that the next round will begin on May 1st. When they return to the real world at the Imperial Hotel, Sangchul runs at full speed and shouts, calling for his president. Gyeonglak grumbles until he finally wakes up, asking why he is there since he doesn't remember calling. The sector chief apologizes, but since the president wasn't responding, he became worried that something might have happened. He laughs about this, asking how something could have happened when he placed 3rd in the round. Sangchul, embarrassed, admits that it's true and confesses that he thought round 4 was brutal. The president replies that this was the real reason he went straight to bed because he was exhausted, saying that the kill count was 433, but he is aware that the number was much higher since repeated kills weren't counted, and asks what kind of monster the Reaper is. and if he's at least human. The sector chief admits he can't say, speculating that he might be someone from Special Forces, since he's someone with extreme confidence and skill living in South Korea. Gyeonglak is intrigued by this, as he can't hide how amazing he thinks the Reaper is, keeping in mind that he needs that person's cooperation at all costs to move forward more easily. He also imagines that at some point, he'll need to ask the Prophet about the Black Reaper if that person shows up in any of the predictions. Sangchul comments that he found it incredible that round 4 happened exactly as the Prophet mentioned, and admits he was skeptical at first until he saw it with his own eyes. During the meeting, Ryumin announced that the round won't be about killing monsters, but instead, a massacre will take place. Gyeonglak was so surprised by this that he asked if it was true. Ryumin replied that it is, as it will be a brutal scenario where players will kill other players, which is why he asked them not to let their guard down. With everything that happened, the sector chief asks what they should do and whether they will work with the Prophet after the confirmation of his powers in round 4. The president grabs his clothes and replies that it's obvious they'll work together, especially since Ryumin bought 31% of the company, meaning the future of the company is in the boy's hands. His subordinate asks if he's sure about this, and if he really intends to change the entire operation as the boy suggested. Gyeonglak says he has no choice, as the Prophet himself told him how the company will grow and also warned that they need someone with that ability by their side, urging them not to underestimate the boy just because of his age. For this reason, he asks that even if Ryumin does something the sector chief dislikes, they should keep working with him, as they will be able to reap all the benefits from the Prophet's visions both inside and outside the game. Sangchul bends down and responds that he will pay more attention to how he treats Ryumin starting from that day. The president then asks him to do that immediately, asking him to call Ryumin so they can throw a celebration party to celebrate their survival, and also asks him to bring actress Erin. The sector chief is confused about wanting to call her too, but the president comments that having a celebrity at the party might be useful. Meanwhile, in another location, the MC is waiting next to the store until he raises his hand, saying that he is there. Julie greets him, asking if everything is fine and if something happened, as she called him early to eat. He asks her not to worry, as it's just a celebration for their survival. The two then continue their journey in the car, and she takes the opportunity to thank him, as she was only able to prepare for round 4 thanks to him. Ryumin questions if she thought it was a lie. Julie says she finds that impossible, since he wouldn't have any reason to lie, and reveals that if she hadn't known she would have to eliminate at least 30 different people, it would most likely be the end of her. However, the MC disagrees in his thoughts. After all, he knows that even if he hadn't told Julie anything, she would have survived thanks to the protection rune, and her will to live is greater than it appears. They arrive at a luxurious restaurant and quickly serve themselves. She thanks for the food while the MC starts eating and notices she is insecure. Julie wonders if she could really be doing this after eliminating so many people, and confesses that she's only there because of Ryumin's invitation. He asks why she's not eating, knowing that if she keeps these thoughts, she'll be consumed by guilt, and asks if she feels this way because she eliminated someone, telling her not to blame herself for it. After all, she only did what was necessary to survive, and anyone in her position would understand that. Nevertheless, she doesn't accept that it's that simple until the MC asks what's wrong with that, making it clear that it will continue to be this way in the future. He also asks what her family will do if one night she doesn't wake up. After all, everyone has a family waiting for them. Julie panics at this, as she has no idea how sad her father will be if she doesn't wake up, and says he's right, as she hadn't been thinking deeply about how her family would feel and what got her this far. She thanks him for all the support she's receiving. Ryumin says it's no big deal and asks her to just enjoy the meal. After eating for a while, time passes, and he is surprised that she is calling him by his first name, as it's the first time he's seen this. Assuming she's in a good mood, he decides to get straight to the point and says that he called her that day for one reason only: to reveal the information about the 5th round. Julie panics at the subject and asks if he really has information about the 5th round. He explains that he does, and that this round will be the hardest of all the rounds so far, and that the regions will unite. She doesn't fully understand what this means, So he explains that, basically, the regions that are currently separated will be combined into a single region. She asks if this means they'll be able to meet in the game. He replies that it's exactly that, but asks her to focus on the difficulty of the 5th round. The MC is aware that he needs to find a way to meet her while still hiding his identity, so he begins his explanations, telling her once again that the 5th round will be extremely difficult and that it might even be possible that both of them won't escape this time, but there is a method they can use. Julie asks what method that is, and he explains that she needs to find the Black Reaper and ask for his help. She starts sweating cold, as she never imagined he would say something like that, and asks if the Black Reaper he's referring to is the one who came in first in all the regions in all the rounds, and if this means she has to go after such a powerful person to ask for help. The MC tells her that he had said they would receive help from the Black Reaper, but it's more like cooperating with this player by forming a temporary alliance with him, allowing them to survive the round. Julie understands the logic, but asks how someone already at level 30 would want to work with a player who isn't even halfway to that level. Ryumin says her buff ability is quite interesting, and even the Black Reaper will need it. She admits she's still worried, as she's not sure the Black Reaper will accept her as an ally just because of a small buff. The MC finds this funny, as her power is not just a small buff, but tells her not to worry, as he knows for sure the Black Reaper will accept working together, not just in the 5th round, but in others as well. She becomes happy, asking if he's really serious, and thanks him for sharing such important information. Then he asks him to extend his hand, and with that, he starts using his power, thinking it's the least he could do in return. He feels pleased to see that he will receive the buff and thanks her for it, leaving the girl dying of embarrassment. Due to the blessing skill, all of his attributes were increased by 50%. He uses his insects once again for the kill, and since his count went to 100, his attributes increased by another 100% due to the rune effect. Ryumin sits down, having done everything he could to maximize his attributes, and when he checks his status window, he is surprised, as the numbers are very high, including luck, which increased to 84, even more than he imagined. Because of that, he takes his reward for first place, as he will be able to get something very useful. This is the minor rank magic crystal ticket. It randomly grants 1 to 5 minor rank magic crystals. Ryumin imagines that if he were an ordinary person, he would be praying for good results, but he knows he doesn't need to pray, as his luck is at its peak. He also remembers how everything started, with Burial warning that the games would start on the first day of each month for 20 rounds. The MC confesses that he's not sure, but there must be a god behind everything, as only some divinity could drag 1,800,000,000 people into a deadly game. In other words, it can only be the work of a god playing with humans. He is determined that if he reaches a point where he can finish the 20th round and get a wish afterward, without a doubt, he will annihilate this playful god. He thinks about that and uses his random selection token. A notification congratulates him for obtaining 5 minor level magic crystals. They were 2 red magic crystals, 1 yellow magic crystal, 1 green magic crystal, and 1 purple magic crystal, all of minor level. He is surprised, as he managed to get 5, and 5 is the maximum he could obtain. Seeing this makes him happy, thinking it was worth hating the god who created this game. With that, he begins his combinations, first placing the 2 red crystals, thus forming a low-level red magic crystal. He looks at the item he just fused, knowing that combining 2 crystals of the same color and rank would form a lower-ranked crystal. He does the same with the purple crystal since he had received one from Aaron, and thus also forms a low-level purple magic crystal. Ryumin moves on to the next step, which is combining the crystals with his items, starting with his hood combined with the red crystal, thus increasing his damage by 2%. He does the same with the gloves, gaining 2 more attribute points. He also gains 2 points in luck by combining a yellow crystal with the resistance ring. The combination of the boots with the green crystal gave him 2 points in dexterity. Finally, he placed the dark blue crystal on the armor, gaining a 1% damage reduction. He is pleased with the results he got after using all the magic crystals and imagines that it was definitely worth it to gain the buff in exchange for some information. With everything settled, he says he will prepare for the meeting with Gyeonglak. Inside the apartment, Won is confused and thus asks if his brother really invested so much money in the company of the successor of the Osun Group. Ryumin replies that yes, and that he was even invited to a party, as they will be working together in the future. Won is terrified, as they are all high-class people, and thus asks if it's really okay to be in a place like that. The MC tells him not to worry, as everyone in the family can attend, and thus asks to leave quickly since they are waiting. They go to the door, and Won is surprised, as he sees Aren's bodyguard greeting them. The MC explains that the person next to him is his brother, and then Sang-chul immediately apologizes for the late introduction, explaining that he is the head of the department and apologizes once more for being rude again to them. He then informs them that the party will be an apology, so he asks them to proceed to the hotel, as the limousine is waiting. After they arrive at the location, they enter the huge building until they are met by Gyeonglak, who admits he is happy to see that Ryumin is alive after the 4th round. The MC says the same, explaining that the person next to him is his brother. Gyeonglak greets him, stating that he is the president of the Celestial Demon Consultations Company. One, who was completely intimidated by so many important people, greets him back without even realizing that he was using his left hand instead of his right to shake hands. Gyeonglak takes the opportunity to ask if Won is also a player, but he replies that he is not since he is 14 years old. He says that the boy is really lucky because he escaped the deadly game for a year, and that he is jealous because of that. The MC laughs in his head, knowing that the president must be loving the extermination within the games. With the introductions done, Gyeonglak asks everyone to go to the Grand Hall, explaining that although it is simple, the party was prepared in the best way possible. Upon arrival, the entire banquet was already set on the table, with a huge variety of food, as well as chefs on standby in case anyone wanted anything else. One cannot hide his surprise, as it is far too surreal in his eyes. The president invites them to enjoy, saying that although it is not much, he believes they will be satisfied. One can only imagine that this must be some kind of joke, since there is no way this could not be too much. Gyeonglak smiles and invites them to eat freely, but is interrupted by the hall door opening. The MC turns around and is surprised to see who it is, as it is Aaron standing there. The president stands up, saying he is glad she has finally arrived. The girl apologizes for being late as she had to attend another actor's funeral. He tells her not to worry since he understands and mentions that the company's biggest investor is present. She turns, starts introducing herself as Aaron and an actress, then suddenly realizes who they are and asks if they are the two boys who were handing out rice cakes after moving in. They answer yes, and this makes her happy to see that the biggest investors are her neighbors. However, in her mind, she does not believe it, since it is obvious that the two are far too young to have so much money, wondering if this is some kind of bad joke from the president. Meanwhile, One could not hide his excitement, as he is a huge fan of hers, and asks if it is really Aaron standing there. Only then does the MC realize that his brother truly does not know about Aaron's connection to Gyeonglak's companies, which is why he was so surprised to see her suddenly, although he also knows that it is a normal reaction considering that the actress is also a very beautiful girl. For this reason, he decides that he will also appear interested in her to socialize. At this moment, the president notices this and feels pleased since, although Ryumin is young, he is a prophet. But first and foremost, he is a man, and for this reason, he thought it was a good idea to bring Aaron there. He then asks everyone to sit down and enjoy the delicious meal. With that, the banquet begins, and One confesses that the meat is so good it melts in his mouth. Gyeonglak takes the opportunity to ask the MC if he likes the food since he asked the chefs to be as careful as possible. He replies that it is delicious. The president then asks One if he is enjoying it. He, feeling shy, replies that he is, and that it is actually the first time he has ever seen food like this. Gyeonglak is pleased that both like the meal, and that it was an excellent idea to have the chefs put in extra effort with the food. He then asks Ryumin why he did not invite other family members, as he ended up inviting only his brother. He replies that his family consists only of himself and his brother, because their parents have already passed away. Gyeonglak regrets hearing this, and starts feeling frustrated since he ended up asking a stupid question, ruining the great atmosphere that had been established. He looks at the two brothers, and thinks that now he needs to stay quiet until their mood improves somehow. The banquet continues until he decides that he needs to use someone to lift the mood of the hall and looks at Erin, silently asking her to look at him, but she doesn't notice. Gyeonglak, losing his patience, places his cup on the table and stands up, calling the girl to have a quick talk outside. They go outside, away from everyone, and he asks what she thinks of the food. Erin answers that it was great. However, the mood changes, and with a dark aura, he asks if by any chance he called her out there to be fed. He makes it clear that he only called her there to create a good atmosphere, and, therefore, asks why she's being so quiet. Erin apologizes since she thought he called her because of the party. Gyeonglak finds this funny, since he would never call her for an event like this just because of the party, and asks if the sector head didn't explain who the boy is who's here today. She, not understanding what's going on, comments that, as far as she knows, it's the company's major investor. He answers that it's true, but beyond that, the boy is a prophet, revealing that the prophet is a unique class that can see the future, and that's why he wants to know if she understands why he wants to keep them in a good mood, as the boy's help is crucial for them to know how the upcoming rounds will play out even before they get there. He makes it clear that she needs to use her pretty face to praise him, make him smile, and do things like that. With his fist clenched, the president warns her that she must do whatever it takes to win the great prophet's heart. She begins to feel intimidated because she doesn't believe such a thing is possible. But Gyeonglak informs her that, as president, he created a huge opportunity for her to succeed as an actress, and the least she could do is return the favor, also telling her not to worry about the tricks he'll use, as the only thing she needs to do is improve Ryuman's mood. She remains silent, listening to this, until he asks why she isn't responding. Erin apologizes and says she'll do as he asked. He asks them to go back to the hall and makes it clear that he'll be watching to see if she really does it or not. Meanwhile, there's a tense atmosphere in the banquet hall until the two return, with the president apologizing for being absent for a while, but explaining that it was an important conversation about business. And smiling, he notes that dinner has ended and asks if they should move to another location. The MC and his brother head outside, but Erin hesitates to call him for a conversation, which leaves the president irritated about why she's hesitating so much, even after everything they've discussed. At that moment, one stops, asking Erin for permission, and then, embarrassed, tells her that he's a big fan of hers and that she's even more beautiful in person. She thanks him for the compliment, and then he asks if it would be possible to take some photos together later, if she has time. Erin responds that she can take the photos. Only then does the president realize that it's the brother who's interested in her, and he needs to change his plans, sending a message to the actress. She notices her phone ringing, and when she picks it up to see what it is, she realizes it was the president asking her to change her target, to first approach the prophet's brother. She feels upset about this, as she'll have to deceive a fan who approached her with no ulterior motives. Ryuman quickly realizes how uncomfortable she is, so he begins to read the president's thoughts, which say that they need to pull the prophet's younger brother to their side, as he will have no other choice but to embrace their cause, and with that, they'll obtain information on all the upcoming rounds. He informs her that there's a private VIP room nearby, and they can order as many drinks as they want. They enter the room, and soon one asks if, when he mentions drinks, he's referring to alcohol, as he's still a student. Gyeonglak asks not to worry, since there are also plenty of non-alcoholic drinks, and then asks the department head to give special treatment there, along with a non-alcoholic drink for one. After the door closes, the MC informs that he also cannot drink alcohol, and then asks Erin to go outside to take some pictures with his brother if it's not a problem. She replies that there's no problem at all, and then they both leave the room. Ryuman takes advantage of being alone with the president and, with a frightening look, asks if he thinks things will be that easy. He gets intimidated to the point of asking what he means by that. Ryuman tells him to remember that he has the prophet class. In other words, since he can see the future, he obviously also knows about the conversation he had with Erin, and that's why he wants to know how they can keep working this way, warning him to never hide things from him again. The CEO feels cornered, as he hadn't imagined that Ryuman also knew about the conversation with Erin, and that he could see this kind of future. The MC points out that he's aware he spoke with Erin, to try to win him over, but he apologizes if that seemed offensive, as he only wanted all the players to become friends. However, the MC retorts, saying he crossed the line when he tried to use his brother. This makes Gyeonglok even more cornered, as he knows this too, and immediately apologizes, saying he made a foolish decision, promising to correct it as soon as possible to please him. Ryumin senses that the apologies are sincere, so he says he will let it slide this time regarding Aaron. He thanks him for giving him a second chance until Sang-chul enters the room, finding the president's behavior strange, and announces that he's back. However, the president asks him to please leave, saying there's something important to discuss privately with the VIP guest, and then asks him to guide Aaron and Won to another room. The department head, not understanding anything, says it's fine and leaves the room. Meanwhile, the president feels bad as he tried to use Aaron to improve the mood of the room, but ended up making things worse. Ryumin decides to get straight to the point, asking if he wants the information for the second round. Gyeonglok is surprised, as it seems the prophet knows about this too. The MC reveals that the only reason he accepted the invitation was to provide information about the fifth round, but warns him that if he keeps treating him with such falseness, their partnership will be difficult. The CEO admits that he's really regretting it, asking for forgiveness for the only mistake he made. Ryumin says it's fine, but makes it clear that he shouldn't hide anything from him, and from that moment on, he should trust him unconditionally. He also warns that he shouldn't offer any suggestions on how to manage the company, except for convincing the other shareholders during their meeting. Gyeonglok responds that he will do his best to keep everyone in line. With this conclusion, the MC says he will do his best for the company to grow and will also provide the information he wanted. The president is pleased right away, but his expression changes when he hears that the fifth round will be by far the most difficult one yet. Ryumin tells him to stay calm, as it won't be much of a problem for the president, revealing that the mission will be to kill 300 orcs. But it won't be as easy as it sounds. He then explains that the regions will be combined. Gyeonglok is happy to hear this, as it means he could encounter the Black Reaper if they are indeed combining the regions. However, Ryumin shakes his head, saying that the Black Reaper will not be in the same region as him. The CEO laments hearing this, and, curious, asks if he knows the identity of the Reaper. Ryumin replies that he doesn't, but he saw that they will both meet soon. He also mentions that there's one more thing to say, asking if he's looking for someone named Youngmin. Gyeonglok is surprised once again, as the prophet knows even that, and admits that the power of future sight is even more incredible than he imagined, and asks for information if he knows who this person is. However, the MC tells him to stop the investigations immediately. This leaves him confused, apologizing but wanting to know why. Ryumin mentions that he will suffer a great loss if he touches this person, and that is all he can say about it. This leaves the president reflecting, as he didn't expect something like this, while the MC is aware that he is only keeping Youngmin alive because he is still useful. Gyeonglok then mentions that he will immediately stop the investigations against the person he mentioned and then asks them to return to the party, promising that he will keep everything alcohol-free. He is pissed off with how everything is going out of control, and that's why he wants to let off some steam that night. After the whole party, still at night, a man is running at full speed, entering alleys, trying to escape as fast as he can. He is trying to stop the bleeding, as he apparently lost one of his arms, but doesn't know where to run. At that moment, someone begins to approach, leaving him desperate. This person raises a sword and strikes a blow that hits both legs of the fat guy, as well as his shin, causing him to immediately fall to the ground, trembling in pain. The one who did this was Gyeonglok, telling him to shut up if he doesn't want his tongue cut off. The man on the ground starts asking why he is doing this to him and if he did something wrong. The president finds this funny coming from a pedophile. However, the fat man retorts, saying that this happened a long time ago and that he even served his sentence and is free now. However, it is of no use, as the CEO simply raises his sword and drives it deep into the fat man's back. He then warns him to shut up if he doesn't want to have a slow and painful death, and this will happen if he attracts witnesses. The man begins to cry in pain, trying to hold in his screams until Gyeonglok says that it's great to see that he isn't bleeding from his ears and doesn't understand how trash like him is still alive. At this moment, a black aura begins to emanate from his body and transfers to the sword in the form of a snake. Then, a black flame engulfs the entire area, leaving the man scared, asking what is happening, but it's too late as the black flames start to bind his entire body, starting from his head, then his legs, and only then his arms, completely devouring the man, who can only groan in pain. Gyeonglak, watching, imagines that if his black mana wasn't on cooldown, he would have eliminated such trash in an instant. But he knows there's nothing he can do, as he needs to use black mana to wield the black aura. He is aware that to recharge his black mana, he has to take others' lives. So, with a strike, he announces that the man can finally die. He reflects that when he finishes people off, he gains much more mana than when he finishes monsters. In other words, for someone like him, who loves eliminating criminals, he can't imagine a more perfect class than the one he gained as a Black Knight. Gyeonglak points his sword, as cleaning up such trash really relieved the stress off his back, and so he uses his Consume ability. The black aura from the sword starts being absorbed by his body, leaving only the body on the ground. He always laments, as the ability can't consume corpses, since the black aura only feeds on the life force of a living target. Suddenly, he hears a noise near a trash can, making him quickly turn around, startled, but he soon realizes it was just a cat passing by. The president reflects that it must be impossible to have witnesses there, as he made sure to lure the man into an alley, away from others' sight and before sunrise. He believes there should be only one person who might have seen it, speculating that this person could be the prophet. As with the vision of the future, maybe he already saw some of these killings, which means that Ryuman has already gotten closer, knowing that he himself is a serial killer. He is happy with this, as it is quite interesting. He then calls the head of the department, asking him to come and clean up the trash that was left behind. After that, 2 weeks passed. The MC is in his bed with no commitments, as now he just needs to rest a bit, since he is always thinking about the future. However, looking at his phone, he imagines that all this rest will have to end because they created a group of players. He clicks to join the group, as it is time to take action regarding it. After all, now is the time to get one of the 5 runes that can be obtained in real life, the cloning rune. The news is frantic regarding the games, where 1,800,000,000 people were dragged to the other world, and the number dropped to 90 million in just 3 months. A chubby guy with a red hand reads that several people died in the 4th round and finds all of this annoying. He sees that the news is pointing out that the players are causing chaos in the cities, and therefore asks what's the problem with doing whatever they want before dying, telling them not to pressure the players since this is all because of the rules and restrictions. He raises his axe and slams it into the ground, causing massive destruction. He says it doesn't matter anymore, as no one can stop him now. Laughing wickedly, he claims that he is now the best player in the whole world. Therefore, he asks which people he should finish off and realizes that even finishing people in real life, he feels nothing and wonders if it's because he went through hell in the 4th round. He only laments that getting 1 stack per person is too little and wonders if it's because they are all civilians. He remembers that the 4th round was way too good and, in fact, liked it more than killing monsters. That said, he leaves the room since he wants to finish off players who give more stacks for his rune until he notices the online forum of the player community. Hyungtaek is excited as he could enter the forum to meet some players who would help him finish off other players and, this way, get lots of stacks for his rune. He decides to look at the form, which even asks a lot of questions about the player, and it annoys him, as they want too much information before the interview. But he quickly gives in since he needs to go to the location to meet other players. He bets on the hypothesis that people won't imagine there's a player entering with the intention of finishing off other players. After a while, he goes to the location, and the interviewer sends a message asking, please, to go to the cafe in Wabu, and that casual clothing is fine for the visit. He notices that the location is indeed correct, but gets annoyed as it's way too far in the middle of nowhere, and even the buses don't go there. Since he's already there, he decides to enter, thinking he'll kill everyone if they annoy him. Hyung-taek starts looking around, as the place is more modern than he expected, and notices there are only 2 customers there. One of these customers notices his entrance and quickly gets up, asking if he's the one here for the interview. He says this and approaches, asking for his username. Hyung-taek replies that it's Black Dragon. The interviewer greets him, saying it's a pleasure to meet him, and also mentions that his in-game nickname is My Age is 30. The chubby guy doesn't hide his surprise and asks if he really is a player. He replies that yes, and although he doesn't look like it, he turned 30 years old that year. Then, he introduces the person in the shirt, saying that they are the Tiny Mollusk, and asks them to greet each other to become good friends. Hyung-taek approaches, asking if the damn guy with the fish face and pink shirt is really a player, as he seems incredibly weak. He then comments that maybe the business in that cafe isn't going too well since there are no customers and no one working. The interviewer explains that this place is far from the city, which is why they rented this spot for the interview. Hyung-taek says he understands, but asks if at least the owner shouldn't be there. The old man says that the owner is preparing the food since, besides coffee, they also sell meals there. Hyung-taek says he understands, and looking around the cafe, realizes there are no cameras in the place. Because of this, he thinks about finishing off the 2 players there since it would be easy to do so and escape, but quickly changes his mind in because he can't waste this chance by finishing just 2 people. For that reason, he asks if they're not going to start the interview soon. The 30-year-old tells him they are waiting for one more person and will begin as soon as that person arrives. Hyung-taek asks if this means there will be 3 in total. He answers yes, and despite being a little past the scheduled time, he is seeing the person arrive. The last player enters the cafe, and immediately, the man in his 30s stands up, asking if he is there for the interview, and immediately asking what his nickname in the game is. The person responds that it is the Black Reaper, leaving the interviewer amazed, as the most popular player of all is there. A few days ago, a conference was held. A man welcomes everyone and informs them that everyone except Honey is there, so they can begin the meeting for the 3rd week of April. He then asks Yark how many people joined the forum that week. Yark replies that about 2,000 people joined, and although the number of players is dropping month by month, the number of people joining the forum keeps increasing every week. The president asks who hired the journalist, as the reason for so much focus is the articles that are being written about them. Jamie announces that it was her, revealing that it was possible thanks to the new connections she has. He finds this incredible, as he expected nothing less from a longtime member, and then asks Yark how many truly skilled people there are among the 2,000 players. The player counts that, if they exclude players still without a class, and those below level 10, there are about 1,200 people. The president finds this interesting, so he asks how many of them are truly useful. He prepares himself to speak about this, and mentions that there is a well-known player in Zone S 45.5, a player named Black Dragon, who is an ordinary warrior of level 10, but ranked 3rd in his region. The president finds this interesting, speculating that this player might have a good rune. Yark adds that this player seems skilled enough to be given an executive position. He also mentions that the next player is Little Cockle, who is from region S122.7, always ranking between 4th and 10th place. He further adds that, besides the 2 players he mentioned, there are 50 more who always rank at the top in their respective regions. The president is pleased to hear this, as it seems they will be quite busy interviewing these people. He then calls the attention of the man in his 30s, asking if he had been dozing off and wants to know what he was doing last night to be sleeping in the middle of the meeting, and, as punishment, he announces that the man will be in charge of the 50 interviews. If he doesn't do that, another high-level candidate might steal his spot. The man apologizes for this slip-up and promises to take responsibility for it. The president returns to the topic, asking if the Black Reaper has made contact. Yark responds that, unfortunately, no, as if it had happened, he would have reported it immediately. The man with 4 eyes laments, stating that if someone important like that had appeared, he would have given them the executive position right away. He then calls for Jamie, asking her to speak with the journalist to get more articles written, as they will need to focus more on marketing to try to attract the Black Reaper to their group. She replies that it's not a problem, as long as he pays her very well. He assures her not to worry about it, as he will definitely reward those who are working hard, and then ask them to move on to the next topic until something catches Yark's attention. He asks the president to wait, as someone has just requested to join the forum. The president doesn't understand what the fuss is about and asks who this person is. Yark responds that the person is none other than the Black Reaper. Immediately, everyone in the group is shocked by this news. Returning to the present, the man in his 30s announces that it's a pleasure to meet him and asks if it was hard to get there. The Black Reaper responds that it was indeed difficult. The man feels awkward, apologizing for this, as they needed a place with privacy to get to know each other better. He then asks to sit down and compliments the Black Reaper for being well-dressed and probably popular with women. The Black Reaper sits down, and the man in his 30s continues with the introductions, saying that the other two people present are also here for the interview. The fat guy is terrified since the man just said he is the powerful Black Reaper, someone from his own region. The player next to him also greets him. The man warns once again that he is the Black Reaper. Then, the MC decides to introduce himself as well, saying his name is Marisquinho, but in his head, he wonders who this fool thinks he is for using his in-game nickname. Hyungtaek remains intimidated because the person in front of him claimed to be the Black Reaper, the one who killed him 5 times in the 4th round. He thinks he should ask if they know each other in real life, so this person won't be so obsessed with killing him. The 30-year-old calls for the Black Dragon, asking if there's a problem since he's not introducing himself. The fat guy then introduces himself and notices that the Black Reaper didn't react at all. This frustrates him because the most powerful player should have recognized his username, and he worries if he's so weak that the Black Reaper doesn't even remember his name, even after killing him 5 times. Meanwhile, the MC continues eating his ice cream, impressed by the boldness of the guy in front of him, openly using his nickname, knowing that this person is Kukuruping Pong, a professional who does any kind of scam to make money. He's also aware that, at the moment, he's not a relevant player, but in the future, he will get the cloning rune, which will make him famous, even though it will likely be a bad kind of fame, since he plans to use the rune for all sorts of crimes. The MC laments that criminals gain so much power from another world to cause chaos in real life, but he's glad to have met him as planned, since he'll use this player to get the cloning rune. The 30-year-old starts the interview, stating that he will confirm everyone's personal information and begins with Marisquinho. The MC says his name is Seung-hyun, he's 20 years old, he finished high school, and has no job at the moment. The interviewer continues, confirming if he is a level 13 assassin, and if he placed 4th in the regional ranking. He answers yes. However, he's aware that all of that is a lie, except for the username, which is real, since, in short, he's pretending to be someone else. But he had to do this to meet the conditions to get the cloning rune. The cloning rune requires the player to commit a murder at the place where the rune is hidden while pretending to be someone else. He knows that the fraud present there managed to do this in the past, since he finished someone off pretending to be the Black Reaper and received the rune because of it. The interviewer then moves on to the Black Dragon, asking for more information. The fat guy says his name is Hyungtaek. He's 16 years old, and he's in high school. The interviewer is surprised by how young he is, but thinks to himself that this nonsense can't be serious since someone still in high school is pathetic, calling the Black Dragon worthless. Ryumin, reading these thoughts, finds it amusing, since despite the kid being 16, he's finished all his classmates, and you can't disregard someone with the guts to do that. The 30-year-old then asks the fat guy if he's really a level 10 warrior and if he placed 3rd in the region. He gets angry, asking if he's being called a liar. The old man then turns to the next candidate, since he knows the nickname is Black Reaper, and asks for the name. He replies that his name is In Hong, he's 28 years old, and is a fund manager, also mentioning that he's never placed lower than 1st place, that he's level 30, and adding that everyone knows his class is Reaper, so he asks if there's anything else that needs to be verified. The 30-year-old gets intimidated since he can't upset the powerful Black Reaper, and thanks him for the answers. The MC gets irritated by this, as that guy is nothing but a scammer who will try to use this nickname to borrow money from the players. With everything confirmed, the interviewer goes to the last question, wanting to know why everyone is interested in joining the group, and starts by asking Marisquinho. The MC responds that the world is dangerous these days, and it's scary to go out alone, so he thought it would be interesting to team up with other players. Then, the question goes to the fat guy, who becomes completely intimidated as he can't simply say that his goal is to eliminate other players. So, he covers it up and says his answer is the same as Marisquinho's, since he can't even go to school without worrying about the next rounds. Finally, he asks the Black Reaper the reason. He responds that he only decided to join because he saw the forum, and it sparked his interest. The 30-year-old laughs, finding this interesting, and says he found the answers quite satisfactory, and because of that, he's going to ask just one more thing to finish the interview. He, with a completely different look on his face, says that it is necessary to eliminate someone to pass the interview. The MC, pretending not to understand, asks why they need to kill someone. The 30-year-old doesn't believe that anyone there didn't understand and asks if they've read the articles, since the government has started turning its back on all the players because they're scared since they are so powerful, and with his fist clenched, says that soon the players will rule the world, and that will only be possible if everyone works together. He's still excited by these words, says they don't need to limit themselves by the laws of the governments, because they only need to show that the players are the new law. The MC says he understands, and asks if that's the reason they need to eliminate someone. He explains that yes, since the only reason is to show the government the players' desire. The other two remain silent, as they didn't expect something like this. The 30-year-old then asks if the little guy understands and emphasizes that if any of them don't want to continue with the last part of the interview, they should leave. But he makes it clear that if they do, they won't receive help in the future, even if they change their mind. Ryumin finds this funny since the old man is warning that the players who refuse will enter some kind of blacklist. This is just to pressure them into committing crimes. The other two remain silent since it caught them by surprise. The interviewer is pleased to see that silence and says he'll take it as if they've all agreed to proceed to the final stage. Hyungtaek asks what he means by that, as there aren't any people there to eliminate. He, with his macabre smile, tells them not to worry, as he prepared everything in advance. Time passes, and it starts to rain. The 30-year-old stands up and asks them to go. At this moment, the employee appears and asks if they're leaving already, because if they want to stay longer, there won't be any problems. He tells her that, unfortunately, he's in a hurry and asks where the bathroom is. She points that it's at the end of the hall. He takes the opportunity to ask her a favor, handing her the key and asking her to get his car from the parking lot because he's running late and will be even more delayed in the bathroom. The woman, smiling, tells him not to worry, as she will do that immediately. She then runs to the car and opens the door. Then, she prepares to put away the umbrella, but at that moment, a hand appears on her back and grabs her neck, strangling her immediately. It was the 30-year-old, finding it easy to knock someone out using just his hands. The fat guy is surprised, asking why it had to be that woman. He tells them not to talk, as they need to go quickly. Saying that, he puts the woman in the car. Then, they get in the car and head to their destination. They all get out and head to a warehouse where they can proceed to the final stage of the interview. After entering, he throws her to the ground and asks who will be responsible for eliminating her. He then asks if the Black Reaper would like to do it. He replies that it's no problem until someone asks them to wait. It was the MC, asking if he could do it. The 30-something is surprised to see this, as he didn't expect it to come from someone so shy, and explains that there's no problem at all, asking the Black Reaper if he could give the spot to the little boy. He replies that it's fine, and starts walking. As he passes by the MC, he warns him that it's better to do a great job since he's doing him a favor. Ryumin then turns, thanking him, as he's going to make great use of the cloning rune. He becomes confused since he didn't understand what that meant, but before he realized it, the MC grabs his head and with a single move, twists it off, breaking the guy's neck. The man, with his face turned towards his back, falls stiff to the ground. The 30-something panics seeing this and starts yelling, asking what the hell he did, since he just killed the Black Reaper and if he's gone crazy. Ryuman, with his dark gaze, tells him to shut up since he's making too much noise. The man immediately feels intimidated by that gaze, comparing it to a beast, and realizes that the atmosphere next to the boy is totally different, so he doesn't understand what's happening. A notification arrives for the MC, informing him that he's made a kill while posing as someone else, and has thus fulfilled a hidden condition. It announces that the clone rune has been discovered, a secret rune placed in a predetermined location. The rune acquired has been automatically imprinted on the player's body. His body starts to glow as he thinks this is great, since it was worth pretending to be someone else. The interviewer, still desperate, asks for answers. Since he just saw the Black Reaper die and doesn't know why, he puts on his mask and replies that the reason is simple, since an idiot was stealing his own identity, and that's why he finished him off. The old man still doesn't understand what this means, and says it was supposed to be the woman who was finished off, not the Black Reaper, and that's what he's furious about. Ryuman tells him that he already said why, as he only killed a loser, adding that the 30-something there is also a loser, by the way. He then covers the girl's face again and stands up. The old man summons his sword, telling him to repeat what he said, if he dares. Ryuman immediately summons his imposing scythe and, holding it, replies that he called the old man an idiot and wants to know if he's wrong, by chance. The man feels intimidated, wondering if the scythe is really the boy's main weapon, and admits he's never seen a player carrying such a large scythe before, until it dawns on him that there's only one player who uses a scythe as a main weapon. He recalls that the little boy had just said moments ago that he only finished the guy off because he was stealing his identity. The MC then asks if he finally understands the situation, since he's standing before the true Black Reaper, and therefore apologizes for lying. The 30-something drops his sword from trembling so much, as the little boy was never Marisquinho, but the true powerful Black Reaper. Because of that, he immediately kneels down, shaking all over, apologizing for not recognizing him at first, and asks for mercy. However, it's of no use, as the MC says he won't do that, not in a million years, and with a single movement, throws the head so far that it lands at the feet of the Black Dragon. He watches the head on the ground and is terrified, realizing that the man in front of him is indeed the true Black Reaper and is definitely on another level. He starts trembling in fear, since he didn't even see the scythe move, and the man was already finished off. Ryuman raises his scythe, since they are now alone, and comments that the chubby guy must know what's going to happen, and so he asks for his last words. He, panicked, admits that he won't say anything obvious like asking for his life to be spared, but there's something he'd like to ask in case they meet again. The MC asks if he wants to know what he killed him 5 times in the 4th round. Hyungtaek comments that this is exactly the question he has. He replies that the reason is simple, since he recognized him as a potential rival, as he seemed to be the most skilled among all the people in the area they were in, and that's why he needed to get rid of any potential rivals. Are you ready to die? The Black Dragon, still trembling, asks to make another question and wonders why someone so powerful would want to kill him there, just like that. Ryuman calls him shit, as he's there solely to finish off the woman from the cafeteria. He defends himself, saying he did nothing, as he was just a spectator the whole time. The MC decides to lower his scythe and, since that was all that had happened so far, comments that he will spare him. The chubby guy is happy, asking if it's serious. He touches the scythe to the ground and warns that, in exchange, he wants all the items and equipment he has. With this one order, the Black Dragon drops all the items he possesses, leaving the MC impressed, as there are many useful things, and if he sold everything, it could bring him around 2,000 gold. Hyungtaek, sweating cold, warns that from the bottom of his heart, it's all he has, and there are no more items in his inventory. Ryuman picks up the magic crystals and comments that he's not doubting these words, and warns that he won't take anything but those stones, as the other items won't be useful. He says this, but inside, he is aware that those items can't even be sold in the shop. After the Black Dragon puts the items back into his inventory, he asks if he will really stay alive as promised. The MC answers yes, as a promise is a promise. The chubby guy dies of happiness and starts thanking like crazy. Ryuman then tells him to stop it, and orders him to be kind from that moment on, also letting him decide what to do with the bodies on the ground. He then walks to the woman, telling her he will take her back to the cafe, and with that, he begins to leave the warehouse. Young Tech just watches and breathes a sigh of relief as he is safe, and for a moment, he was sure he was going to die, as he didn't expect to be saved in exchange for some items that, obviously, are worth much less than his life. However, he still feels something strange, and questions if he really did something so bad that he had to lose some items just for watching. He gets furious, not thinking it's fair, until he looks back at the MC and realizes he's vulnerable. As he's turned around, carrying the woman, the chubby guy starts sweating cold, as it's a perfect chance to attack from behind. If he manages to defeat the powerful Black Reaper, he will increase his attributes a lot, and he's absolutely sure this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he definitely won't have another chance like this to catch him off guard. He summons his axe, as he's sure he will regret it if he lets this chance pass. So he begins walking silently, hoping the MC doesn't hear him. He gets closer and closer until finally he's close enough, preparing his axe to attack, and then delivers a full swing that makes the MC fall hard to the ground. Young Tak is in shock, not believing he actually managed to finish off the Black Reaper, and it was easy too, so he bursts out laughing, not believing that someone at level 30 was defeated by someone at level 10, and starts kicking the body on the ground, shouting that this is all because he turned his back on the enemy. Excited, he thanks the levels he will gain from this kill. However, he finds something strange, as he's not receiving any notifications from the system, and also doesn't understand why the hell his stacks aren't increasing. He gets worried about what might be happening, until the MC appears behind him with a sinister aura, asking what the chubby guy thinks he's doing. He turns around completely terrified, and doesn't understand what the hell is happening, as he's absolutely sure he killed the Black Reaper, and wonders if this person has some resurrection ability or something like that. While he's frightened, he walks backward and bumps into the body. When he turns around, he realizes that the Black Reaper's body on the ground simply vanished, and there isn't a single drop of blood. Ryuman explains that the chubby guy actually killed a clone of him, as the clone ability allows him to create an identical clone of himself, though it cannot fight. This is the clone rune. It can create a single clone when chanting "Create Clone." The conjurer becomes intangible for 10 seconds and hides after the casting. The clone created is psychically connected to the conjurer and can be controlled according to his will. However, it can only perform actions that are not attacks. It also cannot use abilities or the inventory, having a 10-minute cooldown. He is pleased to see a player fall for this, as it shows that he can be useful even without being able to fight, and it was definitely a great test. Hyungtaek becomes furious, saying he was deceived, but Ryuman questions if he's gone crazy since the victim there is him, as he was almost killed, attacked from behind. He then summons his scythe and delivers a beautiful strike that leaves the fat guy confused about what is happening, as his body is not moving, but that is obvious, since his head rolled off right after. The MC doesn't waste time and uses his ability Erase Traces, causing the head and the entire body to be consumed by a black flame, completely clearing the crime scene, leaving not even a trace of blood. He is always surprised at how useful this common ability is, as there is no way anyone can claim that it was a crime scene except one person. He thinks about this and begins to call the woman, asking if she won't get up already, since he knows she's pretending to be unconscious, as there's no way to fool a player. He says this imagining that he is actually reading her thoughts. The woman lifts her head from the ground, lamenting this, and asks if he could remove the black sack from her head. He responds that not yet, as she should wait for him to leave, and comments that he will ask a few questions, requesting her cooperation. His first question is how many clients they had, and if she remembers the faces of all of them. She answers that there were 4, and that one was in his 40s, and she remembers his face because she spoke directly to that person, although she cannot say the same about the others. Ryuman notices that the woman is telling the truth since he is reading her thoughts, so he says he has no more questions. She, sweating cold, asks if it's really over and if she is safe. The MC responds that it is, and that she can leave, but tells her not to report anything to the police or things will end badly, then asks her to count for a minute before he removes the sack from her head. She says she will obey as requested and starts counting to 60, then removes the sack. The woman looks around in confusion as there is absolutely nothing inside the warehouse and wonders if everything that happened was just a dream. Back at the hotel, Ryumin enters the apartment and announces that he's back. His brother is confused, asking why he is wearing his pink jacket. The MC, awkwardly, just walks past and says he's tired and wants to take a nap. One, still curious, asks where he's been and if he has already had dinner, then suggests ordering food for dinner. He takes off the jacket and says he can order whatever food he wants, then reflects that he hadn't really paid attention to the state of the shirt after so many completions. And even though it's clean, it wouldn't be nice to give it back to his brother to wear, so he just throws it away. One panics, not understanding why his shirt was thrown away just like that. Ryumin explains that it's a very old shirt and that he will give him a brand new one. His brother, a little upset, responds that it's fine, but feels strange about the school being closed and not being able to go out because of it. The MC feels bad about this, since it must be really boring to just be locked at home since he can't go to school because of people like Young Tech. So he invites him to go to Everland the next day. One becomes happy about this and asks if he is really serious. He replies yes and asks them to have dinner quickly so they can sleep earlier. The next day, they go to the amusement park, and One is extremely happy as it had been a long time since he was there. Ryumin is happy to see him happy, as it had indeed been a while since they had been there due to how difficult life has been lately. He begins to observe the whole place, as he didn't know it would really be functioning, although hope is something important in moments like the one they are in. At this moment, One sees a family leaving a store, and, looking at his brother, he pulls him, asking to go quickly to a store he spotted. After they enter and see the items in the store, he puts a panda ear on MC, which makes him emotional, as he thought it was way too cute, and because of that, he wants to buy it. Besides that, he is outraged by how many cute things are there. Ryumin tells him to grab whatever he wants inside, and after they leave, he still asks what else he wants to do in the park. They go straight to the roller coaster and then to the water park. They end up seeing some panda bears playing. One gets emotional seeing the twin pandas, and his brother is happy seeing this, as One was depressed the previous night, and that's why it was a great idea to take him to the park. However, suddenly, the boy gets worried, asking if it's really a good idea for them to be there, as the next day will be May 1st, and the games will resume. Ryumin tells him not to worry, as the round won't take more than 10 hours, and because of that, he doesn't need to be scared, since he will have a long night of sleep. His brother doesn't like this at all, as it has never taken that long. MC raises his hand and places it on his brother's head, telling him not to worry, as he will never leave him alone, and therefore tells him to keep having fun, maybe going on a safari. After all of that, night falls, and MC goes to lie down, as it's almost midnight on April 30th. Suddenly, his phone rings, and when he picks it up, he realizes it's a few messages from Julie, saying that, unfortunately, it's almost midnight again, but she wishes them well so they can live another day. He is happy because now, with the regions uniting, he will be able to protect her from that moment on. So he sets the phone aside because midnight is past, and all the players are immediately teleported to another world. A guy comments if everyone is really there, as there are few people, in addition to giving an enormous sense of scarcity. Ryumin can only imagine it's normal for people to feel like that, considering the first round had 10,000 people, but he's also aware that this feeling will disappear soon. Suddenly, the angel appears, saying she's happy to see everyone there, in addition to congratulating them for making it to the 5th round. The players don't show any reaction. This makes Olivia ask what's wrong with them, telling them to smile since she thought the last round was quite fun, as they worked hard to finish their own species. She finds everyone's reaction very boring, so she decides to stop the provocations, announcing that there were 442 survivors who were summoned there. And since there were 521 survivors, this means the world is in chaos, as 80 were defeated there. The players are no longer surprised by this, as it's normal for every round to start with fewer people. The angel reveals that she doesn't care about this, but finds it boring to start a game with so few people. So she announces that she prepared something really interesting for them. She tells them that, in summary, there will be an integration of the zones. A player gets confused by this and asks for a more detailed explanation. This makes Olivia furious, telling them that the players there are too stupid as they can't understand a single term, and she explains that it literally means there will be an integration of the zones. She reveals to everyone that there are hundreds of zones just in that country, 875 to be exact. Everyone is surprised, as it's a very large number of zones just in South Korea. The angel laughs, telling them not to be so surprised, as it's a very low number compared to other nations. They feel puzzled by this, as if there are 10,000 people per zone. In the end, there will be millions of people per nation. Meanwhile, another guy gets curious about another question, as if there's an angel in each zone. That will mean there are thousands of that angel. Olivia tells them they guessed correctly, as there is indeed one angel per zone, and calls them idiots for only realizing this now. However, a player asks if this means she didn't create that game. Olivia stays silent for a moment and asks what makes him think that. The guy replies that he doesn't believe thousands of angels work together just to make a survival game. Immediately, she descends toward the player and asks what the problem is. If they work together, then telling him not to ask unnecessary questions if he doesn't want to end up finished because of it. The man is terrified, apologizing for bringing it up. She, still angry, just flies off again. The MC continues watching, as it's clear they touched on a sensitive point, since he is certain there's a rule that prevents angels from talking about the creator of the game. Moreover, he doesn't believe an angel who can be defeated by a player could have created such a huge game. Olivia repeats that she won't answer any more stupid questions, since everyone should focus on their own survival, and warns that she'll begin the integration right away, emphasizing that she's only doing this because there are few players in that zone. She tells them not to try to come up with any stupid theories as to why this is happening. A strong earthquake starts shaking the area, and several beams of light appear, glowing brighter and brighter until they form a huge barrier that terrifies the players, as they've never seen anything like this. The light intensifies throughout the area where they are, and after several blocks become intense, players from other zones appear. They wonder, is it over? Meanwhile, everyone continues staring at each other, trying to understand what's going on, until the angel announces that the zone integration is complete. Because of this, another angel appears, and they ask how long they're going to keep staring, since they should be introducing themselves to each other. They're in disbelief, as now they're not facing just one angel, but 10 of them. The celestial beings greet everyone once again. Olivia explains that they simply merged 10 zones into one, increasing the number of players to 4,884. Everyone is still shocked, as now 10 zones have merged, and the number of players has increased to almost 5,000. The angel explains that the other zones did the same, meaning that the names of the zones will also change, and this one will be called OSKES 00 Zeta, consisting solely of players from South Korea. The players start whispering that at least they can communicate with each other since they're all from South Korea. Ryuman keeps watching the people whispering, as he's aware that integrations will continue to happen whenever there are fewer than 500 people. Furthermore, much later on, when there are fewer than 500 people in all of South Korea, they will compete against players from other nations. He decides to set that aside for now, as it won't happen until around round 11, so he needs to focus on the present. He thinks the angels will start the bonus game soon, but before he can even think about it, Olivia announces that before starting the main mission, they will play a simple bonus game to celebrate the zone integration. Since all the zones had one representative, and now that they've made this integration, it's like there are 10 representatives, and they need to do something about it. After all, now they need to go back to having only one representative. The MC continues listening attentively until the angel raises her finger, announcing that the old representatives will fight each other until only one remains, and that one will be chosen as the new representative of the zone. The players start whispering that this is too cruel, having the representatives fight each other. One man observes that some people find this funny, as they won't have to fight, while another is terrified, as they'll have to fight among themselves to choose a new representative. While one laments being a representative and thus being forced to fight, another wonders if maybe they'll be reborn if they're finished in this battle. They ask themselves if they can just give up their right to be a representative. Ryuman is aware that there is no merit in being the representative of the zone up to this point, but this will be different in the following rounds, and that's why he needs to win this dispute at any cost. Olivia grabs everyone's attention, asking them not to be scared since if they are defeated, nothing will happen in real life, as they will be reborn immediately afterward. This puts one of the players at ease since he was thinking of the worst. However, she points out that things aren't that simple, as the new representative of the zone will receive the governor's position instead of the authority position. This ability gives the power to control players with a lower level than his. She further explains that it's basically an upgraded version of the command authority that allowed controlling players who didn't have a class. In addition to being clear that this ability can still be used 10 times, and will be passed on if the current representative is defeated by another player or monster. That's why she asks if they don't find it tempting to have an ability that controls others. They become thoughtful about it, since they could control anyone as long as the level is higher, regardless of the class. She then notices that the players are more motivated now and asks them to prepare. After that, an angel comments to the others that after the integration, they also need to choose a representative among themselves. And so, she asks if anyone will volunteer for this position. Everyone falls silent at this question, and she comments that she really shouldn't have asked something like this, as an angel who volunteers to work could only be sick. Another angel asks what they will do since no one will want to volunteer. One angel asks if they could decide by rolling the dice, leaving it to chance, since although it's boring, it's not a bad thing. Another asks if each angel could take a shift, but they don't agree since maybe some angel won't work in the last rounds, since it's not known if they will even make it there. Olivia asks if there really won't be a way to decide this, until the red-haired angel comments that the representatives of each zone will fight soon, and, with that, she suggests that the first representative defeated in the battle will have the angel responsible as the guide for all the rounds. They all think it's a good idea since it seems fun, and they raise their hands, agreeing with the idea. However, Olivia asks them to wait, suggesting they do things a little differently. She proposes that instead of the angel of the first defeated human being the guide of the rounds, they could make the angel responsible for the zone of the human who survives until the end, become the absolute queen of that zone. She explains that, in summary, the angel responsible for the zone of the surviving human will be the queen, and basically, all the other angels will have to submit to the command of this queen, as well as the human who survived. One of the angels asks if they are really going to give that much power to the representative, since basically, this person could control them just like the queen. The other angels get excited about it, since, besides being fun, the word queen sounds really good. Priscilla finds it funny since to suggest something like that, she must be very confident and asks her to be careful since the representative from her region won't be easily defeated as he has never left rank 1 in her region. Olivia asks if that's serious, laughing inside as she wants to brag about an insect being in first place in her region since in her own region she has the Black Reaper as the representative. After thinking that, she asks if they are in or out. Priscilla responds that she has no reason to oppose, just like the other angels, who agree since they are quite confident. And so, they ask Olivia to give the announcement to everyone. She does so and announces to all the players that they will begin the bonus game to decide who will be the representative of the integrated region, and therefore asks each representative of the former zones to approach under her. They obey and begin to walk, just like the MC, until all 10 of them are looking up, waiting for further orders. Olivia then raises her hand, and a strong tremor starts happening, with a giant arena appearing around them until it is fully formed. The players become anxious since they don't know for sure how they will proceed, but Olivia explains that they will begin the bonus round, saying they will engage in combat until only one remains standing, emphasizing that they won't be eliminated if they lose, and that's why she asks them to try to stay until the end. With all of this said, she asks to begin. Immediately, everyone summons their swords, Just like the MC with his black scythe, the players start glaring at each other as they are faced with the opportunity to become king by defeating only 9 other people. One guy notices that no one took the initiative because they are being cautious, meaning that, one way or another, everyone there is highly skilled. However, he himself is confident, as he is sure that there is no one stronger than him, since he has never lost first place in his region, in addition to possessing the rune of dismantling, which is too powerful, that causes the rune to activate when he stabs someone with his sword, automatically breaking the player completely. He believes it's as if his own blade knows where to strike the target, and thanks to that, he managed to finish off more than 300 players in the 4th round. At that moment, the angels start asking why they are standing still and tell them to finish each other off. The player finds it strange that the angels are restless, as if they had made some kind of bet. So he begins walking through the crowd because he doesn't believe there is anyone stronger than him there, in addition to it being the perfect opportunity to leave a strong impression on them. He stops in the middle of the arena and draws his sword. At that moment, all he wants is a sacrifice, since he needs a little lamb to boost his performance. So he thinks to himself that anyone can come at him, as he will finish them off right away. At that moment, Ryuman starts walking and stops in front of him. The player is happy that a little lamb has finally appeared, but confesses that he has never seen anyone using such an absurdly large scythe, believing it cannot be an ordinary weapon. He confesses that he has seen many people using the word scythe in their nicknames, but he has never seen someone actually using this weapon until he notices the player's nickname. Seeing this makes him scared, not believing he is reading Black Scythe, or rather the Black Reaper. Even terrified, he tries to believe that maybe it's another player with the same nickname, but he soon dismisses this, as he is sure no 2 people can have the same nickname. Immediately, he lowers his sword, terrified, as he is now facing the number 1 rank from all regions, the only level 30 player, the legendary Black Reaper. The angels, observing, ask what happened to the human, as he seemed confident and suddenly became terrified. They then ask Priscilla if that human is not the representative from her region. She gets anxious, not understanding why the idiot representing her region isn't doing anything, and, to make it worse, is standing still like a frightened dog. Olivia bursts into laughter seeing this, and Priscilla asks what's so funny. She apologizes for finding it hilarious, and asks her to look at her little dog, who is so scared in front of a player. Priscilla asks if she's saying this because he's the representative of her region, and admits that the scythe is quite striking, but she doesn't see any aura that could cause fear to someone seeing it for the first time. She then asks if she's trying to say that Olivia's region representative is so powerful that he's scaring her player, and then immediately tells her to stop talking nonsense, as the representative of her region has always been rank 1 in his own zone. Olivia smiles with satisfaction, asking what's so special about being rank 1 in the region, as her region's representative has never lost first place among all regions in every round. All the angels are surprised to hear this, asking how she dares to lie like that, as they would have noticed something like that. Only then do they realize that the player's nickname is Black Reaper, and they admit having seen this nickname in every results window that appeared. Priscilla gets frustrated since the Black Reaper was chosen as Olivia's representative, and if he is truly the real one, then no representative there is a match for him. Suddenly, they get startled as Priscilla's beloved one took a single precise attack, and his head flew off, being defeated with just 1 strike. Olivia burst into laughter since it's one less human. Only then do all the players realize they are facing the Black Reaper and wonder why the hell someone like him is there. They are terrified, as they wouldn't be able to defeat a level 30 even if they all teamed up, and they'll probably be defeated with a single strike, just like the first player. The MC starts walking toward them, and immediately one player says it's good to see him, as he's happy to be in the same region as the famous Black Reaper, and asks if they can talk please. A woman immediately puts her bow away, stating that she doesn't intend to fight. They all do the same, telling the angels they surrender, admitting defeat. However, the angels ask if they are joking, as such behavior is shameful. Besides ruining the fun of the game, and with their malicious glares, they make it clear they will explode everyone's heads if they bring up surrendering, guaranteeing they won't be revived afterward. They get terrified by this threat, and thus go back to summoning their weapons, preparing for battle as they believe they might have some chance. Being 8 people against 1, Ryuman realizes that the angels are being more terrifying than him since the players have now decided to attack all at once. But this only excites him, as it doesn't matter how many ants try, they're nothing but ants. The representatives notice this laugh and get furious, as they take it as an insult just because of the level difference, so they all charge at once. The MC doesn't let himself be intimidated and also charges forward with a grim expression, slicing all his enemies in the blink of an eye. The players who didn't attack are terrified by what they're witnessing, but before they can even think of anything, they're also attacked until all are finished off by the MC's massive scythe. The angels who were watching the battle are shocked by this. They confess they didn't expect the fight to end so quickly, even with the Black Reaper involved, and ask if they now have to serve Olivia, since she was the one in charge of that player. Suddenly, Priscilla screams in fury, calling for Olivia, and as she approaches, she asks if Olivia already knew this was going to happen. She responds that obviously she already knew the outcome. The redhead then turns to the angels and points out that they were deceived. Olivia responds that of course she suggested something in her favor. After all, for what other reason would she make such a suggestion? Then asks if she happened to force anyone to take part in the bet, since none of them cared anyway and just wanted to have fun, which is why they agreed. Priscilla can't hide her fury, and then Olivia asks if she's looking to start a fight, because if that's the case, go right ahead. She comments that it would be pathetic for angels to fight in front of humans, and besides, if the chief angel found out, she would be sent to the insect penitentiary. The redhead is horrified the moment she hears this, since she hates that place from the bottom of her heart. Olivia remarks that now she's the queen, and therefore orders Priscilla to be the guide from that moment on, and the redhead asks how long she'll have to do that. She replies that it's until she feels better and commands her to get to work right away. The angel flies toward the players, regretting having agreed to the bet, and after positioning herself, announces that, as witnessed, the new representative of the humans has been chosen. Now the Black Reaper player is the new representative of Zone C SK007. His new temporary ability is the ruler position. It allows him to command a player to do anything he desires. The targeted player cannot disobey the order under any circumstances. It can be used 10 times, and only one command can be given per person. The ability also doesn't work on higher level players. People start murmuring that they already knew the Black Reaper would clearly be the representative. After all, he's level 30 and can control anyone, so they better not mess with this player. Priscilla announces that she will now resurrect the defeated players, and, with a flap of her wings, makes a strong light burst from the bodies of the former representatives. One of them comes back to life, along with all the others, who are confused and trying to remember what happened. The redhead informs them that they were all defeated by the Black Reaper, and that he is now the representative of that zone. Only then do they realize what's happening, until she goes on to say that, since there's a new representative, she will remove the rights of the former ones, asking them not to be sad, since, as always, they can earn them back. She states that the bonus game is now over and will go straight to explaining the main mission. Immediately, the system opens for everyone. It is necessary to slay 300 orcs per person within 10 hours. The secondary mission is to collect 4 stones of balance. The reward is still a mystery. There are 77 million participants in total, and in the current zone, there are almost 5,000, but only 1,211 can be approved. One player is scared by the absurd number of orcs they need to defeat, on top of the number of people who can be approved being way too low. Priscilla, already irritated, asks why they're complaining and makes it clear she can lower the number of approved players even further. Everyone goes silent instantly, and she informs them that the rounds so far have been too easy, and that's why she prepared something harder this time. The players start wondering if slaying the orcs will be easy and believe they're just weaklings. Priscilla is disappointed, since the players really can't think ahead, and so she announces that she won't say anything else. At this moment, they question what the side quest is, and why its reward has question marks. The redhead replies that unlike before, the side quest is visible to everyone, but the reward is a secret. The MC, hearing all of this, always finds it annoying with so many secrets despite being aware that the reward of the side quest is the Rune of Balance. It's one of the 18 runes he needs, and only one person per zone can obtain it as the quest reward. He also knows that there are opportunities for others to earn the rune in each zone, but the difficulty is higher than the main quest itself. After all, even if someone completes the side quest, it's still hard to meet the conditions for the Rune of Balance. Priscilla begins to explain that the side quest is to collect the Stones of Balance, and if they collect 4, they will receive a mysterious reward. However, only one person can receive the reward since there are only 4 Stones of Balance per zone. They ask if, by any chance, someone doesn't find all 4, does that mean the side quest was not completed? She replies that's exactly it, asking them not to worry, since they can steal the stones from other players simply by finishing them off. The players are surprised by this since it follows the same logic as the representative's power. The angel confirms that it does, but warns that this only applies to the Stones of Balance and not to other items, and that they won't be resurrected if they die. She says she said all she had to say and asks them to give their best. The time until the end of the round is 10 hours. The MC sees the angel disappearing and imagines how annoying they are, now intending to fulfill the orc quota to set a new record, planning to help Julie after that. He starts running and passes through the people. They just watch the Black Reaper leaving and feel relieved since they weren't taken down, just frightened by that presence. A player asks where he's going and if they should follow him, but is quickly interrupted by another person asking if they've gone crazy, since following the Black Reaper is like asking to be finished off or even ending up a slave or something like that. However, one player suggests doing it anyway. After all, the MC is always the first in everything, and doing something is better than doing nothing. Everyone feels uneasy about whether or not to go until they question what they'll do if they get caught. A female player suggests keeping a good distance, saying she'll do that even if it's alone. She says that and leaves the group. The players are still unsure whether to follow or not, until they gather their courage and start heading in the direction the Black Reaper went, believing that this player knows what he's doing. Meanwhile, in a small orc village, the MC approaches and soon spots a monster. From afar, people are watching and asking what it is, since it looks like a village or something of the sort, and apparently the Black Reaper is entering there. The monster becomes furious, but the MC is not intimidated and charges, driving his scythe into its head and cutting it soon after, thus defeating the monster. Then, he begins to enter the village and soon encounters more monsters. The orcs notice the presence of an intruder and prepare for battle. Both sides charge, but Ryuman easily finishes the first and keeps advancing. One of the orcs tries to hit him, but he just raises his scythe and, with a simple movement, finishes the 2 in front of him, then keeps walking. He goes to one of the huts and enters it. After some time, he simply leaves with nothing. Meanwhile, people are watching from afar. They comment that the orcs seem peaceful and are as weak as the gnolls. Another questions whether it was only easy because of the Black Reaper. One says it's better not to let their guard down. Another agrees, saying it's better to prevent than to remedy, and they decide to attack the orcs as well. One imagines it's better to stick with those defeated for now. The others also decide to stay in the rear and, if it seems calm, just separate from the group. They then decide to go to the village and, upon entering, realize it is somewhat bigger, even 3 times larger than the one they saw first. One of the monsters soon spots the people and begins to blow a trumpet. The sound grows louder and echoes throughout the village. They worry, wondering why on earth an orc is blowing the trumpet and if it just summoned the other monsters. At that moment, dozens of monsters begin to run toward the players, cornering them. They start to worry as they are now surrounded. One, holding a sword, says he really found the village a bit too large, although it exceeded his expectations. One asks what they will do, and another replies the answer is obvious, since they need to fight for their lives. The monsters waste no time and charge. The players do the same, shouting to remind themselves that the monsters are weak, so they just have to finish them all. The battle begins, and one orc takes a hit. The players fill with confidence, saying the monsters seem to be novices and their attacks are slow, so they start finishing them one by one, feeling happy as they appear easy to defeat. However, things get strange as one cannot pull his sword from the monster's body, and because of that, receives a heavy blow from its club. The players begin to get cornered and are defeated one by the enormous monster army. One, fallen on the ground, can't believe they are actually losing to an orc and starts screaming for help while taking a lethal attack. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the MC is advancing through the forest and notices the people who were following him have disappeared. He reflects that it's too difficult for a group of 20 people to move quietly, but believes if they aren't foolish enough to attack a much larger orc village, they should manage without many problems. He knows the best thing is to stay away from villages with watchtowers. After all, when the orc guard blows the trumpet, more than 50 orcs appear immediately, and over 200 orcs live in large villages like that. He finally arrives at the orc village and, ready to attack his opponents, imagines their muscular structure is completely different from humans, so if he drives his sword into them, pulling it out will be very hard. He advances and cuts the neck of one of them, as that is the spot to focus on because it is the most vulnerable area for orcs. He continues cutting them all, hitting even their backs, but stabbing through their bodies. He does all this knowing he must be a skilled player to achieve such feats. After returning from his attacks, the MC pushes his scythe into the monster's back and knocks it down. Then, he activates his progress window, noticing there are still 8 hours, 59 minutes, and 22 seconds left until the end of the round. His progress on the main mission has already been completed, which was to defeat 300 orcs. Ryuman reflects that it took him 1 hour to complete the main mission, and since he secured first place, he will help Jury at that moment and therefore uses his tracking skill. Elsewhere, Monkey asks if his teammate is okay. Young-ho, who is the leader of the hikers group, answers yes, although he nearly lost his life, and, startled, asks how the monsters are so strong. The players comment that they do indeed look like bipedal pigs, and, for that reason, it's better not to underestimate them. The man turns and asks how many have been finished so far. Mankey responds that it's probably around 50. Young-ho doesn't like that at all, since it's only 50 in 1 hour with 5 people, and that way they won't reach the 300 needed for the main mission. His group says they won't fall behind. After all, if they don't succeed, they will lose their lives this time. The leader sighs deeply and comments that they will probably have to attack a bigger orc village. They become worried and ask if that's too dangerous. Another member agrees, since fighting 3 at once was difficult, so how will they handle a bigger village? They agree that they should indeed focus on smaller villages for safety. The leader changes his mind, acknowledging their right and won't argue against it. He doesn't intend to force anyone, but stresses that at this pace they won't meet the goal, and despite knowing it will be difficult, they have no choice but to take the risk. With a serious look, he asks everyone to keep that in mind, since there's no future on a sinking ship. Meanwhile, near the forest, the group points to the orc village they saw earlier. The player whispers that apparently there is a guard post in that village. The leader then suggests they circle around to check it out, and they begin walking around the village. They observe the wooden fence and suggest passing through the space between the planks. One of them does this and comments that apparently no one is nearby. With that, everyone crosses, and after entering, they wonder if the monsters are inside the tents and assume there must be 5 per tent. The leader is thoughtful, as the village is bigger than he imagined, and another member asks if they should ambush them while they're still in the tents. Young-ho replies that's a good idea since they are there anyway. Monkey says it's fine, since 5 of them should be easy if they execute properly. They choose a tent as a target, and the leader warns they will start as soon as he gives the signal. Everyone positions themselves and begins entering the tent. Inside, there is another door, which they immediately open. However, they are shocked by what they see, since inside that tent there are 10 of them instead of 5. The orcs sense intruders, stand up, and one asks what they should do since there are many monsters. The leader says they must finish at least one first, so everyone rushes to attack, telling them to take the one on the left. The warrior defends the attack while Young-ho moves in and strikes the orc's leg, making it fall to the ground. Then Monkey attacks with his sword, finishing it immediately. One of the monsters shouts furiously and stands face to face with the players. After approaching, it radiates a sinister aura and strikes Monkey with full force. The leader panics seeing his partner took a direct hit and immediately attacks, stabbing his sword into the monster's neck, finishing it instantly. The other orcs just watch, and all players reposition as 8 orcs remain. The captain starts worrying since there are still many, and he's unsure if they can handle them all. One member comments that they won't succeed and must retreat. Young-ho agrees, saying he was thinking the same. With that in mind, they all start running out, and the orcs start chasing, but when they reach outside, they are shocked to find orcs waiting outside the tent. They can't believe how many monsters there are, probably more than a dozen. The blonde one laments, saying they're done for, and it will likely be the end of them. However, the captain only asks them to draw their weapons. They respond that there's nothing they can do, but it was still a pleasure working with him. Young-ho asks why the orcs haven't finished them off yet, and tells them to look into their eyes if they want to know. They reluctantly look at the orcs' faces and see they are basically laughing at the situation. The captain points backward and says exactly this. The monsters are laughing at them, and he could say they are actually roaring with laughter. Then he asks if that doesn't make them angry to be despised by monsters and questions if they are perhaps monkeys in a zoo for them. Having said that, he urges them never to give up, since they must fight until the end, taking at least one of the monsters with them, and that is how one loses their life with honor. They respond that they understood and apologize for showing something embarrassing, since they will fight until the end under that leadership. The orcs begin to approach, and the leader warns that at his signal, they will go after the same orc. They respond that they understand. However, the orcs start looking around, listening to something. Then they begin to run in another direction, disappearing from near the players. They are left confused about what is happening because the orcs simply left. However, the leader calls their attention and points in another direction. After all, there are still orcs inside the tent. He smiles, since there are only 8 of them, and orders to go after them. Everyone agrees, so they launch the attack. After fighting for a while, they are pleased because they managed to defeat the 8. One of them turns and says they only succeeded thanks to the captain. Another agrees, saying that if he had not insisted, they would all have lost their lives. Young-ho asks them not to say that since everyone had the will to live and fight, and it was only because of that that they won. Otherwise, he himself would have lost his life. Then he calls for Mangji and asks how his arm is. He replies that it hurts a little but is bearable. The leader then tells him to rest since he cannot keep moving it, and asks the group to find a place to hide while he himself looks for a way out of there. A player asks if it won't be dangerous. He tells them not to worry and to wait there until he returns. Then he starts walking. After observing a bit, he begins to find it strange since everything is very quiet and he hasn't seen any orcs since that time. He continues walking through the village until he notices something and is startled because before him lie numerous slain orcs. He approaches, trying to understand what happened there, and asks who the hell did that. Only then does he realize there is a player among the monsters and wonders if it is the Black Reaper. The MC realizes there is someone there since he didn't expect others in the village and notices the player's nickname is Young-ho. He wonders if he really is the guy known as the Mercenary King. He knows that Mercenary is a short-range combat class that wields many weapons like warriors and has similar abilities, though there is something that separates them. Mercenaries become stronger through contracts with others, and for this reason, most mercenaries form teams with people they know or with the Mercenary King. So, Mercenary King is a solo class that allows the user to command mercenaries through contracts, and those who sign the contract receive additional effects. Despite that, the MC feels there is actually no reason for them to sign contracts with the Mercenary King. The MC concludes that definitely before him is Young-ho from the solo class Mercenary King, and confesses that he didn't expect him there. The team captain approaches, greeting the Reaper. Ryuman asks if he knows him, and he answers yes, since there is no one who doesn't know the top-ranked player ever. Then he begins to think he didn't imagine finding the player who is first in all zones there, and believes he would probably hate it if asked to shake his hand. The MC watches, imagining the guy doesn't seem like the type to betray others, and looking at him, concludes that's why he became the Mercenary King. After all, one needs the mind of a leader and a kind heart to qualify for the Mercenary King class. Young-ho then asks if he was the one who finished off all the orcs there. The MC replies yes. He is surprised and says he definitely lives up to the ranking and immediately bows, thanking him since he only survived thanks to him distracting the orcs. Ryumin replies he didn't even know they were there. The captain says he knew he didn't intend to, but the fact is, he ended up helping by finishing the monsters. Ryumin says that's fine and asks him and his companions to leave if they are done, and emphasizes that he already finished all the orcs in that village, so they don't need to worry anymore. Young-ho, surprised, asks how he knew he was there with a team, but before receiving an answer, he looks back and asks why his team is there since he asked them to wait. The player responds that he was anxious, afraid of having left them behind. The captain is inconsolable, saying he would never do that. The MC concludes that apparently 4 mercenaries formed a contract with Young-ho. He assumes that the people appeared there because they were worried about the leader and has definitely already created companions who genuinely care about him. Only then do the players realize it is the Black Reaper who is there and are surprised, asking what he is doing in that village. He says he was there to do a light hunt. The player replies that he understood. Ryumin asks once again for them to leave if they have already finished. He says this thinking the intermediate boss will appear soon since the other orcs were defeated, and it will be very dangerous for them if they stay there. Immediately they respond that they understood, and that it was an honor to meet him. However, they begin to hear something, and one asks the other if they really heard anything. The captain asks what that is, and the MC replies that it is the intermediate boss, and once again asks them to leave. He is scared, trying to understand what this means until he spots a colossal monster approaching. The players remain scared, asking what it is, and if it is really an orc. The boss lets out a loud roar and approaches, destroying everything. The MC is happy that the orc warrior finally arrives since it is because of this monster that he did not leave after defeating all the orcs. After all, he needs to finish it to obtain the balance stone from the side mission. He is aware that once he finishes it, along with the bosses of the other 3 tribes, he will complete the mission. The giant orc begins moving at high speed, and the group leader comments that the monster seems a little irritated and desperately asks them to run since the orc's face looks sinister. To make matters worse, the boss approaches at high speed and strikes the ground with a powerful blow, destroying everything around. Young-ho realizes he was narrowly missed and is shocked by what happened, remembering the Black Reaper hitting him with the scythe handle and throwing him away from the boss's attack. The MC asks what the hell he is doing. Without thinking twice, he thanks him for saving his life, but Ryumin asks once again for them to leave if they don't want to lose their lives. The boss starts approaching with his colossal size and begins laughing with his scary appearance. The MC attacks, asking what is funny, and lands a solid blow on his foot, making the orc warrior angry enough to raise his sword and strike the ground heavily. However, the protagonist dodges. The monster prepares to attack again, using the other sword but misses again. He finds these attacks funny, asking what good are high damage attacks if they can simply be dodged. The boss looks to the side complaining, but the protagonist positions himself and jumps. While preparing his attack, he tells the monster to stop crying and lands a devastating hit, sending him to the ground immediately. Without wasting time, he jumps again and attacks once more. The hit lands squarely on the boss's neck, who, enraged, prepares to attack and hits the ground again, but it is useless since the MC simply dodges all the attacks. He begins to reflect that just 2 attacks won't be enough to cut off that head since the boss's neck is too tough. Ryumin wastes no time and charges again, throwing his scythe behind the monster's head, hanging onto it. Then he jumps and gains momentum to spin his weapon. The cut this time is so deep it pierces the boss, making his head fly off his body, finishing him. He stands on the monster's body, looking imposing, and the system notifies that he defeated the orc warrior and that the experience gained increased by 37%, also earning 4,000 gold with an increase of 2,000. The group is still near the defeated boss and wonders if the Black Reaper really managed to finish that giant monster. The MC descends from the body and a notification says he obtained the sword with the pommel ring. He also obtained an orc heart and a low-level dark blue mana stone, as well as the balance stone. With this, his progress in the side mission began at the balance stone, owning a room. He sees all these notifications and realizes that it is much more advantageous to defeat a boss than a group of random monsters, besides having obtained a great item. It is the pommel ring sword. Its ranking is epic and increases attack speed by 5% for each successful hit, stacking up to 10 times. He realizes that, if considering only the attack power, it is even better than his own scythe, so it is better to sell it for a high price. Now he focuses on the orc heart, since some might be disgusted by it and throw it away. This item is in the possession category and looks like a heart, but it is not really a heart. He is aware that it is a terrible decision to throw it away since it is an ingredient for a unique item. At that moment, the players approach, thanking him for taking care of the boss, since he saved them once again, and ask if he happened to know it would appear. The MC imagines it is better to make up an excuse, and replies that a monster like that also appeared when he finished all the orcs in another village. They are surprised, understanding why he warned them to leave, and believe that the Reaper is a player with a big heart. He says that since he finished everything, he will leave. The group says goodbye, thanking him once more and asking him to take care. Then the leader turns around, saying they need to hunt. Everyone is excited after what they witnessed, but Monkey falls to the ground, and everyone panics, asking if he is okay. He says that unfortunately, it is his end since he can't endure anymore. The leader asks what he is talking about, since he said he was fine moments ago. Monkey answers that he only said that because he didn't want to worry anyone, but he reached his limit. Young-ho asks him to hold on since he just needs to last a little longer to survive and return to real life. But he replies that it is no use since he didn't reach the goal and asks them to just leave him since he doesn't want to be a burden to everyone. The leader doesn't want to accept this, believing there must be some way, and says they will get the orcs and finish them all. Monkey says it won't work, and even if they manage, he believes he won't endure the remaining time. Then he starts groaning in pain. The MC, observing this, thinks it was unexpected since Young-ho should become the leader of hundreds of mercenaries. But he is very weak. Seeing the group, he believes it makes sense since they apparently are close, reminding him of his brother since they are very close. He stands still for a moment and starts walking toward the group, deciding he wants to help since he knows how that feeling is. He calls the group and says that apparently they need help and asks to take a look. The leader, without wasting time, asks if there is any way to save him, and he replies yes, but reveals that the injury is quite serious, although there is a cure. Having said that, he extends his hand overflowing with energy and focuses this power on the wound, healing it instantly. They are surprised to see the wound simply disappear and ask how he did it. The MC responds that it is a skill called first aid, and anyone can buy it at the shop. One of the members says he has seen it before. Another player says he has also seen it and that it costs 20,000 gold, but he didn't know it was so powerful. Ryumin, hearing this, imagines everyone misunderstood since it definitely is not such an amazing skill because it can only be used on bleeding and simple wounds, but it is not enough to fix a crushed shoulder. He also knows that the healing power of emergency care changes depending on the intelligence level since it is a divine type skill. He is aware that at the moment his intelligence level is 123 and reached this effect due to the Rune of Radiance. After thinking about it, he asks the player to move the shoulder and says that despite the scar, he will be able to move it normally. Monkey is happy since he is managing to move it very well. The MC makes it clear that he is not completely better, and it is no coincidence that the name is First Aid, stressing that if he overexerts himself, he will probably injure himself again. But on the other hand, hunting will not be a problem. The man is surprised hearing all this and immediately gets up, thanking him since the MC just became his savior. The leader also bows, thanking him for healing the team member. Immediately, all the others also bow, thanking him for this gesture. Young-ho shows an item and says he doesn't know if it will be useful, but asks to take it as a token of gratitude. Everyone is surprised to see that item, and the other players do the same. asking to take it. You who have power can't even get a small amount of gold, which is better than nothing when selling. The MC doesn't hesitate, even though he should refuse, and starts saying he doesn't need all that. However, the players insist, since it is a symbol of their gratitude, so they persist. Ryumin is surprised by so many things he received and thinks that, although they are not the best items, together they are even profitable. But he changes his mind since he definitely got something better than all that. The leader says he gave hope once again to Monkey and confirms, making it clear they will reward for that someday. The MC looks at the two, imagines that the mercenary king is now indebted to him, and sees him as an ally, and having profited so much from a skill he had to learn anyway was very good. Thinking about this, he says goodbye to everyone and leaves the village while they all greet him. Meanwhile, in the middle of the forest, Juri is sitting and looking at her system screen. She starts to worry. The remaining time for the end of the round is 8 hours, 55 minutes, and 15 seconds, and her main mission progress is 0 orcs defeated, needing to kill 300. She panics, as at this pace, she will never reach 300. The girl reflects that it is her own fault since she got scared and ended up losing the Black Reaper. She remembers that after the 5th round, finding him was not difficult because he was one of the candidates representing the bonus game. However, she feels a strange sensation since she witnessed the Reaper attacking the former leader and ripping his head off. Then, she saw him slicing all the other former regional leaders, doing it all with his dark gaze that terrified her instantly. After the game ended, she could only think she needed to talk to him, but couldn't move from fear. She had her eyes closed, trying to convince herself she wasn't afraid since the Black Reaper wouldn't hurt her, and she was sure he wasn't a psychopath who would finish her at first sight. So she slowly opens her eyes, but soon realizes he is no longer there. This only made her desperate, as she doesn't know what to do anymore since she lost sight of him. She also remembers a conversation with Ryumin in real life, where he said it would be necessary to kill 300 orcs, and admits it won't be easy since they are very resistant in groups. Then he said not to try doing it alone, and to find the Black Reaper since zones will be merged, always stressing not to face the orcs alone, and he made it clear that if she couldn't find him, she should wait an hour before doing anything. After remembering all this, she thinks she already waited 1 hour since her friend asked that, and he's a prophet. However, she worries since there is no guarantee the Black Reaper will return to the starting point. So she gets up because she can't risk the round ending and needs to find him. She starts walking, imagining he went in that direction, until she is surprised to spot something, a village that is probably where the orcs live. This only makes her imagine maybe the Reaper is also there. However, she gets scared since it can be dangerous and therefore needs to leave. At that moment, one of the orcs approaches from behind, and she turns around startled because she sensed his presence. The monster immediately starts roaring, and she doesn't waste time and activates her blessing magic on her sword since, although she doesn't want to fight the monster, she will have to do it. Her buff increases all attributes by 50%. While the orc prepares to attack, she feels relieved because first, there is only one of them, and second, she knows the weakness of these monsters. She dodges, aware she should focus on the neck since the orc is resistant in the rest of the body, but worries about her accuracy. Juri knows the orc will counterattack if she misses, and knowing it will be hard to pull the sword out of his body, she assumes she needs to be quick and precise, so she attacks. But the monster just shakes its head, and she hits his arm. She immediately gets frustrated since the orc simply dodged. She tries to retreat a little and thinks she at least managed to pierce, even if not very deeply, so she withdrew her sword without problems. The heir doesn't waste time and launches an attack, delivering numerous blows while she is forced to dodge. As she keeps dodging, she counterattacks, having seen an opening, and manages to graze the opponent's neck. Julie feels relieved since her attacks are working, and then she unleashes her combo, knowing that with a few more attacks she will win. And indeed she does, as the orc is severely injured to the point of falling to the ground, defeated. She can't believe she managed it and smiles, having defeated an orc in a one-on-one fight. However, she immediately turns around, having heard someone approaching. It was the MC carrying his scythe. Julie rubs her eyes, wondering if she is seeing things, and questions whether that really is the Black Reaper, since she had been searching for him all along, but in the end, he found her. However, he walks past, and she can't believe it. Still lost in thought, she turns around, asking for permission. The MC also turns and asks what she wants. She awkwardly asks if she can join his group. He changes his expression and asks her to repeat herself. Once again, she asks if she could join the group, but he questions why he should accept her. She feels pressured, not knowing what to say, but approaches, saying she will show him why. Without thinking twice, she uses her blessing ability, which immediately increases his attributes, leaving him impressed even though he already knows this and is just pretending. She smiles and explains that the ability is called Blessing, lasts for 3 hours, and increases all attributes by 50% during that time. The MC pretends to be checking his system and says he understands. She then asks if that answers his question since that buff could help him in future hunts. He questions whether he should form a team with her just to get a buff. She says yes, and asks him to please help her hunt. Ryumin, still putting on his little act, says he's not sure yet, since he has the temporary ability of the position of ruler, so he could simply use her as his personal assistant. She is shocked, having not thought of that, and indeed it would be useless to have her on the team if he could just force her to help. But then he asks if she could promise never to betray him. She replies that she obviously never would. Then, accordingly, he says it's fine and that he will trust her, extending his hand. He also says he is a Death Reaper at level 32 and has the nickname Black Reaper. She also introduces herself and says her nickname is Democracy and she is at level 13, being a support class. Ryumin changes the subject and asks what kind of help she needs since, from what he observed, she fought well against the orc. The girl responds that actually, that was her first kill. He looks worried and asks if she really only got 1 kill in 30 minutes. She, embarrassed, chuckles lightly and says yes. The MC says there isn't much time, so he will help her finish as many as possible. Hearing this surprises her, since he decided to help very easily. Then the two start walking through the forest, and he tells her to always stay close to him since he won't be able to protect her if she is out of his line of sight. Democracy agrees and moves closer, thinking that the famous Black Reaper isn't as cold as he seemed, and feels relieved to have heard Ryumin when they were in the real world. She barely thinks this, and is already startled, as there are 3 orcs in front of them. She panics because there are 3 of them, but the MC just moves his scythe and asks her to wait a bit. Then he stomps firmly on the ground and charges toward the monsters. With a simple move, he cuts the legs of all 3, leaving them completely vulnerable. Only then does the guy realize it's not over, as he is receiving another attack that also severs both his left and right hands. Julie is completely stunned after seeing the MC incapacitate them all instantly. He, with his intimidating aura, tells her to take the opportunity and finish them all. Then he asks what she's thinking about. The girl apologizes and goes to the orc, planning to be careful just to ease her conscience. She then delivers a precise blow to the monster's neck, successfully finishing the orc. She also gains 2.35% experience plus 40 gold. She is surprised since it was too easy and thought it would be a bit more dangerous. She starts to sweat cold, wondering if it is really that easy to finish an orc. And looking at the MC, she believes he must be very powerful. At that moment, he turns around and asks them to go since he is not done yet. She runs off, happy to have joined his group. After a while, she finishes another orc and begins to praise him, saying he is very skilled and she did not expect the hunt to be so easy because of him. However, he is not very talkative and only asks how many she has killed. She says it was 52 in just 30 minutes and that it was quite fast. But the MC reflects that this would be fast by other players' standards, since for himself, this method takes too long. Anyway, he is aware that going to a village is dangerous because he would not be able to protect her if surrounded by 50 orcs at once. That's why he concludes they will have to find a shaman orc. She, very happy, says they will probably get 300 orcs in 3 hours easily, but he wakes her up, saying they don't have much time and need to finish in 1 hour. She is startled, asking if he is serious and how they will do that, and he explains they need to find a shaman orc since it is a monster that summons orcs. He knows that if he finds this creature, he won't need to look for monsters because the shaman will be summoning all the time. Knowing this, he warns that she will not finish the shaman orc, but will use him to keep summoning orcs until finally completing the 300 required by the main mission. Julie, surprised, asks how he knows so much about the monsters, and if it's not the first time he has seen them. He explains that he has fought them before, and therefore knows where they are and how they work. She, surprised, says she understands. The MC says he will do it in the safest way possible and walks into the forest. The girl is pleased because apparently the famous Black Reaper is cooler than he seems, and concludes that you cannot judge a book by its cover. After walking a little, they finally reach the destination. She asks if there really is a boss in such a small village. The MC replies yes, and that when they enter, they will find him easily, reinforcing that he will end up fighting a bunch of orcs the shaman will summon. He knows that this is a trap, set to attract players. It was even like that in his past life, and if you go around behind the village, you will see a mountain of player corpses hidden by the shaman. This only shows how clever and diabolical a shaman orc is. He reflects that this also means this monster is cowardly since it does not have the confidence to fight properly. Then he calls her to move forward, but she says she does not see any orcs. He explains that the place is just a distraction for players, and that the shaman is the only one living in that village. He points his scythe and warns that the monster is in that house, and all of that is a trap set for people who approach. He explains in more detail that when players enter the house and step on the trap, the shaman will summon the orcs. The summoned orcs vary between 10 and 20, which is enough to break the fighting spirit of any player. Julie worries, asking what they will do since it seems very difficult to handle. Ryuman replies that it is true but says there is a way around it, and approaches her face to explain, making her embarrassed. After explaining, she asks if it is really serious and if the monster would fall for something like that. The MC asks her not to worry since he tested it before, and she gains confidence, saying she will do it. He then asks if she will really do it on her own. Democracy, her nickname in the game, though strange, says yes and asks if they don't have to do everything together since she feels bad that he always has to do the hard work, so she can do some things her way. Ryuman is surprised to hear that and says that's fine and that he will wait outside. She tries to gain confidence and starts walking toward the door. After opening it, she realizes there is a huge dark corridor. This does not intimidate her, and she keeps walking until something catches her attention. Since she reaches the place where there is a red carpet, she can only imagine that this is the trap the Black Reaper mentioned and therefore needs to act wisely from here on. Remembering that before entering, he had informed her that the shaman orc is hiding inside, and when she enters, she will see a red carpet, and the moment she steps on it, the shaman will summon the orcs, and the exit will be blocked. So when she is near this carpet, she should return to the entrance, and the shaman will send some scouts to check it out. She reflects that in a way, it is quite simple, since she already knows what she needs to do. She then approaches, as she only needs to show that she is there, and then will run away. At that moment, she feels an overwhelming aura coming from inside the hall, and realizes it is from the orc shaman. Knowing she has caught the monster's attention, she immediately runs outside and after closing the door, breathes a sigh of relief, her heart almost bursting out of her chest. The MC asks if she is okay, and she replies that she is, since she approached the rug and ran back as asked. Then she asks if that shaman will really send scouts. The Reaper says they will find out soon. Shortly after, the door begins to open, and some orcs come out looking around. Suddenly, one of them looks back, but they get startled as the protagonist is already attacking, slicing all of them. After all are immobilized on the ground from losing their limbs, he calls his colleague and tells her to leave. She obeys, and after a while Julie confirms she finally finished them all. The MC says she did a good job and will only need to repeat the process again as before. She worries, asking if the monster will really fall for the same trick twice. He admits the shaman is smart but his memory is like that of a goldfish, and smiling asks her not to worry. Julie gains confidence and replies that it's okay. After some time finishing the monsters, Julie says that with that last one, the total reached 300. He is pleased with this, and that it also took only an hour. She cannot contain her emotion and thanks him again, since thanks to him, she was able to hunt comfortably and quickly. He then asks what level she has reached, and she replies she is already level 19. The MC thinks this is great and reveals the rank will increase when she levels up just one more time, since she needs to be level 20, knowing that she will gain new abilities when the rank rises, and that the abilities she already has will be amplified as an effect, which is definitely a positive point for him, having her on the team. He also thinks he needs to improve her buff to set new records until they defeat the final boss. And, thinking about this, says he will help her until she reaches level 20, as it will definitely be easier to deal with the orcs. Julie is surprised, not expecting him to be so attentive, and begins to thank him until a group appears behind them and draws their attention. One of them points out that this is the Black Reaper, but another has no idea who this person is, and they are only surprised by the number of orc corpses there. One of them, awkwardly, approaches and says they just wanted to pass through some orcs and didn't know there were people hunting there, but seeing the scene is incredulous, thinking that only 2 people did all that extermination. 2 other players reflect that it is very strange to have so many orcs in such a small village, and also don't know who the woman beside the Reaper is, or if she is a team member. Another player begins to think it's strange since he can't picture the Black Reaper working in a team. Yet another starts admiring the girl, finding it funny as she must be the Reaper's type, also beginning to think with malice about her body. At that moment, the MC strikes his scythe on the ground and orders everyone to leave since they are in the way. They are intimidated and ask why. The MC, after reading everyone's thoughts, imagines they can think whatever they want about others, but believes they are crossing the line, so he tells them to disappear unless they have business to conduct there. They question why he is speaking this way, saying he is being very rude. Julie is incredulous, thinking they must be crazy to want to argue with the famous Black Reaper. Ryuman swings his scythe and asks who will be first. One of them gets furious and starts yelling, but only then realizes he was grazed on the forehead without noticing. Immediately, everyone starts running, apologizing and promising not to interrupt again. While fleeing, they only think they won't let this go, planning to hide and watch what they are doing. The MC finds this funny, as it is obvious those defeated will only hide to observe them, although he does not believe useless people like them are a real obstacle, but he thinks they might try to steal the last blow on the boss. So he intends to finish as quickly as possible to not lose the reward. He is also aware that he needs to help Julie reach level 20. The Troublemakers group decides to stop since they are at a good distance. One of them asks what he intends to do, and the man responds that he wants to know what the damn Reaper is planning. The chubby one says he is also curious about that, since he wants to find out where so many orcs came from, and asks if he should spy on them. One of the players answers that they won't get caught if they observe from afar. They then start walking again and position themselves near the orc village. At that moment, a group of monsters comes out of the house, and soon they notice a human in front of them. Immediately, a line of orcs forms coming out of their house. The MC doesn't waste time, and with his fist, lands a full punch in the monster's belly, throwing it toward the others and hitting them one by one with the impact of the first. Then, the MC attacks with his scythe and starts cutting off all the orcs' limbs, leaving those left scared. The gang watching from afar becomes terrified, now aware of why the famous Black Reaper is in first place, and rightly so, since they themselves need so much effort to defeat just one, and they are witnessing a massacre. Then they watch the girl moving toward the monsters and don't understand why the MC hasn't finished them off yet. Julie then begins to take them down one by one since they cannot defend themselves. The group finally understands what is happening since the Black Reaper is carrying the girl, leaving the monsters incapacitated, and she just finishes them off. They try to figure out what he gains from this since they don't know what the girl has to make him help like this with so many kills. and they feel jealous of her for having an easy life. They watch her enter the house and become outraged because they work hard to get some kills while the girl is being served on a silver platter. They watch her leave the house and question if something is strange. The leader sees the monsters appearing in the MC's direction and reflects that every time the woman enters the house, some orcs come out after her. The MC keeps cutting the monsters' limbs constantly, while the gang wonders how there can be so many monsters in a single house. They start to deduce that maybe that spot is where the orcs are born, and conclude that this is why the Reaper told them to clear out of there. Still watching from afar, they wonder if they should wait for the two to leave so they can have the place to themselves. One of them agrees and even wanted to do that before, but admits they are not strong enough to defeat the Reaper in a fight. At that moment, Julie happily looks at the system and says she finally reached level 20. The MC congratulates her, and she says she has news since she acquired a new skill. Besides her blessing increasing from 50 to 60%, Ryumin says he thinks that's cool and asks if she can use the skill. She replies she will do it immediately and, with her hand raised, activates the skill that, after an aura forms around them, increases all attributes by 60%, and the remaining time for the skill to end is 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. She explains that the blessing skill was improved and will show the new buff she learned. An aura begins to float toward the MC's scythe and also over his body until it covers his entire body. His attack speed and movement speed are increased by 60% due to the agile skill effects, and its duration is 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Ryumin says the skill is really good, and she says she can use it every half hour. He thanks her, but she says she is actually the one grateful for the help. He starts walking and says he will defeat the shaman since they no longer need to defeat orcs, and she asks if she can help with anything. Ryumin answers to just stay out of the way. He says this and notices something beside him since he sees the bastards hiding and probably talking crap about the two. He gets annoyed imagining that and decides to test something. The place is silent and Julie is hiding. The Troublemakers group starts to wonder if the Black Reaper entered the house this time. Suddenly, 2 cuts appear on the door, and he jumps out, destroying the passage while countless orcs begin to chase him. He keeps running since his intention is to lead those orcs to the group of fools. Julie gets confused seeing this and doesn't understand why the MC is running since it's different from what they were doing. The group also doesn't understand why the orcs are chasing the Black Reaper and why he's running from the monsters. At that moment, another orc appears. It was the shaman orc using his magic scepter to emit a sinister aura and immediately targeting the MC. However, he dodges the attack. This power causes new orcs to start appearing, and before they know it, 5 more orcs show up in front of him. The chubby one gets scared since the monster that appeared is much bigger than the others, and asks if, by any chance, with that appearance, he's the tribe chief. One of them finally understands and comments that probably that different orc was summoning the others. Julie starts trembling with fear since the Black Reaper is surrounded by the other orcs, and she doesn't know what to do or whether to help. However, she changes her expression when she sees him fighting and not showing any reaction, as if he's not feeling pressured at all. So far, dozens of orcs have been spawned. The chubby one panics since the number of monsters keeps increasing, and only then realizes the MC is surrounded but dodges all the attacks. They don't understand how a player can dodge so easily. The group leader tells them not to lose focus since apparently the local boss has appeared even though the monster is on the defensive. Then, with a malicious smile, he asks what the group thinks about stealing the boss. The members don't like the idea, afraid the MC will find out, but the player tells them to relax, saying that the Black Reaper is too busy with the orcs since it's impossible to defeat so many monsters without great difficulty. 2 others agree with the idea, adding that if the MC complains about them stealing the boss, they can just say they were trying to help. Everyone then agrees while the MC fights the orcs. At that moment, they sneak into the camp and Julie notices it to the point of questioning what they are doing. She panics when she realizes the group is trying to steal the shaman and doesn't know if the MC can see this. This situation reminds her of when they were in the forest. Julie thanks him for all the help and confesses that she truly hopes she's not being a burden. He replies that it's no problem since he finished the main quest. She gets confused by what that means, and he explains that he's focusing on the side quest since he has enough fragments. Then, since he managed to defeat a boss called Warrior Orc, he believes he'll get the rest from another boss and asks her not to worry since that's all he needs. She watches the group getting closer and gets worried since, as far as she knows, the Black Reaper needs that shaman for the quest, and if this continues, the group will steal him. She gets into position to help just as the group gets into position to attack. At that moment, the Night of the Dead ability is activated and a curtain of black smoke appears in the area, leaving both her and the group scared since they don't know what it is. They all start looking up, not understanding what that is, until one of them starts talking, but has his mouth covered by another since they're too close to the boss. But it's too late since both are terrified because the shaman noticed their presence and does so with his terrifying gaze. The group immediately realizes they were seen and shouts to run, but the shaman wastes no time and casts his spell, summoning several orcs surrounding the whole group. The monsters waste no time and prepare to attack, hitting one of them hard and attacking all the others, causing a complete massacre. One of them is trembling on the ground until he looks ahead and realizes he's about to be trampled and is finished instantly. Then the Black Reaper finishes off the monster as well as all the others present. He takes a deep breath and looks to the side, and seeing the orcs slaughtering the group, he thinks he lured the orc shaman out of the cabin just to see what the group would do, and admits he doesn't believe they really tried to steal his boss. He sees the bodies on the ground and says the outcome was already obvious. On the other hand, he doesn't feel guilty since everyone was busy spying instead of focusing on their main mission. The monsters notice him approaching and charge with everything, but they are sliced like butter until all are slaughtered by the powerful scythe of the MC. He is excited since he noticed his attack speed increased and believes it was because of Julie's blessing, plus his own 50% bonus from the rune. The effect of this rune doubles the scythe's damage, and at night, the attack speed increases by more than 50%. Standing still at night significantly reduces the chance of being noticed by enemies. He then jumps and goes all out against the orc shaman. The boss tries to hit him, but he dodges and grabs the monster's head with his scythe. The shaman still tries to look to the side, but the MC, with his serious look, makes a single move and cuts off his target's head with extreme ease. With that, the boss is finally defeated and a notification appears saying he defeated the orc shaman, gaining 33.73% experience, 4,000 gold, and leveled up. He also obtained the Orb of Eternal Rest, a mysterious wooden totem, a low-quality blue monostone, and finally the Stone of Balance, now possessing 2 out of 4 in the progress of the side mission. The MC is pleased since he reached level 33 and also got some items. This is the Orb of Eternal Rest, a necklace type. It has epic quality, and its effect is, gains 1 stack per monster defeated, loses 1 durability, every 100 stacks convert into 1 attribute point. He reflects on the item granting attribute points every 100 stacks, since it is similar to the absorption rune used by the Black Flame Dragon. However, he knows there is a small problem, since as it accumulates points, the necklace gradually breaks until durability reaches 0. But he knows he can get a durability rune around the 8th round and restore the necklace's power with a blacksmith's skill, and thus gain many attribute points again. At that moment, Julie passes nearby calling his name. The MC is surprised not to see her, but knows it is because of the death aura that practically makes him invisible when standing still at night. He looks at the bodies on the ground and decides to erase them all before her Night of the Dead power fades. Only then does he deactivate his ability, and the girl is startled as it suddenly became dark, and then the darkness suddenly vanished, not understanding why until she looks to the side and goes to the MC, saying she was looking for him. Then she asks if he got what he wanted, and questions if he saw anyone else in the camp, saying there were some people trying to finish the boss in hiding. He replies no and asks where she saw that. She gets confused, explaining she could swear she saw and heard people screaming, and is puzzled by it since it's scary to see ghosts. At that moment, he calls her as they need to go after another boss. After some time, They arrive at another orc camp, and soon the archers are defeated. And this time, the boss is an orc archer who keeps shooting constantly at the Black Reaper, who approaches at high speed and with a precise move cuts off one of his arms and immediately slices the monster in half, which dies without understanding what happened, collapsing in 2 pieces on the ground. A notification says the orc archer was defeated and gained 37.73% experience plus 4,000 gold. The items dropped this time were agile archer's boots, a rusty arrowhead, a low-quality green mana stone, and a stone of balance. Now his progress in the side mission is 3 out of 4 completed. He decides to check the description of the items he got, starting with the agile archer's boots, which are epic quality. They grant 60 defense and increase agility by 10. It has 1,000 durability. He realizes that the boots are better than the ones he is using, which are of normal quality, providing 15 defense, 4 agility, and 5% movement speed, so he believes it is better to switch. He opens his system, knowing it's better to combine the item with the green crystal he obtained, and with that activates the combine option, successfully combining the item. With this, the agility plus 4 option was added to the agile archer's boots, and he is satisfied with the result, having defeated 3 of the 4 bosses. The MC reflects that he only needs to finish the true orc to get the last fragment, also aware that it is different from the other orcs because there is a time limit to finish it, as he must kill it as fast as possible. He knows that the faster he is, the better the rewards will be, and so far, his best record is 43 seconds. He announces he is done, and seeing her smiling, imagines that this time he will probably break his own record with her help. He wants a time much shorter than the last times, but knows he needs to level up first, besides using the Eternal Rest Pearl to increase his attributes. After that, he finishes more monsters, and the remaining time until the end of the round is 30 minutes and 41 seconds. He finishes as many orcs as possible and puts away his scythe, believing it should be enough. And even though he is very close to reaching level 40, he knows there is no time for that, but feels relieved since he got what he wanted, earning 9 attribute points, and the durability increased by 1 on his item. At that moment, Julie approaches and asks if he will stop hunting to go after the last boss. He answers yes, and says they will need to split up there, since she is probably tired from following him. She greets him and asks if that is the end. Inside, she feels sad and wonders if she should ask to go to the end with him, but changes her mind, believing it would just get in the way, so it's better to separate. The MC, who can read thoughts, realizes she became attached but still thinks it is not wise to go together since the true orc is dangerous and he doesn't want her to get hurt. Julie says goodbye once more and says she will use her buff on him one last time. While using her ability, she thanks him for all the help, saying if she had done everything alone, it would have been difficult. Then she opens her inventory and shows an item she got earlier and, even not knowing if it's useful, wants him to keep it. The MC says it's not necessary, but she insists, since the amount of experience she gained was more than enough. She thinks she got 2 of that item and wanted to give at least 1 to Ryumin. The MC feels happy after reading her thought, since she doesn't know, but is taking care of him without knowing that Ryumin and Black Reaper are the same person, and he doesn't want her to feel she owes him anything as Black Reaper. So he takes the item and says she helped a lot with the buffs, and therefore they are even. At that moment, he starts walking, saying he will keep the item and that next time they will meet again. She just stays silent, watching, not knowing what to say. After that, using the direction ability, Ryumin speeds up until a notification appears confirming the location of the superior orc, which is 1,121 meters away from him. He feels relieved since apparently no other player has finished the boss, and reflects that the same applies to the other bosses, since no one has managed to defeat them either. However, he is aware that of the 4 bosses that appeared that round, the superior orc is infinitely stronger to the point that the other 3 seem like ants. He believes that maybe if about 100 level 20 players joined at the same time, they might have some chance, even if minimal, but he knows this is impossible. He also reflects that in all his previous attempts, he died 4 times trying to finish this boss, and his last record was 43 seconds to defeat it. He is 321 meters from the target, and therefore accelerates even more, confident that he will achieve an even better time. After getting close enough to the superior orc, he becomes scared since the boss was already holding a player in his hand, and several players were fighting him in that place. The orc was finishing them off one by one, and one of the players was trembling with fear on the ground, trying to understand what colossal monster that was. Minutes before, his whole group was gathered, and he said there were many orcs gathered, so it would be wise for everyone to stay together. He introduces himself as a level 12 warrior. The blonde also introduces himself, saying his nickname is Brady Pitt and that he is a level 12 archer. Another introduces himself with the nickname Boobie Big and is a level 12 martial artist. They knew it was beneficial for all since it was a group that had just met and had surprisingly good synergy. They prepared themselves, and the warrior attracted the orc's attention. He knew that with the group's synchronization, destroying an entire orc village would not be a problem. The girl immobilized some monsters while the rest of the team coordinated the direction from which the orcs appeared. After hunting for 6 long hours, everyone said they had defeated their 300 orcs from the main mission. Yoon-sok, seeing they were doing well, asks if they would like to hunt more. The blonde agrees, wanting to reach level 20, so they kept hunting in the group, leveling up and reaching level 20. Besides that, their rank also rose to regular, activating the combine function in the system. They were happy since, besides reaching level 20, they also learned new skills. Brady Pitt is surprised at how easy it was to finish the orcs and asks if it had always been this easy. The girl replies that she really can't believe they used to have a hard time against the monsters. At that moment, the warrior draws their attention forward, and they spot an orc dozens of times bigger than any other they had seen. They are surprised since they had never seen one that size and ask if it might be a boss. The woman asks if they are excited to defeat that monster since probably 5 of them could handle it. The whole group gets excited and suggests dividing the reward equally after defeating the monster. At that moment, the superior orc, who had been walking calmly, turns toward them, letting out a terrifying roar that paralyzes all the players instantly. Immediately, the boss starts running and leaps toward the group, crashing to the ground. He raises his hand and cuts the girl with a single attack, leaving no chance. Then he looks back and heads for another player who is crushed instantly, powerless to react. All the archer could do was tremble until the superior orc grabbed his hand and squeezed, breaking all his bones. The warrior watches this scene, completely terrified, only able to think that death was right in front of him. The boss attacks with his tail and captures the martial artist who, with little he can do, just screams for help until he is smashed to the ground. Then the superior orc looks at the warrior, who is utterly horrified, only able to think that he will definitely lose his life. The boss approaches more and more, and after getting close enough, he raises to deliver the final blow. At that moment, Ryuman appears in the air, and with a single precise cut, decapitates one of the monster's heads, causing the other head to roar, not understanding what just happened. But it's too late because it was also hit by the scythe, and the entire body falls dead to the ground. Yoon-sok tries to understand what just happened and wonders if that really is the Black Reaper. After defeating the boss, the MC wonders, not expecting the superior orc to be finished with a single blow. The system announces that he defeated the superior orc, and because of that, leveled up to level 40. The rank also rose from regular to expert, and now the trade function was enabled. He continues checking everything unlocked at his new level, starting with the Mark of Death, which increased his damage bonus from 120% to 140%. The range of the Death Knight skill also increased from 500 meters to 1,000 meters. He also learned the exclusive Reaper skill, the Moonlight Slash. The next skill will be unlocked at level 60. He is happy to have finally obtained the skill that is, in fact, the only ranged attack of the Reapers. This is the Moonlight Slash skill. It charges for 1 second and then deals 1200% area damage in a cone shape. The damage is hybrid, half physical and half magical, and is multiplied by 1.5 when used at night. It has a cooldown time of 10 minutes and can only be used while wielding a scythe. He is aware that it is different from offensive skills, since with those he ends up taking more risks. However, with the Moonlight Slash, it is different, as it has a wide area, which makes it easier to hit, being almost impossible to miss. He also finds it interesting that it is a skill that adapts to physical and magical damage. So if he encounters a target immune to physical damage, he can still finish it off with magical damage. The MC smiles, since although he knows there will only be low-level monsters at the moment, he will eventually need the skill, as soon they will face beings far worse than that superior orc. But he shifts his focus as he wants to see the rewards. Notifications begin to arrive saying that he obtained the superior orc's gauntlets, the superior orc's fang, a low-quality purple mana stone, and finally the balance stone, thus completing the 4 stones required for the side quest. With this, he received a balance rune as a reward. He imagines that the goal of that round was the balance rune from the start. The rune was automatically engraved on the MC's body. This is the balance rune. If the difference between the lowest and highest pure attribute is 10 or less, all attributes are doubled. Only attributes increased by attribute points are recognized as pure attributes. He reflects that this rune focuses on 4 attributes: strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. He remembers that his attributes were distributed as follows: 27 in strength, 18 in intelligence, 26 in agility, and 28 in luck. He had already evenly distributed his pure attributes, anticipating the acquisition of the rune, so he is eager to see how much his attributes have increased because of the rune. After checking his status window, he realizes that his strength went to 374, intelligence to 614, agility to 518, and luck to 374. He is simply shocked, trying to understand if it worked since all his attributes went over 300. He just can't understand, although he knows it was because of the rune, but it went far beyond what he expected. He concludes that there is nothing better than the balance rune to get stronger, but decides to see what else he gained. The system notifies that he defeated the superior orc of the 5th round in 1 second. This boss is eligible for the time attack rules, and he will receive extra gold. The notification says he will receive the maximum possible amount, which is 100,000 gold for defeating the boss in under 10 seconds. He is happy about that, since he remembers last time he received 23,000 for finishing in 43 seconds. And with this new amount, he can get all the basic skills he hasn't obtained yet. The system also announces that he set the world record, and the achievements will be registered in the Akashic Records. Moreover, he will also receive a unique item selection ticket as a reward. He is surprised since he doesn't quite understand what is happening, and wonders if he will really get a reward just for reaching a new record. He starts to sweat nervously since the information said it is a unique item selection ticket, and he imagines if he will be able to choose from all possible things. Immediately, he activates the ticket in his inventory, and the system shows a list of options he can choose from. The categories include weapon, shield, helmet, armor, boots, gloves, necklace, and ring. He realizes that he can indeed choose anything, and immediately discards the weapon since he already has the scythe and will get a new one when he returns. With that in mind, he selects the helmet. Meanwhile, the warrior is watching the MC from afar, and he is simply in shock, having witnessed a player defeat the colossal monster with a single blow. He tries to imagine if the Black Reaper is really that powerful, since he managed alone something that not even 5 people at level 20 could achieve. Then he thinks he shouldn't think like that, since he should actually be thankful for having his skin saved. At that moment, Ryumin looks to the side and notices the player's presence, but quickly turns to leave because time is up. Yoon-sok stands without saying a word, just thinking that time has run out, and he didn't even manage to greet properly. After that, everyone returns, and the angel Priscilla asks if everyone finished, and, seeing the number drastically reduced, wonders how so many people lost their lives in 10 hours. She considers whether the players lost their lives to simple orcs, or if they ended up killing each other. Then she says she will check the results, and in first place is the Black Reaper at level 40, finishing the main mission in 1 hour. In second place is Idiotas Estupidos at level 20, finishing in 2.5 hours. In third place is the Celestial Demon, who finished at level 24 and completed the mission in 2 hours and 47 minutes. The players simply can't believe there is already someone at level 40. They wonder if it's really possible for someone to defeat 300 orcs in just 1 hour. The MC, hearing all this, takes a deep breath, thinking he just wants to get his reward so he can leave. The system congratulates him for finishing first in the mission in his zone, as well as finishing first in all zones. Because of this, he received an intermediate epic necklace for being first in his zone and a special reward box for being first among all zones. He also sees it confirmed that he was first place in all 5 rounds, and for that, earned an incredible achievement. He received the title, the one ahead of everyone else. He thinks that's great since he also got the title. The condition for the title is to be first in all zones in the first 5 rounds, and its effect is that all experience gained is increased by 1.5 times. He reflects that the reason he worked so hard to get first place in all rounds was exactly because of this title, since he can't miss the chance to get stronger 1.5 times faster than normal. He is satisfied with the title and decides to check the other rewards. The system informs him he can choose one of the following epic necklaces: the Skeleton Knight Necklace, the Java Necklace, and the Strength Necklace. He knows any ordinary player would pick the necklace that stands out more, but he has already used all of them, and so knows he only needs the Java Necklace. This necklace is epic category and increases all attributes by 3 and resistance by 35%. It has 1000 durability. He knows the necklace doesn't increase strength or the other attributes, but what's interesting is its high resistance. After all, items that give high resistance are expensive, and when he no longer needs it, he can just sell it. Then he goes to choose the other special reward. The first option is a triple experience bonus valid only for round 6. The second option is 6,000 gold, and the last option is information about round 6. He doesn't hesitate since he needs the experience buff for the next round. At that moment, the angel claps and calls everyone's attention. She asks if everyone managed to check their placements through the system messages. Then she congratulates all 1,585 who completed the main mission and, with the same evil look, says goodbye to the 1,211 who will be eliminated for ranking too low. The players begin to beg for mercy as they disappear, but it's useless since only the end awaits them. Priscilla watches this happily, thinking humans are a bunch of worms for begging for their lives. The MC finds this funny since he thinks that Angel is like any other worm. She observes the statistics of the round and is surprised, since she did not imagine anyone would complete the side mission until she looks in the direction of who completed it and realizes that once again, it was the MC. Without thinking much, she says goodbye to everyone, asking to rest until the next round. Finally, the 5th round ends, and among all the zones, there is a total of 19 million survivors. In the MC's zone, there are 1,211. After the game ends, the MC is already in his apartment with his brother. He decides it is time to start what he was thinking and opens his fusion window. He equips the Reaper's Scythe, besides the Orc's Heart, the mystical wooden totem, and the arrowhead he obtained from another boss. He reflects that if he combines all those items, he might even get an epic weapon suitable for his level. He also remembers that he has the diamond he got from Yongmin and decides that if he uses this item, he might get a unique rank weapon. He presses to make the fusion, and a notification appears saying the combination was successful. He obtained the Scythe of Death. This weapon is of unique rarity, increases damage by 300, all attributes by 10, and skill damage by 10%. It has 3,000 durability. He does not hide his joy, since he finally changed weapons. His smile was so bizarre that his brother didn't understand anything. He starts browsing through the skills, wondering if he should learn a few more. He decides to start with the skill Search Around, which allows him to see the area around like a mini-map. He also picks the Dynamic Visual Acuity boost to improve his vision. Next, Basic Resistance, which increases his resistance against status abnormalities by 15%. Lastly, Hand-Eye Coordination to increase his skill accuracy by 20%. Ryuman reflects that he took all the general skills and still has 140,000 gold left, believing he should save it to buy some epic items that will appear in a few days. He knows that for now, that is all he can do, and decides to open the status window to see how his attributes are. He is at level 40 and has 4 hidden titles. His current attributes are 106 strength, 150 intelligence, 136 agility, and 106 luck. He has 8 general skills and 3 class exclusive skills. Additionally, he has 6 runes and already has 3 additional skills unlocked, with the next to be unlocked at level 60 and the last at level 99. He realizes that those are his current states with the balance rune, and if he applies the effect of the death rune, it will double his attributes. He thinks this is all good, since being stronger, he can pass through the abyss, and only after that will he use Yongmin for his plan. However, when thinking about it, he reflects that he did not see him in round 5, and does not know if he even survived, since he had forgotten about him. Because of this, he activates his tracking since he knows the player's name and face. He notices he can track him, meaning the person is alive, and feels somewhat relieved since he can still make good use of him. Then, he says, this will be the last time he uses that guy in real life, only after which he will discard him. The next day, Julie was in a cafe, and all she could think about was why Ryuman wanted to see her. In her head, she even imagines him confessing, saying he died of missing her, and she gets embarrassed thinking about it since her imagination is very fertile, so she tries to calm down. At that moment, he walks through the door and notices she already arrived, so he asks if she took long. Julie answers no, and that she herself arrived just a short while ago. Still embarrassed, she says she will order something and asks what he wants, making it clear that this time she will pay the bill. The MC asks if she is serious, and says he will only want an iced Americano with a double shot of coffee. After that, the two keep talking, and she can only think about how embarrassed she is, and wonders if the reason is the imagination she had moments ago. The MC reads this from her mind, but awkwardly, only asks what she thought about the 5th round, and if by any chance she encountered the Black Reaper. She, enthusiastic, says that she did meet him, and that they even hunted together. She admits that at first she did not believe the top one would agree to ally with her, and says he accepted as soon as she showed her buff skill. Ryuman says he already knew this would happen, saying that even someone like the Black Reaper would find that skill interesting. Julie thanks him since it was his idea, because with the Black Reaper's help, she managed to complete the main mission, and also shares a curiosity that it is the first time she finished a round in 2nd place. The MC, smiling, says that is amazing, and asks what reward she got. She, excited, summons the item, and says she got an intermediate necklace that increases her speed and hands it to the MC, who is confused by it. She tells him to just accept the gift since she only passed the round thanks to his idea. Ryuman replies that he doesn't need all that since she worked hard on her own, but she retorts that she didn't even try hard since she passed easily thanks to the Black Reaper. He suggests that if that's the case, it's better to give it to the player who helped her pass. But Julie replies that no one in the top 1 of that game would accept such a small necklace. The MC says he appreciates the offer, but the problem is he barely reached her level. She is surprised hearing that and asks what level he is. He answers he's still level 19, and that he took almost 10 hours to finish the orcs. Julie returns her item to the inventory and feels sad, imagining that being a prophet must be hard in the game since it's not a combat class, and tries to change the subject by asking how a prophet fights. He says he has some spells and is just shy about showing them. She reflects on that, since that speed necklace really wouldn't fit him, as someone with magic needs to increase intelligence. So she summons another item, asking him to take that instead of the necklace. She explains she got it while hunting orcs, and, although she doesn't know what it's for, she believes it will help him somehow. The MC sees it and takes it, thanking her afterward. While his hand is over hers, she gets embarrassed, saying it's nothing special and is just a way to thank him for the prophecies he has been giving. Then he says that actually he will give her something more, surprising the girl, since what he will give are the details about the 6th round. Julie admits she would be extremely happy if he could share it, and then they talk about the next round. After that, she admits being surprised, since, from what she understood, she will need to ally again with the Black Reaper. He says he believes the top one wouldn't refuse, since she proved her worth by using the buff skill in the 5th round. She becomes thoughtful, saying she will see him again, and he doesn't understand if that's good or bad. Then Julie says she actually found him very nice, and surprisingly not as scary as others imagined, but admits she still found him a bit arrogant, although that is normal for the top one of the rank. He doesn't know how to take all that since it's all about him. She says she also found the Black Reaper very smart, as if he knows exactly what people are thinking. The MC feels down about that, knowing that's thanks to the Mind Rune, but knows he himself is not perfect. After all, he failed 99 times before, although that round required 5 people, so it was difficult for him. They were already in the boss room, and the round's requirement was 5 players, and the system warned that to enter the room, it was necessary to have at least 5 players. He knows all his chances are gone, so he needs to take advantage of this last one, no matter the cost, including bringing Julie along. She notices he became thoughtful and asks what he's thinking about. He tells her to relax since it's nothing, but she asks if he's worried about the next round. He replies yes, since he's still not that strong. Julie comments that if they were from the same territory, she could help him, and laments, since he helped her so much, and she only wants to repay, but says she's not that useful either. He is happy since he knows she is mistaken. After all, it was thanks to her buff that he, as the Black Reaper, managed to finish the real orc in 1 second. Because of that, he tries to cheer her up, saying he is sure they will eventually meet in the game. She stands up excited, saying they need to hold on until that moment comes. He celebrates with her, but is worried deep down, as he has no idea what she will think when she discovers that he himself is actually the Black Reaper. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Cheonma group, Sangchul informs the president that the majority shareholder Ryumin has arrived. Gyeonglok stands up, saying he is glad to see him, and asks the director to bring 2 cups of chamomile tea. After sitting down, he asks the MC if anything happened on the way there. Ryumin replies that the trip was smooth. He is happy to hear that and asks to be informed if anything happens, since they will resolve it immediately. The MC thinks this is funny, as the president executes people every week as if it were nothing, although he thinks it's better to stay quiet. At that moment, the director enters with the 2 cups of tea, and Gyeonglok immediately asks if by any chance he could provide information about the next round. Ryumin finds it interesting to see him get straight to the point, and, taking his cup of tea, replies that there is no problem since he is there precisely for that. The president is pleased to see him willing to share this, but warns that, in exchange, he would like to call a general assembly, as it is time to discuss business as well, since it will be necessary to change the company's name and some of its activities. Gyeonglok asks exactly what he needs, and he responds that it is simple, as he needs the president's support for everything he mentions in the General Assembly. He explains that he does not like delays, and therefore says he needs him to convince the other shareholders, since in the future, he saw those people did not seem very happy. Gyeonglok questions what changes those will be, as he is worried about it. The MC quickly realizes the president would be curious, which is normal, as it is a bold idea to change the business branch so suddenly. So he gets straight to the point, saying he wants to create an open market that is exclusive for the players. Gyeonglok is surprised since he did not expect this, and asks if by any chance he wants to join the sales department. The MC answers yes, but explains that there is a difference since they will create an exclusive market for players only for buying and selling items. The CEO asks if it is possible to buy items with money, and he replies yes, and that it will even be according to the seller's preference. Gyeonglok admits that it makes sense and asks if players need money. He replies that they do since they are still people, and says there is no other way at the moment. The company leader asks what he meant by at the moment, wanting to know if they will really be able to use coins in the future. Ryumin is surprised since the CEO is being very clever and answers yes, since he had a small vision about it, and reveals that players who reach level 40 will be able to use the coins. He explains that a trading system will be unlocked after level 40, and this feature will allow players to spend their coins in exchange for items. And it is because of this that he wants to create a system where they can do this safely, and finishes by saying that this way they will be able to get a fee in money or coins. Gyeonglok is thoughtful with so much information, and since he found the idea of an open market exclusive for players interesting, and is sure no one would think of this, if it is a success, it will also monopolize that sector. After thinking this, he asks if people will really use it if they open this type of market. He answers that they just passed the 5th round, and so he believes players must have a certain amount of items accumulated, and says it is public knowledge that it is not possible to sell items in the system store, and so he thinks it would be great if they did this in real life. The MC says most players reached level 20 and managed to unlock the fusion system, so everyone is trying different combinations, and if there was a place where they could easily buy items to do these fusions, it would be a popular place among players. The CEO admits that it is indeed a brilliant idea and starts thinking that if everything goes as planned, they could profit a lot in the future. He also imagines they could create an app to facilitate player access or an auction system allowing them to list items with no extra fee. The MC listens to all these thoughts and realizes his new partner is very interested in the proposal, and even though he is not a true prophet, he believes it will work out very well, since it will benefit both of them. He thinks the combination of items is currently unknown, and so they could monopolize this, and besides making various items, they could get unique or legendary items, possibly even making divine items. Gyeonglok agrees with the conversation and asks to make an open market, and asks if he has an idea for a name change. The MC answers not exactly, and asks the CEO if he has something in mind. He replies that his own opinion does not matter much, and says everything the MC said should be taken into account since he is also a major shareholder. Ryumin is happy to hear this, and suggests the name Player Place since the focus is players. Gyeonglok says he likes the idea since people could also abbreviate it to PP, and the MC asks how long he thinks it will take to build the entire system and get it working. Gyeonglok says it should take about a month. Ryumin says the 6th round will start soon, and since they brought up the subject, he will also share information about the 6th round. This immediately catches both their attention. After giving all the details, Gyeonglok is thoughtful since from what he understood, cooperation between players will be important in the 6th round. With that said, he thanks him for everything he shared and thinks it was a great choice to keep a good relationship with the prophet, since thanks to him things have become easier both in the game and in real life. Then he changes the subject to continue talking about business since they will need to schedule a meeting with the other shareholders and directors. With everything settled, the two say goodbye, and Gyeonglok asks his security director to take the MC to his house, as well as to pass the information to Aaron. A few days later, Ryumin is in his bed imagining that it is the day the epic items will appear. He decides to check what the item of the day is, and is happy because the Torn Wanderer's tunic finally appeared. This is an armor-type equipment of epic rarity. It increases defense by 1, and its effect is to increase attack speed by 30% and movement speed by 30%. He is aware that the defense is crap, but it compensates a lot by increasing attack and movement speed. He also knows it is not normal for epic items to cost 20,000 coins, so he quickly buys it. He knows the days of depending on the system shop are over, especially since there will be an open market exclusively for players. He also knows that, besides that, items made through fusion will be worth much more as long as there are clear instructions on how to create the item, because they won't keep buying items just to test various fusions that might fail. So he imagines that if they manage to get their hands on these instructions on how to create items, they could profit much more, and if they succeed in doing everything, the open market will become extremely crowded. He lies back down, since even thinking about all this, he will still need to deal with the meeting with the other shareholders the next day. The next day, in the company building, Sangchul is distributing information as well as guiding where the shareholders should sit. The shareholders' meeting went well without interruptions, and obviously some people were reluctant about the ideas, but the MC answered all questions without hesitation, doubts decreased, and they managed to solve everything without problems. After that, Gyeonglok thanks for the explanations and even asks how he managed to speak so well in public. The MC replies it was the result of practicing many times. The CEO says the next step is to start creating the open market system and asks him not to worry about anything except surviving the 6th round. Ryumin imagines his dear friend is more worried that he might lose his life, since he won't receive any more prophecies from that moment on. Gyeonglak calls him to lunch, and the MC accepts, also thinking that his work is done and the only thing left is to make good use of Yongmin. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the regular meeting of the Players' Alliance is taking place. The Four Eyes greets, but Yamti questions what kind of face that is and if something happened. He asks if by any chance she hasn't heard the news, and she says no, then is shocked when he explains that they haven't been able to contact the player I am 30 years old and Honey Jelly since the 5th round and believes they didn't survive the last round they went through. She is thoughtful about this since she finds it strange because she can't imagine anyone being sad, given they only knew each other through video calls. Only then does the idea cross her mind that the guy is just acting like a poor thing in front of the president. After all, she knows the president is one of the best people there, besides having founded the alliance. And in real life, it's normal to try to flatter this kind of person since they hold a high position. She thinks about all this and decides she won't be left behind, so she starts acting too, even crying, saying she can't believe these two precious players died. Everyone on the call starts doing the same, asking not to cry, and since they also feel like crying. Yamti thinks it's ridiculous to see everyone pretending and believes people really are incomprehensible creatures. At that moment, the president enters the video call and immediately asks what is going on and why everyone is sad. Lostyak explains everything that happened, and he can't believe how this was possible, though he is happy everyone else survived and deeply laments since only 6 remain. At that moment, a member draws attention and asks if they couldn't include more people in the group. He answers that he even thought about it, but doesn't know how to find good enough people, and they haven't even had news from the last candidates who tried to join the alliance. Lostyak says he doesn't know either, and even tried to contact them days ago with no response. The president wonders if, by chance, the candidates also died in the 5th round. Lostyak replies that the only certainty they have is that the Black Reaper is still alive. The president says everyone saw the results of the 5th round and believes that if someone is that strong, it's a person holding back both in the game and in real life. And he doesn't understand why someone so powerful has been missing until now. Lostyak says he's not sure, and another member wonders if the Black Reaper was just playing with them. The president asks if the person who applied wasn't actually the Black Reaper, and the reason for being unreachable until now is because he also died in the 5th round, and they conclude that it makes sense. Suddenly, Mukbang says that a big shot like the Black Reaper would hardly enter a cafe, but gets worried because he shouldn't have said that, and this comment draws the attention of the president and other members, who question what he meant by cafe and what kind of cafe he was referring to. He also points out that it's a cafe that unites players and acts as a base for a new era, and asks if he has any dissatisfaction. He panics and apologizes, saying that's not what he meant. Immediately, the president announces that Mukbang will be removed from the official position from that moment on and permanently banned from the cafe, emphasizing that at moments like that, they don't need people who belittle their cafe. The player panics because the situation has turned bad for him. The president reinforces that Mukbang will be added to the blacklist to learn to adapt to the new era and removes him from the video chat. Then he asks to continue the meeting since the bad element has been removed. Everyone stays silent until Lostyak is surprised by something and announces that a player just registered with the name Black Reaper. This information shocks everyone, who can't believe it's true. He confirms it's true, but says the real name is different from last time, and that the current name is Yongmin. Without hesitation, the president asks to go to the supposed Black Reaper's house to find out if he is the real one, because if there's even a small chance he is, they must pursue it. Lostyak asks what they will do if it's not the real one. He answers that he will make the person pay dearly for mocking them. Meanwhile, the MC is at the computer imagining that another imposter appeared pretending to be him, and knows the people won't let it go. He also knows the Alliance officials will use the excuse to go to the Black Reaper's house, and that the address given is Yongmin's. He leaves the internet cafe still thinking that demanding murder as a condition to join the group and treating members as slaves is unbelievable, since that only causes division between civilians and players, and eventually leads to destruction. He reflects that knowing all this, he cannot stay still watching, and therefore decides to eliminate the corrupt officials of Flaseba and use the organization to his advantage. He knows that in the future, Placebo will become such a powerful force that it will gather more than 30% of the country's players. And so, instead of destroying it, he thinks it's more advantageous to use it to control countless players. And that's why he asked to join the famous Placebo. He decides that after using Yang Min to overthrow the officials, he will assume the position of president. Elsewhere, a door opens and someone enters the shop. The vendor welcomes him, but the man, who is a robber, orders him to put all the money he has if he doesn't want to die. The old man panics, asking if he is a player, and the man, impatient, punches the table, destroying it with just one blow, asking if he thinks this is a joke. Immediately, the old man starts grabbing his money and puts everything into his backpack. The robber asks if that's all he has, and he answers yes. Since the lottery ticket sales were suspended, so business wasn't going so well. He approaches warning that's not what he asked, and says he knows about a safe, so he hands over the backpack to go get that money. The seller immediately runs off and returns with more cash. The robber notices there are 10 million won in the backpack and believes it's enough, so he leaves, but makes it clear that if he reports him, he will run from the police station and kill him. Then he goes out to the street and runs to escape the place. After a while, he takes off his hood, showing that the robber is actually Yang Min. He thinks the day went very well, since with what he stole he can get through the month peacefully. He starts trembling furiously, because in real life he will manage to get by with that money, but doesn't know how it will be in the other world, and blames the Black Reaper for making him lose all his friends and stats. Furious, he starts shouting but gets startled by a cat making noise behind him. Then he resumes walking, imagining that if he met the Black Reaper in real life, he would put an end to him. After arriving at his building, he starts climbing the stairs and notices someone in front of his door. It was Lostyak, who turns around and asks if by any chance it's Yang Min there. The brute is scared because he doesn't know who is knocking on his apartment, until Lostyak says he guessed the name by his reaction. Yang Min asks if he's from the police, and Lostyak finds it funny and asks if he committed a crime to be so scared, but then introduces himself as the person responsible for interviews for the Placebo group and asks if he wasn't there that morning. Yang Min doesn't understand what's happening and asks what the hell is going on and if he's trying to sell drugs. Lostyak is confused and asks if he's not the Black Reaper, and Yang Min gets even more irritated, asking what the hell is the Black Reaper and what the hell is Placebo. He gets confused and apologizes for the inconvenience, but Yang Min, still stressed, asks what's going on because he doesn't understand anything. Lostyak says apparently someone knows him and decided to play a prank since the name and address matched. Yang Min gets furious, wanting to know who the son of a bitch was. At that moment, the MC appears saying it was himself who did it and greets Yang Min. Yang Min doesn't recognize who it is because of the mask and asks who the bastard pretending to be him is and if he knows him. The MC answers that he obviously knows him and immediately starts summoning his scythe until it appears with all its imposing aura. With that, he asks if that's enough to answer the question. Lostyak can't believe he's seeing a player with a scythe that big and wonders if he really is the true Black Reaper. However, he finds the appearance strange because he's very short and has a frail body. He imagines it's totally different from the image he had of the Black Reaper, and so he can't believe it. Meanwhile, Yang Min panics because he's sure the true Black Reaper is in front of him. Even though the physique is different, he noticed the way he talks and the aura are identical, and most importantly, the terrifying look he saw countless times. He starts trembling because he doesn't understand why, and begins to imagine why the Black Reaper went after him in the real world, including why he used his name since, as far as he knows, they had no pending matters. And he's worried, because worst of all, he showed up armed. Lostyak looks to the side and sees how much Yang Min is trembling, and is more confident that this really is the true Black Reaper, because to cause so much fear like that, only someone who saw the true Black Reaper could, and he knows he wouldn't stand a chance even at level 20. At that moment, the MC calls his attention and says he already knows he's not alone, and tells everyone else to leave since he knows everything. He can't believe it because he was discovered. At that moment, the other group members appear, even though they don't understand how they were found out. The MC points his scythe, warning not to come any closer, or else they will die. Trower calls him a shitty brat because he doesn't believe he is the real Black Reaper, but his colleague interrupts and asks the MC if he really is the Black Reaper. He, showing his scythe, asks if that isn't already an answer, but Choji says he has indeed heard of a player who uses a scythe as the main weapon. though since he never saw it with his own eyes, he can't believe it based on that alone. Ryumin then says he is the real Black Reaper, and with that, the Truth Rune activates, and Choji gets the official confirmation that he is indeed the Black Reaper. Trower asks what the Truth Rune said, and he answers that it confirmed he is the real Black Reaper. Lost Yak starts sweating cold because he thought it was impossible for it to be the real one, but the one who really panics is Trower, who disrespected the MC as soon as he arrived and believes he's screwed because he talks shit and doesn't know if an apology will work. But even so, tries saying it's more than a pleasure to meet the legendary Black Reaper. However, Ryumin says he didn't like so much distrust, and therefore orders them to confirm if he is the real one using the abilities they have. He panics because his situation is only getting worse, and immediately bows down to offer his sincere apologies for being rude. The MC tells his apology to go to hell, since they kept bothering him wanting confirmation if he is the real Black Reaper. Choji tries to calm things down, saying there's no need for further confirmation since they recognize his strength, and explains he only did that because he has a rune related to that. The MC replies that if they can block one of his attacks, he will forget everything that happened. Trower panics and apologizes once more, but in a matter of milliseconds, Ryumin makes a simple move with his scythe that makes the guy's head fly off like it was nothing, even leaving Yongmin terrified. Lost Yak also panics because he didn't understand what the hell happened, since he didn't even see the scythe swing. The same goes for Choji, who was in shock because his group mate had his head torn off right beside him. Because of that, Lost Yak starts shouting, asking what the hell that was. The MC answers that he just proved with skill that he is the real Black Reaper. However, he says it wasn't necessary and imagines they came there to recruit him, but thinks it's a disaster to accept a madman who arrives cutting everyone's head off. Choji thinks the same since accepting someone like that is dangerous, and if they can't keep him under control, they will have to kill him right there. Both reflect that the MC is level 40, and so it won't be easy, so they will just pretend to surrender to gain trust and then attack by surprise. But that is useless since Ryumin can read their minds and says it's ridiculous they are showing a desire to kill him so openly as if he wouldn't notice. Choji says he doesn't know what he's talking about, and the MC says he already knew they would bow their heads to pretend to surrender, and, looking back, says they would attack by surprise. Then he questions if they know why he himself used Yongmin's name to register, and quickly answers that it was precisely to find the Alliance leaders there. Lost Yak asks what he wants with them, and the MC answers simply that he is there to kill all the leaders with his own hands. Choji realizes the situation is terrible and thinks he needs to try to convince him since buying time is the only way out. He barely thinks that and is startled because his friend Lost Yak was killed with a single attack. He panics even more since that only confirms that the powerful Black Reaper really lured them there to kill them all, and starts shouting, wanting to know what grudge he has against the Player Alliance. The MC raises his scythe toward the Four Eyes' neck and talks about them killing innocents as an excuse for it being an interview test. He is horrified since that's true and asks how he knows that. Ryumin says the interview to become chief is even worse, since he has to eliminate an innocent person alone. Choji tries to explain that the targets are not innocent people, but worms who dared to despise the players, and says that hypocritical people like that deserve to die. The MC finds that interesting and asks what he deserves since he also committed hypocrisy. Four Eyes finds that offensive and says he knows nothing about it. However, Ryumin thinks it's annoying since he knows very well because he managed to see everything with his inner thoughts rune, and without hesitation cuts Choji's head off. He stares at the body on the ground since he only eliminated a murderous piece of trash. Then he looks to the side and sees Yongmin trembling like a green stick. Seeing this, he tells him not to be afraid, since soon he will join his old little friends. This catches Yongmin's attention, who asks how he knows about his friends. The MC answers that it's easy since they always hang out together, even though technically he was just dragged by their group. Then, removing his mask, he asks if he really doesn't know who he is, and reveals that it is none other than Ryumin, the bully who used to torment him. Immediately, Yongmin is shocked and remembers the time he tormented the MC asking for money and things like that, and his mind still hasn't accepted that a failure is in fact the Black Reaper. He doesn't accept that they are the same person. Ryumin laughs, since he apparently still doesn't believe it, and says it makes sense since a year ago he still got beaten by the bully. Terrified, Youngmin asks if he was pretending to be a failure all along. He doesn't understand this question since he never pretended, and at the same moment cuts off one of Youngmin's arms, who falls to the ground screaming in pain. The MC makes it clear that hearing the word failure from Trash is a bit offensive and orders him to be silent or else he will also lose his tongue. Youngmin grits his teeth trying to stay quiet, and only then the MC activates his healing ability since he obeyed properly. The arm is healed, though the limb doesn't grow back. But Ryumin says it's not a problem since he will die soon. The big guy, trembling all over, asks if he really is the Ryumin he knew, and he replies definitely not, since the Ryumin the bullies knew no longer exists. And with his scythe raised, he says goodbye. At that moment, Youngmin panics, begging him to wait a bit and confessing he tormented him a lot and therefore apologizes, saying he is truly sorry and just begs for his life. The MC asks if it is serious, and he answers it is very serious, adding that killing a useless person wouldn't bring any advantage, and he could use him for something better. The MC questions how exactly he would use him, and he gives some examples like being a great servant obeying orders like crawling, running, doing small tasks, or even serving as bait in hunts. Ryumin thinks about it, but replies it won't work since he sees the bully is still thinking about betraying him behind his back, and that the servant story was just an excuse to find a chance to eliminate him. Youngmin starts sweating cold, imagining how the hell someone as strong as the Black Reaper knows this, or if it was just a guess. Because of this, Ryumin raises his scythe again, warning that a damn dog that tries to bite its owner can't stay nearby and that his value as a tool is over. Once again, Youngmin begs for a chance, but it's all in vain, since with a smooth movement, the MC cuts his neck, making him fall dead to the ground. He says the chance was already given in the previous regression, and remembers that back when he didn't have the Inner Thoughts rune, he fell for Youngmin's lies and let him live, and the result was that during the game, he came from behind and stabbed him in the belly. With this outcome, he says goodbye to the dead weight, and imagines the long chain of disgrace ends there, since it will be the last time he sees Youngmin's disgusting face. He takes a deep breath since he first needs to take care of the cleaning, and uses his skill Erase Traces, which burns all traces like the black flame. He also directs the power at the other bodies on the ground, until finally, everything is clean. Then, he decides it's time to check the house of a certain someone. Meanwhile, Yamti from the Placebo group joins the video call and quickly greets the president. Choji asks if she is really on the call, and the girl comments that apparently the interview with the Black Reaper is already over and asks where the rest of the people are. He, downcast, warns that all the chiefs who went to the interview were killed. She starts to sweat cold, thinking who the hell would do something like that, and goes into shock when she deduces it was the Black Reaper himself. The president answers that it is exactly that, and it seems that the player is hunting the members of their cafe. Yamti connects the dots and comments that apparently even the members from the last recruitment were killed by the same person, and asks what those people did wrong to pay with their lives. He replies that when a player kills, no reason is needed and believes it must have been for pure pleasure, but then deduces that maybe the MC was bothered by the fact the organization was growing. She becomes thoughtful, since everywhere there is always someone who tries to take by force the success of others, and believes it was driven by envy or something like that. She concludes that if that's the case, they will need to find a way to kill the Black Reaper. With that thought, Yamti asks if by any chance he only signed up to lure the cafe chiefs. The president responds apparently yes. She starts to get nervous since she was quite anxious to meet the Reaper in person, and says she didn't imagine he was a psychopath who sees them as enemies. Besides that if she had accepted him before as chief, it would have been a disaster. Choi answers yes, since he himself could have lost his head at the hands of the Reaper, and makes it clear that now he is a declared enemy, and they need to find him to avenge the members they lost. She still holds a thread of hope, and asks if by any chance he is sure it wasn't an imposter posing as the Black Reaper. He replies there is a witness, and presents none other than Ryumin. After some time of conversation, the president says he has to leave and then leaves the call. The other members start to leave as well, and Yamti still talks to the MC, asking him to rest since he probably was in shock after seeing everything the Black Reaper did. He replies that he is fine, and thanks her for the concern. Then Lostyak, who is the MC, leaves the video call. Ryumin is happy since apparently no one suspected him. Because of this, he decides to remove his disguise and returns to his normal appearance. Inside, He thinks he would make a great actor. He remembers that during the game, he chose the assassin's mask as a reward from the 5th round since he needed a unique item and ended up choosing it. This is the assassin's mask. Its effect is to perfectly disguise the user as the last person killed by saying the activation word, disguise. He can only imagine that being able to transform into the person he killed is a huge advantage since there is no easier assassination than by the betrayal of an ally. He reflects that he could even kill the cafe director and transform into him, but unfortunately, the mask does not work on non-players, and he finds it ironic that the leader of a group of players is not a player. He reflects that it will be very difficult to approach the player named Yamti since she is a very powerful woman, and decides he will think better to avoid direct contact with the executives since he needs to continue playing his role pretending to be Lost Yak. He leaves the house imagining he should not be hunted until the next meeting, and that he might need to restore the durability of the Pearl of Eternal Rest, and concludes that he will apparently have to travel a bit. Meanwhile, in England, a blacksmith is working on his weapon, and after putting the sword in water to cool, he notices it is reaching the ideal point. After continuing the sharpening process, he feels happy since he finally finished. However, he becomes downcast and puts the dagger back on the table, thinking that there is no point in getting excited since he won't sell anything because ever since the angels appeared, the number of customers has decreased significantly. He sighs, having endured for a long time, but he is at his limit as he is running out of money and believes it is better to look for another job, although he still wants to stay in that place for the rest of his life and tries to find a solution for this. Then, an idea suddenly comes to his mind because from what he heard, if he survives until the 20th round of the game, he will have a wish granted. Thinking about this excites him, as he can't give up on his dreams since he only needs to hold on until the wish is fulfilled, and even though that isn't his world, his destiny is to be a blacksmith. He remembers when he used to defeat monsters and the weapon polishing skill he gained upon reaching level 20, which increases weapon damage by 150%. This thought excites him once again, since he is determined to reach the end. But soon, he becomes depressed because to do that, he needs money and has none. So, slightly depressed, he decides to put his dream aside until he saves some money, because once he manages that, he can pursue his passion, and therefore at that moment, he has to go down the mountain to look for a job. At that moment, the MC approaches the cabin and the man notices his presence and finds it strange to see an Asian man in that area since it's unusual. Because of that, he asks if everything is okay and if he is lost by any chance. The MC asks if the man in front of him isn't the famous blacksmith Daniel. The man is surprised and asks once again who he is and where he heard about himself. Ryuman replies that he didn't hear, but saw, and says he is a prophet who can see the future. Daniel finds this prophet talk funny, since he doesn't know what the hell he is talking about, until the MC points out that Daniel is level 21, belongs to the blacksmith class, and is in area C008. This shocks the boy since guessing his class and level by luck might happen, but knowing even his area is too much, and he asks if he can really see the future since it is the first time he hears something like that. Ryumin explains it is a rare class and therefore not well known, and tells about unique classes since only one person can be the prophet. He still finds it strange and asks why someone so incredible would come to that cabin. The MC asks him to calm down since he is there only on business, and explains that he just wants him to fix an item using the blacksmith skill, and if he does so, he will give valuable information such as details about the 6th round. He is shocked to hear that, and thinks about the possibility of really knowing what will happen in the 6th round in advance, since he could come up with a strategy, but knows that fixing an item in exchange for such valuable information is too good to be true. He asks if he will really give information about the 6th round just for fixing an item, and if he won't want anything else besides that. The MC realizes the blacksmith really hasn't changed, and even imagines that if he had accepted so easily, he would have been disappointed, and so says that actually he wants to get to know him better. Daniel begins to worry about how things are going, and Ryumin says he saw a future where he became the best blacksmith of all, surviving until the 15th round without anyone's help. However, he says he could only see the future up to that point, and finds that a shame. Having said that, he says he wants to help, and if he agrees to be an ally, he guarantees he will grow easily, even passing the 15th round, and will have the dream of becoming the best blacksmith in the world guaranteed. This information fills his head until he asks what he really wants. The MC answers he doesn't want anything much since one can just help the other. He reflects that Daniel is the only blacksmith who reached the 15th round, and therefore thinks it is better to maintain a friendly relationship with him, and even noticing that the boy is hesitating, finds it interesting to give a little push on the decision. Because of this, he says he just wants you to take a look at the equipment using blacksmith skills, and, in exchange, will give information about the next round. Having said that, he guarantees he will become stronger much faster than if he knew nothing. Daniel thinks about all this, realizing there is no reason to say no, and just doesn't know if he should really trust people so easily, and, even though it doesn't seem like a lie, he knows he needs to be careful. After thinking this, he says he is grateful, but still doesn't know the answer, and asks if he could think about it after round 6. The MC says it's no problem, since it's not like he wants to sign a contract or anything like that. The blacksmith says he will repair the item and can reveal information about round 6 later. With that decided, Ryuman takes the item he wants to restore durability to. The item in question is the Marble of Eternal Sleep. It accumulates once per monster killed. In exchange for 1 durability point, 100 accumulations are converted into 1 attribute point. Currently, the durability is at 1 because it was used the other 999 times. He hands the item to the blacksmith, who immediately starts concentrating his power on the item to repair it, and, a minute later, returns the repaired item. The MC takes it in his hand and is happy since he can accumulate again. Daniel watches the MC's expression and imagines that, although he doesn't know what kind of necklace it is, he at least knows it's beautiful enough for a player to be willing to restore its durability to keep using it. Ryuman notices the blacksmith doesn't know about the item, and also thought it would be an invasion of privacy to ask about it. Anyway, he thanks him since the durability returned to maximum, and the blacksmith asks if he will tell him about round 6. He says yes, and starts explaining what will happen. After the explanation, Daniel is thoughtful, considering gathering powerful people if it's true. At that moment, Ryuman asks if he is willing to sell something, citing black steel powder as an example. The blacksmith is startled, since he didn't imagine anyone would know about that. The MC asks if he could sell some, and also guesses he is looking for a different job because he doesn't have enough money and promises to pay very well for the powder. The boy is surprised since the MC even knows he was going to look for a job and, for that reason, says he believes even more in this seer class, and apologizes for suspecting he might be lying. Ryuman tells him not to worry and guarantees he just says what he sees, and that believing it or not is up to him. He thinks about this and says he will give the black steel powder for free. The MC apologizes for not understanding, and he replies that from what he sees, he received more than he gave. So he gives the item theoretically for free since he is aware the information about round 6 is far more important. This is black steel powder. Its description only says it emits a slight mana. Ryuman can't believe he will receive the item for free, and reflects that black steel powder is very valuable and extremely hard to find until round 11. Apparently, Daniel doesn't know this, and is aware he himself should be grateful, and for that reason asks if he's sure. He says yes since he doesn't know what it's for, and even guesses the MC is the only one who knows the item's value since he is a seer. He says this, and imagines that the black steel powder is probably very important, and since a seer specifically requested this item, he doesn't want to interrogate to learn more, since he got a big help by knowing the information about round 6, and asking for anything more would be greedy. The MC is happy reading these thoughts, since Daniel is clearly a good person, so he gives him a huge backpack and asks him to open it. He does, and sees a pile of money inside, and is shocked seeing all that. The MC says there is a total of $30,000, since he doesn't want to take the item for free, and asks if that amount will help buy the house materials. Daniel says it's definitely a great amount, and, extremely happy, imagines he won't need to look for a different job so soon. Only then does he realize he was daydreaming and asks if he doesn't think it's too much money. The MC responds that no, since the item is exactly worth what he's paying. Besides, he's not giving the money just to buy new materials. The blacksmith is confused by this, and he asks to open an international investment account to then invest about half of that money in Korean stocks. Daniel becomes more and more confused, but the MC just asks to invest in the stocks of the company Player Place, making it clear that he's not forcing him to do it, only warning that the company will explode soon, and If he invests in it, he will never have to worry about money again. Without thinking twice, Daniel replies that he believes it. After all, the player in front of him is a seer. They say goodbye while exchanging numbers. And before the MC leaves, Daniel asks his name. The MC says his name is Ryumin. After that, June first arrives, and he is finally teleported to the 6th round with his new items. All the players are teleported next, and soon begin to comment on whether the place they are is a desert and have no idea what kind of mission it will be. The MC also looks around, imagining the 6th round is cooperative, and that he will need to find people to be his teammates. Starting with Julie, he knows he doesn't need anyone but Julie, and would leave 3 spots open since the groups have 5 people each. At that moment, someone gets his attention, and when he turns, he realizes it's Julie. She approaches saying she's happy to see him and asks how he's been. He replies well, and that they haven't seen each other for a while. She laughs, since it's been a whole month. Meanwhile, the people around wonder who the woman is, since she must be crazy to talk so informally with someone so powerful. They notice the nickname Democracy, since Julie was 2nd place in the last round, and feel jealous for being friends with the 1st place. They start walking, and she asks if by any chance he finished the last boss in the 5th round. He says, yes, and she questions if he really managed to do it in such a short time, since that must mean he also completed the side mission. The MC replies that he did it easily, but says he won't tell what reward he got. She is surprised and asks how he knew she would ask that. Then they keep walking, and only then she notices the MC is looking at her a lot, which makes her die of embarrassment since she's saying nonsense to someone so powerful. Because of that, she apologizes, saying it was embarrassing, but he doesn't understand why she's apologizing. He then thanks her for the compliment, and she just laughs, shyly, imagining the Black Reaper is nice and charismatic. While they are talking, someone approaches. It was Erin, accompanied by her bodyguard. She asks if he is the Reaper in front of them, and wonders who the woman beside him is. The two approach, greeting the MC, and, curious, Erin asks who the woman is and if she is his partner. He warns that he doesn't need to answer that question, and she feels embarrassed, since in fact he doesn't need to. And to make it worse, she remembers that he was smiling minutes before and doesn't understand if the two have any relationship. Ryumin goes straight to the point and asks what they want, and soon imagines that they probably came to him because of the prophecy they passed on to her. Sangchul asks permission and says that in fact he would like to form a group with him. The MC questions what he means by that, and he reveals that he is not that powerful, but promises that he will do his best to accompany him. The Reaper imagines that it is better to pretend a little, since with 2 more people, he will be able to fill the void in the group, and he also knows that no one else besides the 2 would have the courage to join the group with him, and they are even the most favorable options at the moment. Sangchul comments that obviously he will not do it for free, since he could provide information about the 6th round if allowed to join the team. The MC changes his expression since the guy is appealing to leaking information, which in fact is something valuable, but answers that he doesn't need it. The swordsman doesn't understand, and asks if by any chance it wouldn't be advantageous since they could build a strategy in advance. He says that he knows how to handle himself. He even wouldn't like to depend on information that has no proof, and therefore, he wants to know who passed on that information. Sangchul feels intimidated by this, and once again, the MC asks if he will say who passed the information if he is accepted into the group. Sangchul bows, apologizing since he couldn't do that even if he were rejected from the team. Ryumin likes what he is seeing, since he didn't talk about the existence of the prophet, even though he was willing to leak the information that he himself gave in the real world. And for this reason, he says that he accepts him into the group. He is confused since he was sure he would be rejected. Ryumin says that he can see that he is a trustworthy person, since he didn't reveal who the source of the information is, and says this because he likes people who don't have a loose tongue. The bodyguard feels relieved for not having said it, since things could have gone terribly if he had revealed it. With that, the two thank him for this generosity. Next, the MC explains that Julie can use a skill bonus on people, and that's why she is in the team. Erin can only think about how the two met, and even so, she goes to the girl to introduce herself, saying that her name is Erin Seo. Julie is surprised since she recognizes that name and asks if she is the actress herself or if she just wanted to look alike. She replies that in fact, she is the actress herself, and that leaves Julie extremely excited, saying that she is a big fan and that she even loved the drama Minha Fortuna, since it is her father's favorite drama. Erin is surprised by this excitement and says that she is happy to hear that. Sangchul asks once again if he really doesn't want information about the 6th round, and the MC replies that no, and makes it clear that it is not to be told since he doesn't want to hear that he received help from someone. He feels upset about this, since he thought about paying his debt by revealing that information, but he knows that if he ends up running away from the strategy, he will have to tell for the good of everyone. Next, he goes to Julie and asks about her so-called bonus ability. She smiles and says that it is easier to show later. Erin, on the other hand, says that she can summon a fairy that grants a protective shield, and this leaves her amazed since it is a fairy. After this conversation, Sangchul introduces himself once again, and she asks if by any chance he already knew the MC before. He replies that yes, since they were saved a few times by the Black Scythe. Julie turns surprised since she was sure he was a good person. Suddenly, Priscilla appears flying and greets all the humans. She informs that for that round, there is a perfect number of 1,010 participants, and, going straight to the point, makes the system window activate in front of everyone, informing that in round 6, it will be necessary to defeat the boss within 6 hours. The angel makes it clear that obviously they would never be able to do it alone. The players question what they will do in this case, and she warns that obviously they will need to join with other people, and announces that the group system will be implemented, which is a system that allows them to create groups to cooperate with other players. A group can be formed when 5 people are together, and after the group is formed, they will be recognized as allies and will not receive damage from each other. A player asks if in this situation, he will not need to worry about someone stabbing him in the back. Priscilla responds that obviously he will still take damage from other groups and monsters, but not from his own group. In addition, she informs that while they are in a group, all experience and gold will be distributed equally when killing the monster, and it does not matter who delivered the final blow. However, this distribution will not work if someone is 100 meters away from the team. They are intrigued by this system and ask how the items will work. She responds that they will be distributed according to the contribution rate. She gives as an example a player who contributed 70% and another who contributed 30% when killing a monster. Then the one with the higher percentage will keep the item. He asks if by chance his contribution is low, if he will still have the possibility of getting an item. She responds that even contributing only 1%, he may get an item if he is lucky, but she warns in advance that contribution is something the system will measure based on some criteria. If the damage is high, the contribution will also be, but it does not apply only to damage since players who use skill bonuses can also make a great contribution. The guy thinks it is cool to be able to gain contribution just by helping an ally. The MC imagines that thanks to this, even those who cannot fight will be able to make a good contribution. The angel asks everyone to remember that if they do not form a group when killing a monster, they will receive nothing. In other words, it will be necessary to form a team to pass that round in addition to killing the boss. She warns that they released 101 bosses in that field, meaning that only 505 people who kill will pass. And with that, she ends her explanation saying that it is quite easy, since in summary, they just need to kill a boss in a group. However, Ryumin knows that it is easy to say since reality is different. Priscilla wishes good luck to everyone and announces that there will be no side mission in that round. The players begin to find it strange if the mission is not too easy, or since they will need to kill only one boss and still in a team. The system appears informing that to form a group, 5 people must hold hands and chant the phrase group formation together, and if they are not in a group, the mission progress will not count. The remaining time to finish is 6 hours. Sangchul is surprised since it was exactly as the prophet said, because the 6th round really is a group mission of 5 people, and he concludes that it was definitely a good idea to talk to the Reaper from the beginning. He approaches to form the group, but the MC tells him to wait since they will need one more person because 5 people are required. Julie questions who they could call, and the swordsman asks to leave that to the MC since he is the strongest of the group. He thinks about it since he knows someone who would be very good to have nearby. He knows that everyone is forcing a non-existent intimacy while forming groups, and in fact, people are still unsure of what to do. A girl goes to a guy asking if he wants to form a group, but first, he wants to know her level. Another player shouts that he is a level 20 warrior and therefore wants to know who wants to join his group. But in the end, everyone is imagining that if they are going to make a group, they should join the Reaper's group. A player takes the opportunity and goes with his friend to the MC asking if he would like to join their group, but without much talk, he responds no and tells them to get lost. Immediately, the two walk away, lamenting since for a second, they believed they would be carried in that round. Ryumin knows that if it were before, he would have accepted just to fill the group, but in that round, he would need people who would really grow together, and he also realizes that people have not changed at all compared to the other regressions. The players keep trying their luck to enter the MC's group, but he rejects everyone who approaches. Some get furious since they did not even have the chance to say anything. Others feel envy toward those who managed to join the group. Sang-chul keeps wondering who the hell will take the last spot and can only think that he would very much like his boss to be in that region since he would recommend him. Julie imagines that if her friend Ryumin were there, he would beg to be able to join the group, but she thinks it is a shame. At this moment, someone approaches calling the MC, and the swordsman turns around wanting to see who is going to annoy him this time. However, it is Young-ho saying that it is a pleasure to see him again. Ryumin says that he is happy to see him well since he imagined he had been eliminated in the 5th round. He laughs and says he is not that weak, and with shining eyes, says he was inspired after seeing him, and because of that, managed to finish the hunt in the 5th round. Then he goes straight to the point since he actually wanted to thank him, because thanks to the help he had, his friends also managed to survive, and so he asked them to come closer. Immediately, Monkey approaches, thanking him from the bottom of his heart for having healed his arm in the other round, since thanks to that they managed to pass. He says he is happy to see him well. At this moment, Young-ho asks the Reaper if by any chance he is looking for a group. The MC changes his expression, but he asks him not to worry since he did not show up there to bother him calling him to the group or anything like that, since he even has a group formed. Ryumin imagines that he was already aware of this since everyone who forms a group obtains a golden bracelet on their arm, and so he asks why he is there. The captain of the group replies that besides thanking him, he also wanted to make a suggestion. He explains that they cannot form a group together, but would like to make an alliance. They do not want items or experience points, and in case the boss, they will leave him to kill and promise that all they want is help to survive again. However, Ryumin replies that he does not want to. Young-ho is confused and asks if he is saying that thinking they would get in the way. He replies that this is not the case since he would not like to be carried, and despite appreciating the suggestion, he will have to decline. The captain looks downcast since he wanted to be able to help, but changes his expression when the MC says that he will help, but only if it is really necessary. He gets excited and asks him to count on them if he ever needs their help. Then he says goodbye since they need to organize themselves. Then Sang-chul comments that they need to make a decision about who will join the group, but the MC says that he has already decided and points his finger in a direction, making everyone look at the same instant. He calls the hooded person and tells him to come closer. The boy feels awkward but still approaches. The MC asks if by any chance he was watching, and he, with a trembling voice, replies that yes, since he wanted a chance to join the group. The Reaper asks what his level is besides the class, and the boy replies that he is level 23 and a dark mage. With only this information, the MC says that it is enough and announces that this person will take the last spot. The boy is surprised as well as everyone on the team since the decision was very quick. The most intrigued is Sang-chul since the MC rejected all the other players immediately, but accepted the shyest of all. Ryumin imagines that he already knows that the boy has a nickname of No Pain, No Gain, and that in the future, he will be the leader of the religious organization that worships the Dark Reaper as a god. In other words, himself. He knows that he is someone he can trust, and if things move forward, he can be very useful in the future. With this decided, he asks everyone to hold hands since they will form the group, and when they do, the magic bracelet begins to appear until it shows up on everyone's hand. The Dark Mage, seeing that, still cannot believe it since he managed to form a group with the Dark Reaper. He remembers the past since from his first year, he was everyone's punching bag. The bullies kept asking why he was sad and saying that his face was disgusting. In addition, they demanded money every day, and all he could do was tremble, apologizing since he lived with his grandmother and didn't have much money. But they didn't care, saying he should steal from someone or find a way to get money, since if they ran out of cash, it would be his fault, and they even asked if he wanted them to bury his granny once and for all. This made Taeseok extremely furious to the point of rushing in to fight, but that only made him get beaten until he collapsed on the ground. All he could think about was that it would be better if he died. However, if that happened, his grandmother would be left without care and would suffer because of him. That's why he started crying, since he needed to endure a little longer, and went on with the goal of giving his grandmother a better life until finally finishing high school. That was when the angels appeared on Earth and everything turned into chaos. It became even harder to get a job and live a good life. As time passed, after the second round, he arrived at his house and the thugs were with his grandmother on the floor, asking where her grandson was. He saw this scene and became extremely furious to the point of overflowing all his power, which at that instant fired his black arrow, hitting two of them directly. One who took the arrow to the face couldn't understand where the hell that arrow had come from. The third tried to summon his sword since he had no idea that Taeseok had awakened. But it didn't matter because they were all killed. He was with his grandmother on the bed, imagining that this was why he distanced himself from everyone, and crying a lot. He decided that he would reach the final round to save his grandmother and achieve his goal. And he was happy seeing the scoreboard since he managed to pass through another round. And even though he never lost first place in the rounds, there was a place even higher than his. This was the Black Reaper, relentless against his opponents. All the Black Mage could do was watch from afar, not believing that a player had managed to kill all the representatives from all the areas in the blink of an eye. And this only made him reflect that having that power could save his grandmother, and he really wanted to know how to become that strong, that fast. Back to the present, the MC calls his attention and asks everyone to introduce themselves. Taeseok says he is at level 23 and is a Black Mage who possesses the skills Black Arrow and Black Chain. When he says this, he feels strange since normally he would be nervous, but for some reason he was calm and wondered if the reason was being in front of the Black Reaper or if he just wanted to make a good impression. Ryumin asks to start the hunt, but before that, Julie says she will buff the whole team. She activates her skill, increasing all attributes by 60%, and its duration is 3 hours. She also uses a skill that increases attack speed and movement speed by 60% and lasts 30 minutes. Everyone is surprised by the attribute boost they received, and even asks if it is a bug. Sangchul comments that now he understands why she is with the Black Reaper, since it is an amazing ability. She thanks him for the compliment, and this time, Erin decides that she will also use her skill and summons her fairy spirits. The players are enchanted by what they see, and she says that the fairies don't have combat abilities and are only for defense. And when she reached level 20, she began to summon two that could also use magic attacks. Then she activates another skill and shows her new golem that she can summon. Julie is surprised by this ability since it is both support and tank, and Erin says that it is nothing special but can draw the monster's attention. With these demonstrations, all she can think about is whether the Black Reaper now recognizes her as someone useful, but he only disguises it and tells everyone to move on. Taeseok, however, can only think that the group has two people with amazing abilities, and he himself also wanted to help. Anyway, they continue their journey until they hear something. The Black Mage goes behind the rock and sees some players fighting a monster. The unknown group thinks it was very easy to find the boss and therefore decides to attack with everything they have. However, the boss disarms one of them with ease and forces the two to retreat, since they discovered the monster is no small matter. The rest of the group asks what they should do, and the swordsman Rosa decides to attack from behind. Meanwhile, the MC watching this scene knows it will be a disaster. No sooner does he think that than the player takes a blow that sends him flying across the desert until he falls dozens of meters away. Ryumin thinks it is a disaster that they are aiming at the horse, and the group continues attacking with all they have, driving countless weapons into the boss's body until the monster collapses hard on the ground. The group celebrates since they managed to kill the boss, and, as far as they know, they were the first, and therefore they will finally secure first place in the area. The Dark Mage, watching from afar, is shocked, unable to believe they lost first place. He feels he was distracted, and in the end, apparently they lost first place. And when he looks to the side to see the MC's disappointment, he finds it strange since, for some reason, he is indifferent. One of the players finds it odd since up until now he has not received the message that the mission has been completed, and his partner agrees since, for some reason, the message still has not appeared. Ryumin observes this since it took them a while to notice. After all, the centaur they defeated was not the boss, since the real one is the Minotaur with a bull's head, and to defeat this boss, it takes at least 20 players of level 20. In other words, 4 teams of 5 people are necessary to have any chance. He is aware that this is precisely the trap of the round, since it was made to look as if forming a group of 5 was enough to defeat the boss. After all, those were the words of the angel Priscilla, as she said that after forming a team, just defeating one boss would conclude the round. The MC knows that at no point did she say that 5 people could actually defeat the boss. On the other hand, he also knows he cannot go around spreading this information since, at the moment, all he can do is observe. Furthermore, he also noticed that Taeseok is quite upset, unlike the other 3 who know about the prophecy and are therefore calm. Because of this, he finds it interesting to start acting a bit and comments that, judging by the other team's reaction, that monster was not the boss, and the real one must be elsewhere. He explains his plan, asking to leave the boss for later, since they should hunt centaurs to level up until the time limit ends. They are shocked by this, and the Dark Mage asks why. He replies that 5 level 20 players barely managed to kill a centaur, which, considering it is a common monster of the round, means that to defeat the boss it will take at least 3 or 4 teams. Moreover, they do not know how strong it is, so it is not wise to face it right away since there may be other traps. He also emphasizes that there is a chance of defeating the boss too early and getting stuck inside the Pillar of Light, which would leave them trapped without being able to do anything, so it is more sensible to observe the situation while hunting common monsters. Sangchul is shocked hearing this since, from what he realized, the Dark Reaper figured out the right strategy without even hearing the prophecy and never imagined he had such sharpness. The Dark Mage says he understands but asks if it will be okay to leave it for later, since they might lose first place. He replies that it does not matter, since even without the reward of first place, they will gain a huge amount of experience by hunting for 6 hours, and even points out that the criteria for first place might not even be who defeats first. Once again, Sangchul is surprised to hear this and does not understand how the MC manages to find the right path without any prophecy. Julie asks if they should go hunt, although they should first outline a quick strategy. However, Ryumin makes it clear he will hunt the monsters alone. Arin is worried about this since even a group of 5 people had difficulty, but the Dark Mage believes faithfully when it comes to the Dark Reaper. The MC reinforces once again that the team will not need to do anything since he himself will kill all the monsters. Sangchul then asks what they should do, and he replies that they will only need to follow him collecting the experience and the gold, and should think of it as a loading race. He emphasizes that all the items that drop by contribution will be his own, but in compensation, everyone will gain experience and gold quickly without running any risk. Immediately, everyone agrees since they are relieved not to be at risk, especially Taeseok, who says that he will faithfully follow his will. The MC summons his scythe and sets off at full speed, ordering them to follow. They are surprised by the absurd speed, and Sangchul shouts for them to hurry. While Ryumin runs at an absurd speed, the group tries to keep up. The girls cannot believe how someone can be so fast, and cannot even guess how high his agility would be. The Dark Mage watches from afar, and reflects that he even thought he was fast, but compared to the MC, he is nothing more than a cat before a cheetah. At this moment, he spots something and points in one direction since a centaur was in front of Ryumin. However, in the blink of an eye, the MC cuts the monster's head off, finishing it the same second it appeared. The group cannot believe what they witnessed since they have no idea what just happened. More centaurs appear in the desert, and the MC, without being intimidated, approaches them and neutralizes their legs one by one until finally aiming at their heads and finishing them with a blow. He wastes no time and moves on to kill the next. Then, lightly stepping on the monster's leg, he jumps and cuts off the head of another. The system indicates that the centaur was killed, and his triple XP buff is active. In addition, the title increases experience by 1.5 times. He also gains 0.89% experience and 60 gold. The kill count alone is already at 172, and the effect of the massacre rune increases attributes by 100%. He realizes that in 30 minutes he achieved an excellent number of kills, and also knows that there are a total of 2,000 loose in the desert, and believes he could monopolize them all in less than 6 hours, except for those already killed by the teams. He then looks to the side and sees his exhausted team trying to reach him. They take a deep breath as they approach, and the MC asks to take a break if they are tired. They thank him since they can barely breathe, and Julie confesses that she thought he was amazing since his hunting speed is absurd. He asks if by any chance that means she is not enjoying it. She immediately says that is not the case, and that just by following him, she is already managing to evolve, so there is no possibility of not liking it. The dark mage, barely able to stand, asks not to worry, since the one putting in the most effort is the Reaper. However, he replies that in fact, the ones who seem to be suffering more are them. At this moment, several players appear, and they immediately look to the side since several teams approached at the same time. The player greets the MC, saying it's very lucky to find him in that place. Ryumin tells him to get straight to the point, and he says that, in fact, they are recruiting a team to hunt the boss, and, for that reason, wants to know if the MC agrees to join his group. But without hesitation, the MC refuses, leaving the guy upset and wanting to know why. He explains that the enemy boss is not easy to deal with and points to the side, commenting that the giant with a bull face is the real boss and a tough opponent, revealing that he saw another group trying to face it but was completely annihilated. With that, he concludes by saying that he realized several teams would have to unite to face the boss, but Ryumin refuses again since he has no interest. The player insists once more, knowing it would be good for both sides, and asks him to consider it, since they will also let him deliver the final blow to the monster. The MC, already irritated, makes it clear that he won't be nice if he has to repeat it 3 times, and with that, the guy runs off apologizing. After moving away from the group, he takes the bad news to the team, and they even ask if he told the Reaper he would let him land the last hit. But the captain says that even so, he was refused. He confesses that he doesn't understand why he was refused, since, as far as he imagines, even the powerful Black Reaper would need help to defeat the boss. Near the area, the boss walks calmly, and the players start following him. They get worried since, up close, the monster looks even bigger, but they try to fill themselves with confidence because there are 20 players. At that moment, the boss senses something, turns, and lets out a strong roar that terrifies everyone. With few options, they all rush to attack, and the MC, who is nearby, jumps onto a rock to get a better view and wonders how long the group will take to kill the monster, since the Minotaur is not as difficult as it seems. He knows that due to its slow movements, it's easy to predict the attacks and dodge, and the players even manage that. But their attacks are a failure since the monster's skin is tough. A chubby player attacks with his sword and shouts that not even the blade works. They get worried because they didn't imagine the skin would be that thick, but they know that if they attack dozens of times, eventually, they'll hit a vital point, and for that reason, they can't give up. The Minotaur feels the pressure, and Ryumin keeps watching from afar, since he knows they'll manage eventually. The archer asks them to focus on dodging as much as possible, and his teammate, after charging energy, goes for the attack and throws his axe with all his strength, hitting the monster directly and managing to wound it. The whole team, realizing that, attacks without hesitation, and one by one, they strike exactly at the open wound. Even under pressure, the Minotaur manages to grab a player in its hand and crush him with a squeeze. The mages, even shaken, manage to fire their fireballs, which make the boss scream in pain until it falls to the ground. Everyone celebrates since they finally managed to kill the boss. At that moment, some lights fall on a few players, and they celebrate having survived, with the mission window even appearing saying it was a success. However, Yonki realizes they didn't advance and gets irritated since he knows they'll have to kill another boss. His partner agrees since they didn't receive a light pillar. The players inside the light pillars wonder if they'll have to stay there until time runs out, and one of them replies that probably yes, although they can rest well. The captain calls his team to go again, until he notices the Black Reaper was watching. He even thinks of asking for help again, but just walks away frustrated because he knows it would only be a waste of time. Ryumin goes back to the ground, saying that, as he thought, if they had defeated the boss at the beginning, they would have wasted the remaining time, and Julie is surprised since it was just as he predicted. The MC says they have rested enough and therefore must follow him, and with that, he runs off using his tracking skill on the centaurs. After some time, several players manage to clear the mission by defeating the boss, and one of them becomes intrigued, wanting to know what position he ranked in, but he can't see it in the system. A player doesn't care about that since she's just happy to have survived. At that moment, one of them spots something and realizes it's the Black Reaper fighting a centaur and even managing to finish it off with a single blow. They admit they're surprised to see him kill the monster with one hit, but don't understand why he doesn't face the boss right away. The woman agrees since, for her, it would be better to kill the boss and rest, and that's why she doesn't understand why he's wasting energy for nothing. A guy replies that it wouldn't make sense since, Even if he killed a boss now, he'd still be below the top 50, and since he's already lost his chance to rank, he's just hunting. He concludes by saying that even though he's the powerful Black Reaper, it's impossible to always be first place. But he admits that he still thinks the player has good judgment since just leveling up shows that. After some time, Ryuman's system says it was not possible to locate more centaurs and that he currently has 1,920 kills, with 20 minutes and 43 seconds remaining until the end of the round. He realizes his hunt is finally over and his team asks to rest for a bit since they can barely stand. He tells them not to worry since the hunt is over and they will defeat the boss. They ask if the hunt is really over, and he explains that he used the tracking skill and there are no more centaurs on the field. At this moment, Sangchul decides to check his system and gets shocked, asking everyone to check each other's level. They decide to look and are surprised by how much they've leveled up. The MC asks how much they've leveled, and Sangchul replies that he was at level 20 and went to level 34. Aren says she also went to level 34. Julie went to 35. Taeshuk says he was at level 23 and went to level 36. Ryuman reflects that everyone has leveled up around 13 to 14 levels, including himself, since he went from level 40 to 54. He also notices that he obtained 19 magic stones, 9 normal pieces of equipment, several various items, and even materials necessary for divine level combinations. One of the items was the shining horsetail. It's literally a horsetail that shines, and a faint mana can be felt coming from it. Julie is surprised since the gold has accumulated too much, as are all the team members who have never seen so much gold in their lives. Sangchul admits that earning so much even left him confused, not knowing what to do with it. The MC suggests they buy general skills in the shop, such as presence detection, enhanced kinetic vision, and basic resistance. He also gives them the tip to buy the items that appear in the Items of the Day section since they're useful. But first, he tells them to move quickly since it's time to defeat the final boss. He uses his tracking on the Minotaur and runs at full speed until he senses something and stops midway. Some players near the boss notice his presence and immediately approach, asking him to form a party with them. But Ryuman refuses since he doesn't intend to share the contribution with them, saying he'll defeat the boss alone. They're surprised to hear that and can't believe it's possible, even for the famous Black Reaper. One of the players imagines that to defeat the boss, at least 20 players are needed and says he finally realizes how arrogant he is. The MC asks what he means by arrogant and if he isn't underestimating him too much, since if everyone else can do it, he can too. The player says that in their case, they're in a large group, and the MC replies that even if they attack together, it makes no difference to him, and so he walks away. Julie tries to call him, but Ryuman just tells them to wait since he'll finish quickly and come back. A player who has already completed the mission questions if he's really going to face it alone, though she finds it interesting since she was bored. The MC reflects that counting the people inside the pillars, there must be dozens watching, and that's why it would be better to hide his ultimate skill. However, he also thinks that it might be a good opportunity to show his strength to everyone, and therefore believes that if he shows he can defeat the Minotaur quickly, no one will dare to underestimate him. So he decides that he will finish as quickly as possible. That said, he steps firmly on the ground and prepares his scythe. The players comment that his stance is strange and therefore believe he is about to use some skill. The MC, however, is aware that the system starts recording time the moment the attack enters range. In other words, while he is only preparing, the timer has not yet started. At this moment, the Minotaur lets out a loud roar and begins to charge to attack. Ryuman starts counting the time, and with 1 second left, he uses his Knight of Death, creating a black cloud throughout the area. Then, at the same instant, he uses his other skill, Moonlight Destruction, which unleashes countless slashes that go all out toward the monster, even hitting its neck, sending its head flying and killing the boss instantly. The players can't believe what they're seeing since the Black Reaper actually managed to kill with a single strike, and they can only scream that it's impossible. The MC finds it funny to hear that since no one has any idea how high his stats are. The system congratulates him for defeating the Minotaur, and as a result, he obtains bull leather as well as the Minotaur armor mold. The bull leather is of high quality, and its durability makes it ideal for defensive items. He also looks at the other item and thinks it's great since he can sell it for a good price. That said, the MC asks if everyone is okay, and they reply that they are. Taeshuk, however, can't hide how thrilled he is to be part of the powerful Black Reaper's team, and Ryuman finds his expression bizarre and even understands that he was a follower but thinks it's better to keep some distance. Soon after, a beam of light descends on his team as well, and Priscilla appears, announcing that 101 bosses have been defeated, and that the teams that failed to kill even once will be eliminated without mercy, and with a macabre smile, she orders the trash to disappear. The players panic as they are slowly erased. After that, the angel announces that she will show the ranking. In first place is the MC's team, defeating in 1 second. Second place goes to the Celestial Demon, defeating in 3 minutes and 21 seconds. And in third place, the Stupid Idiots, defeating in 4 minutes and 9 seconds. One player can't believe his team isn't in first place, since they definitely killed first, and doesn't understand how the Black Reaper's team is first, when they were the last to kill. Priscilla says that the ranking isn't based on who killed first, since, as shown in the system, it's determined by the time it took to kill the boss. They feel frustrated since they had no idea it would be like that. The angel agrees, noting that the last place took 11 minutes and 30 seconds, and doesn't understand how the hell it could take that long to kill a mere Minotaur, saying that on the other hand, the shortest time was 1 minute, which was the Black Reaper's team, and she praises the team for being reasonably good. However, a player catches her attention and asks if she saw it wrong since it wasn't 1 minute. She doesn't understand what the guy meant, and upon looking again at the system, realizes that it was indeed 1 second and not 1 minute, realizing she made a mistake in front of the humans. Because of that, she plays it off and says that apparently it's possible to have a 1 second record, showing how weak the boss was, and announces that rewards will be given up to third place. With that, the system congratulates the MC for completing the mission in first place in that zone, and also in all other zones. He receives an epic helmet ticket for ranking first in his zone, and a special reward box for ranking first in all zones. He feels happy since it's time to replace his helmet, and his options are the Angel's Ring, the Minotaur's Bull Mask, and finally, the Hermes Feather Adornment. He chooses the last option since it has a great bonus. This is the Hermes Feather Adornment, an epic rank helmet. It increases armor by 180, and its effects are a 10-point increase in agility and the ability to grant invisibility. After equipping it, he is shown information about the temporary skill Invisibility. It allows him to completely hide from others. It does not conceal sounds. It cancels when attacked or when attacking. It lasts 30 minutes and has a cooldown of 30 minutes. He likes the idea of being able to become invisible, even though it is a pity that it does not hide sounds. But after he gets the stealth rune to conceal his presence, he will be at ease. Now it will be necessary to choose the special reward. His options are an ingredient item, 14,000 gold, or information about the 7th round. Since he doesn't need gold or information, he decides to choose the first option. The items available to choose from are Broken Branch of the Iron Tree, Boiling Solution, Resistant Mama Shell, and lastly, Angel's Golden Powder. He knows exactly what each item is for and therefore doesn't need to think much. Choosing the Angel's Golden Powder. With everything finalized, the Angel says goodbye, saying they will meet in the next round. There are now more than 8 million survivors, and in Zone C, there are 505. Gyeonglok wakes up after returning to the real world, and, upon getting up, goes to the door since his security director says he urgently needs to talk to him. After going to the room, Gyeonglok says that obviously his friend's level would rise absurdly since he hunted for 6 hours in the Reaper's team, and that's why he wants to know how many levels he gained to have come running to tell him. Sangchul replies that he went from level 20 to 34. The CEO, holding his glass, asks if he is sure and if it's worth the excitement since the one who hunted was probably the Reaper. He answers yes since the Reaper killed everything alone and the team just followed without doing anything. Gyeonglok deduces that the Reaper probably monopolized the items, and he confirms it, though he assures that he's not regretful since he never imagined he would level up so much at once. Gyeonglok shows no satisfaction since he didn't imagine he would be surpassed in level and says he's at level 29. The director is surprised to hear this, and the boss comments that Aaron is probably at the same level as him and confesses he can't believe he's below her, so he needs to work harder. Then, while filling his glass with whiskey, he asks if the Reaper killed that fast. Sangchul replies yes since the centaur died with a single blow. The CEO admits that not even a team of 5 people could do that, and also asks if it's true that the Minotaur died in 1 second since he saw it on the final scoreboard. He said yes, and that he saw a brilliant skill that cut the boss's neck instantly, and had never seen such a skill before. Gyeonglok becomes worried since the gap with the first place is absurd, as it's surreal to imagine the Minotaur dying with a single blow in 1 second. He knows that the Dark Knight class is strong, but not as much as the Reaper, and he just wants to know if, when he reaches level 40, he'll become even stronger. He's aware that he'll need to focus on leveling up, and just says he'll work harder. Then, he puts his glass on the table, saying that he wanted to thank the Reaper because he had been lazy and now feels motivated, besides the fact that his director and Aaron grew a lot, and that's why he wanted to meet him to reward him. Sangchul asks if by any chance the prophet survived, since it would be interesting to call. And so, he puts his hand in his pocket, apologizing since he should have done that without even asking. Gyeonglok says there's no need to apologize and asks what skills he learned. He replies that he learned tracking and erasing tracks. His boss then calls him to help with cleaning as well as to test the skills, since he'll be taking out the trash after a long time. He asks if things are already clearing up, but Gyeonglok tells him not to worry, since they won't need to kill anyone, and keeps looking at the cloudy weather, thinking it's perfect to relieve stress. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Taesuk is lying down, emotional, since his idol accepted him as a team member, and even after returning to real life, he still feels the overwhelming presence of the MC. He is aware that he's someone he can't reach and can't even look directly at, since he's literally a god. He tries to imagine how he could repay the help he received, but thinks of himself as useless compared to Julie, who was always sighing at him. All he wanted was to have a useful profession to help, and no matter how much he thinks, he can't imagine anything. Then, excited, he tries to think of something in real life that could be amazing to the Black Reaper, coming from his faithful devotee. After that, Ryumin woke up imagining that it had suddenly gotten cold and believed he was tired. He looked at his phone and noticed he was receiving an international call. Then he answered and realized it was Daniel. The blacksmith first thanked him since he managed to survive thanks to the MC, and said he had some things to tell him when he arrived. Ryumin asked what he meant by arrived and if by any chance he was going to Korea. He replied yes, and that he had already booked a flight. The MC remained silent, a bit worried since this event had never happened in his regions, and he didn't understand what was going on. Because of that silence, the blacksmith asked if by any chance he had offended him somehow, and said that if that were the case, he would cancel the flight. Ryumin asked him not to worry since he wanted to meet him anyway, and that made Daniel happy. The next day, the two met, and Daniel said he was happy to meet him in person. The MC said the same, in addition to welcoming him to Korea. Then he said he would guide him. After walking a bit, they went to a restaurant, and the blacksmith was amazed since he had never seen such a full table in his life. Ryumin told him to eat as much as he wanted. He apologized since he didn't want to owe anything and asked please to at least let him pay for that meal. The MC refused since he wanted to pay the bill, but in exchange, he only asked him to fix the durability of his item as last time. He replied that it wouldn't be a problem, and immediately used his skill to repair the item. Once again, the necklace was reset, and Ryumin thanked him for that, assuring him he would pay for the meal, but changed the subject, wanting to know what had happened since Daniel said he almost died. He explained that he had hunted for almost 6 hours, as Ryumin himself had advised, but found the Minotaur extremely strong since he almost died fighting it, and if he hadn't leveled up before, everything would have been lost. The MC said he was happy to have helped and asked if he had gained many levels. He revealed that he had reached level 29 but still felt embarrassed about what he was going to ask, questioning if he would really become the best blacksmith as he had said, since it was hard to believe. Ryumin explained that if he kept working hard and with the Prophet class tips, he would indeed become the best. He felt more relieved since, with the guidance he would receive, he wouldn't have to be afraid. The MC took the opportunity to ask if he had checked the company he had asked him to invest in. The blacksmith said that in fact, he opened an account the same day and invested a little more than half of what had been recommended. The MC said it was a good decision since the money was safe. Daniel, curious, asked what exactly the company was and how it would become a successful business. Ryumin, worried, asked if he had even researched before investing, but he said he simply trusted his word. With that, the MC decided to take him to the company to show him the place, and as they approached, he reflected that the preparations were almost complete. After entering, the blacksmith asked if he had invested more than 70% of the company's assets, but Ryumin told him not to think too much about it and asked if there was any problem. He said no, that he was just a bit tight, but he would manage by reducing from 3 meals to 2. The MC said he would withdraw $10,000 for him outside the company and hoped it would be enough for now. The blacksmith didn't understand what he meant by that and, amazed, said he looked like an angel, but soon changed his mind since he wasn't the angel from the games. Ryumin just laughed at that, and they took the elevator. But Daniel got worried about entering the company without even notifying anyone. The MC told him not to worry, since, although he wasn't the CEO, that company was practically his, and explained that they had recently changed the company's name and completely restructured the business, but that he would explain it later. He said he didn't even need to explain since Daniel fully trusted the words of a prophet. They arrived at their destination, and the MC asked him to follow. As they began to walk, Ryumin found the number of people in the place strange. Besides that, he doesn't understand why they are blocking the door, and if by any chance there is a guest inside. At that moment, Sang-chul gets startled when he sees him and asks what he is doing at the company. The MC apologizes for showing up unannounced and explains that he just wanted to introduce the company to a foreign investor and, therefore, would like to see the CEO. The director explains that indeed, Gyeonglak is inside but is already with a visitor, and that leaves Ryumin confused since he realizes the general boss ordered no one to enter, and everyone follows those orders as if their lives depended on it. So he can't understand who the hell showed up to visit him. He takes the opportunity to read Sang-chul's thoughts, and the guy is embarrassed since an important shareholder showed up right when the CEO's fiancée is visiting him. Only then does the MC realize what's going on, and finds it interesting since he knows which woman that is. After that, Gyeonglak, sweating cold, asks what the MC is doing at the company without prior notice. He asks if, by any chance, he needs to schedule a time to come since he didn't know that, and the CEO apologizes, saying he misspoke. However, the MC realizes there is no misunderstanding, as the CEO simply thinks prophets aren't exactly powerful, and that seeing the future is the only thing they can do, and because of that, he is secretly despising him. Gyeonglak once again apologizes, and says that an important shareholder can show up whenever he wants. The MC laughs and looks to the side, seeing the woman. He knows that's Christine Craig, the only unique class priestess, and a woman who survived until round 15. Like buffers, priests are considered a support class, especially with the resurrection ability, which is learned at level 60 and is an extremely powerful skill that can bring the dead back to life. But there is a restriction that only players who have been dead for less than 10 minutes can be revived. Even so, having an extra life is a huge advantage. He concludes in his thoughts that the only reason he got close to Gyeonglak was precisely to get close to Christine, and he didn't expect to meet her so soon since, no matter what happens, he needs to make her an ally at least until round 20. After thinking all that, the CEO introduces Christine, saying she is his friend. The MC gets irritated inside since he called that woman his friend, even though she is his fiancée, and as far as they had talked, there shouldn't be any secrets between them. Anyway, he greets the woman, saying he is a partner in that company. She also greets him, saying she didn't know the CEO had a partner, and he replies that he didn't expect the owner's fiancée to be so beautiful. Gyeonglak is shocked since he didn't imagine his fiancée spoke English, and even less that the MC already knew they were engaged. The MC stares at him, and Gyeonglak apologizes, saying he didn't mean to deceive him. He says it's fine, but confesses to being a bit disappointed since he wanted him to trust him a little. The CEO feels devastated by this mistake, while his fiancée just stands there staring, not understanding what is happening. The MC says that his fiancée will also receive information about the next round and asks Russell to wait in that room. After moving to another room, Gyeonglak says that he will properly introduce Ryumin since he is his business partner and, above all, also a prophet who can see the future. She is surprised by this information, even though she does not know what it really means. The MC explains that he has a class that can see the future and gives the 7th round as an example, since he has information about it. Christine asks if this is really serious, and the CEO says that the prophet's words never lie, and, moreover, have never missed a prediction. The MC warns that he will give her information about the 7th round for no price at all, and the woman, even without understanding, simply replies that she will listen attentively. He realizes that she indeed reacted like someone desperate, since she still does not fully trust it, and then, as his tip, he only asks her not to let herself be seduced. Gyeonglak, confused, asks if that will be the only tip. He replies that unfortunately, he cannot say more, because if he reveals too much, everyone could end up harmed. Then, once again, he asks her not to let herself be seduced, and says to repeat it as if it were a chant, memorizing it very well. In addition, he calls Christine to talk in private, since that meeting was also meant to convey something else, and explains that in the 11th round, her life will be in great danger. She becomes worried about this prediction, and he asks her not to worry, since there will be a lifeline that will save her. After all of this, inside a flight, Christine is looking out the window and wonders whether her life could really be at risk. Moreover, if her father had been at the meeting, it probably would have been a disaster, since his explosive temper would have made him lose control. Then she remembers the meeting she had, where she asked what that so-called lifeline would be. The MC says that basically someone will save her, but he cannot reveal more information. She becomes worried about all of this, since she does not know if he can really see the future, because the predictions are vague, and she even considers whether he is not deceiving everyone. After some time, she arrives at the airport, and her butler welcomes her to Korea. Then they continue walking and go straight to the Shining Wood Hall. After walking a little more, the bishop knocks on the door to say that Christine has arrived. She enters the priest's room and greets her father. He asks how she has been, and whether Gyeonglok happened to behave badly. She replies that in fact, he was very courteous. Nathan finds this interesting and believes that both are getting closer. Christine does not guarantee that, since they only meet without any feelings, and it cannot even be called dating. Her father explains that they are from the Oseong group, which is a major Korean conglomerate, and that marrying an heir of the group could be advantageous. She says that she is not sure, since Gyeonglok continues to hide some things, and that makes her uncomfortable. He questions why she has such suspicious thoughts, and she replies that it is because she is his daughter. In addition, she says that, in the end, she was not chosen by God, and asks if he really believes that it is a divine sign, a power of God. He replies that his daughter definitely received the blessing of an angel. She worries because she has spoken so many times about the dirty actions of angels, and, even so, nothing gets through to her father. She also says that her fiancé is at level 29 and ranked among the top 3 in the region, and, in addition, will create a social market for players and also has a partner who can see the future. Nathan is surprised to hear this, but Christine does not know whether to trust the information since it all sounds like empty talk. Even when saying vague things about the 7th round, he finds it interesting anyway, since in confusing times, nothing is as attractive as someone who can see the future and believes it would be interesting to maintain a friendship with that person. She says that she is not sure, since the information she receives is vague, such as that she will die or that she will be in danger, and believes this is charlatanism. Her father becomes furious and orders her not to lower her guard, since among all those who follow her, there may be a traitor. She asks him not to worry, since she is a representative of her area, and there are more people trying to protect her than betray her, so she will remain safe. Her father says that it is fine, but still tells her to prepare for the unexpected. After that, Christine leaves the room and goes away. With this, the priest calls for Jeffrey, since he did not like what he heard from the prophet, as he is prophesying that his daughter will die or face great danger, and because of that, he imagines that if the prediction is a lie, he will give a heavy punishment to the MC. Having said that, he orders the bishop to investigate him thoroughly, and the boy warns that, in the name of God, he will take the necessary measures. The next day, a voice call from the PLSBA group was opened and people started joining. Lostyak welcomes Yamti and says that he woke up early. At this moment, the president also entered the chat and soon gave his greetings to everyone and says that he will get straight to the point, since in the last meeting they agreed that they would choose the official positions, and starting with Lostyak, asks whether he managed to filter the candidates. He replies that yes, and that he even carried out a screening of 30 people based on level and ranking. Choji asks whether the Black Reaper is included among these people. He replies that no, because if he were, he would have reported it immediately. The president agrees, and then asks Yamti to conduct the test and select 5 people from among those approved. Lostyak takes the opportunity to comment that there is a deputy named Sung Yoon who is slandering the players. Choji says that he heard about it, and that after choosing the officials, they will discuss what to do about this deputy, since the biggest enemy at the moment is the legal system, which tries to arrest players using human laws. Lostyak hears this and finds it funny, since the president is saying our players, even though he is not a player. After all this, in the building where the MC lives, he receives the notification that the official Player Place website has been successfully launched, and As expected, tens of thousands of players accessed it and began registering items. He reflects that people are quite desperate for money. Since there is everything listed, he evaluates some items whose value he knows and realizes that he will already be able to manufacture 3 unique items. He puts all the items into the cart and decides that it is time to go after magic stones. And the known formulas for magic stones are costing over 2 million each. In any case, he buys everything, even if it is of inferior grade. 2 days later, his brother arrives at the apartment and does not understand the amount of boxes in the place and shouts, wanting to know what all that is. Ryuman notices that his brother has arrived and explains that it is nothing serious, since they are just items used by players. Ryuan realizes what it is about, since he heard about the new exclusive market that opened for players. The MC begins opening the boxes and realizes that everything is in order. Because of that, he goes to the combination system, starting with the magic stones, since there are many of them. With 16 inferior grade magic stones, he created one of supreme grade. The supreme red magic stone was created, as well as the supreme orange magic stone and the supreme yellow magic stone. In the end, he was left with several combined supreme magic stones. Because of this, he decides that now is the time to fuse the equipment, and the Scythe of Death had its damage increased by 16%. The Helm of Hermes Diplomas had an increase of 32 in strength, and the Mantle of the Wanderer had its luck increased by 32, as well as the Ring of Resistance, which increased attribute points by 16. He equips all the equipment and decides to check his status. His strength is at 206, intelligence at 284, agility at 244, and luck at 202. He finds it interesting that all his attributes exceed 200 even without the Massacre rune or the Blessing buff, and probably with buffs, his attributes will fluctuate between 600 and 900. There is also another detail, since he combines 7 supreme magic stones of different colors, and the rainbow buff was activated. With this buff, resistance to negative effects increases by 50%. He knows that 50% is a lot, and adding it to all the other items plus the cumulative multiplications, he will probably have around 82% total resistance. Ryuman also believes that at that point, no one else should have equipment fully fused with supreme stones, since all available magic stones are limited. However, he knows that eventually the market will be replenished, but until then, the price will skyrocket, potentially exceeding 20 million. He decides to keep the unique materials, since it is more worthwhile to enhance high-grade equipment, and when he reaches level 60, he will make these combinations. At that moment, something startles him, as the market is announcing the Immortal Skin Fragment, which is a material required to create a legendary item. Regardless of the player's level, there are 6 classes of items, namely Common, Normal, Rare, Epic, Unique, Legendary, and God. Only up to Epic can be obtained in shops, and above that, it must be forged through combinations. And the higher the level, the rarer the required material. He knows it is not impossible, just extremely difficult, and that Immortal Skin Fragment can only be obtained in one place, from the boss of the 5th round, the High Orc. He knows the chance of the item dropping is minuscule, and if someone truly defeated that boss and still obtained the material, he can only think of one person. This catches his attention, since the person he has in mind is strong enough to defeat an orc and also possesses the drop rune. The MC concludes that if it really is that person, it is probably a trap and a dangerous one, and the fact that it is only a face-to-face trade confirms the suspicion. He decides to test it, so he sends a message asking if the item is really up for trade. The player replies yes, and he asks if a discount would be possible. For example, for 900,000 won. The player finds it a bit tight, but agrees to that amount. Ryuman decides to push a bit further and says it was a typing mistake and that he just wants another 100,000 discount to make it 800,000. The guy asks if this is some kind of joke, and also questions why he wants an item he does not even know what it is for. He replies that he just wants to test combinations, since everyone is doing that, and puts on an act saying he is short on money and therefore wants a discount. However, he grows concerned as he starts being left on red, until the guy replies that he agrees, but will accept only cash in the Suwon neighborhood. The MC goes on alert, since he accepted far too quickly, and he knows the item is just bait to lure victims, as it comes from a psychopath, so it makes sense. He goes to his closet and gets ready, since he will pay a little visit, and as a bonus, obtain a legendary item. Seongtak, with his phone in hand, starts laughing, since he listed an item for sale for 1 million, and has a guy trying to bring it down to 800,000. This makes him furious, since it was necessary to defeat the boss of the 5th round and weaken it enough to achieve that. He even believed he would truly die at that moment. Because of that, he cannot accept someone offering a mere 800,000 for something that was so hard to obtain. He grips his dagger tightly, assuring that he will slowly kill the MC. At that moment, the man on the ground, completely injured, begs to be saved. The player finds this amusing and even asks why he does not just die already. The man continues insisting, but that only serves for him to be finished off with a single blow. Seongtak finds all of this irritating and starts cleaning his dagger. Since the MC is on the way and he thinks it will be fun, he imagines that in life there are moments when boredom simply appears, moments when everything becomes so monotonous that you want to give up on everything. Nothing is fun, nothing entertains, nothing removes the feeling of deep annoyance. Even when he was a teenager, it remained the same. So he thought about diving into something that would make him improve, like studying. He always ranked first. However, even studying was boring, and when he stopped, his grades dropped and his parents began complaining non-stop. Remembering all of this excites him, since that moment is the best time of his life. He was paranoid enough to put an end to his parents, and even never forgot the sensation. Because he was a minor, he escaped any punishment, and up until his 27th year, he took many lives and, with careful planning, was never caught. Then the Otherworld game emerged, which fit him perfectly. Also, thanks to the drop rune, he obtained many good items, and even switched to the shaman class quickly. His true fun began in the 4th round, since he went around killing other players and found it wonderful, deciding that he would clear all the rounds. He finds all of this fun, since watching the world sink is also entertainment. Then he realizes that he needs to clean up the meeting place and starts dragging the body to the trash. While doing this, he already begins to imagine his next step, because when the MC approaches, he will be blown up, and if he survives, he will apply the curse of fear, playing with his victims as if they were insects. At that moment, he hears someone approaching and thinks that Ryumin has finally arrived. He positions himself, ready to attack, and then the MC appears with Youngmin's appearance. The guy is pleased since his prey is approaching, and all he wants is for it to get closer and closer. However, Ryumin stops halfway and politely asks whether he happens to be the seller of the immortal skin fragment. The player becomes frustrated because if he took 2 more steps, he would enter the blast range. The MC asks what he is doing hiding and asks him to come closer so they can negotiate. Seongtak laughs and imagines that he could even use the curse of fear, but it would be boring since it was not his original plan. Once again, Ryumin asks what he is doing and tells him to come closer, but the guy, with all his cunning, says that his legs are hurting and that he cannot. The MC retorts that he also has leg problems and is starting to get tired. Seongtak begins to worry, considering that the MC may have noticed his plan, but he cannot imagine how that would be possible, since someone with a trash body would not be capable of that. Once again, Ryumin asks whether he wants to negotiate or not, since he is starting to believe that the item is fake, and questions whether he only lured him there to steal his money and items, insisting that he come closer. Seongtak becomes increasingly frustrated, but knows that he cannot play along, since it would only take 1 more step for everything to be over. The MC starts cursing, as he is tired of swindlers who post fake items. Seongtak falls for the provocation and takes the item out of his inventory, asking the MC to come closer to see for himself whether it is true or not. The MC observes carefully and opens a smile that leaves the guy frightened, not understanding why he suddenly smiled. However, it is too late, because at that very moment, the arm holding the item falls to the ground after being cut, and he screams desperately, not understanding what happened, since his target is in front of him, did not take a single step, and even so had his hand cut off. He panics more and more, and when he looks behind him, he realizes that his target had always been by his side. After all, the MC had only set a trap using his clone. The guy tries to understand how there can be 2 identical people, and the MC asks if he has gone crazy since there is only one. Only then does the guy realize that the person in front of him has vanished, and Ryumin crouches down to pick up the item. Seongtak looks shocked and shouts that this will not be cheap, saying this as he uses his Curse of Fear. This is an exclusive ability that applies the fear status if he keeps looking at the target for 5 seconds, and the success rate varies according to the target's resistance. the system informs that the opponent resisted the fear. He becomes frustrated by this failure, and Ryuman lands a punch on his mouth, sending him crashing to the ground, almost dazed by the sheer force. The MC continues beating him in every possible way, and when the guy is already badly injured, he approaches with his hand and uses his healing ability, which leaves the guy confused for having been healed, but this only serves for him to be beaten much more in every possible way. After all that, he is healed again, and during this time, the Curse of Fear recharges. Seongtak prepares to use it again, but the MC, with a sword strike, cuts out both of his eyes, and even says that the guy's parents must cry tears of blood for having had a son like him, as he is a waste. Seongtak summons his dagger and starts attacking the air, since he cannot see anything. Because of this, he takes another kick that sends him crashing to the ground. He is left not knowing what to do since his eyes were pierced and his arm was cut off. He realizes that in the end, his demise is approaching, and then, excited, imagines that even if he is going to die, he will take the MC with him. With that, he activates corpse explosion in his own body, causing a colossal explosion at the location, which was enough to draw the attention of some people who were nearby. As they heard the sound of a bomb, they go to the place and see everything destroyed. Sometime later, the police surround the area and the MC watches from the top of a building. In addition, he imagines that Seongtak almost managed to die and knows that the guy is always among the top 3 in the region, being a talent equal to Gyeonlak. He knows that, in any case, even being talented, he could not take a serial killer to the 20th round, but he can use him to defeat some bosses before that. After all, the drop rune he possesses is extremely useful. This rune increases the chances of obtaining items during hunting, raising by 10 times the probability of acquiring special items from bosses. The MC is determined that, while the guy is alive, he can continue collecting excellent materials, despite it still being a problem that the guy is a serial killer. He knows that if he leaves the guy alive, he will continue killing innocents. So, while still unconscious, the MC takes advantage to use his healing on the guy's body and eyes, since when he wakes up, he will have recovered his vision and will see the state he ended up in. He also made sure that he cannot reattach the severed limbs, so he will not go out killing again, and since he does not recognize his own face, he will not be able to seek revenge. Sometime later, Seongtak wakes up and becomes confused, trying to understand where he is. Only then does he realize that he used corpse explosion in the alley and becomes furious, since a player cut off his arm, and because of that, he wants revenge. At this moment, he realizes that he did not lose only his arm, since he is also missing his leg. And because of that, he looks around trying to find the MC, since he must be somewhere. He sees a note on the ground, and, upon picking it up, it says that what happened to his leg was the fault of the explosion, and that, since he uselessly hit a bomb trying to kill himself, and because the writer felt sorry seeing the leg flying away, he spared his life. In addition, it emphasizes that he was very lucky, since another bandit trying to rob someone would not have the same luck, but it guarantees that the next time he messes up, it will be the end of him, and tells him to remember that both his address and identity are known. Seongtak cannot believe that his corpse explosion, besides not killing his target, only served to leave his leg amputated. In addition, he does not know how long he stayed unconscious, so he puts his hand in his pocket, but realizes that he is without his cell phone and without his wallet, since he had put the money in it. His fury increases more and more, since he was left without an arm, without a leg, and without his wallet, and he swears that one day he will complete his revenge. Meanwhile, in a hotel, the MC is having lunch with Julie. He says that the food is really good and that they could eat at that place more often. She asks what he means by more often, and he, embarrassed, says that he meant on from time to time and not every day. She says that she understands, but questions whether he has not been very busy, since whenever she calls, he says, to meet another time. Ryumin apologizes for that and imagines that he has been quite busy since every weekend he goes to meetings at the Central and the Association. He also cannot go out much because he was worried about being followed and even knows that someone is watching him at that moment. However, he has already discovered who it is, being the level 28 assassin, Jeffrey Bishop. Behind this player is Nathan Craig, Christine's father. The MC admits that at first he did not even notice that someone was following him, but with the presence detection skill, he discovered that one person had been following him for several days. The fact that he cannot directly see the person means that they have the assassin's invisibility skill, but it is someone who does not have the presence detection skill, since if they had learned it, they would not pursue him in such an obvious manner. After the day he noticed this, he began to follow the pursuer back. At the moment when the invisibility wore off was when he discovered his true identity and even the objective of the pursuit by reading his thoughts. Ryumin understands the fact that Christine told her father, and even the way the old man reacted, since receiving news that his daughter might die is nothing pleasant. Therefore, he does not care about the guy pursuing him, since with the mask and invisibility, it will only look like a person who goes back and forth from the company. At this moment, Julie draws his attention and asks if the information about the 7th round really is not to let oneself be seduced by temptation. He answers yes, and imagines that if the mission is discovered, she will end up being eliminated from the round. Being eliminated means disappearing, and he cannot let the people he needs to protect until the 20th round be erased, because this time, he needs to reach the end, saving as many people as possible. He calls to her and guarantees that both will survive together until the last round. She is happy to hear this and confirms it. After some time, they return to the other world, and the angel welcomes everyone. The players fall silent, and she comments that there were 434 survivors. Then she says that there will be some changes. The ground begins to tremble, and several barriers appear, since they will carry out the unification of the zones. The terrain begins to be altered, and 10 zones were unified, now totaling 4,992 people, and the new name of the zone is C2, and everyone is Korean. She emphasizes that they first need to choose the zone representative, but also wants to discuss the progress. The MC can only think that soon there will be the competition for the representative, and that this time he cannot lose the position, even if it is only once. He will grant the right of dominion, which can be used even in real life. In addition, as a reward for the secondary mission, he will receive the Mental Barrier rune. It is one of the 18 mandatory runes, and only with it is it possible to resist Yamti's ability. He can only imagine that he needs to obtain this by any means, and has already prepared himself. At this moment, all the angels are gathered, wanting to know who would be willing to continue with the games as the guide of the unified zone. One of them comments to Priscilla that she had a fun game and finds it interesting to do the same in that place. She agrees, since the method to choose the representative will be the traditional one, a mortal combat. However, another angel interrupts her, saying that as far as she knows, in Priscilla's zone, there is the Black Reaper, who is the only human above level 50, so it is unfair, since in a mortal combat he would obviously win. Therefore, where the MC exists, it would be impossible to have a contest of strength, so she suggests choosing who will pass the 7th round first. They agree, since it will be something that does not involve strength. Having said that, she asks Priscilla what she thinks, but the angel remains silent. Then she goes to the players to inform them that the method to choose the representative has been decided, and the representative position of the unified zone will go to whoever completes the mission first. They find it more interesting than a mortal combat. The MC looks at his system, and the mission description is unknown. The players question what is happening, since the information is not appearing and whether it is an error. Priscilla says that it is not an error, and that the mission of the 7th round is confidential. They panic over this, and the round begins, with a time limit of 2 hours for completion. The players do not understand what is happening, and only know that they must do something, so they go out trying to find what they must do. At this moment, the MC's group appears, and he questions why they are together. Sangchul says that they met by chance and asks if he happens to have any idea what the mission will be. He replies that he has no idea. After all, the mission did not appear, so he has no obligation to know it. Sangchul then asks if he would like information about the round, revealing that he heard it from the prophet in real life. Ryumin does not like hearing this at all, since before the guy hid this secret, but now he is speaking without hesitation, and because of that, he thinks he was an idiot for trusting him. Sangchul is startled by the expression the MC is making and turns to ask Aaron if it is not true, since they received this help several times. She confirms it, even with a trembling voice. The MC finds it annoying, since even Aaron gave in, and apparently, he can no longer trust them, and in any case, he says he will listen to what they have to say. Sangchul reveals that the strategy for the 7th round is simply to remember not to be seduced by temptation. Julie is startled to see that everyone knows about the prophet, and asks whether, by any chance, the prophet they are talking about is named Ryumin. Sangchul and Aaron are shocked to see that more people know the prophet's real name, and the MC sighs, since now 4 people know of his existence. But as long as he does not reveal that he is the Black Reaper, it will not be a problem, though he finds it interesting to separate the 4. He thanks them for the information, since he wants to test whether what the prophet says is true, and suggests they split up to look for more detailed information. Sangchul asks whether it would not be better to stay together, but he refuses, since they do not even know if it is a group mission. With everyone in agreement, the 3 split up, but Julie is left not knowing what to do. Ryumin tells her to leave as well, and the girl simply agrees and goes away. He thinks the situation has become quite awkward and stops to think about what exactly the mission of the 7th round was. At that moment, he hears a scream and runs worried about who it was, until he sees blood on the ground and Julie extremely injured. He approaches asking what happened, and she calls him by the name Ryumin and begs him to help her. The MC is simply startled, since she knows who he is, and he does not understand how that is possible. Then, she asks if he really is Ryumin, and he questions how she found out. Julie, crying, says she would obviously know, since he is her first love, and even though he tried to hide it, everything was written all over him, and she reveals that it was hard to pretend the whole time, but she managed. He asks to set that aside, and asks what happened to her stomach, since from what he can see, the wound is very serious, and if it had taken a little longer, she would definitely have died. She thanks him when she sees that she has been healed. However, the MC wants to know who stabbed her, and Yuli says it was Sangchul. He becomes enraged, not believing it, and asks which direction the bastard went. However, at that moment, Sangchul approaches and says there is no need to look. Ryumin turns around completely irritated, and the guy asks why he has that expression of contempt and calls him prophet. The MC asks whether he already knew his true identity, and he reveals that he found out by torturing Julie, but before that he did not know. She apologizes, since it hurt a lot, and she could not hold the secret. The MC does not remove the look of contempt, and Sangchul asks him not to look like that, since in truth he himself is surprised, as he never imagined that the weakling prophet would actually be the Black Reaper. Ryumin assures him that he will tear his mouth apart, but first he wants to know why he attacked Julie. He explains that the reason is simple, since the girl seemed to have a close relationship with him, and he even thought he could get some information with a surprise attack. But the prophet was greater than he expected, and even Gyeonglok will love to know about it. The MC summons his scythe and asks if he really believes he will survive to tell anything, but he asks him not to come any closer, and reveals that he planted a bomb in Julie's body. Ryumin is shocked upon hearing this, and does not believe that her body really has that. However, Sangchul points out that he had a little help, pointing to Taesuk, who apologizes for what he did, since he had no choice. The MC does not understand how this is possible, since he knows that the Black Seed is an ability that a Black Mage learns upon reaching level 40. After planting the seed in the ground and activating it, it is possible to randomly summon one of the demonic familiars at that location. Now, if this ability is used and invoked after planting it in a person's body, the entire body will be destroyed. Thinking about this, he questions how the hell he reached level 40 so quickly. The Black Mage replies that he wanted to become as strong as the Black Reaper himself. However, Ryumin does not accept this and orders him to undo the seed, since in the end, he thought he idolized him. Taesuk admits that he idolized the Black Reaper as a god and changes his expression, saying that this only applies while he handles the situation perfectly, and that if it is not perfect, then there is no reason to continue following someone useless. The MC simply cannot believe it, since he took a huge stab in the back, and therefore asks what they want. Sangchul says that apparently the girl is very important to him, but Ryumin tells him to shut up, in addition to promising that he will not kill Julie if he does what he asks. The bodyguard bursts into laughter and says that he agrees with the terms. The MC then asks if perhaps they want information about the next rounds, or if they want the location of the hidden piece. However, he says that this does not matter, since it is ridiculous to try to deceive him, and therefore orders him to kill himself. Julie is shocked and says that she would never allow something like that to happen, but the MC simply places his scythe against his neck and tells them to fulfill the promise. She cries desperately, asking him not to do it, but he does not stop and cuts off his own head, since if he can save at least Julie, That is enough. The three watch this situation with their macabre expressions. At this moment, a notification states that there is a hidden subquest and transfers all the memories of what happened. Next, the MC reappears, awakening from the illusion he was in. With this, he completed the main mission, which required leaving the illusion within 2 hours, and completed the subquest, Kill Yourself Without Hesitation. Only then does the MC realize what is happening, since he was inside an illusion, and thinking about it carefully, everything makes sense. The mission of the 7th round was to escape the illusion. However, if you know beforehand that it is an illusion, the mission's progress is halted and you are erased. Because of this, as soon as he entered the 7th round, he used the right of dominion on himself. After the time limit begins, the system creates the illusion, and if you are aware of it, you receive the penalty of being erased. The order he gave to himself was, do not think that this is an illusion until completing the subquest. Then, he erased his own memory, and to continue the subquest, he hypnotized himself even before going to the other world, where he needed to save Julie, even if it cost his own life, and that he loved her. In the 7th round, the system creates illusions based on the player's internal anxiety and induces a situation in which it is necessary to kill oneself. In his case, it was his identity being revealed and the fear of being betrayed by the companions he trusted. The system used this as a basis to create the illusion. Since, to the system, he seemed to love Julie, it built the story around that and induced him to kill himself. He feels relieved remembering all of this, since thanks to the hypnosis, everything happened exactly as planned. At this moment, someone approaches. It was Aaron, asking if he also managed to pass the 7th round and saying that she also managed to escape the illusion. The MC points out that apparently the others have not succeeded yet. However, she draws his attention and reveals that she is actually very fond of him. He does not like hearing that at all and summons his scythe, but she continues saying that it is serious and that she did not know if she would have the courage to confess, but she managed to do it. However, this only served for her head to be sent flying away with a single clean strike from the MC, who finished her off instantly. He then looks upward and tells them to stop these ridiculous tricks. With that, the system notifies that the main mission, which is to escape temptation within 2 hours, has been completed. After that, he finally awakens, and this draws the angel's attention, who flies at full speed since she cannot believe that there was a human who completed it so quickly. As she approaches, she realizes that it is the Black Reaper, and the MC, playing dumb, asks for permission and asks what is going on. She laughs and congratulates him for finishing in first place by escaping the illusion. He thinks about it, and the system politely asks him to wait until the end of the time limit, which is when the rewards will be distributed, and the remaining time until the end of the round is 1 hour and a half. Priscilla returns to her post, and Ryuman is pleased since, as expected, the important thing was the main mission, which was to escape temptation. Just like in the first illusion, the system uses the player's data to create the temptation of the main mission, such as material temptation, the temptation to escape pain, or the temptation of the opposite sex. So, if the time limit is reached without escaping the temptation, or if it is eliminated before even facing it, the player is disqualified. Now, if one manages to escape the temptation, the ranking is decided by the time it took. He is not completely sure, but he believes it must have taken about 1 second, just like last time. Sometime later, the players begin to wake up from the illusion without understanding what the hell happened. The angel draws everyone's attention, and the system informs them that the main mission was to escape temptation within 2 hours, and the secondary mission was that the person had to kill themselves without hesitation and, as a reward, would obtain an unknown item. They simply cannot believe that the secondary mission required taking one's own life and think it is impossible that someone actually did that. The ranking table ends up with the MC in first place, escaping the illusion in 1 second, Chrissy in second place, escaping in 5 seconds, and Gyeonglok in third place, escaping in 6 seconds. Once again, the players cannot believe that the powerful Black Reaper finished in first place again, and do not understand how he achieved such a feat in that type of mission, since it is impossible. As always, the system congratulates the MC for taking first place in the current zone, and also for taking first place among all zones. His reward for finishing first in all zones is a special reward selection box. Meanwhile, the angels whisper among themselves that apparently, the Black Reaper's mental strength is impeccable. Priscilla then announces that the humans who did not complete the mission within the time limit will be penalized, and all of them are immediately erased. A notification informs that the MC has become the new representative of the zone, and that a reward will be given because of this. The authority of the temporary skill, Right of Dominion, has been altered, and from that moment on, he can use the Right of Dominion once in the real world. He finds this interesting, since now he has a means to resist Yami's ability, as he can control a player at any moment in the real world. After all of this, back in the world, Gyeonglok finally wakes up and questions whether he truly returned to reality and whether what he saw was just an illusion, since his brothers were trying to kill him, and he does not know if it was an illusion or a vision of the future. Because of this, he decides that he needs to expand the company immediately to be recognized by his father. However, something else draws his attention, since when he looks at the ranking, he does not see any nickname that resembles the Prophet and does not understand what happened. After all, it was not a combat mission, and he would not complete the mission he already knew without appearing in the ranking. So he wonders whether Ryu-min, who is the Prophet, deliberately delayed the completion and does not understand what he is plotting. After that, already in the morning, the MC is having lunch, but notices that Julie looks downcast and believes that maybe it was a mistake to invite her so early. Because of that, he asks if she perhaps has no appetite. She replies that this is not the case and feels embarrassed about the matter. The MC asks her not to worry about the illusion she faced in the 7th round, since it has already passed, and she says he is right. At the same time, Jeffrey, using his invisibility, continues observing the MC. However, he already knows this and tells Julie that he actually invited her to lunch because he wanted to talk about the 8th round. Meanwhile, in his head, he asks the assassin to listen carefully to every detail because he needs to gain Christine's trust. And for that, the guy needs to hear the information attentively in order to pass it on to her. Somewhere else, the group of players makes another video call, and the president, looking at his phone, notices that several news articles are coming out right after the players return. In addition, he remembers the conversation with his father, in which the man said that Gyeonglok already has business acumen, even though he is 3 years younger than the president of the group of players. He becomes irritated by this and places all the blame on Gyeonglok, since if he himself had become a player, he could compete on equal footing. He continues reading the article since he needs to increase his influence to prove his worth to his father, and decides that it is time to execute his plan. With everyone already on the call, including the MC in disguise, they go over the entire explanation, and the director announces that they will execute the plan immediately. At the same time, in Korea, Nathan tells his daughter to keep in contact with the Prophet. She does not understand why, and asks if he truly believes him just because he got one thing right and that it could have simply been a coincidence. But he informs her that he sent Jeffrey to investigate the boy and concluded that he does not seem to be a dangerous person, since he only goes from work to home. In addition, he mentions that her fiancé also trusts him and even does business with him. She still feels uneasy about it until Jeffrey draws both of their attention and says that he has just received information about the 8th round from the MC. Nathan asks if it is true and if he really heard it from the Prophet, and he replies that yes, and that this time it was quite detailed, and says that if they truly cannot believe it, they can judge after the 8th round. He says that the MC stated that the difficulty changes depending on the choices, and the experience gained also changes accordingly. In addition, he says there is something else important, since a new element will appear in the 8th round. She does not understand what this means, and he explains that basically it will be the NPCs. In the 8th round, Ryumin said that the NPCs will appear. That's all, folks. If you enjoy the video, subscribe and hit the bell. Thanks.